challenge to the title of the room is that I just used the term authoritarian. I should have said dictatorship, because that's what dictatorships do. They purge themselves of allies who they view as dissenting. Look at the number of North Korean officials who allegedly have been fed to the pit.
Exactly.
Literally. Thank you.
Literally, figuratively.
Thank you for clearing that up for us. It's very beneficial. Christine?
Thanks, Gary. I have a couple of points that I wanted to make. One is to answer your question, not yet, but possibly soon. I think that there's a lot of factors in my observation of the years that have contributed to the rise of this possibility. I think both sides, Democrats and Republicans, are both authoritarian in their own different ways. And then our country split 50-50 as to which version of that they want. And, you know, social democracy is one form of authoritarianism. I mean, there's, whether it's how you want to be taxed or you know, what kind of control you're willing to live under on each side of the aisle is both like economically, also socially. You know, I'm pretty liberal, but there are many people in this country who do not want to be politically correct and told what their free voice can say. So that's some kind, you know, policing people's thought process socially is, to me, whether I agree with that, you know, what their views are, that is a form, in my opinion, of authoritarianism. So to me, both parties have just totally broken down, and we have had an ideal climate for a rise of this, you know, and we haven't even, in my opinion, personally, like, experienced severe catastrophic economic depression for whatever reason, but COVID created a nice ideal climate for people to start to look for a parent government to take care of them in some way or implement policies that they agree with. Now, I think in general, people underestimate the intelligence of certain leaders on both sides, and Trump particularly. I think he's very smart, or the people he also surrounds himself with. But my other question, because some people have brought up some points, and I only have like 3 more points to make. I'm not asking for anybody to respond to this, I'm just thinking out loud, like rhetorically, is how is this different than World War I and II? The Espionage Act. I mean, whenever, no matter who's in power, I mean, FDR did a lot of interesting things, and other presidents before him during World War I. My always view, and I'm a professor and a teacher, high school teacher, is once the government decides something, whoever's in power, you're going to either get on board with it or not. And that's certain, in my opinion, certain things, like we have this idea that we do vote and everything. But lastly, just 2 more points, is one, a couple of people mentioned, and as an educator, you know, getting involved. Well, high school is just basically pushing everybody through illiterate. That's my experience in general. I don't want to generalize, but you have another perfect situation in this country that so many kids are really not being educated, and they're just being pushed through because, you know what, you want your paycheck, you want your job, you're just going to push them through. And you have, number one, that, like a huge generation of young people, not everybody, that really is not literate and are also zombies on technology. So for me, I could see like, wow, it is a perfect recipe. As much as there's young people getting involved and protesting, you know, to the points that other people made earlier, you have a mass generation that has no clue. And I don't either. I was, you know, in some regard, but a lot more life experience. Now, the last thing I wanted to say was, I question this all the time, is when will I panic? Because my passport's ready. I will panic when the Supreme Court overturns gay marriage, if they do, and I hope they don't. But that to me is like, wow, how many more other things that we've progressed, I worry. That's certain things, like massive things socially that we've progressed towards. And as like Project 2025 and all this stuff, when they really start, and we already saw that with women's reproductive rights, I live in New York, so, I could say, oh, that's great. New York is going to fight that and keep our own laws on the books. But I just want to say lastly, to land my plane, that is what I worry about, and what I'm kind of monitoring is like, one of these big things, when are they going to start to roll back other things to establish a very like conservative authoritarian system? Thank you, Gary, for letting me talk.
Christine, just so you know, the Congress in 2021 or 2022 passed a bill that got through the Senate and into the president's desk that made it a law that gay marriage was legal. If they try to overturn Obergefell v. Hodges, they're going to have to deal with Congress making a law to make that legal. I can't tell you how they'll work it out, but I just thought you'd find that interesting.
Thanks, Marshall.
You just ruined her travel plans. I can't believe you did that. What a killjoy. Roger.
Yeah, Gary, it is a pleasure to be in your room. You are the Bob Woodward of Clubhouse, and we all love you. Also want to say that I thought Christine, despite the fact that I disagreed with a couple of her points, I think that she's one of the more thoughtful liberals that are on this app, and I wish that she would attend more rooms because she always has great contributions. I just wanted to add a quick submission here in regards to conversation that was happening. Christine touched on it. That I think we're being a little short-sighted when we, ask if we're becoming an authoritarian state and then assigning all this blame to Trump. One of your mods, Scott, who I love dearly, he said that this is unprecedented, and I'd just like to talk about how it's not unprecedented, and that how we've always had authoritarian, instincts and behaviors from presidents. And I'll just run through a few very brief ones, and then I will remove myself from the stage. Harry Truman attempted to seize private steel mills during the labor strike. It was ruled unconstitutional in Youngstown versus Sawyer. Barack Obama targeting killing of a U.S. citizen without a trial. I'd say that's quite authoritarian. Andrew Jackson ignored the Supreme Court decision in Worcester versus Georgia and forced Cherokee removal. Trail of Tears, if you guys want to look it up. And then if you go into John Adams, the Alien and Sedition Act. I mean, we were authoritarian before it was hip. He criminalized speech that was critical of the government, allowed for deportation of non-citizens that he deemed dangerous. Particularly, he suppressed the political opponents, mainly the Jeffersonian Republicans, which actually led to him not being reelected, which was pretty cool. George W. Bush authorized warrantless wiretapping of Americans, bypassing the courts, created Guantanamo Bay's detention center, which held people without trial for years, and used enhanced interrogation techniques, which some people would refer to as torture. Richard Nixon had an enemies list and abused federal agencies. I don't think we have to go too deep into Richard Nixon to know what his problem was, but he did turn the state power into a tool of personal vengeance. Everybody knows that. Woodrow Wilson, Espionage and Sedition Act, which Christine brought up, which criminalized anti-war speech and dissident versus during World War I. Eugene Debs, you would think that somebody like myself, a capitalist, would support the fact that Eugene Debs was sentenced to 10 years for speech, but no, I'm consistent in my defense of free speech, and even a socialist like Debs, I think, was unfairly jailed. I think that's a clear example of authoritarianism. Franklin D. Roosevelt, the guy interned Japanese Americans, but a lot of you Democrats think that he's the greatest president of all time, based on their ethnicity. Not any individual guilt, no trials, property was seized, but you guys think he's one of the best. And then last but not least, Abraham Lincoln, suspension of habeas corpus. You could say that, oh, well, there was a civil war going on, but the Chief Justice at the time ruled it unconstitutional, and Lincoln ignored it. I think the point that I'm trying to make here is that I agree with Marshall that authoritarianism has been present well before Trump, and there's much more clear examples of authoritarianism. That being said, I do not support the big, beautiful bill. I do not support many of the things that Trump is trying to do. I'm glad that Elon Musk is talking about starting another party to challenge and primary the people that will support this bill. And the final statement I will make is that you can't have a bill that is both big and beautiful. It can either be big or beautiful. It cannot be those two things simultaneously. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Roger. Brent. Brent. There you are.
I surprisingly mostly agree with Roger. You know, we have had multiple times where we have had abuses of the Constitution in the U.S. But kind of that somewhat misses the point, because kind of the question is, are we returning to an authoritarian state now? And I think that's interesting. And I think the way to think about it is in terms of probabilities. You know, we do have a president that is in violation of due process for citizens. You have a cult of personality. Like, I don't think the Wilson analogy or even the FDR analogy kind of captures the same sort of cult of personality. So you see some basic building blocks, I would say, of authoritarianism. With that, I kind of think the way to kind of think about this is what are the likely outcomes and what sort of probability do you put on those likely outcomes? I think the most likely outcome is that we essentially reset. Trump loses the next election. Things that used to be norms become laws. So the executive is more boxed in. I think, if I had to put a probability on it, I think that's the most likely outcome at like 85%. You have another option in which you kind of go the way of Hungary, in that you still have elections, but through democratic processes. And Marshall I think Marshall did miss the point, because sometimes a democracy can't be quite repressive to the people, and there's multiple cases like that, in case of Hungary, in case of others, where you do have the form of democracy, but you have kind of widespread repression of dissenting voices, etc. So I think another possibility is that we kind of go the route of Hungary. It's interesting to note the popularity of Hungary among a lot of the more conservative elites. I think the final possibility is we go straight authoritarian. I don't think the current administration, you have people like Peter Thiel and others who have directly questioned the utility of democratic elections. So, this might have been the last free election that we've had. We'll see. But I think that is a real possibility. I'd put a probability about 5% on that. So, I just think it's a matter of kind of thinking about kind of the plausible pathways a society could go, and then thinking through what are the risks and what are the likelihoods of each of those outcomes.
Thank you, Brent. We'll now go to David. And there are people trying to get up on the stage. I'm not going to get to you. It's going to be David, Steve, Jules, and Merrill because of time constraints.
Gary, yes, the title I think is very spot on. Well, academics have chimed in. There's a survey of more than 500 political scientists called the Brightline Watch, and they're saying that based on a 0 to 100 range of 0 being complete dictatorship, 100 perfect democracy. Trump's somewhere in the middle at about a number of 55 out of 100 range. So they said it's a massive drop based upon these expert opinions of what a liberal democracy should look like and act like. We've seen, he's in the thrall of guys like Putin, dictators who've been running their countries with an iron fist. I think he would like to enjoy as much power as he can wield from the executive branch. We're seeing him not honor court opinions. We're seeing the Supreme Court not go above and beyond what they feel of their right to check the power of the executive. So is this authoritarian? Well, I mean, the history sort of speaks to that. What he does with that power, I think, is ultimately the question, and how our rights as citizens of this great nation are in fact impacted. There's another author named Steve Levitsky. He wrote a book called How Democracies Die. And he's saying that there's a lot of things that are reversible, but if the pattern continues and the nation doesn't check itself somehow, then when do we get these rights back if they're slowly clawed away? And I think that's the fear here. We saw this in the case of not necessarily the executive, but the way that Roe v. Wade was pushed to the brink and then challenged by the Supreme Court. Those are rights that are gone now. They're talking about chipping away at gay rights for marriages. So there's no perfect system here. I think ultimately at the end of the day, you mentioned the voters voting for this. I don't know if they necessarily could see the outcome of the way rights would be chipped away as they're going into the ballot box. I don't think at the end of the day.
You don't think that his first term in office gave us insight into what would happen this time? You think this is completely an acceleration of anything that might have occurred in the?
Well, I'll say so to your point, I think for a lot of Americans, the reason they're for a guy like Trump is because he's not going to wield this very power against them and who they believe they are in terms of the constituency of President Trump. And an example of that is if I'm white and I live in the Deep South, well, no ICE guy's going to come storm my business and try to put me in handcuffs if I go out and protest per se, or they're not going to question whether or not I've got any illegals in my business. And so I think there's this class collaboration at play here. There's always been this class collaboration at play from the founding of the country to the Civil War. So I think there's a lot of Americans that don't feel that this authoritarianism is in any way going to impact the way in which they live in this country. And so I think there's a divide there with regard to how bad it could get for me, right? If you're a Black American and you've enjoyed great rights, you're not as afraid anymore to get pulled over by the police because there's things like the Miranda rights and other things like that they got to read you. And they can't just haul you off to jail without giving you a phone call. I think for people that have acted the worst of this country against their rights, hard won, to Marshall's point about civil rights marches and legislation backing those civil rights marches, people that haven't enjoyed full rights to the extent of the law, either due to the fact that they're female, gender, skin color, what have you, then I think we're absolutely terrified at what could possibly happen. So, and we also see this around the world, Gary. We see nation states, first world friends of ours, warning their citizens not to travel here. There's warnings out there. What does that say about us as a democracy? As Our Lady Liberty stands in New York Harbor, greeting those passengers flying here for the first time, worried whether or not the immigration officers are going to look at their phone and not let them in the country. So this is serious backsliding based upon how this country was founded and embraced, in terms of the liberal freedoms that we've always offered to some extent. So I'll end there and let others speak. Thank you.
Thank you, David. In the chat, it was suggested that there is a legal process for deporting American citizens. I don't think that's true. I've been doing some of my little, cursory research for over the time of the last several speakers. I'm looking at the Immigration and Nationality Act, which allows for the removal at the order of the Attorney General of any alien that's among a class of deportable aliens. And then that's something I don't want to get into right now, what those classes might be. So it says alien, it says nothing about citizen. And there have been repeated rulings by the Justice Department's Board of Immigration Appeals saying that U.S. citizens are not subject to removal. In 2019, a person who is a United States citizen is not subject to removal under the immigration laws. Now, there is an exception for naturalized citizens who obtain the naturalization through fraud. In that case, denaturalization may occur and then deportation becomes possible. But that's the singular exception. That being said, I don't think, given the recent events that have occurred where the administration took actions that were then viewed later as unconstitutional by various courts, that this administration, I don't think there's anything that would suggest that they would not attempt to deport an American citizen, whether it's Musk or somebody else. Can you imagine putting Elon Musk on a plane and then his attorneys go before court and the court says that you cannot deport him, and the Justice Department says, but Your Honor, the plane is already outside of U.S. airspace, and so your order is null and void. You have no jurisdiction over. You can't order that plane returned. Happened, right? It happened. Not to an American citizen, but it happened. Interesting to think about as a possibility. Steve.
Yeah, Gary. I think there's a large component of this that is I'm getting my ox score type thing. Like we talk about the immigration system and the laws surrounding it, and you see discussions about, especially highlighted in Los Angeles, the way that it's talking about these guys. Well, if you don't like the laws, you need to change the laws. You can't have a law on the book and have someone enforcing a law and call the people enforcing the law authoritarians. And I think there's a large portion of this that anytime that something doesn't go a particular way in the Supreme Court, or there's actions that people have failed to take action on, like enforcing the law on immigration, and then someone actually enforces it, that we automatically go, well, they're becoming a bunch of dictators. No, there's laws on the books. There's a process that people go through, and if you don't like it, that's what elections are for. Elect someone, move the legislation forward, and get the law that you want. But don't stand on the corner yelling authoritarian when there's laws that's been passed and people are carrying out lawful orders to enforce what the Congress has sent through the legislative process. So I think that part of this is I'm getting my ox gored in a way that's making me feel uncomfortable. I don't like it, and so I'm going to yell authoritarian. And does Trump have some tendencies to go that way? I think he has some tendencies to want to get things done quickly. I think that may collide with the U.S. Constitution occasionally, but to the degree and scope that I've been hearing people articulate, I think the two are at odds pretty despairingly. I think, you know, if you think, well, what's he actually doing versus what people say he's doing, I'd say there'd be a good 50-point margin between the two ends of that. So I think there's a political component to this, and it's trying to be used to shape public opinion in a way that becomes advantageous. There's nothing new here. I'll land it.
I think that's a mischaracterization of the arguments that I've heard, Steve, respectfully. I don't hear people saying that the law should not be enforced with regard to immigration. I think the objection is to the manner in which the law is being enforced, and especially with regard to American citizens who on occasion are being incarcerated for periods of time by INS without regard as to whether they really are illegal aliens as part of their dragnet approach to meeting the quotas. So I don't think it's quite the way that I don't think that's the perspective of the people who have been speaking on the stage. And I'll let you respond.
Yeah, maybe that, you know, there may be an element to that, but we had a floodgate effect that created this problem too. We just opened the borders wide open, and we let
but nobody's arguing that.
Well, and what I'm telling you is, you know, there's the whole thing in physics. Every action has equal and opposite reaction. That becomes political in nature too. You create a problem, and the problem is so acute that it takes more than normal procedures to correct the problem. It's like I go in the kitchen and make a big mess and walk away, and then someone comes in and says, "Hey, what's going on?" Well, you're just being overly sensitive. No, the place is wrecked. You wrecked the place, and now I'm here trying to clean up the mess that you created. Is the process perfect? No, but I guarantee you, we would not have the process in place that you see if it wasn't for the absolute chagrin that the American public looked at what happened to their immigration system for 3.5 years, and they just sat there in horror. And now there's someone actually trying to correct the problem, and maybe everything isn't perfect, but the mechanism that's being deployed is a direct reaction to what was allowed to occur. And I think if you don't want to see these things, then control things in a way that people don't get freaked out and say you got to do something.
So in your first commentary, you used the term lawful order, and I think that's a very important terminology to consider, whether the agents are always acting lawfully or not. And two wrongs don't make a right. But thank you, Steve. And we'll go to Jules, Merrill, and Breyer, who fell off the stage and came back. We'll get the last word. Jules.
Hey, how you doing, Gary? Boy, did Steve steal my thunder. I'm gonna open up like I was gonna do. Becoming an authoritarian state is everything that open borders is. Open borders created this authoritarian state. It created it economically, educationally. Look what we opened up. Globally, people came in hating the United States. I mean, this was done on purpose. Drugs flowed, weapons flowed, sex trafficking flowed. We don't have overburdened medically. Our treasury's overburdened. The rumors were this was done for voting in the future. I think there's some truth in that too. And scientifically, we have lost our minds scientifically with men competing in women's sports. I think, and being forced.
So hold on, Jules. Are you saying that yes, we are becoming an authoritarian state, but hey, the reason for it is because we've had open borders? So it's Biden's fault that Trump is making us an authoritarian state? Is that what I heard you say, or am I misrepresenting?
By the way, I want you to know the last 2 times I spoke, you sent me in after we finished. You said something, and you said, "But Jules probably would not agree with that." And both times I would have agreed with it. So keep me on before you get rid of me. I'll answer your question. Yes, I think it started when the pen was making decisions for the country. Let's not forget, they weaponized the government against political enemies. They took to Trump how many courts? 15 courts, 15 challenges to him as everything he did, and his books and records, and it was just ridiculous. He valued property too much. I mean, that's authoritarian. And let's not forget that Joe Biden dismissed college loans, which he wasn't supposed to do, and he openly said, "I'll do it anyhow." That's authoritarian. Yes, I say it started then. Even Obama kicked out illegal aliens. He had his own faults, but the authoritarian state started with Joe Biden. And believe it or not, I'm not blaming Joe Biden. There was a group of people.
The ability of the president to do that stuff is 245 years old.
That's what Joe Biden is, 245 years old.
No, you're missing my point, which is not Joe Biden's fault. It is the fault of the growing executive. Simply to blame it on Joe Biden is not being fair or honest.
I'm blaming it on the Joe Biden administration, and that's fair and honest. You tell me where they opened the borders. Any other administration opened borders like this and brought in sex trafficking, drugs. You know, well, come on, weapons.
Okay, so we know that we've had a horrible problem with the border, and we know that the Trump administration has shut that down. The number of encounters with people trying to illegally enter the border was just reported to be at like an all-time low in recent history. Okay, fine. What does that have to do with the several examples that I mentioned at the top of our discussion? Prosecuting CNN potentially for doing a report on ICE block, prosecuting potentially election officials for computers that are not secure, deporting possibly Elon Musk, arresting possibly Mamdani if he becomes mayor of New York.
Gary, you got a lot of.
What if any of these examples that I use? What if any? Let me ask a question before you answer it.
Go ahead.
What do any of these examples that I used during my opening salvo in explaining the question of the room have to do with the open border problem that the Trump administration has mitigated?
Well, I think Trump is reacting to it. By the way, you just said a lot of possibly. Possibly doesn't mean anything.
I understand that, but this is the federal government. Sometimes from the.
You think
no, but go ahead if you want to finish my point for me. I didn't know I was going to say. I didn't know I was going to say overreaching, but thank you for telling me what I was about to say, because I'm clearly not articulate and can't explain my position myself. This is the federal government, sometimes from the mouth of the president himself, floating these propositions. And by the way, the Justice Department has been charged with investigating some of this. So, yes, I said possibly, and I didn't say we were authoritarian. The question was, is the United States becoming an authoritarian state? And your answer to all of this is, well, yeah, but it's Biden's fault because of all the people who crossed the border. That's your answer to it. I see your answer, and correct me, I'll give you one more time to straighten my ass out on this, as a total non sequitur.
I'm not trying to straighten your ass out, Gary. I was actually.
If I'm wrong if I'm wrong in saying that what you are proposing is a non sequitur. Tell me how I'm misunderstanding your position.
No, I think it started the Democrats and largely the Biden administration. As you know, I was a federal agent. I was an IRS agent, not in the exempt organization the department, which had authoritarian rules to stop the Republicans. Okay, I couldn't believe it when I heard it. The Lois Lerner fiasco. I mean, that's authoritarian. That was during, I think, during the not the Biden administration, it probably was the Obama administration, but still, that was an authoritarian act. And, you know, I just see Trump reacting and being challenged by lower courts who have no right to challenge the executive decisions. Marshall's not saying anything. Okay. And I think authoritarian. I wasn't thrilled with what happened January 6th, but I know a lot of those people did not receive due process, and they couldn't see lawyers. They were locked in solitary.
That's absolutely not true, Jules. I'm going to move on. There was due process. You know, you may not agree with the manner in which those individuals were prosecuted. And I'm sure you clearly do not agree with the decisions of the various courts. But to suggest that they were not afforded due process and were not allowed to consult with attorneys when in fact, in every case, they were represented by counsel is a total misrepresentation of the facts. You could say that the prosecutions were overreach. That's a legitimate argument that some people might agree with or might not. But the facts that you attempted, you have your right to your opinions, but not to your facts. And that was totally unfactual. Merrill and Breyer, Yakov, I'm sorry, I can't get to you. And I'm going to try to get both Merrill and Breyer in because I'm in my drop dead time that I got to be out the door.
I'll go fast. I'm not going to bloviate. I will hang on to something you said about the press. I really do deeply resent Trump going after the press. And you can tell me, oh, Obama did this, or so-and-so did that, or so-and-so did that. I don't care.
Well, as a matter of fact, I think you were with me on the previous platform. I think you were. If my timeline is accurate in my mind, when Rosen was attacked by the Obama administration, and I was very strong in my condemnation of that. What happened to Merrill? Oh, you're back.
I was going to say, I made her phone dead, but she's here.
I don't know why she fell off the stage. But, you know, so to say that, well, because Biden did it, you know, that justifies or gives us reason to ignore that Trump is doing it is, again, doesn't, you can't, I don't know how, I just don't even know how to respond to that kind of argumentation. So thank you for bringing that.
I also want to say something about this choice of articles. You mentioned that. I posted something, and I rarely do, by the way, in the critical thinking forum because I don't want to argue, but I did post something and somebody jumped on it and said, how could you post something from the Huffington Post? You know, blah, 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 blah. I don't care. People say the Associated Press has a bias. Everybody talks about the biases. How about just talking about the facts? Take a look, read the article. If it's factual, why do you care if it's got a bias as long as it's factual? And then you do what you want with it, but you've got the facts. So that's something that really matters to me. Coming into office and saying, and wanting to destroy government institutions and to destroy the press, that is the very beginning of authoritarians or dictatorships. That does matter to me. So that is something that I pay attention to. And lawlessness. You know, we had Bill Barr said lawlessness. He wanted a president who was lawless. We think we're getting one right now. I think it's just about, and I'm ashamed of our Supreme Court for saying that a president can commit crimes as long as he's doing it as a president. That troubles me. There's a lot. The borders, okay, yeah, we've heard that before. That doesn't change how they are. That doesn't change that very quickly. You're trapping people. They are going to court. They're showing up at court for the process that is the legal process for them. And then right during that hearing, Trump dismisses the hearing so that their process is dismissed and they walk out of that courtroom and ICE is right there. And I don't like that. That one bothers me. And by the way, nobody can say, oh, Murrell's a Democrat, because not declaring that right now. Then there's so many other issues that, and did he get elected? Honestly? Well, why do you think he's elected now? But you have all these people that you want to run for office that are election deniers from before. I'm not quite understanding that. And I don't understand why law should be enforced against somebody who is violence against officers, but not against January 6th. That's it. Those are just some of the things that trouble me. And yeah, I do think we're leading in that direction because I think we have a president who wants to be a dictator or an authoritarian. And by the way, Marshall, if you review the April 5th, I believe it was April 5th marches, those were not about being a king. Those were hands off. I was at one. I could not tell you how many Trump supporters I met, and they did not want anybody touching Social Security. They didn't want Medicare touched. They didn't want Medicaid touched, and I cannot tell you how many Vietnam veterans I met who said he does nothing for veterans. So it's an eye-opener. And it is something to consider. And also, if you're going to tell people to go and talk to their congressman, tell their congressman to have town hall meetings. Thank you.
Yes, they need to have town hall meetings. I don't disagree. My point was more people should call and write, and they should be obnoxious about it. There was a dude who had an issue with Congress, and he lived in Alabama. This was during the 1980s. And this guy wrote a letter every day to Congress. It was so many letters that Congress ended up having to, this particular congressman's office, ended up having to bring postal boxes full of letters to their congressman. And that moved their congressman to do something. Too many people in America, Merrill, don't do that. Now, some of them because they don't have time, but a lot of people because they don't want to make the sacrifice. If you sacrifice your time, you have to choose other stuff. A lot of the time, people don't want to choose the other thing. They want to do what they're doing, which I don't think is malicious in their intent in any way, shape, or form. But if people don't do that, then the very last check the founders expected to have doesn't exist. So.
The only thing I'll say to you, Marshall, I agree with that, but I want to tell you something. There are a lot of people that do reach out, and they don't always get listened to. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate.
Oh, 100% agree.
Breaks people down.
You and I are on the exact same page with that. I'm not saying the system can't sometimes disincentivize people. My point more is the more you have, the more likely the change. But I grant you, if you don't get paid attention to, it's going to zap a lot of your willingness to stick around and do the work. In particular, if you feel like nobody's paying attention to anything you have to say.
So we both agree on, but we each agree on what each is saying. Thank you.
So, Merrill, you mentioned the January 6th rioters. I just want to point out that a January 6th rioter who was convicted of encouraging violence against the police and then was pardoned by President Trump has now been given a position in the Justice Department. Breyer, you get the last one.
Yeah, it's hard to be an American right now if you have strong opinions on the rule of law, justice, consistency, and anti-authoritarianism. I don't know if anybody else feels like they're in kind of a surreal world where they hear people arguing for individual rights, states' liberty, personal freedoms, and then when a president threatens to strip a lawful U.S. citizen of their citizenship and deport them. I tried to look and find any example from history where this has happened, and I couldn't. There have been presidents that have argued with the courts, certainly, and dusted up, But somebody the other day said, it seems unfair that Trump has had so many laws struck down. The irony is he has had more laws struck down by the judges he appointed himself and selected than any other president in the first 6 months if we ignore all the others. The people he says, if he has good temperament and judgment, the people he's selected are saying he's violating laws in an unprecedented way. Violent disregard for the U.S. rule of law and law enforcement, quoting from a judge he selected and put to the bench. I tried to find any example in history of a president threatening to deport U.S. citizens. These are the moves authoritarians make. ICE, earlier there was a comment that we don't know what these people wanted. I live streamed on Clubhouse and some of the people in the room, my local protests. The messages were very explicit. There is a huge amount of messaging that ICE is becoming what every authoritarian leader uses. They don't have the same standards that police do. They're taking US citizens and detaining them. I had a friend, born and raised in America, can't get any more American, never actually been out of the country in his life. Both parents were Americans. He was detained for, I think it was like 13 hours because he didn't have his birth certificate on him. English speaking guy who works at a local store. Like, it was insanity. But he can't sue. It's not the police came and actually tried to back him up and ICE told the police to back off. This is the secret police SS step. ICE hasn't existed for almost all of American history. They were formed in 2003 and
ICE is not the SS. And making that.
Hold on. ICE was founded in 2003 after September 11th with a specific metric, and it's been expanded. The reality is, and if anybody wants to look this up, we don't know what powers ICE has. We don't know what limits. They're not officers. They're kind of federal marshals. They're also not federal marshals at times. They operate with an open mandate, and you have a president who's bragging about locking these people up next to alligators for show. It is the question is,
they are certified federal law enforcement, right? They are certified federal law enforcement officers.
They are certified, but we also have no standards for the certification. They don't have to show rank or insignia like the military. They don't have to show face and badge number like the police. You can't even know who detained you because it's considered confidential. What would be the difference between this and a secret police? They don't show their face. They don't show their badge number. They don't show their insignia. If you request any data, it's considered a state secret. They are rounding up brown and black people. They are rounding up brown and black people, and now they're stripping those people who are legally here of their citizenship status. Tell me what's the line now. The newest thing, Marshall, your party out of line. Marshall, your party's president just said that their next move is to strip lawful U.S. citizens of their citizenship, to go after Democrats being elected.
Well, I don't like it. There is a process.
I don't care if there was a legal process to execute a Jew in World War II. That doesn't make it right. This is wrong. The point is the laws just need to be enforced at this point. The president isn't honoring those laws. You have more criminal
convicts. What ICE is able to do than change the laws around how ICE deals with people.
That is exactly what all those protests are calling for. They were saying, don't cut our Medicare, don't give tax Congress.
One bill, a single bill that was changed.
Marshall, the first thing they said was don't pass the, quote, big beautiful bill. I love the name this president likes to use like a toddler. There were open signs everywhere. They were saying abolish ICE specifically. Roll it back, don't expand it. They were saying, don't get us involved in foreign military conflicts. Now, by that argument, the civil rights protests, which largely said, how about in America, the formation of our country, no taxation without representation? This argument that they need to write more, express more. The truth is, Lisa Murkowski got hundreds of thousands of calls and letters and told the House not to vote for the bill she just passed and signed it anyway.
Lisa Murkowski,
and she said, hold on, Lisa Murkowski said, Lisa Murkowski said she is terrified of President Trump and democracy is at risk. When the party members of the president...
is not representative of most of the Republican Party in any way.
Marshall, argue with Lisa Murkowski. Argue with her, a democratically elected senator. Argue with all the senators that have stepped down.
Right.
Argue with what all these people said before they
used
come.
actual language to make law. Just protesting and holding up a sign saying
Marshall,
get rid of
don't
ICE is
pass
not policy.
the bill. Don't lower taxes on billionaires. Give special write-offs for tankers. Tax green energy. The anti-tax people want to raise taxes. This bill was a joke and a mockery, and the only way half the senators would vote for it is if they got special pork cutouts. We know what is going on. I understand it might hurt, but you and I have had conversations about your fears of this authoritarian leaders. So have most of the people here. The reality is this is authoritarian. We don't need to stay becoming, it's there. Is it all the way into this? There were still laws honored in World War II Germany and Italy. The scholars of authoritarianism on an international level used to say this might be too far. Now they're considering it a proto-authoritarian state. Now some people are saying it's crossing over. International countries are having to give warnings as lawful Canadians are detained. Canada's having to say, what happened to our citizens that died in your detention center? How did they die? What agency do we ask where it's not considered a state secret who died under your protection? It is already there. And this newest bill just hurts probably everybody in this room. I don't know if any of you are billionaires. There's 535 billionaires that will benefit wildly from this bill, but the average person will not. And certainly veterans and those suffering and children will benefit the most. It's estimated that 30 to 60,000 people will die extra a year, and there's no estimate that cuts that out. There's not a middle. In terms of this rhetoric that immigrants are so incredibly harmful, I don't think there's more than one or two indigenous people on here because most of them were killed in the founding of our country. Maybe y'all cool with it, maybe not, whatever, that's up to you. But the reality is we all came here because somebody came here in our family without papers, or you're one of the few immigrants that have come here lawfully over the last 50 to 100 years. My family's been here for generations, and they came here from a boat. Great-grandfather came here from Greece with nothing, with one suitcase and $5. He didn't have any paperwork, he didn't have anything. Drove into the country, and they're like, okay, you're here, you could get a job, go work. And now all of a sudden the people that did that show up to the courthouse, that are following all their rules, 6-year-old kids on chemo that have violated no laws, show up for their court hearings, and we deport them. And if anybody, Joe Rogan is going, are you fucking crazy? You're hearing mothers wailing with the most primal human screams at having their child as they're dying deported from the country. We've become so competitive, we've lost our humanity. This is authoritarianism. We don't need to become one when we already are one. And that's not to excuse anything from history that's also been authoritarian. We have done wrong before in America. We will do wrong again. And I'm so tired of the competitiveness. Let's blame Biden. Let's blame the last president. We only have the Congress, the Senate. We have the presidency. We have most of local law enforcement and most governorships. But you know what? It's the last old guy I said was senile and weak's fault that I'm oppressing all of you. I'm tired of it. And I'm an American. This bill will screw over everybody in my family. And the moves that are being made will screw over people that aren't in my family. And if y'all don't care about them, who are we as Americans? If you don't love every American and the people that are coming here to become Americans, which is how we all became here, then I question whether we're really Americans anymore, or we are the authoritarians internally that we claim to hate and want to fight against. And I'm really exhausted and burnt out, and it makes me question what I feel as an American when I see our actions. And I understand that we've all not been proud at some point of what America's doing. But if we can't sit here and own it, if we can't own the hypocrisy and the terror, and we can't see what's going on and who's being hurt, then we've lost a part of ourselves. And I don't think we deserve this country anymore half as much as the immigrants that cross borders to come work, have a decent job, raise their kids, and have a generation that has it better than them.
Thank you,
Ross,
Brian.
what-
Yeah, I gotta close. I gotta close the room. Wait. Yeah, it's way too late. I'm sorry. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time. So till 5, or today till 7:07 p.m. So until 5 p.m. New York time tomorrow. For the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
I want to know if Combs, Fat Joe, and R. Kelly going to make it out.
They'll make them for on ChatGPT. Okay, so Trent is doing fine. He sent me an article yesterday at 10:02 a.m. saying this is why many of the Mexicans I live with here want the border closed and support Republicans. But I never got a chance to really read it. So it was some massacre that happened in Trent's front yard. Yeah, maybe he's still cleaning up body parts, but it's some massacre that happened and he sent it to me.
Oh, what's today's date again? July 2nd. A day we won't forget.
I miss. I mean, how many?
No, I'm just saying, you know how we remember OJ when he was sentenced?
Oh, God.
So I don't think we would forget. Like, it would be like, oh, I remember.
I'm gonna forget this one.
I don't think this is OJ level though, honestly.
No, it's not, but we're dealt. Well, I know you guys are old. You know, you guys are really old. You know why? Because CEO be acting always young, like we're old. He's like, oh, I'm still in my 30s. I don't know about y'all. But what I'm saying is that with OJ, we were younger than with this case.
No, it was that. This was like it was televised. It was like everybody was like very invested. It was just like.
But we had something with Clubhouse.
And there wasn't as much going on during OJ. Like, I felt like competing with it as much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, because it was crazy because like Geraldo, he had an hour show just dedicated to the OJ trial every night for like the entire trial.
That's because a black man murdered a white woman. Now look, if it was him murdering his first wife, y'all please, it would have been on the 11 o'clock news, the last story.
That's a fact.
But sure, I mean, yeah, anyway, I'm not about to go down a rabbit hole.
Hold on.
And also, we had the white Bronco chase that everybody watched. I mean, it was a whole thing.
Well, today last night in the Bronx, a Jamaican woman was stabbed to death. Did you guys see that?
No.
No.
Yeah, 40. She was 40 years old. Tamara, first name Tamara.
And what happened to that white guy that murdered that black girl he met online and they went out? And didn't he chop her body up? We ain't heard shit about that. Remember that?
There was 2 incidents back to back.
Beautiful.
That was in the bag. That they put the bodies in the bag?
Let me go look that story up. We ain't heard of it. He was found guilty. He was? He was found guilty. And did he get 2 life sentences and a double execution order?
I don't know what the sentence was, but it was, we could probably look it up. I think it was.
Somebody got 25 to life, right?
I don't know, but she was gorgeous. And why he went out with her and then chopped her ass up, I do not know.
Oh, Dr. A.G., I'm not sure if they arrested the guy from last night. I don't have that up.
Oh my God.
But okay, so it was her boyfriend that they arrested. That's crazy.
I think that's what they said. He stabbed her up in the apartment, right?
Yeah.
Is that the one? Yeah, I think they arrested the boyfriend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what I read.
Freaking savage.
And she had like 2 kids.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
What?
So they're saying in the news, New York Post, that this Diddy case cost $10 million to bring him to trial, which I'm going to go read more on that. That's crazy if that's how much it costs. And
Brian, you off the mic.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Of course, Judge Mathis got to say something. You know that, right? You know he can't go without. Let me see. Let me play this through this. Hold on.
Now, you know that Sean Diddy Combs has been convicted of interstate transportation and prosecutes two counts and has been denied bail. Although I really am concerned about the assaults against the women, particularly disrespecting black women as such, we must go with what he has been convicted of and respect the jury. And as I had predicted, he should be convicted after hearing and closing arguments of only the two counts of interstate transportation of prostitutes. We'll see in the future. Listen to us this next week on the Mathis verdict as we'll talk about the entire case and the sentencing. The sentencing guideline for a first-time offender is 21 months to 27 months for each count. We'll see whether they're consecutive, whether they're concurrent, or if he deviates from that first-time offender assessment or sentence, if you will. Stay tuned.
Is that true? 21 to 27 months? That's it.
For each, yeah. That's what they're saying for first-time offenders.
So worst case scenario for him, he's gonna be in prison a year. That's basically it. He's gonna get a year, basically.
But can you just not run them together? I mean, this is now if that happens, I'm really not gonna be feeling well because that for a first offender, 24 months from a 10-year max.
21 months to 27 months.
Yeah. So and you run those concurrently, and you assume you're gonna get out early a little bit. So yeah, like 18 months. Yeah.
This judge is gonna run them consecutive.
You think he's gonna run them consecutive?
Yeah.
But his lawyer said that turned over because there's no precedent for them doing that. Like they always running them consecutively.
They run consecutive sometimes depending on the severity of the crime. They can do that. He can appeal, but he probably not gonna win. Especially after his lawyers admitted that he's violent. Yeah, he's an abuser. I don't know. The judge could determine that they have to run consecutive so that it meets the measure of the crime.
And I guess they're gonna have, since they were pouring baby all over themselves and with the weird ass t-shirts in front of the courthouse, people are just strange. I guess they're gonna have a baby oil, not a baby party, but a baby oil party when he gets out. I mean, it's just not enough for me. It's just not enough time. I know it doesn't matter how I feel, but that's wild. Absolutely wild. So I hope he serves every fucking minute in hell.
I guess everybody on social media is talking like the men on Clubhouse. Hold on, I got another one for you to read. I mean, I have another one for you to listen to. Hold on.
It's all talking about parole. Well, guess what? That's off the table now. The worst he's going to get, no matter what it is, has an exit date. And because he has no criminal history, and because he turned in his passport before he ever was arrested, he turned in his passport and gave it to the U.S. government, claiming he's a flight risk today is not going to work because it did not work in the beginning. He turned in his passport. P. Diddy did some horrible things as a horrible boyfriend to Cassie. But the jury rejected those who testified in this case to make this man out to be a monster. He did some bad things, yes, but he's not the monster the U.S. Attorney's Office tried to portray him as being. They overcharged. This was overkill, and the jury rejected it. And the proof of that is, before they even gave it to a jury to deliberate, they started dropping charges because even the judge knew that the prosecutors had went too far. This case should have never been brought the way it was brought. Now, if they wanted to put him on trial for being a horrible boyfriend, a womanizer, a man beat of a female, you're guilty of all of that. But at the end of the day, that's not what happened here. They put charges against this man, hoping that the hard ones would stick to sensationalize somebody's career. And in the city of New York, I'm not surprised. In New York, I'm not shocked by this prosecution, but the jury stood strong. They rejected that without parole. Guess what? That's off the table now. The worst he's going to get, no matter what it is, has an exit date. And because he has...
That's it.
Mel, who is that bitch ass? Who is that bitch ass?
He's from Fox, this black guy, I believe. This says Fox.
Black guy.
This says Fox, hold on. Fox Face Off is called?
Who the freak is that?
Fox Face Off, it says.
I'm gonna look him up. And he talked about that. He's a horrible boyfriend. Let's just see, he's showing who he is.
It says Fox Face Off. I link in the chat so you can look at it.
That's the thing. Like, they keep admitting that he's a violent person. That's not going to work to his advantage.
But you know what, Doctor?
And his lawyers even argued that that's going to come back to haunt them, I think, in the sentencing too.
The problem that I'm having with this language is they're trying to normalize make it normal. Oh, he was a horrible boyfriend. That sounds so, innocuous. Oh, he's a horrible boy. He is a fucking demon. Were you guys watching the same shit I was watching? A horrible boyfriend? That's what we're calling it now.
Yeah, that's not a good strategy.
He was literally raping his employees. That's a horrible boyfriend. He was literally supplying drugs that could kill someone and at parties and not notifying, whatever, these special champagne bottles, all the other tricks of the trade. That's a horrible boyfriend. The list can go on, and that's what we're calling them now, horrible boyfriends.
That guy on Fox Face, he's actually really funny. He's a really funny guy. He does a lot of basically they put him against usually some type of racist white guy, and they're making a racist, or white woman, and they're making a racist argument, and he'll present his black viewpoint on the thing. And most of the things it says is actually pretty accurate. It's not super nuanced, but he just does a good job of making racists look stupid. I would imagine in this particular instance, the white guy has been saying a bunch of shit about Diddy, and how he's got to do double time. And I mean, I don't think Diddy's a good guy. I just think the prosecution's case was really terrible, and a lot of the stuff they wanted to bring on, you can't get a RICO case on this. As much as we don't like abuse, and I'm one of them, to be black and to believe that this is what a RICO charge should be used for is to be black and believe in an incredibly unfair criminal justice system.
All right, I'm gonna play another video of another black man. So maybe they should fire all the
Hold on, I'm gonna play another video.
You guys.
Wait, what was that?
Can y'all hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we
Okay, thank you.
Because I'm tired of seeing us black moguls get took down like that, bro. I'm tired of seeing us black people go against us black moguls like that. And I feel like if Diddy was a white man who done all this shit for people, I know he ain't paid people, but he done all this shit for hip-hop. If he was white, there's so many white people out there protesting for this man losing his life behind a relationship, And people always, Boosie was on Diddy's side. Nah, I'm thinking about 7 children. Y'all thinking about one person. I'm thinking about these 7 kids who been in my kid's position. Not knowing if your daddy gonna come home or not is a burden on the child. So all y'all was like, no, I'm thinking about them damn children, man. So man, I'm glad he's free, bro. You know, like I've been said, I don't feel he was guilty of nothing. You know, nothing but domestic violence. You know, but the court spoke, man. Man, I'm happy that dude children, man. I know his feeling right now, bro. I'm just happy for the children, man. So, you know, did it sit your ass down somewhere. That's what you need to do. Grab Stephen J in your chair and get the on.
Was that Boosie?
Yeah, another man you guys, not you, but a lot of you men look up to.
It doesn't have to be a man of the English language. You mo, we mo, y'all mo, you.
Not you, but we know there's a lot of quacks that do.
Mr. White
Come on, guys. And this is, I hope this is like, I hope this is teaching people some stuff. Right? Mothers that have daughters, mothers that have sons, fathers. Hopefully you guys wake up that you guys have daughters and sons. But this shit right here, they don't even feel like DV is a bad thing. Yeah, he's guilty of domestic violence.
Yeah, that's crazy to me.
They're like, that's regular shit. Yeah, we all beat that bitch. We all beat our women's ass. It's like, wow. Hold your daughters tight. Because this is a cold, cold world, guys. And there's men like that speak like that think like that are raising sons. We hear that shit every day on Clubhouse. And we can't protect our kids forever, let's be honest. Tomorrow we fucking die, and guess what? Our kids gotta stay out in this world. There'll be adults making their own decisions. Just talk to your kids. This is crazy.
Again, if Diddy is supposed to do the time y'all thought he was gonna do, almost every man on Clubhouse, because a lot of these dudes man, they ain't gonna tell y'all, but as a person who did some freak ass shit as a kid, nothing like Diddy, but who's been around, it's a lot of good husbands out here going to these freak parties and doing wild shit without asking enough questions about how the women got here, why are they behaving like this, wild shit. And, you know, I just think it's very hard to get the type of charges they wanted to get on Diddy for this. You're going to get him on prostitution. You're going to get him on maybe drug trafficking, but that's probably pretty hard to do. I'm just glad that girl got her money before this, because I do think she deserves it. I think karmically, this is right. This is like the right decision. While I didn't think he'd do 40 years in jail for this, I do believe that this has been a pretty decent hit on his brand. Some mental stress, some emotional stress, some open conversations about what type of behavior you should expect in the industry and what should be respected, what should be tolerated, some awareness. But I did not suspect he was going to do very much time. There was no case for the things they were saying he did. It was very much trumped up in a very much New York type of case. So. But
this was the Al Capone.
But he did.
This was the Al Capone case.
You can't make an Al Capone case out of this. You can't make an Al Capone case out of getting a bunch of whores and drug addicts at a party to do wild shit to your wife. It's just you're not going to get a RICO on that. That's a crazy. People should be mad at the prosecution.
No, wait. They
tried
to get. Wait, articulate. They tried to get Al Capone on RICO. They didn't get him on a RICO.
No, what I'm saying is the RICO was made for someone like Al Capone. It's for a criminal enterprise. It's just not enough on this case to even merit that it is a criminal enterprise.
I don't know why I just don't understand. Let me finish this. For the life of me, little old me, I don't know why the DAs did not come over to Clubhouse and open up a room for all the Clubhouse attorneys to get consultations, because hell, y'all smarter than the motherfucking
Let me start pinging these motherfuckers in and tell them y'all should, next time you guys decide to bring any charges against anyone, come to Clubhouse first, because we got the best of the best motherfucking lawyers on this stage. That's what I'm getting ready to do.
Listen, they just ascended Diddy to God tier dustball status. Like, being a Rico is like going Super Saiyan as a rapper.
So what is?
They didn't even give him his clout.
So what was Al Capone's enterprise?
He was in the mob, but they finally got him for tax evasion.
She's talking.
Bootlegging, alcohol, and prostitution.
What was it?
Bootlegging, alcohol, and prostitution.
Yeah, sex trafficking and bootlegging, and then also the big one was
And so
money
why
laundering.
is that an enterprise in trafficking for prostitution, distribution of drugs, and sex trafficking? Why is that not an enterprise?
One, they didn't
Like,
get
let me respond.
Listen to what I'm asking. Hold on, everybody. I'm asking.
You being thirsty, bro.
Hold on. I'm asking the person who said Al Capone, it was right to get, if they charged him with the RICO, but it was not right to charge Diddy with the RICO. And I'm trying to figure out what is the distinct, that's my main point. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out what's the distinction, because Al Capone had no company at all. He was an individual person.
Okay, so I understand the question. It's important to remember that they didn't get Al Capone on that charge. So even to the standard that Al Capone, I can only answer your question if you listen to the answer. We don't have to talk if you don't want to hear it.
Are you good? Because then I can answer articulately if you're not going to answer.
I can't answer, but every time I try to answer it, she just starts talking over me. It's not that serious. I didn't win the case for Diddy, so you're not gonna put your stuff on me. I can tell you what I think, but if you don't want to hear what I think, then we don't have to waste time. You know?
Who are you talking to?
Daddy, I'm trying to talk to you, and as soon as I started talking, you started saying something like this. I just late. I had a long work day. I just don't.
That's Dr. H.
You're not talking to Patty.
I don't know what's going on.
Who was the one that asked about the RICO thing?
I asked the RICO question. No, that was
Dr.
me.
AG. Okay,
Yeah, that was me.
So Dr. AG, it's important to remember that they did not get a guilty verdict on
I got it.
for alcohol.
I got it.
Oh, okay, you got that part.
Wait,
It's also important to notice that. Oh my God! Come on, AG.
The charge out
AG.
for RICO Act, if I'm not mistaken,
AG,
but
I
it
was
was
trying to
not
get there,
right.
but you're not giving me. AG, you're not giving me a chance to answer.
For
This is
people like
crazy.
Al Capone, what you said. And so what I'm trying to figure out is
can y'all hear what's happening right now?
that you're making between Al Capone's quote-unquote criminal enterprise and Diddy's quote-unquote criminal enterprise.
Her question is longer than she's allowing me to answer.
Because there's no correlation when the RICO Act, what she's saying, it didn't exist in the 1930s. It didn't come until around the 1970s, bro.
I know but someone said Al Capone got off on a RICO. I didn't say that.
That was Brian.
Now this nigga say he didn't say it. Articulate, can you read up so I can answer the question?
Okay. I'm sorry. My phone
Holy shit, y'all. Holy shit, y'all. Is somebody
going out.
Oh, that's what's happening, AG? Okay, then
I'm sorry. My phone keeps going out. Okay, so let me say this again. I'm not concerned about what Al Capone was convicted of. That's not my concern. What I'm asking is about your statement that RICO, even though RICO is new, it wasn't in the 30s, the idea of a RICO would have worked for somebody like Al Capone.
It's very hard to establish. I'll be quick. AG.
Okay.
It's very hard to establish that what Diddy had going was a criminal enterprise. You'd have to establish that I'm still going. You'd have to establish the business itself. You'd have to establish that the business itself was oriented around the criminality. You'd have to argue that he had certain types of people whose sole function was to commit crimes. And then you'd also have to establish.
It doesn't have to be their sole function. It could be a dual function.
There could be a dual function as well. But usually, like, some of the things that they use to establish that a criminal enterprise is occurring is like stuff like money laundering. Stuff like actual, like, profiteering from the business.
But that's not what's in the statute. That's not what's in the statute, though, Articulate.
So you think it was you think he should have been found guilty of running a criminal enterprise?
Oh, absolutely.
Can you explain why you think that?
For the same reason that Al Capone should have been charged for criminal enterprise.
I'm not mad at y'all too, but I'm telling you,
it's the same reason, and it's because his business, right? His business was the illegal trafficking in liquor, illegal gambling, illegal. He did some murders, you know.
So every person that does illegal gambling and gets prostitution,
let me finish. Let me finish. And he did those 3 predicate crimes under the auspices of maintaining power and control over his sector, whatever his little sector was. So yeah. I don't think
from an organizational stand, what was the function of the business that you would have described as?
Sean Diddy Combs is his business. Sean Diddy Combs he is his enterprise. Sean Diddy Combs is.
That's not how you're gonna win a RICO case by saying that, though.
You can't. The mafia did that. They had an outfit. It's not like they actually have.
It's not just having an outfit that makes it.
They had a boss. They didn't have an actual business. They had
but I'll catch y'all.
So
you can touch the Masons for being a criminal.
Hey, articulate. So I want to give you the scenario. Do you remember the 6ix9ine, the group that the 6ix9ine rapper was under? Remember them?
Yeah.
Okay, so they were charged with RICO also. You do know that, right?
People were found guilty.
Well, I don't know which ones were found guilty. Okay, yeah. Okay, right. So, right.
And that's because there was a boss. Thug would have been the boss. He had people that worked for him, his soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
And they
also had like.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead. This is what Articulate does, y'all. That's why I'm not arguing with him.
We know Articulate.
I'm trying to play the ref. I don't
have the energy to argue with him. I'm just trying to let him finish so I can talk.
Go ahead, Brian. It's your turn.
So here's the bottom.
No, Patty was still explaining it, though.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Patty.
No, go ahead, because I'm done.
Okay, so then I was explaining it. I was explaining it, too.
Just let me know. I'm patient. I'm in traffic. I ain't tripping.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'll go ahead then. So what I was trying to say was that Dr. A.J. was correct. They could have charged him properly for a raccoon, but they would have had to charge other people. And that was the issue. At the beginning, I'm like, why aren't you, hold on, to be successful? They weren't successful, so I think my idea is better. So they could have charged more people for supporting this criminal enterprise, and there were more people involved. The assistant that was arranging the prostitutes, that was making the phone calls, the bodyguard that was involved in it. They could have even went after trying to tie in the Tupac, but they could have tried in any of those other things to try to make it an actual enterprise, but they fell short of proving that.
So here's the thing. There are unindicted. Wait. There's unindicted co-conspirators in cases, right? I want to give you a scenario, and I always bring this case up because I know about this group really well. The Dr. Malachi Z. York case was a perfect example of one person being convicted in the case, and there were unindicted co-conspirators who testified in the case. Okay, but he went to jail on RICO. I want you to think about that for a second. And a lot of the same charges that Combs is charged with, so is he. We're talking about sex, moving people across state lines, the Mann Act. We're talking about possible drugs, tax evasion, things like that, right? He was charged and convicted of RICO. One single individual, not the other co-conspirators, were unindicted. So we don't need to have multiple parties be the defendant.
But they testified.
That's right.
But surely he wasn't making a business out of it. He wasn't making a business out of racketeering.
No.
on those things that you've listed.
They don't want to hear that.
To make it make sense, he's got to be making profits out of that activity.
That's not true. That's not true.
Okay. I'm just reading.
The statute. One second.
Royal.
If you go back to the statute, it doesn't say that you need to make a profit out of the enterprise.
No, but it's one of the key aspects of proving that that's an enterprise that's running around a criminal organization.
Yeah, but
like the easiest way to track you're running a criminal organization is to track profits that are serviced by the criminal organization.
You're right, but you're assuming that.
Then how did Young Thug get charged? How did Young Thug get charged? Because he actually got charged with RICO.
Because they had evidence of him actually murdering people.
Right, and which goes to the point.
He wasn't charged with murder.
And selling drugs, y'all.
Like, come
It
on.
was about music business.
It's a literal gang. It's a literal gang.
So here's the thing. Just because there's no profit involved does not mean you don't get the RICO. Remember, there are people who can make murder with no profit involved or commit arson with no profit involved.
What's the criminal enterprises being furthered? Like, what business is he furthering?
Having orgies.
Like with Young Thug, like I just feel like personally, and I know y'all are about to go crazy on me. I just feel like personally y'all really don't like him, and so y'all are just like, oh my god, I think he's crap. But personally, I don't want anybody being convicted of something that they didn't prove.
So Sonny, here's
I don't want to argue with y'all. I said what I said. I'm listening.
I got you, but here's the thing. And I said this earlier in the room. Remember, there were other things that were I know they were brought up in the case that got suppressed, meaning that they did not make it to evidence. They did not make it into the trial. Okay? And so now you see.
Didn't do it. I said
wait, hold on, Sonny, hold on. So what I'm saying is, I see why RICO was instated as a charge in the case, and it got weakened when certain evidence were pulled out of the case that should have been there that would establish it even further. But they only needed two actually items to make it RICO, and those items were there, but the jury didn't bite. That's all.
Well, I got lost. Are we still talking about Diddy, or did y'all jump to Thug?
Yeah, we're talking about Sean Combs, yes.
The issue, one of the strategies that Puff was doing was he was basically saying, I'm an entertainer, so the fact that we're intermingling funds is because that's my business. My parties were my business. The sex parties were a part of promoting Bad Boy and Ciroc and whatever else. So that was a clever plan. I just think they had a bad strategy to charge him.
Yeah, but then you still miss what I just said. I just said that there were other things in that case that were pulled out, right? That he was being charged with initially. I'm not talking about after the trial started. I'm talking about before the trial started. So the jury never saw it. It never got presented as evidence. So when you apply that and you see why his RICO made sense. So I don't know what the argument could possibly be, but this is pretty simple stuff.
I mean, I'll be honest, Royal, you're not proving that he's guilty of racketeering right now. You're saying some stuff, but you haven't said anything that seems to indicate that.
Wait, what?
Okay, so there was a confession by two individuals that talked about their work hour days, right? So one was his assistant. His assistant said on his 20-hour work hour days is when he would set up the sex parties, set up the hotels, get the prostitutes in or whatever the fuck it is. So that alone should have been RICO, right? Because he's an assistant working for Bad Boy. And then on his off time, he's getting paid to do illegal activity. Or no, it's not considered off time. He's getting paid to do illegal activities.
So you think anybody that organizes an orgy is running a criminal operation? Because most of that is illegal. Babe, and then you can go ahead and do whatever you gotta do. But when we talked about this earlier, right? Something that Dr. A.G. made very clear.
what were the instructions that the judge gave? How did he define, what do the instructions look like? How the people understood the definition of RICO, and that's it, right? But I mean, it's clear that he was paying people with funds to do criminal activity. The guy clearly stated on the stand, and you can Google it, he would have 20-hour work days where he would be organizing, getting the hotels ready, getting the prostitutes in place. Like, this is illegal activities being paid by. It's
I hear that, but like, I know people who aren't rap moguls.
We're not talking about people, we're talking about Sean Diddy Combs, so.
Okay, I'm making a comparative. I know people who aren't rap moguls, some of them are CEOs, some of them are just regular, like, club promoters. And they'll get a hotel room, they'll have a bunch of women, usually one of them is their wife and her friends. They'll charge tickets for the hotel. Some women will take a share of the profits, and they'll do a fucking sex party. I haven't been to these things in 10 years, but they'll do that. And it's not legal, but they do it, and they've been doing it for 40 years. Are we saying every married couple that does an orgy on the weekends with their friends and neighbors
So you just said
are guilty of a
charging.
criminal, it is actually illegal. That's what y'all don't know. You're running it is prostitution.
CEOs have side gigs now where they have sex parties
It's
where
a
they
criminal
charge.
enterprise now, according to this
Yeah, it's
standard.
weird as hell. He's just making.
Yeah, he's making stuff now.
If you're doing a party where people make money for sex, you're running a
No,
criminal
that's totally
enterprise.
different. Are you buying
How so?
prostitutes? Are you bringing prostitutes?
Is money being exchanged for sexual favors? That's people have gotten arrested at orgies before. This is true. I don't know why I don't want to hear this.
I guess it's on that state. I know in Atlanta they have clubs where they actually have orgies in those clubs.
They have them all over the United States, but not even
Yeah, it's legal in Georgia to have a sex party. It's illegal to bring a prostitute to buy a female and
not
have
legal
sex.
to profit off of a sex party.
Well, it is legal in Georgia.
But there's sex clubs in San Francisco.
They need to raise some CEOs base pay, because if they have to do that as a side gig,
those sex clubs have
or either
prostitutes.
drive, you might be talking over me, or drive Uber or some shit like that. I have never heard of anything like that. A CEO has to rent a room and charge to do sex parties. What's the whole point of charging if your wives and shit is there?
If you got to cover for the cost, you cover for the cost of the hotel. There
You're
are
the CEO. What,
you don't know about
the
this
CEO of what? Of Williams Car Wash and Shine Business?
They're, yeah.
Figure you know what the local bodega.
Listen, I'm not trying to suffrage, but
I know, but they be making up
y'all
stuff.
Lisa, you drunk again. These
No,
people, they're very...
You got one more time.
I don't drink. Okay, let's get that. But you still high from when you're fucking CEO.
I didn't even take my first
Don't
day.
ever accuse me of consuming.
Listen,
shit
I'm not
and say
saying nothing controversial. People all over, of all walks of life.
You are lying.
People of all walks of life do shit. It's just I'm telling you, very poorly kept secret that this happens every weekend in every hotel. If you work at a hotel, you know that this shit happens every fucking weekend. There's nobody that works in the hotel services community that doesn't know that this happens.
All right. So Dr. Articulate, so are these people being coerced, right? Are these people being blackmailed?
Well, the main reason that I don't do parties like this anymore is because sometimes they are.
Well, then it's illegal. That's illegal.
Sometimes that's my point. So all of those people should get
Okay, so I looked it up, right? So it says the difference between sex parties and prostitution. There's no direct payment for sex acts. At most sex parties, including hide-in or swinger parties, people pay an interest fee, membership dues, or event costs, but not directly for the self itself.
Ultra Queen Patty, of your Excalibur of your Highness. I had heard a little bird that flew in and Walton told me a couple days ago that they had little open doors up in that bitch in some of the rooms, trap doors. Ain't that about a bitch? Allegedly.
Where?
And cameras.
Oh,
there you go. No, in the hotels.
Oh, hotels. I don't know. See, I've never worked in a hotel, but Dr. Articulate has, so he can speak on that.
I've worked in a hotel. I've just been to a couple of orgies here and there. But
Diddy got found guilty for the prostitution, as he should have. He goes hard because everything else is a fucking sex party.
Yeah, but at the same time, he should have really also been convicted of any type of aggravated prostitution, because there were coercion. There was a lot. People were coerced into doing this. Let's just keep it real. And the fact that the jury didn't think so, even though the evidence said so, even though the eyewitness testimony said so, that's
Thank you for observing and noticing. My
I gotta be
happiness.
happy she got her money, man. She deserved the money. She
Shut
got
up.
the money. She deserved it. I'm proud of her.
A nigga that still might get 20 years just because he dodged Rico.
My bad, I didn't know y'all heard me say all that shit.
Same breath, you and him, everybody on this motherfucker make more money than the fucking Elon Musk on this motherfucker.
But is it worth
They stay $1
million fortune in his name and his
the chick won't. He done turned down all the tens.
Just pray for everybody, y'all. Pray for everybody. Y'all, hello?
Yeah, so all I'm saying is there was more to this case, and I get why the RICO was presented, and unfortunately it suffered. It basically suffered. So,
Royal, do you know this is the first RICO case that the district has lost?
Makes sense.
It's Teflon. He's about to be a legend in the red pill community. These women beaters are about to fucking have a rap show over Diddy. The prostitution elevate is true. Now it's so bad.
Y'all got sick of him.
You know what? Queen Lisa, go ahead, I'm sorry. We just wanted to welcome everybody to Politically Correct. Community continues to enable this behava. Back to you. Have a beautiful day. What's up?
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Ashton.
Hope y'all doing good. Hope y'all doing good and enjoying the summer. It's great out here right now. 83 degrees. I'll take that. It's better than 103. Go swimming. Enjoy life, everybody. It's summertime. Time to have fun. Get out and celebrate life. That's what I'm doing.
Ashton, you know it's hot as hell in Texas right now. 255 degrees. Do y'all got some type of outfits to keep the heat? You feel me? It's hot in Texas, right?
We have a multi-million-dollar pool down the street. You can go use that. There you go. So, there's no end in pools here. They're building them all the time or in resorts. Go ahead.
I don't know, I personally think, and I said this earlier, I think the RICO, it was just a hard case to prove, right? I think a lot of evidence, KK testimony certainly would have helped. I think the guns not being part of the case, that certainly helped Diddy a lot, right? He had all these guns in his different properties. They were scratched off the serial numbers. I personally thought the freak-off was a different thing, and this is what I get for listening to Jaguar Wright, because the freak-offs that she was describing were sex parties. So I never thought, I just thought this case was gonna be go differently.
Wait, what did you think the freak-offs were?
It was a different floor in the party, and that's where it was like group sex. That's what I thought a freak out. And then he was recording people without their consent and using that to blackmail people. That's how I thought that's what this case was about, right? Because we had all these videos of people. We had hundreds of videos, if not thousands.
Yeah, what happened to those?
Unless.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know why that didn't get brought up. And what I said, and I said this a couple days ago, like the worst case scenario is that he's guilty of prostitution, which arguably prostitution is legal in at least one state, right? So you're spending millions of dollars, taxpayer money.
But there's specific rules about
No, 100%. Yeah, that I understand. But I just feel like it's not something, I don't know, it's not
they overcharge because
prostitution alone isn't worth pursuing.
They overcharge because he's a creep.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a creep. He probably was, remember he was in jail, still contacting people and doing bullshit. Like, he was just arrogant as fuck, and they wanted to get him, and they overcharged, but they didn't have the
witness tampering. I thought he'd be guilty of that too. To be honest with you, I thought the extortion and the witness tampering, I thought that was to me. But I guess, you know.
He got all the charges. He beat the case because I didn't know
he got charges, but the biggest charges he was found not guilty.
Yeah, he beat a RICO charge, but he could still get 20 years. So I mean, I don't think he's out of the woods yet. But the minimum he could get is 2 years or 20.
But they're saying because he's a first offender, and I'm having problems with this. He's a first offender, that he's going to get the low end of the sentencing
guidelines are. So judges have
sentencing guidelines
that are based off of, you know, how much other stuff you've done previously. Some states, they do a pre-trial, what they call a pre-trial investigation, where they even are looking at...
I'd rather be me than you, and that's on any good or bad day. Have a good day. Sorry about that, y'all. Ain't that about a bitch?
I don't know what that was. But, yeah, so anyway...
No, that wasn't nice.
They have a score.
Your mother said, your mother said, you want to let you know that she's beautiful.
Keep it in the chat. If it's in the chat, keep it in the chat. Good gracious. Yeah, they'll have a score, and then based on that score, there's a guideline for what the judge, but the judge can do whatever they want within the law of the, but that's what the guidelines are.
Wait, so the judge does not have to follow the guidelines? They don't have to
follow the guidelines. They don't.
Now,
they can't get,
Lisa, can you type up a letter so you can send that to the judge?
I'm speaking his ass in here right now.
Their sentence can get overturned so that's why I was saying, like, this judge, I mean, if they go all the way to the max, I mean, they can say why and all that stuff, but it can get overturned if they don't follow the guidelines. But, you know, but they can make their own choice.
I just want to let y'all know that the first man on Clubhouse that I see that's standing on business is Albert. Yeah, he's holding the men accountable, and I just want to let y'all know that. Thank you.
What does that mean? How is he holding them accountable?
On how they're acting in regards to Diddy being free. He's the only one that's standing on business. Yeah, he has a room open right now, so I'm listening.
How are they acting? Are they being, mischievous or what? What are they saying?
Some of them are woman haters, and they just wanted to get off because we just hate women, and that's who they're talking about. Me personally, I don't want to see anybody get convicted of something that they did not prove. I'm sorry. Because I feel like it's a slippery slope, and next thing you know, they'll be sending me to jail for some shit that they didn't prove. I don't want that. That's just me.
But we don't want men hating women. I don't know the details of all, but I mean, a lot of dudes, they sleep with women, so why would you then
but they don't
hate the very thing you sleep with?
But they don't like them. A lot of times it's because their mom was a fucked up person. Sometimes it's just because they have a small brain and a small penis. But there's a lot of them like that.
I don't have no dude talking about he gonna hate me. I just dude tell me you hate me. You gonna be up out of my house and a plane ticket to DFW airport out of my face. I don't want to be around no dude that say, "Oh, I hate you, but I'll sleep with you." But oh, I hate you. What the crap? No woman should ever function under that.
Don't say it enough. I think I gotta say it more. Black women, leave these niggas the fuck alone.
Y'all can just listen, please.
Don't let no motherfucker shaming you into not being with nobody. If you die alone, you did it for the better.
Is that sweet?
No, this is Albert.
Set the audio.
Your life's not worth fucking with a nigga like this. His paycheck ain't enough, sis. His money ain't enough. Stop entertaining shit you can do yourself. If you want to go to SDK, you pay for it. Fuck it. Take you and your girls out to eat, man.
How he get on the women? I thought you said he was holding the men accountable.
It's deeper than money.
He's telling the women don't fucking deal with these motherfuckers.
Because I really don't understand.
I'm on the head.
How come the history of
That's
women?
why y'all be changing the
Well, the room been going on for a while. So the topic is why sympathy for Diddy. So they were speaking on the men, they were speaking on to the women now, because obviously the room is packed with women.
Let a nigga counter you on some fucking bread?
The men ain't gonna come here.
You getting pussy for money?
Pussy for money, nigga. Oh, excuse me.
Sweet Pea, can you mute up for me, Sweet Pea? Oh, that's Carla.
Damn.
No, that's not Carla.
Sorry, please, I'm at work. Sorry.
Oh, shit, you got two girls? Don't be fucking with me like that.
I got a question. This is a professional environment where we do work, but where did the sex come from? Where that at? I didn't know they had another room somewhere in the office. Really? Oh my God! I didn't look. Handle your business. Do your thing, bro. I'll see you back after your lunch. Or a sister. Allegedly, excuse me.
Oh, you paying this guy in? This guy?
I love y'all. I love y'all. Okay.
Coming from you, the things that you said, because it's coming from a place, but I really wanted to say, I want to thank you for that. I'm hoping the women heard you, because when I said I'm just a bitter old woman who's trying to stop them from getting married, it's that thing where they tell me, this person wants her to get married. She wants her ass to be lonely. That ain't what I said. And, but I just want to thank you, seriously, for your words today, because you think about it. And I couldn't even see. I refused to watch the video. I think when they first showed that video, when I saw the first hit, I turned it off, because I just didn't need that in my psyche. I couldn't get that. I couldn't look at it. And so for people, the justifications of the beatings is so profound and crazy to me. But you just said some powerful words. So I just wanted to personally say thank you.
I appreciate it. I do. I don't minimize the edification. But to be honest, Mr. O'Gray, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I don't need to be thanked for this shit. This is a humanistic thing to do. All of us should hold charge to be treating ourselves as human beings first before anything. That's why I despise all this gender shit, man. That's below my pay grade. I'm a child of God. I'm too fucking intelligent to get caught up in shit like that. I gave birth to 3 young gods. I don't do chicken business. I fly with eagles, yo. I don't argue about no fucking gender. I'm not worried about a chick leading in tandem with me. A woman that's going to reflect me, she's going to be a leader. I don't want no broke panhandling woman. Because that's a reflection of the man that I am. I'm too intimidated to share my leadership with my mate.
Let me pick Dr. Goddess over here.
What? If I make $1 million, she got half of it. Matter of fact, she got more of it than me, because I may fuck it up. What the fuck we talking about? It's all this submissive ass bisexual shit. Weirdo shit. I want to hang with niggas all day. Who don't want a beautiful woman that respects you? Don't you know? You're going to be elevated off the top. Off the top. A woman in
He sound like he listening to Fat Joe, a big pun in the back.
Nigga,
I'm gonna.
I already live camp.
Where do y'all find these people?
We create our own spaces, girl. We do our own shit, blah, blah, whatever the shit y'all do. Do you know what would happen? Do you know what would happen happened to social media if women disengage from this gender war shit? Do you think them niggas would sustain anything without y'all to bounce off of?
No. Nope.
And talk crazy shit too? Kevin Samuels was an old nigga with a red bull until he humiliated a black woman on screen. That nigga he was in the Toyota with them thick ass Harry Potter glasses. Then he brought a woman's presence in the place, and then the nigga blew up. So what happened? Broke niggas emulated that nigga.
What did you say?
Harry Potter glasses.
Man, taking a nigga with a red bull trying to get his old nigga up.
He said it again. He took Viagra.
He said a Harry Potter wig.
What's up, Yana?
It's just so funny that you say that. I was speaking to my little brother, Lil Mike.
You would think the way Albert is speaking that he had 3 daughters and not 3 sons, right?
There's this woman that he really admires, that he really likes. He thinks she's beautiful. And,
anyway.
You know.
You know, my thing is, Mel, you know, we can talk all day. And being a only girl with, you know, my 5 brothers, let me tell you something. And having 2 boys, these lessons need to be taught by men. And I appreciate any man who stands up and points out, you know, the wrong and the harm and the injustice and the disrespect and the battery, all the things that were cast upon these women. It just is refreshing, because I'm sick and tired of hearing us all day, all night, trying to defend or trying to make it clear what happened was not correct. And you don't have to be a fucking brain scientist or anything else to know that what was happening under this man's roof. It's under his house, yes, of course it is. But you can do shit under your roof and get arrested for it. You can do things to your wife, to your kids, to your daughters, or whatever, and get arrested for. And I'm hoping that what my daughter gets out of this is that any man who's going to touch you or do anything to you that you feel like is out of your scope of morality, comfort, or whatever words you guys want to put in there, that she speaks up immediately and not just, you know, let this go on and on for whatever the reason, because there's a lot of mental health also involved in this. It's just not no woman being greedy for money, because you would do anything for money. You would have somebody pee in your fucking mouth for money, and you say, yeah, that's on you. That's on you. But once, you know, I'm just hoping that, you know, more men speak on this. Is that's what's going to make a move the needle here, is men speaking on it, instead of us women always having to be up here rah-rahing and caping and shit. We get called all kind of names for trying to have self-respect and decency. So I don't know.
Queen Lisa, I'd like to interject to say, you know, this woman, this queen, melanated sister, she got on her YouTube and said she was just so excited, like she's smiling and just, you know, excited. She said, I'm here in Dubai and I got shitted on and I got paid $100,000. I'm like, she's smiling and shit. I'm like, okay. But, you know, we can't knock nobody for what they do, you feel me? But if that's her prerogative, that's her prerogative for her. I said we can knock you for that one, though. Well, ain't that about a bit?
Have a bowel movement on you. You know, and we as a society flush it down the toilet, and then we wipe ourselves, and then we wash our hands with antimicrobial, and then we spray stuff in the bathroom because we don't want other people to know. So now we get to the point now that we're coming on social media and we're bragging about having human fecal waste. Whatever. You guys got it. It's an individual preference. I get it.
And furthermore, Queen Lisa, if we were to go into the actual scientific and environmental agricultural standpoint of shit, doesn't shit grow the food that we eat? The food that we eat come from shit?
Plant ultra.
Stop
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. The only thing that didn't come from shit was the concrete road. We don't know how that concrete broke to the fucking concrete road.
But they don't use human. Come on, bro. Come on, man. They don't use human biological waste to process our food. They use cow manure and other things like that. Go pick it up.
What other species Ashton shit on each other?
The cows don't do that.
On somebody as a sign of affection and a sexual attraction. Just help me out.
That is, I don't know if
making excuses for everything, for the fucking devil.
Ashton.
No, I'm telling you the truth. Cows don't. I mean, you use cow manure. We don't use human. I don't understand where that came from, but brother, that is horribly embarrassing. If someone is proud on YouTube to have that happen to them. I mean, I'm in my 40s. I think that is unbecoming. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. That's just horrible.
Ashton, furthermore, to explain, I think he's in Japan or China. They were able to. They were able to convert shit into meat products and shit. Did that make shit? Isn't that shitty meat? So, never mind. But that isn't, I think it's in China or Japan. One of those countries are
And how reliable? What, brother? Can you put it into... No one is going to go for that here in the United States.
Eating crow, but not eating shit. Like, didn't it help?
Absolutely. No, that's crazy. Crazy. I didn't know that Diddy, the trial it was going on today. I've been real busy and stuff, and man, so what charges did he, I guess, avoid or things like that? I also asked for bail.
Murdering Tupac. He's avoided it so far.
Huh? Murdering. Bro.
I'm just I can't wait till next year when that trial happens. We're gonna really talk about this Tupac murder. This dude is behind the Tupac murder.
Literally Tupac in Cuba. And I believe it was Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He pushed a bill. I gotta check it out. I gotta find a link. Everybody wants the links. That if a celebrity has faked their death, they will be able to come back into society without having repercussions or being harassed. It's like a bill for them to protect them. So like if Marilyn Monroe came back, Tupac came back, Left Eye came back, and you're like, wait, that's Left Eye, didn't you? You know what I'm saying? So they have a protective clause bill that he pushed.
Dr. God is you back. You tired of running the streets?
Shaba.
Dr. God is.
I don't know what's going on, y'all, but this is sickening. I don't know how much more I can take.
So I have two sons and I have a daughter. So I've talked to them separately and collectively about this because I look at it from the son's point and domestic violence and cool. I don't even let them hit their sister back. That's just not my thing because I want to teach that to them early. But then on the other side, I told my daughter to look at the Cassie situation, the comments she's made, and the way you can get caught up. And I told her, I said, none of that is worth it. Have your own, do your own. You ain't got to rely on nobody else.
Oh, did you guys cover that they're cutting food stamps? That should be That should be the topic.
That was in the bill, right? That was
that should be every room on Clubhouse, because you know how many people. Never mind.
There are millionaires on the Clubhouse. It's not going to affect them.
I looked at that on the screen a few minutes ago, and I was like, "There's no room, so they're cutting food stamps."
No, they too busy up Diddy's ass.
They really gonna be paying for their food, huh? Okay.
That's crazy.
The medication.
You know what their expectation is when they cut these food stamps, right? So the state is going to cover what the federal government doesn't cover. So you know what that means. The state taxes are going to go up. Or
so basically, federal's going to put half and state's going to put half?
No, so if the state, whatever the state cuts, whatever the federal government cuts when it comes to SNAP benefits, they're expecting the state to cover it.
To put the difference.
Yeah. So if your state doesn't put the difference, you'll just be hungry and you'll get robbed. And my recommendation to all you that are on food stamps and you're hungry, rob a MAGA. Look for the stickers they have on their car. Look for their front yard.
Yo, we going to Matt's house first. You know what? If you get food stamps, hit me in my back channel. We're gonna I'm gonna take you to Matt's house since he already gave me his information. Then I'm gonna take you to Trent's house since Trent gave me his information.
What you say?
Rob them, y'all.
The address. We going over there because they got money.
We ain't do it to you.
And you know what? If we get there and they just got a few animals outside like cows, I'm still in those bitches. Fuck that. That's food right there.
Yeah, I'd pay $1,000 to my little dog.
I don't want your dog. I want a cow.
Rob Matt, not us. We didn't vote for this shit.
Where are we going?
We're saying when they cut the SNAP benefits, and if you're hungry, because what's going to happen is the state's going to have, they're giving it back to the state, right? So pretty much, whatever the state doesn't cover, state says they don't want to raise taxes or they don't want to take away from other areas so that they can give you these benefits that you need, then you need, when you get hungry and you want to rob somebody, don't come to us. We didn't vote for this shit.
You're right. There's something called fight. Go ahead. Fight or flight, right? Fight or flight. What is the fight or flight, everybody? Go ahead. What up, Queen? Fight or flight is your animalistic that
and if you in Delaware, we going to CEO's house.
Did you guys
I was crawling on all four legs in Delaware.
Mel, you and Patty, do you guys know?
We got Action, we got Trent and Matt. But we said we're going to the MAGA. Action is not a MAGA. So we hitting off the MAGAs.
But do you guys know there are 42.1 million Americans on food stamps?
Yeah.
42.1. That is crazy.
No, 42 million of y'all need to show up at MAGA.
That's not bad.
Oh, my bad.
42 million has 300 million people here. 330.
Yeah.
You hear the good news?
I've been in Clubhouse too long. I thought everybody was a millionaire. That's what I thought. Shit, that's
Did you hear about the Black Card EBT program coming out?
No.
You can swipe your EBT card with ease without being judged. If those are the type of people that are like, oh my God, they see me with the EBT card.
Did you guys see that?
That federal judge rules that President Trump must reopen border access?
Did you change the name back?
Is that old?
No, I didn't say that.
No, that's new. That's new, Mel.
Oh, okay.
The Great Wall of America.
I ain't signed that.
I will put the link up on top. Hold on.
And also introducing EBT for pets.
I just got it, but I know sometimes I get late notifications, so that's the link up on top. Somebody gotta keep that.
Anybody coming to my show tonight, please make sure that you have your event invite tickets, Evite tickets on your phone. I'm doing a show tonight to premiere some songs from my holiday album and my 90s Money album tonight. So wish your brother to break a leg, because I broke a leg before, and I showed him what that happened again, but it figurative, you know what I'm saying? Metaphorically speaking, show me some love, and I'll let y'all know how I go. What's like, love y'all.
Oh my God.
You don't understand, bro.
Hey, Deborah.
These conversations we can.
Hey, guys. You back? I'm trying to say I had to leave earlier when Man Titty was here.
Oh, okay.
He was talking too loud.
Oh my God.
So the congressman, the congressman that from Mississippi, the black guy, I can't call his name.
Benny Thompson.
Yes. So if this bill passes, there's 4 hospitals in his district that will close. People who need care would have to. The closest hospital is about 100 miles away.
So the Senate put in a $50 billion support fund for rural hospitals. So they did get that in to help hedge against that sort of.
That's the consolation prize, huh?
How much money, Debbie?
I don't have a money figure, but there's going to be 4 hospitals to close.
No, he said that they put in some money.
There's a $50 billion fund. The Senate created a $50 billion fund to support rural hospitals.
But why would you do that instead of just not cutting? That's weird. Okay.
Right.
Because it doesn't bridge the whole thing, because the shortfall is going to be about 119 billion, right? So they hedged about, I guess that's about 45% of that number.
Well, rural counties are the ones that voted for this shit, so they get what they voted.
Well, they didn't vote for this, though, specifically, though, Patty.
Yeah, but they voted for this president, so you get what you voted for.
Right. Half the time it's an ugly nigga with orange hair. What y'all ugly ass niggas up to?
What your ugly ass doing? Big head nigga.
Just trying to relax.
Oh, big head ass. What's going on?
Right. I know you. Don't do that.
you came with the fire. I'm just me. I mean, where you are. What's going on with you?
Listen, I like you too.
You good?
Yeah, I'm super good.
You got your tongue? You tied tongue.
Wait. I was drunk earlier.
Oh, you was drunk earlier, so you know something.
I sobered up.
You clean out? Okay. Cool things.
You know what I'm saying?
All right.
I just got sobered up.
Okay, I'm sure. Well, how long has it been? Oh, 3 hours?
Just 3.
3 minutes?
You know what? I might drink again. Fuck y'all.
I know that's right. Go ahead, get yourself. Oh Lord, why you?
Y'all better stop leaving the back door open already. You let this crazy guy in here.
Right as hell.
Why you let this crazy guy in here?
I didn't touch the keys,
with the door, please.
I didn't touch the keys. I didn't touch it.
Why y'all mad at me though?
Wait a minute, I don't know why you're mad at me.
Alex, we worried about your drunk ass for the last 5 years. You've been drinking every day, 7 days a week, Mr. Houston, Texas.
Yeah, and 7 days a week.
It'd be morning time and you already slurring.
I mean, so what?
So what is your liver?
Your liver, bro. Your liver.
T.O.T. Tell him to draw some labs on you, please.
Whatever. Drink. You need to drink some water.
I got water right here. I'm drinking.
I not only drink it, I insert it. This water been inserted to all my holes. Wait
a minute, you put water in your hose?
That's how you know you nasty.
And nobody said that I wasn't. So what else is new, Alex?
You asking for the smoke? This is Bruce. This Bruce.
Johnny's. This is
son.
Bruce. Okay, we could say Bruce's son. Yeah, I would say Bruce's son.
Who the fuck is Bruce?
Drunk Bruce. You don't know Drunk Bruce from that?
Hell no.
That's your daddy. That's your daddy.
Nah.
You drink liquor. He drinks beer.
That's why his breath stink.
How you know? Why you gonna talk about your father like that?
That ain't my daddy.
Alex, I hope you still not out here getting pulled over.
Nah, I don't even have a car.
I know, because you got like 50 million DUIs. Why would you have a car?
I don't have a D. I don't have. Listen.
Alex, I know you don't see my face right now, but tread lightly. Tread lightly. You got a few DUIs. Don't make me pull you up right now. You know I did that shit before. You better cut it out.
Listen.
Don't listen to Mel when she says she don't remember nothing. Because Mel don't remember. You understand?
Yo, oh my God, I seen a guy today, First Lady. He was in the goo. But my eyes were dilated and I couldn't read his name.
Right.
I'm like, I know that dude. He put sliced cheese on his pasta and he came up and he was like, yo, I still be doing that.
So what is that called?
What? All right, let's get back to you. Are you clear? Do you still have multiple DUIs, Alex?
No, let's ask him about Diddy. Ask him about Diddy.
Okay.
I'm not gay either. Let's be clear about one thing.
I didn't say you was gay. What gay? Why? Diddy's not gay.
What Diddy got to do with this?
He said ask you about Diddy because, today, the verdict came through, not guilty.
I thought he was guilty.
He was guilty of everything, you think?
I think so.
Oh, okay. I like that.
Yeah, that nigga.
Well, he your friend now, huh?
You get a lollipop today. You get one lollipop just because you said that. You the first man to say it.
I ain't never fucked with that nigga.
That alcohol is doing you right.
Whatever. Whatever. That's why your moose knuckles stink.
Oh my. I like to see my old clubhouse people sometimes. Don't come in here often.
Likewise. And you cute too.
You can't see me. I'm in black. You looking at Patty up there.
Don't look at me. Close your eyes.
Now close your eyes.
I'll tell you, he's looking at the women on top of me.
Nah, I'm not even looking at none of y'all.
Uh-huh.
Right.
He can't see right now.
I ain't look, listen, I look away from y'all.
What's that mean? Why you say that?
Good, y'all ugly.
You've been having the same PTR for 5 years. You never changed that shit.
And I still look better.
Yo, he's been rocking out the same PTR for the whole 5 years.
Right. Look, I still look better than all y'all niggas.
You don't even look like that no more. I bet you that alcohol got your face say.
Look. You wanna FaceTime me?
And
I still look like this.
Uh-huh.
I still look good. Don't play with me.
You think you look good, see? Because if you don't see the beauty in us, then I know you can't see the beauty in yourself.
I don't see the beauty in you.
That's my point. There's something wrong with you.
Yo, when y'all tired of Drunko, y'all know what to say.
I'm lying. You beautiful.
Thank you, dear.
A little bit.
We all know you drunk.
A little bit.
He be drinking Henny and he be drinking Remy.
A little bit.
You mix it. Oh,
Got to stay away from alcohol, guys.
You don't have
Oh my God.
And
What happens?
Him sober.
I bet you can't spell prostitute.
What kind of act he's doing? He's for real?
Let me ask a question. Hypothetical.
Hold on.
What if he get acquitted? One is, because it's a possibility, right? I never thought it'd be like this either. I thought the RICO was gonna stick, to be honest.
Nah, that RICO got dismissed.
Right? Because it seemed like
he thought it was gonna stick.
So we really don't have control of what the answer gonna be.
I mean, honestly, he already got the worst case scenario was the RICO. So now he on easy street.
He's talking to you next.
So the semantics. We had no control over this case to this point. No matter how we felt personally.
Yeah,
about
he paid his lawyer.
Anything else. What if he's free? Monday. What's next?
How's he gonna be?
Because what about the
No, he's talking to them because the way the men are toiling.
You just
like, what is that?
You just take the I don't have anything to do with that man. He get out, he live his life, whatever else the case may be, he will forever be despicable in my sight. The legal court, judges, is one thing, the court of public opinion is completely different. I don't stand by anything that man did or how deviant he was about going about it. That is the type of man that he is. You simply take note of those people and move around them. Don't pay him no ear, no attention. Period. And anybody that agrees with anything that man does is because they see themselves in him. Period.
Is that Jasmine?
And if they were in the same city,
No,
they'd
Yana.
love to get on. Those are the people who are celebrating. People who are just like him. His group. Period.
This room is saying why is there any sympathy for Diddy?
For Diddy, we need to stop destroying. Oh man, we need to stop destroying us.
We got a troll.
Uncle Caleb. I ain't heard from you, man.
Oh, he's another one that drinks. Uncle Caleb.
And Miranda, I want to hear from you too.
They were on my iPhone list.
Miranda, you there?
Oh man, what are we gonna do?
Let me get in there.
It's only Wednesday. Damn, I thought today was Friday.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, so when is Smokey Robinson's case popping off and
I don't know. Have we heard anything about that?
That's what I'm. Look,
I think they're gonna pay all that shit off. I don't think anybody's gonna. That one been silent too.
Come on, you know we need some more. We need another hit.
All I've been seeing is Diddy. Every time I scroll, I don't see nobody else.
We need another hit.
And I know those people are happy that Diddy was going through what he was going through.
Thrilled.
Yes, because they don't like to be in the front.
Fucking thrilled that this was going on with him. So, all quiet. But now it's their turn. They're up because there's nothing else going. Next. It's like,
On the women in my family, I gotta be willing to go to jail or die for that. There is no gray area. There's no negotiation. There's no let me hear you out. When I come looking for you, I already know. Well, I'm just gonna do that time, but you're not putting your hands on my family, yo. I'm gonna beat her, kicked her in her face, and dragged her down the hallway, bro. Before we even get into the white man's court. Before we get into that, how do you feel about that?
I feel like, all right, man, I don't feel like it's right to hit a woman, man, to be wicked ass on a woman, but I gotta say this too, man, we really don't know what she did to him. You know what I mean?
Oh my God, that's it. I cannot. My head.
So this is the whole
Mind you, the whole 2 minutes that we watched, you didn't even put a pinky on him.
I don't care.
Hold on for a second, breathe. Hold on,
Nah, this is the room that's going on right now. And the topic is why sympathy for Diddy, and top left is a man.
Something happened.
And he's wondering, like, what's wrong with these men that they are
He was
feeling sympathy for Diddy.
right? And it wasn't from a man, it was from a woman. And she had man. Huh?
But this is how I observe men and how they think. Not that I need to, because I got a husband.
One of my ladies.
But I have 3 daughters.
Like I said, touch my
And if a man speaks like this, that's how they raising their son. I don't give a fuck what nobody says.
For a second, breeze.
Those are men.
See, but what's gonna happen is
They're males, yes.
so you're gonna have men that are
But
coming.
those males are raising daughters.
I don't.
And they're raising sons, and these sons,
Everybody not gonna agree with what
you never know, right? They could be around your kids. You never know.
Because listening, you learn a lot. Not listening to what somebody say.
Because every state has men that speak like this, right? So whatever state you're in, your daughter can run up by their sons.
Okay, yeah,
or vice versa.
But all I'm saying, we really don't know what really happened and led to that. So like you just said, if somebody put their hand...
And let me tell you something. We lucky that we got that video. Because if there was not that video, these men would have been on this app talking about Diddy has never put his hand on a woman before. If that video didn't come out.
So let me ask you a question here. Let me ask you a hypothetical question here. What
He would never put his hand on a woman. He had 3 daughters. How dare you say that about that black man?
Run off with some money, do something in my face, try to,
What is the something? You described the something in detail.
What do you mean?
You said she did something in his face, like what? You mean exactly?
I don't know, let's do something extreme. She threw some glass at my face or threw some she put my life in danger where I had to, I react. It was a reaction. You know what I'm saying? He probably went a little bit overboard, but we don't know the ins and outs of this shit. Like I said, because we wasn't there, we just seen what he was doing, but we don't know what provoked that and caused that. That's all
Okay, so what you're saying is more to that story right there.
Absolutely.
So why do you think the hotel was willing to pay Cassie $10 million for something that had more to do to it? Why didn't he just risk it like Diddy did and go to court?
Why the hotel was willing to pay Cassie all that money?
Yeah.
Because it's all about leverage, like I said, once you're in the entertainment industry.
But the hotel is in it. What you mean?
I know, but whoever's in the industry can pull strings. They puppet master. They probably, had connections at the hotel, city officials. You don't know how deep their war chest is. They probably made a call and made his life a little bit miserable after that. So.
Okay. So now, because you said that, now see, did you come off the mic?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm just asking a question. Did in fact it come out that he tried to pay for the actual tape not to be released?
He did.
Yeah.
So this is what? Tape not be released.
What?
Don't have faith to a certain extent in our men.
First lady, what you say?
No.
I didn't understand.
No, Breeze, I don't want to do that.
They got another drunk on.
I don't want to talk about not having faith in me.
No, that guy came out and said, didn't they? He paid them to not have the video released.
I'm tired of getting talked. I don't want to talk to any women that's gonna come in here and tell me how they don't like men. I really don't. Like, respectfully, I don't. Because that's not me. That motherfucker don't represent me. He's nothing like me. There's plenty of me out here. And we respect our women. From my mother's own down. I don't give a fuck about no trifling nigga. Because, respectfully, in the same breath, I see a lot of you women on the stages with the same nigga. Playing with that nigga.
Roaches in here right now.
So your actions got to be a lot more powerful than your statements at this point. You got to preach what you practice.
Amen.
Well, if that was the case, I would not see these weirdo motherfuckers with a room packed full of women trying to cackle and argue with a bitch.
We can't have any food, any.
So evidently, clout matter. You're not coming on my stage to try to fit when you feel like fitting. Nah. If you're not fucking with them niggas, don't fuck with them. That's on you. But I don't want no more niggas representing me or motherfucker like Curtis or motherfucker like him. No niggas that's actually out here doing real shit for women, respecting women. I'm not them niggas. But I don't do therapy for free. You pay me by the hour, goddammit. You're not coming on my stage for therapy sessions about no bitches. Nah. You don't fuck about no niggas and no men and shit. You want to be a feminist, do that shit on your time. You don't like niggas, you don't like niggas. How the fuck do that get lost in the fact that we got a group of men that's reacting to this shit like it's cool and talking about, well, what about, and what if, and how because, and what did well, we need to think about it, and whoop-de-wham. We see, hold on, let's put our thinking caps on. Let's think about it. You're not thinking about it when you're fucking, nigga. Now everybody want to be Malcolm X. Sojourner Truth. They want to, put them suits on that Curtis be wearing and shit with them tight ass civil rights ties and shit.
There you go. Curtis, collateral damage.
You know I had to throw a shot. I love Curtis. That's my bro. I'm gonna get you. You got me the last time. You got me pretty good.
Yeah, but it's like also the same thing, you're saying about people with their out here and they're like, oh, I got all these degrees and I'm this and I'm that, but then their degrees don't show out in their behavior.
But this is my whole lament. I've been lamenting here, dog. If I go, I'm to the bottom dollar, I bet a motherfucker $50 right now. It's petty money. $50. I can come on this motherfucker.
Who changed the topic? I'm gonna
How many women that's in there right now?
How crazy.
Gonna be supporting these whole ass niggas. The same niggas that say Cassie deserve it, off with her head. She should get 25.5 years. Fuck that bitch and all that shit. But goddamn it, the white man has bamboozled Diddy. And oh my God, the white man. And it's a conspiracy against all drug dealing white black men. All this other shit.
I ain't pushing.
You gonna be right here, boy. You so witty. Oh, you gonna be doing that shit.
One time.
Mm-hmm.
Come on now, let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it 1,000. Let's keep it real. Let's keep it motherfucking 1,000. Come on now, man. Most of the time when niggas act ignorant on stages in this motherfucker, it's cause the crowd like seeing that shit. If a motherfucking name in the title, guess who coming, Curtis? The motherfucking crowd. Yeah, I wanna see the motherfucker embarrassed. Yeah, they get ready to dox a nigga. I can't wait to see that. Yeah. And then the chat and shit, amping the nigga up. But let's come on, man. Let's cut the crap. You know what I'm saying? Yep. Like at some point, man, we gotta have a balanced fucking conversation like grown people, man. You know what I'm saying? I know niggas ain't shit. I'm a nigga. I grew up around niggas. I just chose not to be the nigga that wasn't shit. Everybody got a choice, you know what I'm saying? So if we gonna talk about the niggas, then bring the chicks on up in here who keep fucking them. Bring them motherfuckers up in here. Why they looking over the real women, the women that stand on business as women, and why they fucking on the scallywag hoes?
What's up, Albert?
Because I don't hear no women.
I don't know if Catalyst just came on stage.
I don't see no women going and having room saying, I'm not you, bitch. I'm not these hoes. I don't hear no women saying that shit. Motherfuckers get real quiet and extra muted. The mute button's stuck. It's up and it's stuck. But when it's, if any nigga, if any motherfucker say any...
What happened, First Lady?
I said extra muted as well.
See? Yeah. Them niggas ain't shit. Tell them, Dr. Albert. Dude, Dr. Albert, you so intelligent. But it's gotta be for every nigga that's ridiculous. Just a nigga that's a bitch sucking his dick.
Jesus.
Was it the
Now let's not be stupid now.
with the men's thing?
Yeah.
The tree don't eat all the apples. Don't pick some of the apples now from the tree. Let's be
You ladies gotta do what I do. We gotta listen to these people on burners, okay? Fuck Anonymous. The burner's fine enough.
This is how we live, yo. Put a nigga like this on a pedestal.
Because these men are not only on this app, they out there in that world.
Minimizing. Black men will sell their soul for some fucking money, status, and power. That's what it's about.
You see how these
money, status, and power, which makes him a weak bitch. You're an agent provocateur. You can't be a black man in my words. I don't trust you, nigga. Because that means that white motherfucker can throw that money up in the air and you'll sell me and everybody else out. That means you wear the wires, nigga. Facts. This is the bottom line. And I'm gonna call any woman on it.
See, ladies and gentlemen.
That shit. All that leader, provider, protector, you tell that shit to a motherfucker that needs you. Men don't need women. We complement the women and we work together. I have no problem with a woman sharing leadership with me. I don't fuck with that white patriarchy shit. I don't fuck with it. I don't have to. Because regardless of racism, I found a way to walk my own walk in this motherfucker. Racism exists, but that ain't stopping me from going to get my motherfucking food. Take care of my family. I ain't got no reason to respect the black woman because she's the extension of the family. I'm not ashamed to represent the continent of Africa. My family came here through slavery. I'm not playing that ADOS FBA bullshit. None of that shit. That's some made up shit. I'm not ashamed of who the fuck I am. Fucking ex-pimp coming up with FBA. Ex-pimp. We still can't get past the paradigm. Now pimps coming up with ideologies for black folks to follow. Go fuck it. You can't make this shit up. Another ignorant nigga. You see how, I want y'all to see how many ignorant niggas show up. And they all men.
What?
This one is white. This was not a guy.
I'm right on cue. Hey, Dr. Albert, you said something earlier. A little bit earlier, and I think it's the biggest part about all of this. Like somebody said in chat earlier, like fuck Dr. Fuck Diddy, as Dr. B has said it, but fuck Diddy, we don't give a fuck about the case, this and the third. Like, nigga, Diddy didn't stay out, is what it is. We don't have no, that's not paying our bills. But shout out to Dr. B because he said that. However, the point that you made, Dr. Albert, was, and it's what I keep telling women.
He kicked out to
the people who are going to use this case to laugh in the faces of black women. Pay attention to the men who are going to throw this in your face and say, haha, this is why we don't believe y'all. This is why. You got it. The content is always in the comments. Like when I'm looking at shit on Instagram, we don't know if it's real AI or a skit most times. But look in the comments and pay attention to those people who look like you, who live in your area, who some you might know, some you don't know. Some people you think you follow because they cool, and then you see them in there, you know, talking a certain kind of way. And that could be any piece of content. For this one in particular, pay attention to the men who are going to try to weaponize this and beat black women down. Some of these niggas are only happy because and Cassidy ain't even black, but because a woman lost. They don't give a fuck if Diddy was black or not. Some, not all. Some of these niggas are only happy because a woman lost in court, allegedly. Right? Like you said, we saw that video. I was listening to old boy explain the shit. There's no, in most states, there's no justification for chasing somebody down a hallway, down to the elevator. I don't know if y'all remember the video. She was standing there by herself at first. Right? Like there's no justification. It don't matter what the fuck happened in the room earlier. She tried to take that nigga life or whatever. That you know, like I get that type of shit. We don't always want to go to the extremes. But you chased her down. Pay attention. This is where the content is in these responses. These room titles, these shares. That's blackness or blowing.
That's a fact. That's a fact. You're right on target, Kai. It's all in the response.
He went to the car.
That speaks to the core That speaks to what you are inspired to do at any given moment. That's the core right there. And so when we get into these constructs called genderism, what the fuck that got to do with black ontology? Some fucking genderism. When we deal in soul, spirit, ethnicity, we don't deal in no motherfucking skin color. When did black folks deal with skin color? When that shit was imposed on us as a disenfranchisement. So we've internalized what our oppressive behavior.
Y'all gonna talk to me now, so I can stop playing this?
That's how black you are.
Or y'all gonna go to sleep?
Yeah, no, we're there, so.
That's how white supremacy works.
Don't count on me.
Oh, does he?
The Z ends with a Y, and so does Sleepy. So. Sleepy.
Gotcha. I mean, everyone has different opinions. We're definitely, not 100% consensus in here, but yeah, I think we will see what the judge says, right?
Well, that's what I was about to say. So, what's the conversation around possibly what he can get for this? I heard y'all saying something about 10 years or something.
Minimum 2, maximum 20.
That's not what they said earlier, though, Sid. I thought Judge Mathis said 21 to 27 months for first offenders.
Judge Mathis?
Yeah.
He said
But he's not the determining judge.
But he said that's typically what first offenders get. So
yeah,
I'm
just giving the minimum and the maximum.
You do realize if you add those months up, you're right about 2 years.
Yeah, 2 years min.
That's why she said 2 years minimum.
Yeah, but it's just that when you end up saying 2 to 20 years, like, it makes it sound like the 20 is really, like, possible, but in a scenario where it's a first-time offender, it seems like that's highly unlikely. That's all.
Wait, hold on. Wait, possible and likely are two different things we're talking about. It is possible. It might not be likely, but it's possible.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it seems low on the possibility scale.
Sometimes after work, I feel like y'all playing with me.
Right.
Once again, I said,
am I the only one?
Yeah, the minimum and the maximum, and the judge can choose to say in between. He can go, he can do whatever he wants. He's not gonna do 21 years. No, it could be under 20, over 2. Yeah, we all know
Mathis is not. I don't know about Judge Mathis on the credibility. Like, really?
Yeah, I don't trust Judge Mathis since Kamala, but I was just
Mathis, Judge Mathis, etc.
Yeah, it's not that I'm saying he's credible, but his data point, which was first-time offenders typically get 21 to 27 months, that is an important detail. On precedent.
He is credible. Why did he say that? I ain't following Judge Mathis. That's like getting your information from A.
It's fine.
That is not the same, but I'll mute her.
We'll see. 21 to 27 months is 2 years. Period. And we'll see what the judge decides. Now, would it be 2 years for each person? So, possibly 4 years?
Yeah.
It could be, or it might not be. It can be consecutive or concurrent. Yeah. So that's why I'm saying the minimum is like around.
And this is the thing, when Judge Mathis is speaking, he's speaking based on what he was found guilty, right? But we know that the judge can do whatever he chooses to do. Example, let me give you a little example. The white kid that stabbed up the Mexican kid, right? They gave him the lowest charge, which was criminal negligence, homicide negligence, or negligence homicide, right? And for that, it was 6 months to 2 years. Guess what the judge did? The judge said, your sentence is 10 years. So that gives you an example right there as the judge is doing what he chooses to do. And this judge can do the same. He can look at everything he has heard within the last 8 weeks and say, you know what? I don't think the jury did their job, right? And I don't think 2 years is enough for you. So I'm going to give you this. And it can be that. So we won't know.
Judges, and they have parameters, right? Like they have things that they can use to qualify a sentence. So especially like with federal sentencing guidelines, like he can qualify his sentence in a number of ways. But he just has to be within the maximum, the mandatory, if there's a mandatory minimum, he has to be within that, and whatever the maximum is, he has to be within that. That's all.
It's the number one biggest moral question of the century. The park? Okay. Sorry.
Anybody want to come on up? General, I sent you guys invite.
You all were talking earlier about the Irish supporting Palestinians. You know, Sinead O'Connor openly became Muslim, and then soon after, she didn't live very much longer after that.
Jannah, do you think a lot of people have dual passports?
But she's Muslim for a long time.
Do you see a lot of people have dual passports in Israel?
Yeah.
So they certainly do. A lot of them do.
But the percentage is so small.
How small? Are we talking like a really tiny small, or?
I would say maybe about less than 25%.
Probably. But most of the people who made the so-called Aliyah probably over the last 20, 30 years do have a dual passport. If they come from America and Europe, so they do have another citizenship. So 25% is no small percentage, it's a high percentage. Imagine 25% of the population leave, that's a lot of people.
But, so 8 million, 25% would be 2 million. So you still have about 5 to 6 million that are born and raised inside Israel. So would they be able to coexist with the Palestinians if it was to go one state?
Yeah, they'll do just fine if they just, behave themselves.
So, I heard that this morning there's a lot of movement at the airport in Bengal. The U.S. cargo ships and whatnot, cargo jets. Did you hear anything about that, Jim?
I don't know, but I know the American government has been facilitating people leaving the area. If you're an American and you want to leave, things are much easier for you to leave now than a week ago or 10 days ago, because the airport is open and the exit points, the land exit points are not as easy to use as an airport. So if the airlines are functioning and they're back in business, I guess a lot of people will be leaving. A lot of Americans are leaving. And there was an advisory from the American embassy on the procedure to leave. the area.
I don't know. I think there's. I'd have to check the percentage of the dual citizens. How many are there? Because if they're leaving, then how many would leave? Because they are leaving to Cyprus, and people in Cyprus are worried about it now, that they're going to take over our state, our land.
You know what's funny? I mean, I was literally just reading it right now. So since October 7th until today, like over 15,000 people from Israel moved to Cyprus, and they're purchasing lands, properties. They even have, I think, a church and a graveyard. And now, if I'm not wrong, I think the government is putting out a law to stop anyone who's a foreigner or anyone who's not from there from purchasing properties.
Yeah, and I'm scared what if they do ethnic cleansing over there, just like what they did to the Palestinians. And Cyprus is backed by Pakistan, so I wonder what will happen now. Because it's dangerous, it's dangerous to keep these people around, man. These people are just,
Well, Cyprus is in the neighborhood, and it's a very beautiful place. It has the same weather as, almost the same weather as Palestine. And purchasing property in Cyprus is not that complicated. So, and the prices of the real estate market is pretty decent. I mean, the price is decent. It's not horrible. Yeah, it's in the neighborhood. It's very, it's very close by. It's very easy to get to. You can actually sail to Cyprus and fly to Cyprus in, fly in about half an hour, 45 minutes. So it's in the neighborhood, and it's a beautiful place, beautiful weather, nice beaches. So yeah, it could be a good place for them to, I'm sure a lot of them invested or moved to Cyprus. And it makes, it's a good investment. It's a good investment to invest in real estate in Cyprus. I don't know how worried the Cyprus government is about the presence of Israelis, but also Cyprus is there's a lot of Russian money in Cyprus. A lot of Russian people invest in Cyprus. It's an open market for real estate investment.
One of the leaders in Cyprus is worried about it.
Bro, they already have a graveyard. Like, can you believe it? They already have their own graveyard on that island.
Yeah, there's an Israeli population in Cyprus. They've been around for a while. It's not new. They've been going there for a while.
هلا من بعد أحداث أكتوبر 7.
So you said there's water in the middle until you get to the island, right? So I think they'll build a bridge. Can you drive to Cyprus, Jindal?
No, I think you can either go by plane or by boat.
No, you can't drive. Cyprus is an island. You can't drive to Cyprus. You can sail or fly into Cyprus.
Yeah, so let's say if they take over Cyprus, right, they'll probably build a bridge directly from Israel all the way to Cyprus.
It's a bit far, but remember, Cyprus is divided in two places. There's the Greek part and there is the Turkish part. And I'm pretty sure most of them go to the southern part, which is the Turkish, the Greek part. I don't know what, I don't know, I think you can, I don't know, because it's still disputed or occupied territory for the parts of the Turks, but I'm not really sure what the deal with buying real estate in the northern part of the island. It's part of Turkey. It's pretty easy to buy property in Turkey too, and it's much cheaper than, it's one of the cheapest places in Europe to buy real estate.
Everyone is drinking.
Oh, Normal, you get triggered, man, so easily. You dipshit.
He knew that we were talking about them flying or going over to Cyprus, and then as soon as he came in, he said, "Whoever will take you, but feel free, whoever will take you." No, bitch, we're talking about you. You're the ones who, as soon as you got attacked, retaliation from Iran, you started running away from the land. Bro, how the fuck can you run away from your own land? You claim that it's your land.
The sewer rat is from Brooklyn.
I know.
What the fuck is it? Yeah, why is he talking about this? I mean, what does he have to do with any of this stuff? You're a sewer rat still. I mean, I don't read what he's fucking typing, but whatever it is. To me, he's on my shit list and he's a sewer rat.
That's exactly what I thought when I heard all of the Zionists were going to Cyprus. I was like, you see videos of Palestinians saying no, this is our home, we'll die here, it's okay, we were born here, our parents were born here, our grandparents were born here, our great grandparents were born here, and then as soon as things get hot, they just leave. I'm like, isn't that your home? Aren't you gonna stay? If you really love it, if that's really your home, you really care, then why wouldn't you want to, why would you all leave?
Who's leaving? Who are you talking about?
The Zionist terrorists were leaving when Iran attacked them back. You know who the Zionist terrorists are?
Silences, they're not terrorists. Terrorists is Hamas.
No, we're talking about the Zionist terrorists.
I don't know the Zionist terrorists.
Oh, okay, I can't teach you on that. So if you don't know, it's better that you don't get involved in the conversation.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much.
You want to use more straightforward terms? Whatever was it that? Teddy, what's it, Teddy?
Michael.
In other words, yeah. In other words, you can tell him, shut the fuck up.
They're not letting anybody leave, bro. What do you mean? That's so stupid. Attacking Lebanon, Syria, you attack all your neighbors. What's the point?
So the problem with them is that when they sit here and talk, they talk as if the world is dumb. They don't understand what's happening, they don't see what's happening, but they will still sit here and, throw all their lies.
Well, and they'll call baby terrorists. How can you call a baby, a 1-year-old, a terrorist? I don't understand that. You know what I mean? That's ridiculous. That doesn't make any sense.
If you don't understand, why are you talking about if you don't understand?
No, we don't understand that how do the Zionist terrorists, the Zionist terrorists, we don't understand how can a human being that is a Zionist terrorist call a 1-year-old child a fucking terrorist or whatever.
They don't do that.
Yes, of course they do that. Do you know about the Zionist terrorists? I thought you didn't know about them. Do you know about them?
In my past, I'm 4 years served in Israel military, so I exactly know what I'm talking about.
Oh, so you're the biggest terrorist. So you're the biggest terrorist.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm a super biggest terrorist, and when I listen to this girl, she don't understand what she's talking about. She's exactly right.
Talk to me. Forget about the girl. I know you guys love attacking women and children, but talk to me, you fucking scumbag son of a bitch. So what do you have to say?
With you? Nothing I can talk to you about.
With me, you bend over and I do all the work, you fucking scumbag. But with women, you know how to fucking attack them, kill them, and kill their babies. But when it comes to men, they cook the fuck out of you scumbags.
We kill brave Muslim men who's hiding behind their children.
No, you don't kill brave Muslim men.
That's exactly what we're doing.
Listen, when you go face them in Khan Yunis, for example, you go back home in bags, But other than that, all you do is airstrikes. You're not. Would he left, motherfucker? Why did he leave? Look at this scumbag hiding in Brooklyn talking about. You don't like it normal when I talk like this. I know that, but sucks to suck, motherfucker. There's nothing that you can do about it.
I should have called that guy anti-Semitic for talking badly about me.
No, I knew he was going there. This is why I responded to him as soon as he unmuted.
That's crazy.
Bitch, Palestinians are never cowards, motherfucker. That's why they're still fighting for their land. You guys are running away from that land because it's not yours.
I honestly feel like most Zionists are like anti-Semitic towards Jews also, because if you really love Jewish people, like if you ever defended a Jewish person, you wouldn't want to put them in that situation or to be so aggressive to where the whole world is like, why are you guys so aggressive? Why are you so angry? Why are you so hateful? You know what I mean? Because I know that there's plenty of Jews who are like, we don't like this, we don't want this. But these other people are saying that they're doing all this stuff in the name of Judaism, and I think it's crap. You know, why would you do that? Why would you make your own people look so bad? It's embarrassing. You know?
Like for example, tell El Normo that you're a Jew and you don't stand or you don't support his thoughts or whatever, and see what he says.
Well, then they just call you names. They wouldn't consider me a Jew anyways, because, well, I guess technically it's my father. I mean, I'm pretty sure on my mother's side they were Jews before they became Catholic.
The law says you could do Aliyah even if your father is a Jew, by the way. So you do get to do the Aliyah, right? So you are actually Jewish, you see what I'm saying? So Norma, would you respect her? She's actually Muslim. She converted to Islam, but by ethnicity, she's actually a Jew.
Well,
so I think he's gonna call you a self-hating Jew.
Well, that's what's crazy about it, dude. Because like, if anything, like, look, my mom is a Zionist. She supports Israel, but years ago, she got attacked by the president of the Jewish Foundation, and they went to court, and my mom had like 12 witnesses who saw him attack her, and the judge was like, no, I'm gonna let you go, this is your Hanukkah present or whatever. I still don't understand, because I was so little at the time, but I remember my mom being like, oh, all Jews, they're all like this, and da-da-da-da-da, like, kind of talking bad about Jews all the time, and I would tell her, like, no, it's just that person that you met. Like, there's good Jewish people out there. It's just that this person that attacked you or whatever, like, he's just not a good guy. Like, even if he's the president of the Jewish Foundation, like, he doesn't represent every single Jew that's out there. You know what I mean? And I feel like they're trying to do the same thing where they're saying, no, all Jews think this way, all Jews should think this way. And I'm like, that's not fair. Like, I don't think all Jews think that way. I think there's a lot of good Jews out there, and it's really not cool that you're dragging them into this when they don't want to be a part of it in the first place. You know, like, they're waiting for God, or they're doing whatever. You guys are doing whatever you're doing, because that's what I thought it was. Like, I thought it was, you know, I thought it was the Jews were scattered across the four corners of the earth until God came back and brought them together. I might be wrong, but that's what I thought.
That's what the Christians are waiting for. That's Christian Zionism. The Christians are waiting for all the Jews to get back to Israel so Jesus will come back. That's called...
Yes. Okay. Why some girl said, well, she was like, so one of the particular prostitutes was talking shit about, what's her name being a prostitute?
Oh.
You know who I'm talking about? The one that
Who's really attacking Jewish people, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but you know, the thing is, so some people, we had this guy called Ariel here. Shapeshifter was in here. Our shapeshifter asked him a question. to justify using the verses from your scripture, he said yes. He brought up the Amalek verse. You know. Samud, if you'd like to come on up, just raise your hand. I'm getting glitches on this freaking app. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Actually, me too. I was thinking about it for a second.
I'm trying to click on people's profile. I can't even click it.
I think it's this motherfucker abnormal. He keeps typing so much in the chat that I think the room glitches, bro. Seriously.
Let him know. Walaikum salam. How you doing?
Alhamdulillah, I'm fine. Habibi, we have some Jahsh probably, doing something.
Oh man, all the Jahsh do something.
Yeah, sometimes they all gather at the same time,
Every place they go to, they corrupt it.
Yeah, we have at least, I see one of them in a room.
Yeah. They corrupt it. Every place they enter is corruption for them, bro. Whether it's a land, it's a platform, it's a synagogue, it's a shopping mall, any place they go to, these bumps, they just corrupt it. And they use the Torah to justify it. And if you go read the Torah and read what's in the scripture itself, you see that it goes against everything that they're doing. You didn't corrupt my Rabbit, normal, but you corrupted your Rabbit. Tel Aviv and Haifa, bro. Go help your people out, man. And don't you ever dare to attack Iran again. Because you know what happens if you do that. You're celebrating, man, for the last 80 years, you as a country, you call yourself a country, with all this technology, military equipment, support from the US, support from the West. For 76 years, you scumbag, you're fighting Hamas. What is Hamas, bro? And you're still not done. How the fuck did we lose, bro? See, but you see what happened when you go attack a country, how the response is from a country versus Hamas? Tell us how you won, yeah, I'm normal. Explain to us, how did you win? Okay.
Can we get an update on, is the BDS movement actually working? Is there a way to measure whether or not it's working? How many people divest and how much are they?
General, I think this question is for you, bro.
Amir, can you bring General up?
I did send him an invite. He's, I don't know what's check your profile, General. Accept speaker invite. I sent him an invite. I think he's probably sleeping. What are you looking for?
Sorry, I wanted to know how the BDS movement is doing. Is there a way to measure the progress of the BDS movement? And if so, what is?
I wonder if ChatGPT will have an answer for us. Let's see. Let's ask ChatGPT.
You know what? In the Middle East, they actually bring about.
I can chime in on this.
Sure, go on.
Yeah, so we have to acknowledge one thing. I'm cooking, by the way, so I don't know this, guys. background noise. Wow. Sorry. So I mean, in general, we have to know that the precautions and punishment, you can say, penalties exacted upon the people behind BDS have been so huge. For instance, you have in America all of these laws on the state level where they're anti-BDS law, and they do put heavy penalties on, for instance, companies, people working with states, who are with BDS. But at the same time, BDS did bring awareness. It did, for instance, convince the Southern Baptist Church, or maybe, no, not the Baptist, I'm sorry, Presbyterian Church of America, could be the whole Presbyterian Church.
Yeah, I was talking about that earlier, Presbyterian and Methodist.
And Methodist, actually, when they did it in my city. When they came to my city and they had the convention in my city here in America, and they were able to, the vote, they won the vote and decided to boycott. So yeah, I mean, it's moving, but it's not, it could be, we have to understand that the ground itself is not easy, the path is just full of obstacles, faced by the Zionists. Yeah.
Well, can you explain how Starbucks is connected to the BDS? Like why are people boycotting Starbucks? I mean, I understand.
Complicated.
Yeah, actually, I don't know about Starbucks. To be honest with you, Starbucks, there is some ambivalence. I don't think Starbucks, the written, and it could be, this isn't definite. What I'm saying, there is ambivalence, around it. Ambiguity, I would say. But they've written, the CEO has written letters that they are not like McDonald's or Coca-Cola, or, and I don't think they have any stores in the West Bank or in the settlements, or even inside, I think even inside Israel.
That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah. Okay.
No, they're in Israel. They're in Tel Aviv.
They are.
Yeah. And they're not trying to feed no Gazans, and they're not trying to give them no free coffee. They're not trying to help them. It's not really complicated. When people are starving, you give them food. When people are thirsty, you give them water. Sorry, I don't mean to yell. It's really not that complicated, though.
No, I agree with you.
I don't really curse, but fuck Starbucks.
Yeah, I agree with you. We know one thing for sure, that the COO, the first one, was a big-time Zionist. I don't know if he's still the same, but the founders are big-time Zionists. I know that for sure, but this is like something, 20 years ago,
I looked it up on Disoccupied, and it says Starbucks claims to be neutral, but has taken legal action against its workers' union for expressing solidarity with Palestine. It profits from 1,900 stores in the Middle East and North Africa, and had 36 billion annual revenue in 2023, higher than the GDP of 91 countries. I'm skipping so that I can find more stuff. Howard Schultz, the founder and largest private owner of Starbucks stocks, invests heavily in Israel's economy, including a recent investment in cybersecurity startup Wiz. This investment underscores Schultz's commitment to Israel's economic growth, with the effect of normalizing the occupation of Palestine.
I appreciate y'all.
If we think about boycotting U.S. traded companies, there's not that many that aren't correlated with each other, because the big banks, BlackRock, State Street, there's a couple other we could mention. They own everything and they trade on everything. So if you think of Amazon, okay, you want to support locally owned businesses, you want to support American owned business, you want to support whoever you want to support. Well, Amazon itself trades, right? So you have to consider the source, and you have to consider at the very tippy top of the U.S. stock market and world trade where the money, is connected to these people. And I'll just say it again, fuck Starbucks.
I wanted to go back to that, those state laws in that say you can't divest in Israel, and tell you what I've learned about that. So in Texas, where I'm at, there is a state law, that the anti-BDS law here, and what it says is that anyone who makes a contract with the state of Texas has to proclaim that they do not divest in Israel. So where that hits home is there is a speech therapist in Pflugerville, and she was working as a contractor because she was trilingual. She's fluent in German, Arabic, and English. And anytime that Pflugerville would get a student who spoke one of those languages, then she had to do the testing and report on and provide the therapy for those kids so that she could do it bilingually. I mean, you can identify kids for speech therapy as early as 3 years old. So she was always a contractor. She worked part-time. She only worked for Pflugerville ISD. And after many years of doing that, she was told, sign this new contract for the new school year. And all of a sudden there was a new line on the contract, and she refused to sign it. So because she refused to sign it, they could not hire her as a contractor, speech therapist in Pflugerville. And she took up I think it was that CARE actually helped her, and they first went to the local courts, and I think it was that she lost there, but then went to the district courts or circuit court and won. She would have had to lose the circuit court in order to go to the Supreme Court. So that's why she didn't go to the Supreme Court. Now there's a movie about the 3 or 4 people that this happened to. So the second one was a guy in Arizona where they also have an anti-BDS movement. And in Arizona, he was not Muslim at all. He just was a counselor for a prison, for prisoners. And the prison had contracted him, and now they were asking him to sign a anti-BDS commitment, statement. And he refused. He said, I'm not going to sign this, and so he couldn't work. And that advanced. So it didn't get to the level of Supreme Court either. He went through the same. I can't remember if he won on the second one, or he won on the second court or the first court or what. But he didn't get to the Supreme Court. And then the third person was this guy in Arkansas, and he was a Clinton person. And he ran a newspaper for Arkansas, in Little Rock, I think. And he was one of the reporters that under, Clinton was reporting everything when Clinton became president. So he also took it all the way up, and he didn't get to the Supreme Court. There was a fourth person in Texas, it was the last person, and he actually got to the second level, third level of the Supreme Court. He got to the second level, and he lost, so he appealed. It went to the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court can decide if they want to hear the cases or not, and they wouldn't take the case. They decided not to take it, but if they would have taken it, and he would have won. He's a construction worker in Texas, and he's Arab. So if he would have won, if they would have heard his case and he would have won, then it would have been determined that all of these anti-BDS laws that are in like 20-some states would all be unconstitutional. But it didn't get to that point. The film that I saw this on, it was showcasing, like, explaining how they, like, copy and pasted this law, and these lobbyists went to each of the state legislators and just filled in, like, their state name and all that, and then finally, like, they just wined and dined these state representatives, and then finally, you know, they just passed it because they made them feel sorry for Israel. They didn't really know what they were voting for. And so that's how, like, this blanket state law has just, like, spread all over the United States.
BDS laws are problematic because it protects only a certain class of people and eliminates an entire group of people. And that's exactly what's happening in Israel right now, is the US government is helping protect a certain class of people, and everyone else has to fend for themselves and run and hide and blame Hamas for everything. And oh, the hostages, El Normo, Mr. Norman Bates in the chat, psychopath, is always about, oh, the hostages, the hostages. If the hostages were really, really, really real, if they were really, really, really real, right? If it was really real and everything was really real, this would have not been the way that it has gone. You don't just annihilate an entire 38-mile strip of land for no reason and then scream Hamas, Hamas, the hostages. Because clearly, if they were searching for the hostages and Hamas, how could you annihilate that much ground and that hurt that many people and destroy that much property and that much real estate and that many hospitals and schools and daycares and dental clinics and local businesses? Like, come on, man. Like, let's not be stupid here. People want to say Hamas, 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 this, that, and the third, but when you want to colonize, what do? What's the first thing you do when you buy a property? You go in, you survey the land, and you remove anything in your way from building what you're trying to build. And that's what we're witnessing. I remember, like, day 2, seeing the PTRs on this app of people comparing Gaza to a parking strip, you know, to a parking lot. And what are we seeing now? So, yeah, I'll just land there.
You know what it's like? It's like the United States versus the Italian mafia, and they just go and level all of New York City just to try to get the Italian mafia. That's how stupid it is. If the dummy of the Israelis wanted to get the hostages back, they could have negotiated with Hamas, got all of them back, and if they wanted to strategically go kill them, they could have did that afterwards, sitting in like a secret team to go do all this stuff. But they didn't care about that. All they want to do is just basically kill, take, wipe out, remove everybody in Gaza and the West Bank, and try to annex the whole state and be like, oh, it's all ours. And you have to blend into that. And it's no different to just like the South African apartheid. In their mind, you had to walk on, the white people walk on one side of the street, black people walk on the other side. In their mind, they were showing how many millionaires came out of South Africa just due to the apartheid, because they were stealing all the damn resources and the money. And all of a sudden, I wrote a matter of fact, I wrote a movie treatment on the Kimberley mines with the diamonds with the Dubir family. And come to find out, when the Dutch found that diamond there, they literally found the diamond, went back to Europe, found the value of it, came back with their people, and then they started taking the people that wanted to work at that mine and literally put them in like prison camps where they couldn't even go home. Then they started making the land being tax worthy, where you had to pay taxes to get the land, something they never had in Africa. And they literally just came through and took all that shit, like the whole De Beer, the whole put a diamond ring on somebody's finger, all that shit was just paid up, made up. And that's all. In their mind, they have no empathy. I'm telling you, these people are just basically devil worshippers. Because anybody with the same mind or heart, say you got love for God and all that, you ain't gonna think like these people think. These people are just basically a spawn of the devil. They demons are demonically possessed. That's why it's like in our mind, our normal mind, we like, man, how can people just sit back and watch people just die? That man said a motherfucker can't live, what do you say, 36 or 72 hours without water. They cut up all the water for 3 months. I seen little kids drinking out of fucking mud water and shit like that, or even salty water. And it's like the United States just sit back with their little petty. United States ain't shit. This motherfucking country really ain't shit. It's really a piece of shit. All these motherfucking presidents ain't shit. I'm gonna call it how I see it. The motherfuckers don't want to give back shit just like they did to slavery. They don't want to pay reparations, but they give the Japanese reparations, the Indians reparations. They gave all these motherfuckers reparations, but to come out to black people asking for anything, oh, you can't get shit, we ain't got it. But you can find billions of dollars to go send to Ukraine and give all these motherfuckers money, but then when sometime that, oh, we can't give you shit, we gave you welfare. Bitch, you motherfucking stole the shit. The motherfuckers here really ain't shit. I'm saying they devil worshippers. They gotta be. Because nobody in with a heart, sound, and mind gonna sit there and watch these motherfuckers just sit there and demolish, kill 1.7 million motherfuckers and just, oh, we gonna cut their water, their food, fuck them off. And these dumb motherfuckers do whatever Israel say. I'm telling you, America is a bitch. Israel's the pimp. They pimping America like some bitches. And this Trump is a bitch. He act like he hard, telling NATO all these motherfuckers to pay their due and all that bullshit. But when soon as Netanyahu say, give me some money, give me this, oh, yeah, these motherfuckers is paying. The whole world is a bunch of fucking pussies. They sit back and watch these motherfuckers do that to them. All these countries out here could have been said, we're going to demolish y'all motherfuckers if you sit there and touch these Palestinians one more time. But they ain't did shit. They really some bitches. They really some hoes. This whole world's run by a motherfucking pimp. A motherfucking that worships the devil. That's what it is.
Could I say something real fast? Because that's a perfect segue for it's off topic though. Kind of on topic. So alligator Alcatraz was erected in 8 days, right? And if you think about it, there was a bill just passed in Florida that's going to give tax cuts to Florida effective October 1st indefinitely for businesses and for companies that make over 60. Hello? Y'all hear me? Hi, Ginger. Ginger, you gotta...
Sorry about that.
Did you want to add to it? Okay, anyway, so the federal government...
What you were saying, somebody rudely cut you off like a motherfucker. Shut the fuck up.
No, stop. Don't go there with him, please. Don't.
Oh, he was unmuted by mistake.
Yeah,
He
don't.
didn't interrupt you.
Jindip's cool. So...
What did I do? Should I just...
Nothing. So David... I can't think of the name. Anyway, the county that owns Alligator Alcatraz, right? 3,000 to 5,000 beds. Can you guys guess how much money the federal government is paying per detainee bed? These are people who are supposed to be deported, right? These are illegal immigrants, right? Does anybody want to guess how much they're paying?
What's the question again, morning?
The cost per detainee for Alligator Alcatraz per day is $411, which is $150,000 per detainee a year. Does anyone want to do the math on that? And this is a privately owned detention center.
Yeah, because they're all privately, yeah.
I gotta buy me a prison, huh?
And what just happened? We just passed a bill for $150 billion to be transferred into this program. So my next question is, since you're talking about pimps, right? That our federal government is a pimp. Is that what you said, Nikki?
Hell yeah, I said it.
It'd be interesting to see who's sitting on the board and who's financially gaining from this detention center here in the next, year to 90 days.
You know, the private prisons had a meeting with the record executives back in like 92. And Farrakhan said they had a meeting based upon what the material they need to put out. So what they did is they cut off all any kind of conscious music that was coming out in the 80s and changed it into gangsters selling crack and all that. If you didn't want to talk about nothing that's genocidal, they wouldn't put your record out. So they end up, the private prisons benefited from it. So for state prisoners, they had to pay $35,000 to $40,000 a year to house them. For a federal prisoners, it's like $65,000 a year to house them. But they'd rather put you in prison and all the money, but then if you want to go open a business, you know, all that, they now, you know, it's just a bunch of bullshit. It's a monopoly.
And do you guys know this? I've read about that, by the way. You know, I mean, this is documented everywhere, Nikki. What you just said. I mean, it's before the conversation. You know, but the how privatization of the prison and like you said, changing rap music into like or it promoting violence, drugs. You know, so they can so kids, you know, who listen to it will start doing drugs and, you know, doing all of that. So it'll be easier for them to be in prison. And I think there's one rapper, what was it called? The People? Remember the rap band? Oh no, I have to look for it. One guy named Professor.
Are you talking about Public Enemy?
Yeah, Public Enemy, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Public Enemy actually, you know, they, one member from the band wrote a lot about it, really nicely, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Why is there a rapper telling my son to take Percocet? It's that Percocet song.
Because they all like the guys. What's the guy named from Mississippi? He was a rapper from Mississippi. He said when he tried to turn in his music to get the album put out, the music that he put out that had conscious music that were telling you know about elevating the community and all this type of stuff, the record executives say we don't want that. If you want to turn us the music in, give us the music that's talking about drive-bys, killing, selling drugs, and hurting the community. As long as they keep them going, the private prisons will be packed. And what happened was, there's an article I got where they showed that private prisons, when they wasn't getting packed, they were literally wanting to sue the state because they weren't getting packed full enough. And that's how evil. Like I said, these people here in America, boy, I tell you, it's full of shit. If you don't live in America, you look at it from a facade like, yo, it's all Hollywood, everybody's here happy and all this other bullshit. But when you really live here and figure out it's like basically a poor side and a rich side. When I was in Brazil, I literally had to tell the Brazilians, because some of them had looked at me and said, you from the Estados Unidos, and they would point to their nose. And I had to tell them, I said, no, dude, I ain't coming from the rich side. The motherfuckers you think they got all this money living in Beverly Hills and shit. I said, I come from the ghettos. So, motherfucker, I'm on the same level as you. And they were like,
do me a favor, brother, calm down on the swearing, man. Come on. Too much, brother, too much.
So you want to hear something interesting about the system in the United States? The United States uses 3rd and 4th grade reading levels in order to determine how many prisons to build. And we have known since 2001, I guess, how to teach kids how to read. And people are implementing the opposite of that. And now 69, as of the last NAEP, 69% of children are not reading proficiently, which means they are at risk for dropout, poverty, and crime. And when they went to the federal prisons and offered all the federal prisoners to test them to see if they had dyslexia, 50% of them had dyslexia and chose to get therapy for it. And that now they're recommending that 1 in 5 children in the United States be diagnosed and served in special education for dyslexia. So we're basically disabling our whole country. And, you know, a lot of those are people of color. So, I mean, it's down to the education system where we pay more money to people who have greater taxes, pay more taxes to a certain neighborhood. We don't equally give money to schools the redlining still exists.
Oh, it's getting worse too. They've made it to where if you can't prove that you're a U.S. citizen, you have to pay a tax to go to public school now. And it's not every state that's doing it, but there's a lot of states that are signing up for this. This was a bill that was just passed since January 1st.
And now they're trying to pass the one big beautiful act. And that one big beautiful act is taking Medicaid money, which will directly affect housing for people with disabilities, which means that you will have a bunch of schizophrenic, mental illness roaming around on the streets. So I don't know how that's going to help their neighborhoods and the real estate when there are mentally ill people walking around talking to themselves and
You're talking about Medicare?
No, Medicaid. There's actually a federal Medicaid, and federal Medicaid goes to people with disabilities, and that's what they are cutting.
They investigated it today. I don't know if you guys seen the news. There was about $10 or $14 million worth of fraud. They arrested a whole bunch of officials, a whole bunch of doctors. Did you guys see that?
You mentioned it earlier, Amir.
Yeah. No, I was just saying because new people just came in, so I was just saying maybe Nazi was like.
So you guys are talking about America. So America does not have streets that are paved with gold. Not every one of you lives in a big house with a yard, has 2 cars, has a career, a job, and all that stuff. You're talking about the prisons and the healthcare system, in which the healthcare system is run by big corporations. Big corporations need clients, and they need to get people sick so they can, get to a hospital. They need clients for their jails, so they have to have clients for their jails, that kind of stuff. So if not everyone of you lives in a big house, has 2 cars, works 9 to 5 days a week, takes a vacation, goes out to the movies, goes out to dinner, have a good time, and so on and so forth. Is that how things in America are now? They're really bad?
Yes, they are really bad.
Why is that
so?
funny?
Rather than not compare it to Gaza or Iran, I will just say this: that the American dream that people are sold is considered a psyop these days. So when it says "send us your poor, you're tired, and you're hungry," it's so that they can end up in Alcatraz or end up in, alligator Alcatraz, so that they could come here as a non-documented citizen and hope for the American dream, but end up, arrested by ICE and deported. Or if you're Palestinian, our bombs are going to land in your backyard. Or if you're, one of our allies, we're going to help fund any war that you want to sign up for. So rather than not mock our Medicaid and our crisis that we're facing as U.S. citizens, because we signed up for all of this by not voting and not protecting our rights, right? Here's where we are.
Well, I mean, you still go to school, you get an education, you get a job, you work for 40, 50 years, you buy a house, you pay your mortgage, and by the age of 65, those are your golden years, you have a couple of dollars in your wallet, and then you go on, and then you croak and die. Isn't that like a very idealistic American capitalism?
No, you're talking 40 to 60 hour work week until you die, and now they're going to defund everything that you paid into. I've been paying Medicaid and Social Security since I was 12. I've been working since I was 12. So I have a Social Security number in the U.S. because, I'm property on my ass of the U.S. documented system called the Social Security Department. And for me to work in the U.S., I have to have a Social Security number, and I have to pay into Medicaid and sales tax and property tax and all these things that are American woes and hems and haws. But right now, there's a lot of sick and hurt people and poor people that can't afford to live the American dream, that are homeless or that have mental health issues.
So this American dream basically consists of you getting an education and getting a job.
I guess.
30, 40 years, and
I think
then
it depends.
Pay a mortgage on your house for 30, 40 years, and then you retire, and then you croak and die. What kind of fucking dream is that? That sounds like a fucking
Tell me about it. Like I said, it's a psyop.
Yeah, if you want to know what a black person reality is, I'm 52. I seen what the black community was like before crack hit in the 80s. And before crack hit, everybody was just working a simple job. After crack hit, it destroyed the communities. Everybody was robbing each other. No more family community. Jobs started going scarce. The wages and everything started going up because minimum wage has been stagnated. The inflation has been shooting up. The minimum wage is fucking stagnated like the 70s. So it ain't go up with the inflation. So the only people that's really, it's like separating the rich from the poor. And what happened was once they allowed the immigration of people to come through, they would take all the poor, all the jobs for people that are just trying to survive on minimum wage. But guess what? The Mexicans got a plan. They coming over here with a plan like, hey, I'll come over here, work 6-7 years, I'm gonna send that back home, and I'm gonna build my whole infrastructure because now the peso at that time was like 10 for 1. You know what I'm saying? So people who come here know, hey, my objective is not to stay here permanently. My objective is to get the money I need, get it all, get my home set up back home, and after about 5 to 7 or 10 years, I got everything straight, and I can go back home and chill. The problem is, as far as the people who stay there permanently, it's like you're trying to adjust to try to fluctuate. Like, how can you survive? Like right now, I mean, literally, the price of rent for a house is damn near like $1,500 to $2,000 a month. I'm talking about everywhere. My cousin in Inglewood, California, they paying $2,800 to $3,600 just for an apartment. It's like, dude, they is killing us. And as far as in the black community, when they dropped the crack, you know, that's Fury Rick exposed. Even Gary Webb, the documentary of the ex-police officer, he exposed how the CIA, what they did to get the money to feed, to fund the Nicaragua and the Contra wars during the Reaganomics. They literally put in the black community crack, got us all on hook, made the money, and sent it down there to overthrow that particular government. That's how evil or sinister these people are. So it's like, you know, if you look at the killing rate, look at New Zealand and look at the murder rate. There might be 1 to 2 to 3 murders per 3 months. But look over here, it's like 300, 400 murders a day. That's how crazy this place is. This place is not like something that you watch on TV, like some old, you know, yeah, it's all Hollywood is fun and you can move. It's not like that, you know.
So you
And if Americans were so happy.
So you mean black people in America are having a hard time, eh?
Correct.
You don't have access.
Correct.
No.
And if Americans were so happy with their privileges, then why did the New Yorkers vote for Mamdani on a economic
that's
you know,
just the that's
What?
just
What are you talking about, Nazi?
That's just a blip on the
Make your
radar.
point, because I don't understand that. That sounds like a
I'm saying
of who the mayor-elect is. So don't disrespect people. Like, make your point.
I'm saying they voted for Mamdani because they liked his message. They agreed with him that they couldn't afford to live in New York.
Okay, that's a better way to say it.
But New York is not part of America. New York is like a different part of America. Yeah, because everybody there is not American, no? They're like from everywhere. And
it is the most diverse, overpopulated city in America. So when you say New York, are we talking about New York City or are we talking about New York?
I'm talking about New York City.
I'm not from there, but I've been there lots of times.
I'm talking about New York City, yes.
So according to the data, we're at 18% related to the homeless population in America. And you brought up Inglewood, right? So I actually live in Los Angeles. They built a Rams stadium over there, and that's why everything went up. All the prices over there, they went up. They spent, what was it? I think $2 billion or $1 billion on that Rams stadium. I'll have to check the numbers on it. And that's why it has that city of Inglewood. It used to be, you know, the crime rate was really high in that city and whatnot, and it just went up as soon as they built the stadium. And some people, they benefited. You know, people that are the homeowners in their area, the value of their houses went up the roof.
Yeah, but a house is only worth what someone's willing to pay. So if crime is through the roof, who wants to live there?
In Los Angeles, they want to pay more. Los Angeles, they don't care.
No, I know. I understand. I'm just, it's frustrating to me how just in the last, 5 years since COVID, everything has increased like 80%, you know, but also all these new stadiums and sports companies are popping up, you know, and then it just drives up inflation, and it's like, who's paying for all this stuff?
Why the
The
inflation?
super elite, because like everybody else is like,
You know what minimum wage is? You know what
it's
minimum
gonna
wage is,
depend
bro?
per state, you know. There's a federal wage, but it's gonna depend per state.
What's the average minimum wage?
$7.75.
Now you tell me, does that even sound something so ridiculous?
Tell me that's not what it feels like, though. You go grocery shopping, you're like, I had to work 6 hours to get this. I'm gonna enjoy this for my 6 hours worth of hard work.
You remember going grocery shopping in the 80s? You can get whole bags of groceries. Now you can't get nothing. You like, I spent $100-something, I don't see nothing. Hell yeah, it's crazy.
Earlier, Wayfan was trying to unmute and talk, so I don't know if he wants to.
Yeah, I forgot. Oh yeah. We were talking about ice. You know this Dracula, which is in charge of all this ice shit show, is a Jew. This Miller, it's his name is Miller. He's the deputy chief of staff of Trump. He's actually Jew.
So let's be clear, I don't have an issue with Jews. I have an issue with Zionists, just from my perspective.
No, because like everybody talks about Muslims are bad and stuff. I just wanted to point out that this Dracula is also Jew.
Well, there's not BDS laws protecting Muslims, you know. Islamophobia is rampant, and it's growing and shrinking at the same time. I find that ironic that more people are Islamophobic today, but more Muslims are being blessed and coming to Islam.
No, because the point that they are making is that Jews are giving us everything we have from cell phone and like music and movies, art, and they're all sorts of good things, and Muslims are all sorts of bad things. So I just
So this Mamdani guy, for those who live in New York, do you expect him to be elected the next mayor of the city, or is he going to be destroyed before the general elections?
Let's hear from Rav. Rav, do you live in New York? So we have Rav here. Rav, did you want to speak, Rav? No, I think he's busy. Anybody from New York? Nobody?
He is being projected to win. I'm not from New York.
But you know one
I
thing.
still have my New York driver license, if it counts.
There's one thing to see here, Jindip. So he said he's gonna arrest Netanyahu, right? If he sees Netanyahu or this other character called what was it, Yoav Gallant. Now, let's say hypothetically, if he was to arrive there in the state of New York, and he's a mayor. Now it'll be state police versus would Trump assign some CIA officials to for security?
I'm not really sure about the law. I don't know about the laws, but if he's the mayor and Netanyahu comes to the U.S. as a foreign visitor, that would be a responsibility of the big government, the federal government. I don't think if he has any, unless he wants to make what is called a citizen's arrest in America. I mean, if I see Netanyahu walking down the street in somewhere, I'll do a citizen's arrest, and I'll put him on trial, and I'll hang him. I mean, I'll have a tribunal, and I'll put him on trial, and I'm sure he's going to be found guilty of genocide, and he's going to be, sentenced to whatever sentence my court would impose. So if I run into Netanyahu, I'll definitely arrest him.
That's a nice version. Let's hear the real version. Would you not take a baseball bat upside his head?
What was that guy that shot a medical professional? What was his name recently? He's facing court trial or court case. He killed a medical, I think one of the leaders, insurance leader. What was his name?
Mangione.
I think so.
Luigi Mangione.
Luigi. Now, let's say, if he arrives in the state of New York or in any state, right? And if anybody, takes the laws in their hand and they end up shooting Netanyahu, will that person be charged?
No. I mean, you cannot. You can. Yeah, you have to be. You have to be civilized. You have to arrest him. You have to put him on trial. You bring.
No.
He can
you
hire.
can't.
He can hire. Hold on, a lawyer. He can hire his. Whatever. What's that famous lawyer in New York, in America? That guy who's full of shit. What's
Johnny
his name?
Carter?
No. The guy who doesn't take his pants off when he gets a massage with Epstein.
Alan Dershowitz.
Dershowitz, that guy was full of shit. Yeah. He can be. He can hire that lawyer, and we can, present our case as the as the entity that is responsible for prosecuting a person like Netanyahu. So you cannot use violence and a baseball bat on that stuff. I mean, don't go down there and don't say, do we have the right to, unlive him or something? No, don't do that stuff.
No, I'm saying hypothetically, let's say if somebody was to do that, right? Would that person get charged?
Yes, but he'll be a hero.
Yeah, but he's a war criminal, right? Wanted by the International Criminal Court, and he has committed crimes against humanity. He's pretty much sort of like what's it called? Enemy of the Palestinians, enemy of the world, right? Has started wars that he can't handle. America had to jump in, and literally there's a genocide that he's part of, that he's responsible for.
What's wrong with arresting him and putting him in having serious jail?
You can't, let's try. Jinder, let's try this. Let's practice this, brother. Let's practice this. Look, if you do a citizen's arrest in America, all right, where are you gonna keep him? You cannot keep him in the police department, police force, because according to the law, according to the U.S. government, he's not a criminal. Okay, how will you hold him in your possession? How would you keep him in your are you going to keep him in a room, in a location, an unknown location? Then you have to beat this,
the U.S. government does not have any jurisdiction over my court. It's my court.
So can you even get physical when you do a citizen arrest? I don't think you can. Is that a thing?
No, citizen arrest it's not above the cops arrest or the federal arrest.
Yeah, but you're saying holding him. You're saying holding him.
Yeah. You can hold them. I don't know, maybe use straps or whatever. But my whole problem, Habibi, is if we're in America. I'm in America, right? If you take him as a citizen arrest, the cops will come over. They'll take him in. If you don't let him go, then they'll arrest you. How would you bring him to justice?
I guess you gotta get rid of them. Let the police do their job, and honestly, what Jake Joshua was suggesting was violent. That was violent as fuck.
So I mean, like actually, when a visitor like this scumbag comes to the U.S., Secret Service is usually who's in charge of the security in the U.S., and then there is another department called the State of Diplomatic Security Services. But this department actually works with local authorities in whatever state, city they're in when it comes to these diplomats' security. So I'm not too sure how would that go.
Yeah, I wonder if anyone filed a case against Netanyahu in a U.S. court for him committing genocide or committing war crimes and that stuff. Is that allowed? Or
it's not on U.S. soil, so it'd have to be like a small claims. It'd have to be like a personal lawsuit.
The only way is to transport him out of the country to a country where he would be indicted.
I guess, if you were a settler and you had property in Gaza and you had proof that your property was, destroyed, you could sue for the value of your property. Maybe.
Like if a settler
taxes on it.
If a settler from America goes to Palestine and steals someone's home, or land, and the owner of this home or land is a Palestinian who lives in America, is an American. Can that American file a lawsuit or a case or any of that stuff against someone like that in America, in an American court? I guess you have to consult with
I'm
someone.
saying it would
Because
probably have to be your property, because in small claims, you can sue for just about anything. So I can sue a mechanic for messing up my car. I can sue if I trip over your sidewalk with my feet, right? Small claims is like, it's like the wild, wild west of courtrooms. So I think it would depend, but he's not a U.S. citizen, and the crimes he's committed are not on U.S. soil. So it's like, what angle do you go from? But I wanted to say that Trump's already threatening New York to lose federal funding, as well as threatening, Mundani. Is that how you say his name?
So what is he threatening? Threatening the city of New York, like you're not gonna get any money, and we're gonna arrest this guy. Yeah.
Yep. And arrest him if he tries because he's held to BDS laws.
Aren't you guys concerned that America is like dashing through fascism and dictatorship?
It's very problematic in the U.S. right now, and we knew this going into this election. That's the scary part for everything. That's why a lot of U.S. citizens have left the country. There's a lot of people traveling abroad right now because they're worried what's going to happen.
Yeah, but I find that Americans in general don't really travel. They don't leave they don't need to go anywhere else. I mean, some of them travel around, but not a lot of them leave the country to see what the world's about, because there's no need for them to travel. America is a huge place.
That's the psyop and the brainwashing and the programming, the agenda. Not everyone thinks like that. There's a huge majority, but the people that have the ability to take time off of work or get, in-country health insurance or pay money to buy a passport or buy a flight, right? Like it adds up. We were just joking earlier about minimum wage. So you have to consider first the demographic of people that financially can afford to do something like that, and then take that into consideration on top of who actually can physically do these things. Who wants to and who can are two different things.
Exactly, she's right. Americans are actually not very naive to this. They are politically very aware. Don't underestimate American population. I have lived in many countries, and I would say American population on average, they're much more educated.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that.
Let me land my point. In the United States, you really own your shit. It's not like, for example, other countries which they live in this la-la land. Oh, one day God will come and save us all. The United States is real. And you have to live in a real life. It's a wide, wide west. And in those situations, people do get educated. You cannot live in the stories. And she's right. I personally left because I was afraid this will affect my family. But I can, because I have insurance in Taiwan. My wife can work here. The life is much harder, but I'm not worried. If in the street somebody will come and harass me in front of my kids, which is a problem right now in the United States. It's a problem. You can get harassed any second. But not many people can do that.
Look, I know America is a very beautiful place. The American people are very beautiful people, and they are charming and great people. I know they are. I mean, I hear a lot of negative things from a lot of people talking about in a negative way about America. America has a lot of ills and problems, but it has been a very unique experience in the history of the human race altogether. In terms of of course, it's an empire that is built on principles that are sometimes problematic in general. But America is a great place, and the American people are very
You have to consider who the American people are. There's
You are the American
90% immigrant. There's I don't even, maybe that's, I'm just throwing a number out there, so don't hold me to ChatGPT, but everybody here is an immigrant unless you're Native American or unless you migrated north from, you know, the Mexican border or south from the Canadian border or whatever, right?
But
Like,
isn't
we're
that
all immigrants.
But isn't that the American experience? You know, to be.
Well, it is, you know,
Yeah,
my ancestors were immigrants. You know, my mother's a first generation citizen, so, but to what level and what?
Didn't Trump's father come from somewhere else? Or
Well,
grandfather?
everybody did. If you go back 4 generations, at some point, everybody came over here on a boat or, you know, traveled somehow to get here. So that's what makes it beautiful. The problem, in my opinion, is that when you have America has Hollywood, right? And unless you were born into a very religious family, I'm gonna go back to like the 50s of U.S. culture. So in the 50s, you were at the height of like segregation, right? And not only segregation, but also like political control. So the government had full control back then. No, hands down, like if it was propaganda, if it was this, if it was that, nothing was coming to the U.S. unless the U.S. allowed it. So now we've got like the internet and these kind of things. And so people can educate themselves in different ways, not just through the education system. So when it comes to how we were created, just in the 1950s, you have this Hollywood persona of like glitz and glamour in movies, and then people start to worship these, you know, these idols, if you will. They're actually considered idols, American idols. And then you add someone like Trump, who pretty much climbed through Hollywood. You know, he didn't get to politics through politics. He got to politics through Hollywood. And his fame, you know, I don't know why the name of the show is slipping my mind, but he was on a TV series for a very long time that was very popular. So he gained a fandomship. People, you know, had relation to him. They watched him on television. They built like memories with him without even knowing him. And then suddenly he's a president-elect. So now you have this huge following of this idol, this American idol called Trump, right? And then you have everybody else. Whether you voted for him and you just don't like the guy, but you liked his business, or whether you're a Trumper and a MAGA supporter and all that, and you're a beautiful, whatever the bill is called, right? And then you have everybody else, and then everybody else is kind of who's in these rooms. Unless you're like 100% Zionist, you're either uninformed, uncurious, or unaware. And that's just, in my opinion, how America works. I'm curious, and I came to these rooms curious to know about the world because I never had the money to travel, but I wanted to. I still want to. There's places on my bucket list in my, you know, flights app right now waiting to happen. So it's like, yeah, we want to be cultured, we want to be aware, but when you're raised in a system that teaches you that America is the greatest country in the world, but they don't teach you what makes us not the greatest country in the world, you have to learn that through trial and error and 4% interest loans on student loans, right? Like, it's problematic. 6% loans on a mortgage, 22% interest on a car. Like, come on, man. America's like, it's a psyop through and through.
Good morning. I claim that America, like Trump, besides being a reality TV show, his biggest thing is that he's not part of the establishment. This started actually in Iran. Funny story. Ahmadinejad was the president of Iran, who was elected just because he was not part of establishment. And really fucked up country. Right now, Iran is paying his mistakes, both economically and you just saw an attack on Iran. And Trump is exactly the same thing. His main thing that people are liking him is not these things. It's just simply he's not part of establishment. He's saying things which are against status quo. And people like it. People like convinced that Republican and Democrats are both liars and thieves, which they are, and people are convinced of that, and they just want somebody else. And Trump is simply just somebody else. And this is the price that the United States will pay for, I would say, decades to come, economically, as well as militarily. When you pick somebody just because he's somebody else, here you go. Iran is paying it right now. And this will happen to the United States.
But going back to the point that I was trying to make is, Josh, you said which country would you take him to? Hey, what's up, Edward? Welcome. Edward, we were exploring this idea. If Netanyahu comes in the state of New York and we have Mamdani, he wants to arrest him, how would, a state versus federal government would go about it?
Well, I would have to raise funds for a charter jet. Logistically, I don't know, Cuba maybe, they would definitely do something, but the safest bet is to take them straight to Yemen.
What? I don't understand that logic. One of your friends, Amir?
No. So we were exploring this idea. I mean, just say we'll do citizen arrest, bring them to justice, but you're in America. If you're in America and you do a citizen arrest, I mean, the cops are going to take it away from you. Federal government will come in and take Netanyahu away from you. Okay?
He'll probably be released. I don't know what the laws, how international law affects, because we have federal, we have state, we have local police, but I don't know if the ICC recognizes that.
So the way, look, Josh, I think the way it could work is that, let's say the New York mayor gets the state police to arrest him, right? And they use a state-funded airplane to fly him out of America and give it to ICC directly.
I don't think the mayor has jurisdiction over someone with diplomatic immunity.
No, well, with the ICC though, if it's the ICC, I think he would have jurisdiction. The problem is, then the federal government, like the FBI could come in and say, because they can't. Number one, you can't fly a plane anywhere in the U.S. It's under federal law, not state law. So you're not going to be able to pass the federal government, even though it's state. What are you going to do with them? You can't get them anywhere. But diplomatic immunity, I think, would be broken anyways because of the warrants for his arrest. But I mean, it's a weird situation because the ICC doesn't have like an interface per se. Like there's no hierarchy for what happens in a country. So it's weird. Remember, this has never happened before either. So I don't know.
I don't think this situation is possible. Again, I don't think the state of New York can arrest Bibi Netanyahu. The president's power overrides anything the mayor of New York can do. So you can always send in the feds. Like, I don't know. And doesn't he have diplomatic immunity?
Well, yeah, he does, but he has diplomatic immunity, but that's, if you break certain laws, then you lose your immunity. It's not like you can break laws and still keep diplomatic immunity. Now, with ICC,
an ICC warrants, if somebody wants to arrest him, they can. But the feds coming down to the state, they can't do that. Like the feds can't come and say, okay, you have to release him. But at the same time, the state can't fly him anywhere because that's federal. Like that's the FAA gets involved. That's federal. So then they could take it over and say land the plane and have FBI in there and take him out. But you can't order the state police in New York, so you can't do anything with him except keep him in prison in New York, really. Because if you put him on a boat, that's maritime law now. And now Israel could come in and rescue him.
Wait.
Which I'm sure they would.
I'm kind of confused here. Are you guys trying to say that the ICC has jurisdiction over the United States?
Well, ICC, like, U.S. isn't a signatory to the ICC. But that doesn't mean someone can't be arrested in the U.S. for a warrant with the ICC. Like, you don't have to be a signatory as long as one party is a signatory. And I don't know who brought up the charges against Netanyahu, if it was the Palestinians or if it was
No, it was the South Africans, but I think what you're kind of forgetting here is that the United States, when arguing with the ICC on its jurisdiction, and I think this was back in 2002, it had passed the ASPA law, right, or the American Service Something Protection Act, where it protects the U.S. citizens from the ICC, and it prohibits its cooperations with the courts entirely, right? So in that entire kind of instance, I believe the argument had prefaced itself by saying that, I think the principle of the ICC can step in when the national courts are unable or unwilling to prosecute someone on very serious international crimes. But for that to be in place, you would have to go through the ASPA, and the ASPA is made in such a way where. No, the ASPA has two regulations. One is for citizens, the other is for U.S. cooperations when arresting the person, right? So in that, it's a very kind of like nuanced legal document where it basically says no ICC, even though we're saying like, yeah, we'll help you, we don't want to.
That's a federal
it's really hard for like, right? Yeah, that's a federal level. Yeah.
So he can still be arrested at the state level, and just you can't do anything with him because the feds will come in. They can't take him from the state, the feds, but you can't do anything with him except keep him in New York, which you're not allowed to do because you have to hand him into the ICC. So it's not feasible on the ground. It's just not feasible.
What if they nab him at the United Nations Court in NYC? Is there any international jurisdiction there? Or no, that's all?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know what the jurisdiction is for that property.
Hey, what's up, Rob? Welcome, Sam.
Hi. No worries. I just wanted to tell you guys the United States, unfortunately, is not a signatory to the Rome Statute, ICC. They're a bunch of rogue criminals who threaten to arrest people if they're taken to The Hague. So, unfortunately, that is not much of an avenue of discussion.
Yeah, no, that's what I was kind of saying. But they're saying that when it comes to the serious offense, there could be. And then we're talking about what if he's arrested within a UN court, which I doubt that, he would step into.
I think you mean UN property, right? Like the United Nations in New York.
Yeah, no, because I doubt he will even step in there. Let's be honest.
I don't know. I don't know what the jurisdiction is. If that's considered American territory or not.
Frankly speaking, if what you want to happen, for it to really happen, you would have to have a major political shift happen in the United States first, which, we have found out now with accurate data assessments and everything, the Democratic Party is starting to wean off of its Zionist tendencies because they've did another polling and there's an 80-point shift to pro-Palestinian sentiment and anti-Israeli sentiment. So if, let's say, this shift happens completely, the Democratic leadership changes, and then they come in power, and then Netanyahu lands in the U.S. soils, then we can see a probability of him getting arrested. This is something I did say, like, this could be a change that does happen earlier, like 2 weeks ago or something. So that could be a reality, but again, things have to align for that to happen.
Yeah, he's not getting arrested. No, I could see, this guy becomes a mayor. I think he would try to arrest him just as a political statement, but it wouldn't go anywhere. He would just be released.
No, but we're just exploring this idea, right? How do we do this? If he arrives in America, right? If somebody first, I asked around if you were to go after him or do something to him, right? Would they arrest you, or would they arrest still, but he's on U.S. soil, so he has some sort of protection. I think they will arrest the guy that did whatever did to him, right? Am I going to mention it?
So for that, Amir, let's play it both pro-Israeli and pro-Palestinian. If it was pro-Israeli, then the guy would get arrested. He'd probably be held to the highest charges, and the guy would be completely gone, and Netanyahu will have his immunity. What I stated to you previously 2 weeks ago, when I'm saying like, oh hey, if this is the shift that we're starting to see, the winds are blowing in a different direction, which it looks like for the Democrat side it now is, right? Let's assume that the Democrats have taken power. They're all anti-Israeli, pro-Palestinian, whatever, and Netanyahu lands in. It doesn't matter who does what to Netanyahu because he falls under the serious crimes thing of the APSA and or ASPA, and because of that, the country would more likely hand him over to the UN courts and everything, or the ICC for him to stand trial. But there's also a slight problem in that entire thing. There have been, if I remember correctly, for certain ICC criminals, there have been some people who have escaped because, maybe someone has like immunity in different countries, or someone has like allies in different countries to get them out of these sticky situations. That could also be an avenue where he still escapes and doesn't get, jailed or prosecuted. But again, you would have to see tides change politically in the United States for even an attempt of an arrest to be happening on U.S. soil.
I mean, technically, he can get arrested. And the U.S. is highly political. All it takes is one police who wants to become sheriff and wants to vote in New York. You can arrest him because there's a warrant on him. If that leads to anything, probably not. Because if you arrest him, maybe a judge will come and release him. But technically, he can get arrested. All it takes is a political move. Which right now, many people in New York are, like, you can see people are using this situation to get attention. People love attention. Imagine one police arresting, how much attention you would get.
Yeah, but the problem with that is, and this is what Edward was kind of pointing out earlier, is that on a federal basis, right, Donald Trump can go ahead and say, hey, I don't want Netanyahu in jail, sit in like federal forces and all that stuff, and say, hey, you don't have jurisdiction over this, which technically, Edward pointed that out is completely correct. So they would just break him out of prison, and again, the ICC, because of ASPA, doesn't really have jurisdiction over the United States. So in that entire situation, he just goes free. He can do whatever he wants.
But Sam, let me ask you this. Let's say, to be honest with you, I heard listened in a little bit late, but let's say that this scenario is to happen. Somebody arrests him and then Trump releases him and all that stuff. Wouldn't that look bad on both of them in terms of internationally?
It doesn't matter. They haven't done so many things that looks bad internationally, but they don't care.
But wouldn't that gain them more attention in terms of what's happening?
again, and then talking about been the face of genocide international. I don't think we can get more famous off of that. Trump has been the face of authoritarianism and dictatorship within America. You can't get more famous than that. Well,
I mean, yeah,
so,
I agree.
again,
I also don't really think he would get arrested, to be honest with you.
yeah, so the thing is that whatever optics we're thinking about of him getting arrested, how it could play out, whatever politically, you would have to go ahead and see Netanyahu lose complete states and complete power, right? For that arrest to even take place even under a Trump presidency. Because Trump, once he realizes, hey, he has nothing to do with you or you don't have any like political power anymore, that's it, you're screwed. I mean, look at Elon Musk. They were buddy-buddy a couple months ago. Their egos clashed, and political power of Elon is basically nothing. So, boom. Trump just throws him to the wayside and says, I'm going to look into seeing if I can deport him. So that's just how Trump operates. If Netanyahu becomes a political liability, like a heavy political liability to him, then whatever you said it could happen.
But you know how much fun and thing is, when Daniel see any cop, he will scare the shit. Is he gonna arrest me? Is he gonna arrest me?
Wait, what? Hello?
Yeah. What do you say?
Yeah. No, there was someone who asked a question, but it was too muffled, so I couldn't hear it.
So, by the way, the UN headquarters in NYC is under the jurisdiction of the federal courts. So he's actually safer inside there than he is outside of it.
Oh, thank you for filling us in on that. I genuinely did not know that.
I just wanted to add a point about Trump, that he is a deep, deep Zionist and his family are deeply Zionist. And just because he may find Netanyahu a bit of a liability, he's not going to suddenly turn his back on Israel. He's done everything possibly he can for Israel, and he will continue to do so. He's repeatedly promised over and over again he wants to make Israel bigger. He wants to take on all Israel enemies. He wants to wipe out the Palestinians. He wants to obliterate Iran. His agenda is part of an organization of Zionism. He's not just, he presents himself as this rogue outsider, but he's not. He's a highly integrated Zionist, and his cabinet is highly Zionist. His co-chair, Lubnik, is literally Shabbat. And they are deeply, deeply fascist Zionists. So that's not going to change.
So I fully agree with you, but the thing is that when in this entire thing, I was talking about specifically Netanyahu losing power. This would mean that Trump could easily turn around, say, hey, you know, Netanyahu is criminal and all stuff or whatever, and see if we find someone else he can back that isn't such a liability to him politically wise, and still, you know, prop up Israel, right? So it's kind of more of if Netanyahu loses complete political power, then you can see him get arrested under a Trump-like government. But if he still retains that power, then you won't see him get arrested.
Yeah, I agree with you in the sense that if the Zionist power structure has decided they've had enough of Netanyahu, as soon as they decide that, they will turn on him, throw him to the walls, and appoint their next, you know, face of their organisation, the next poster child for their movement, whoever that might be, although there aren't any particularly charismatic ones waiting in the rings right now. That's what's it.
I'm just going to go ahead and say, like, so I've heard a bunch of Israelis talk about this point, and I think I've also heard it on Clubhouse as well, but it's a pretty famous point that they like to bring up, and that is, gratefully you don't have a Mizrahi running Israel. And their argument to that is Ashkenazis are so much nicer and sympathetic and all that stuff or whatever, that Mizrahis are known like could easily become like terrorist guys and all that stuff or whatever, and all that bullshit. So and to be honest, this argument does work on a lot of groups that are Zionists, because their entire shtick will be, oh, he's a nicer, kinder version of XYZ person, and then they'll say he's Ashkenazi, and you will kind of get an idea of like, yeah, he's not Mizrahi, so he won't be radical, and then we'll just be like, oh, hey, nice white man, let's go ahead and, you know, keep buddy-buddy with him until we get, like, screwed over again.
Ehud Barak was Mizrahi from Iran, right?
Yeah, from what I remember, yes.
So citizens' arrest is limited, I guess. But what about if the mayor does it? Can they arrest the mayor? If the mayor orders the state police to...
No, they can't arrest the mayor. See, the problem is that, and I'm fully convinced that Trump will do something like this. They're gonna get some kind of national security panel to go ahead and look into how they can arrest Mamdani. Because you can't have a citizen's arrest, let's say, like that arrest Mamdani. You can't have, let's say, someone randomly doing something to Mamdani because that's just gonna bullshit him. So they have to get him on like some kind of like bogus charge that federally he'd be, let's say, incarcerated for. Are you all so quiet?
Bro, you kind of come late to the party, to be honest with you.
I mean, yeah, I'm working.
I mean, it depends where you live, actually. What time zone are you?
CST.
I'm just trying to brainstorm here. What we can do.
Brainstorm on what?
How to get... Ariel's still in the room, so I can't say anything.
How to arrest Netanyahu?
Yeah, arrests.
Oh.
That's one option.
See, the thing is, it's simple, right? And I've seen a lot of these scenarios kind of like play out militarily wise, in like certain situations. If, let's say, let's just go ahead and say someone really doesn't like Netanyahu, right? It doesn't matter if America is pro or anti-Israel or pro or anti-Zionist, whatever it is, right? And hi, Ariel, I think you're going to get some ideas off of this. What someone could simply do is, let's say they invite him onto a private jet, something like that, whatever. They can fly into an airspace that is not friendly to Israel. And on those grounds, if they are signatory of the ICC, then that's where the war can take place. He'll be arrested, and the United States has to find a way to bail him out. But Netanyahu is a little too smart for that. So it would have to be a complete surprise for him to be over international waters or over like a certain country, the airspace that can enforce that on him, and him not knowing it.
But you know what's interesting is that the local police can technically arrest everybody with Netanyahu if they were to arrest him.
Yeah, that is true.
Including Secret Service, including whoever's with him, they can all be arrested.
Yeah. But they won't, that's the thing.
Yeah.
But they may.
See, again,
they may.
Like,
it's a political thing. They get attention and they can get elected to sheriff. It's very possible. If people tell them, if you arrest them, we vote for you for sheriff, Amen. It's United States.
See, the New York Police Department, I'll be very honest, especially the NYPD, they have an office in Tel Aviv themselves, right? And it is basically suicide for their career for them to do that, especially with their strong ties to Tel Aviv. So what would end up happening is you would have the NYPD crack down on whoever, and they would find any measure to go ahead and get whoever arrested Netanyahu under any kind of position. They would hunt him down and, lock him up and throw him away on bogus charges. The NYPD has been famous for doing that shit for anyone who has done anything to any of their officers, whether they be in the right or the wrong, right? So it's kind of like there is no, proper political agenda for them to throw Netanyahu in jail by themselves.
Yeah, you're actually absolutely right. NYPD has a long-standing, just like brutalizing people for almost no reason.
I want to just add a bit more detail to the signatory issue, and that is that a signatory to the ICC cannot arrest a war criminal on the territory of a non-signatory nation. So it doesn't matter who's in power in the US, the ICC's own law does not extend to US territory, unfortunately.
What if a sovereign state decided that wasn't a signatory decided to fly him to somewhere where he could get arrested? Is that not a possibility?
That sounds like it might be possible, yeah. A form of extradition might be possible, yeah, if that was arranged. Yeah. And the other more obvious one is if he was stupid enough to set foot in the wrong country, then they could arrest him if they were a signatory, of course. But he's going to be probably avoiding that.
I like Sam's idea. I think it just takes like one hero pilot to land a plane in the wrong country.
Yeah, that might work.
Imagine that happening. So New York is not an option. Is that what you're saying? What?
Yeah, unfortunately, nowhere in the US, and presumably nowhere in Israel, and there are probably other countries who never signed the Rome Statute. Any of those countries, it would not be an option. According to the ICC, they would not say you're authorized to do it there.
Sorry, what did I miss?
He can't be arrested in the US.
Yeah. Yeah.
So is it a direct flight from Israel to the US?
Not necessarily, no. But the thing is that the airspaces in which they take are friendly to Israel. So it would basically be like a uninterrupted route. You would have to go like a completely bogus direction to go ahead and find an anti-Israeli airspace. Like, for example, going to Turkey, which is the opposite direction. You can go to, Ireland, which they have announced their intentions to arrest Netanyahu if they ever land. But Ireland is above the UK, so again, you're going out of your way to get to Ireland. Spain is starting to warm up to the idea, so you might see their airspaces become unfriendly very soon. If that does, then that affects a lot of his flight plans. And then you would have to have, jet scrambled and everything, which I don't know if they're willing to do that and then get into trouble with the United States. Oh, I also forgot France. If France is actually meaning what they say they're going to do, then then the airspace is going to be completely compromised and they have to go a roundabout way to get to US.
So when you say that, does that mean that if his plane even just enters the airspace, they can arrest him, or
Yeah.
does he technically have to land?
No. Once you enter airspace, what ends up happening is the country will know who that airplane is like for. So they'll ask like what's going on, all that stuff. If they know it's Netanyahu, if they know it's Netanyahu's plane, then you could easily, scramble jets, warn them they will be shot down if they don't comply, which would make them comply. And once they land, they will be arrested. This is something that everyone.
The idiot is streaming a room that's sort of a.
Yeah, the one in Lebanon?
Yep.
Yeah, I know, bro. He's been here all the last 4 minutes.
I mean, it's not like we're saying anything wrong. This is just hypotheticals.
Josh, what you should do, I have an idea. I was going to ask ChatGPT on this, and maybe he'll give you a solution, and then we can talk about it. Because, it would be a suicide mission, to be honest with you, to do what, anybody would just, pretty much sort of like hypothetically, we're speaking hypothetically. What could happen, because there is a possibility some psychopath gets triggered, mad, whatever, and he has the ability to, target people, whatever. That could happen.
I will be very honest. I would rather that doesn't happen. And I'll tell you my reason for it. I'd rather nothing happens to Netanyahu for now, and the world naturally becomes an anti-Israeli and pro-Palestinian, which we're already seeing that happen, right? So once that takes hold, if he gets arrested, anything like that, whatever, you can't go ahead and say like, oh, it's these terrorists that put them down or anything like that. No, it's just because the world hates and Israel. So then, anything that happens, it's like good riddance. You were a cancer on society, you were a cancer on the world.
I agree with Sam. That makes sense. We don't want to turn Netanyahu into a victim.
Yeah. So keep him in power. I'd actually just advocate for keeping him in power for now and let the tides come against him.
I like the outcome of Trump threatening to cut off aid to Israel if they indict Netanyahu in Israel, right? That's kind of sort of a win-win. They indict him and then Trump cuts off aid.
Well, just the interplay between them, saying things like this, people know about it, and it just makes the U.S. and Israel more corrupt. So, Americans are watching this, so I think that also helps turn people away from Zionism and back, towards reality, Palestinian. I think that helps, actually. Any of this corruption that comes out, Netanyahu getting off scot-free, I think would help the Palestinian people, not hurt.
Yeah. We should take a play out of Massad's book. Do you guys know the story of Mordecai Vanunu? And I talked about this.
I do recognize it, but please give me a refresher.
He got kidnapped and sent to prison for like 18 years or something.
Yeah, he was.
I think he's still in prison, isn't he?
He leaked documents or something related to the nuclear program that they had, I believe, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, he's a nuclear scientist, leaked the nuclear weapons program in Israel. He went to England, leaked it to the Daily Press. Robert Maxwell, who owned the Daily Press, doxed him. You guys know who Robert Maxwell is, right? Mm-hmm. Ghislaine Maxwell's father. Yeah. And then they set up an operation, and an American-Israeli woman lured him in to a hotel room or something. And then they drugged him, kidnapped him, took him to Israel, put him in prison, and to this day he's still on house arrest. He can't leave the country.
I think, there's going to be a lot of that happening from now on, especially with anti-Israeli sentiments on the rise. You're going to have more people wanting to spy on them. who knows? So maybe be commended as a hero later on in history for what he did.
Who?
The spy you were talking about, forgetting his name.
Vanunu? Yeah. I mean,
Sure.
already.
Yeah, Palestinians have written songs about him, so he's a hero to Palestinians.
Israel does this shit all the time. I mean, they assassinated a guy, a Tunisian Palestinian national, in Tunisia. They hired hitmen and they did a drive-by shooting. He was working on the drone program for Hamas, I think, and they killed him. There's no jurisdiction there. There's no fair play there.
I'll be very honest. Like, I'm just happy that the world has taken this route now, and it is unavoidable, and Israel can only blame itself for it, because history has always told the story of who the victors were and how they got that victory, whether it be thousands of years later or hundreds of years later. And Israel will go down as a mistake on like not just American history, but in world history, as to never do this again. And there will be a vindication for a lot of not just the Arabs, but Middle East people on their sovereignties. So it's time sticking for them.
Yeah, I mean the momentum, is so strong now that I don't think he could stop the momentum. No, I mean no, it's just too strong. It's just too. World opinion is so. People discount world opinion, because they're not politicians, they're everyday people. But it doesn't matter if we live in a dictatorship or a democracy. World opinion matters, or the opinion of the people in that nation matter, because they could, in a dictatorship, in a kingdom, and somewhere that's oppressed, they, the rulers are always worried about the people rising up against them. So world opinion matters a lot, and it's more important than I think we've given it credit for in this room.
Yeah, I think especially with the Americans, again, I was not ready to hear the numbers of what happened with the Democratic polling, especially with the dedicated Democratic voters, right? But again, you're talking about a party, especially its people, who were heavily pro-Israel, not necessarily Zionists, but they were all on the thing of like, Jews never do a state, all that stuff, whatever. I mean, I was on that kind of side as well, right? And now that people like me, people who are normal, like, don't really involve themselves in politics, have now seen the bloodshed and destruction. Like, you can't take that memory away from people. They haven't seen it since 2023 now. You have an 80-point shift to pro-Palestinian anti-Israeli sentiment. They're negative. The party that had only the interest of pro-Israeli sentiment, while the other party was just like, we're pro-Israeli, so we can gather the Jews in one place and massacre them for the Christ or whatever.
Did you hear, Sam? Turkey just signed a very comprehensive technology defense, well, not defense in terms of they would defend them, but military cooperation in building technologies and rail and port infrastructure with Turkey. Turkey's Belt and Road Initiative with China, and they've signed. China is investing $15 billion in the next 5 years.
That's a problem for America.
Well, America did not want to go through Turkey, so Turkey was not going to be the route to Europe, the land route to Europe. So they were using, going through either Sudan, Morocco, Morocco is on the Atlantic, but that's one of their ports. Sudan for the Red Sea, and Saudi Arabia, I think, Wait, no. Does that lead to Europe? No. How are they getting to Europe? They're getting to Europe by sea, not by land. But the Belt and Road wants to do both sea and land, because land is much cheaper and more predictable. So now China has Turkey, and this is a major, not just the agreement itself, but what China is giving Turkey and Turkey's giving China. I mean, Turkey's redoing their rail systems right now to be high speed. Everything to be high speed by 2030. $2.7 billion invested in Turkey's main port, tripling its size, and the land route to Europe. There's going to be military military technology being shared back and forth between both countries, and China setting up Huawei and a couple other major companies for microchips. I don't know if they're going to be fabricating there or doing final assembly or something, including all this new technology that they're investing, putting into the consumer market in Turkey. So it's a huge package. It's one of the largest.
So there's a really interesting echo here of World War One. But somebody else was going to say something.
Oh no, I was just gonna say this is gonna be very costly for the United States. Like, this is a major blow for them because militarily wise, if you give China that kind of access, right, then essentially you've cut off a lot of American interest within the European region, and you're gonna open it up to more Chinese influence. That is gonna have everlasting blows for the next decade or two, once it's fully complete.
Yeah.
It's that.
So this is my thesis I've been ranting on about in this room forever, which is fundamentally everything's being driven by West versus China containment. And the British have been talking about this since the mid-90s. Forget about the Middle East, that's a sideshow. The big objective is to contain China. And the US and the UK have been building towards military confrontation with China ever since then, or presumably before that. And it's all going to come to a head, and it is now coming to a head as China becomes so universally, dominant in the economic sphere. And as you say, this Belt and Road Initiative is a direct threat to the Western hegemony. And the Americans are pressuring European companies not to do business with China. And it's funny that the head of the European Union just recently said, finally, it's sort of said they're going to turn away from the US towards China. Which of course got the Americans all pissed off with culinary evil and all that. And I wanted to make an interesting point that there are some historians who believe that the main trigger for World War I, despite all the narrative we've been told about some random person getting assassinated, the Archduke, whatever, it was ultimately about British imperialism, because the Germans and Turks were about to build a massive railway system across Eurasia, and in a very similar way, it was their East meets West project. And as Germany was a rising industrial power, rising so fast, the British saw this absolute threat to their power, and the British have always sought to undermine what they call old Europe. This is Germany and Russia, their old rivals, and now increasingly it's China is the new rival, which it was before, because the British colonized and subdued China before, and they're not going to succeed this time around. The cycle is turning. It's the 100 or 80-year cycle as the Anglo-American Empire declines, and the Chinese influence is going to dominate, and the West is doing everything that's in its power to either stop or delay that happening, which is partly why, well, exclusively why they're arming so many Asian nations against China. We've managed to rearm Japan, we're arming South Korea, the Philippines, we send nuclear bombers to the Philippines. We are gearing up to try and take down China, which hopefully it won't come to that, but that's a massive agenda that's going on right now.
So I just wanted to clarify for the Middle Eastern Economic Corridor, which is basically, to me, the Abraham Accords masked. It's running through UAE ports from India to the UAE, then to Saudi Arabia, then through Syria to Jordan to Israel, and then from Israel by sea to Greece to get into Europe. That's the American Silk Road.
Well, that's one route. Yeah, but the other traditional route is on the other side, right? The Suez. That's where the British.
No, everybody's trying to avoid that. That's the traditional route, but this is both trade routes are purposely avoiding the Suez Canal because it's so congested. The problem with the UAE, well, and it's also prone to it's vulnerable to attack. It's also vulnerable to political instability. So both sides want to. So China, they're both, but the UAE though has been known and and has been resented for many years because their port, what is it, Jebel Ali, I think it's called, which is a very sophisticated port, has been for many years, for two decades at least. That takes in a lot of the goods into the Middle East is very, very expensive. Some people called it extortionary pricing. And this is so what I'm trying to say is the Chinese route ends up bringing products and products to consumers in the Middle East, from China to Africa to Europe cheaper just by not going through the UAE with their exorbitant prices.
Yeah, that makes sense. And as you probably know, the Belt and Road Initiative is multiple routes all over Eurasia to Africa. It's a global effort, apart from the Americas, to connect, East and West. So it's a
and redundant.
Yeah.
But, like I always say, where does it cross? It crosses both trade routes cross in the West Bank. In the West Bank, that's where they both intersect. And the West Bank and Gaza is a geographic choke point between Africa and the Middle East. And Gaza, if it had a port, would be a much straighter path to Europe. Because you have what you have there: Italy, Spain, southern France. So you have a much straighter path from there.
Wait, you said West Bank, but then you're saying Gaza.
Well, West Bank and Gaza is one people.
No, I understand, but they're completely separated by Israel, at least the way the current configuration is, right?
Yeah, but
so
but if there was a Palestinian territory, then there would be a either a land road and rail to Gaza, or it would be a tunnel. In the 90s and 2000s, when they were going through the various accords, it was proposed a tunnel because why would Zionists want to see Palestinian people ever? So they were talking about a tunnel, which is fine with me. But yeah, both I'm assuming. Huh?
They're going to blame Hamas for building tunnels again.
They might hire them. I mean, they've already proven that they can do a really good job, so they might hire them. But so I'm saying it as if the land is contiguous because if there's a territory agreement, then the land would have to be contiguous. It would have to be.
See, but here's my problem with all this, right? Because it's the United States and China, right? Especially when it comes to China. Like, I specifically don't like China's foreign policy, especially when it pertains to Israel, solely for the fact that they like playing this stupid game of like we hate Israel outwardly, but then they do backroom deals with them, right? So this either will be a move to consolidate power for Israel and make an argument to make Israel whole and get rid of the Palestinian territories, or if China is smart and they want to use political shifts and tides, which they have done in the past, that they could argue for Palestine. But again, with a double-edged sword here.
So Israel, so I know what you're saying, but two things. One, the U.S., so Israel invested money in the Haifa port years ago, and the U.S. Like squeezed China out, so China doesn't have influence over the port that they invested money in. China does not want Israel in their trade line, in their BRI, because Israel is basically America. And they don't want they don't want Western influence in their so that's not going to happen. That's actually never going to happen. That's the opposite of what they would want. So they would want to go through the West Bank. But here's the thing: the Middle Eastern Economic Corridor also goes through the West Bank.
Okay.
It also goes through Jordan into the West Bank. That's the only way to get into Israel. So I think there's a small little area but it's not enough to build, and they haven't built, roads or a rail system or whatever. It's not feasible. Where Israel meets, what's it meet? Does it meet Syria? I think it meets Syria. But so that's not. It's like a sliver of. We measured it like in meters, like 50 meters. I don't know how. But their thing is to go through. America is going to go through the bridge, the Jordanian-Israeli, bridge into the West Bank. That's their plan. In my opinion, what I think happened was that when this was exposed to Netanyahu, he went rogue and said, no, let's see if I can't take over the entirety of the West Bank and Gaza, because he knew Gaza would be strategically very valuable and economically very valuable because of where it sits. A gateway to, Africa and the resources from Africa coming back through Gaza by rail into the Middle East, into Europe, into Asia. I think he went rogue, and I don't think the U.S. wanted this to happen because, and this is my reasoning, if the U.S. or Israel, if the U.S., whoever builds a rail system going through the West Bank, okay, rail systems are very easy to disrupt. All you need is like a Molotov cocktail in one of the, rails, and thrown in one of them, and boom, you're done. You're down for at least a week. At least a week. I mean, we see that here in the U.S. Where, people put rocks in rails, the grooves, and it warps the grooves where the train, glides on. And they have to go in and repair it, and they're down for days. So I don't believe that the U.S., knowing this, the U.S. understood that it would be impossible to occupy the West Bank and Gaza and expect a smooth-running, reliable rail trade route to go through the West Bank. I just cannot imagine the U.S. thinking that, and I don't.
I would strongly disagree. I think I mentioned I've got this sort of obsession with the whole thing being driven by the Chinese rivalry, right, with the West. And if anything, it is the acceleration of China's rise that is accelerating all of the violence that's escalating. And if anything, the Israeli land grab and aggression, trying to destroy and redo Gaza and its West Bank, moving to Syria, try to take down regime change in Iran. All of this is because they know China is gaining influence in the region, and they have all these plans per region, and the West is no longer good at building railways and doing infrastructure. Chinese are the masters of it, and the West has gone into a decadent mode of just destroying and preventing progress where they can. So they would rather destabilize, prevent inroads happening from China rather than trying to build.
But you're talking about China. I'm saying the West Bank. The U.S. you would be using that route to get into Jordan.
I understand the point you're making, and I'm saying the West's habits these days are not to build infrastructure in a positive way. They are more inclined to prevent infrastructure, right? Because they want to.
But the U.S. needs. So it's not about China. This is the U.S. going in through the West Bank. They need that infrastructure. But you're saying that.
Well, whichever way you look at it, to me that accelerates Israeli takeover of the greater Israel.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. I agree with that about Israel. Right? I agree with you. But where I disagree with you is that the U.S. would not take this path because of how sensitive that American trade route, which America would depend on. From Israel, going, from Jordan to Israel and Israel to Jordan.
Yeah.
They wouldn't take that path.
Agreement that would be, in other words, in an ideal world, the Americans would have a greater Israel completely aligned with the US, and all these subordinate Arab states were all in line, and they could have a Pax Americana so that they could build.
Well, I'm not taking it that far. I'm just saying, just logically speaking, if I'm in the US, if I was, planning out this trade route. I would say the Palestine area, the West Bank, must be, it cannot be occupied, because if it is, then we would have resistance, and all they would have to do, the resistance, to cost us billions of dollars and cost us an edge, or being able to catch up with China, is to disrupt the rail system that goes through their territory. So it would be really easy to disrupt the rail system. Very easy.
I get your point, but these people apparently want full and complete ethnic cleansing, right?
But I think that's from Israel. I don't think.
No, the US is an empire. They don't care. They're aligned with Israel, and Israel is psychopathic enough to do the dirty work for the US. The US would be happily to go along with it.
But you can't logically do that, though. That's what I'm saying. If we assume that the U.S. is logical, which I do think the U.S. is logical when it comes to strategic interests, okay? And they're very good at their strategic interests. They would see that one of the, doing a risk analysis, a very simple risk analysis, would show that you cannot put a trade route through the West Bank, and unless the West Bank was a peaceful territory at the very least, less than a nation. So I don't think the U.S. would be behind that. I think Israel went rogue, thinking, we could keep all of it.
Let me rephrase it maybe in a more realistic way, that the U.S., I believe, has factions within it, right? And there are factions that are super Israeli aligned, and they are the less rational.
I would go with I would definitely say that, yeah.
So I think that's probably where we meet in the middle, that the behavior of Israel is a symptom of the obsessive Zionist-aligned American establishment, and behind the scenes there is probably a faction in the US who would rather work nicely with China, make the trade routes happen, and operate in a more multipolar way. And I think that is expressed in the contradictory statements even recently of Trump. So we want to be friends with China. He's always talking outside, both sides of his mouth. And at the same time, we are seeing Europe already now, I just mentioned, softening towards China as well. And all of these people work together. Europe, America, blah, blah, blah. All of these plans go in concert together.
Everybody. Black girls on the stage. That's amazing. I love the name. Gildas got destroyed for several hours last night.
Please.
You lost debates to about 12 different people within about a 4-hour period. Amazing.
That is a mischaracterization. Gildas is always here to speak up
on what I believe in, and you will have 8 people argue against me, but I can't argue against 8 people at the same time.
Just to hold on. I just want to recap for people that missed it. Gildas spent 4 hours trying to convince people that capitalism was incompatible was his words, with capitalism. Capitalism and Christianity are incompatible according to Gildas. And then when it was broken down to Gildas, that all of the advocates for capitalism, from School of Salamanca to Adam Smith to Karl Menger and a lot of the Austrian economists, Adam Smith himself, all devout Christians, and many of them were Catholics as well. He couldn't wrap his head around any of this stuff. And then after he lost that debate, then he went into something about Aristotle that nobody knew what the fuck he was talking about. Anyways, Gildas, it was definitely entertaining.
Well, I thank you for giving me a platform. And I'll always ascribe to the notion that capitalism and Christianity do not need one another for either idea to be understood. Christianity is a belief in mythology. Capitalism is an idea that believes in the rationalism of humankind. If I can make it very brief, you can be an atheist, you can be a Christian, and ascribe to capitalism, but capitalism does not need your Christianity in order to grow.
Yeah. Okay. I don't want to relitigate the argument that you made last night that you got embarrassed in, but I do want to say thank you to Matt Cool, who opened a room yesterday. Matt, can you tell people what the house is that you opened that room in so people can join it? I think it was the best room that's been on Clubhouse this entire year.
Wow, that's some pretty good confidence.
Let's go, Matt.
Go,
Matt.
Well, I call him Mojo, MAGA Mojo at this point. He's definitely showing his colors over there. I appreciate it. I hope you do drop in more, Mojo. You asked some very good questions. Actually, the best questions I've ever heard in my house, maybe let alone on the app. So that's always positive. My house is President Trump. It's pretty straightforward. I can, with your permission, I could drop a link, Mojo, in the chat if you want.
Yeah, please do. I think people should join that. I think that house set a new standard for the quality of conversation. And like all bullshit aside, yes, there was the standard bickering and talking over each other, but there was also several hours of like real good back and forth. I actually think I genuinely believe it's the best room that's happened all year long.
Let me point out that is the flow. Usually it's about 4 hours of pretty good like combo back and forth, and then it goes into the transitions into the late night. You've had those here, or at least in healthy debates. You've had that flow before, but yeah, it's usually 4 or 5 hours, and then I hear about all the craziness the next day for the next 5 hours. So yeah, they are really long rooms, by the way. So thanks again.
Yeah, no, it kept me up till 4 a.m. So fuck you for that. But it was very entertaining.
Roger, do I have to call you Mojo now? This is
I don't.
Mojo Alagata.
Yeah,
Is that for real?
Duolingo told me that this means, it translates in Spanish to I make the kitty wet, but
oh my God,
I don't know if that's entirely true, because all of the women of Hispanic descent say that that's not what it translates into. No. So I want a refund from Duolingo. But no, I don't go by Roger anymore, because Roger was removed from the app by the app founders.
Oh, dude, that's not how it works on here. Like I've had this account for over a year. People have probably just gotten used to me, so I don't get kicked off anymore. But with that being said, you can use like pretty much the identical name. They don't kick you off.
Well, I didn't want to try, because what I can say is that when they banned me, it was a device level ban, because they also banned my burner account that had I followed like 3 people and nobody followed me, and that one got booted as well.
So wait, so if you use a burner on a separate device?
No, it was on the same device. If I tried to log into it from that device, I couldn't log in even on the burner from that device.
What was the message they gave you when you tried?
The account didn't exist.
Political dissident.
That's what.
So if you tried to form a new, I got a device banned on the same device I'm using now. About 3 years ago. So it used to be the tactics were different. First, I had to get a VPN. You could not use the same IP address. Then I would have to use a different. I'd have to get a different phone number and then create a new profile, and it would be rather identical to the new one. But then they stopped doing even the IP ban probably like a year and a half ago. And so it just literally, I don't have to use a VPN. I would just change the burner number.
Well, hold on. From what I've heard from some of the tech dorks that are on here, is that they have an expiration date on the Mac ban that they do, and so once that expires, you can use that device again. That's what I.
Well, I've been using the same device this whole 3 years.
Please, Pepe. Let me ask this question to Mojo. Is it something you said, Mojo?
It was a room title that got me banned.
It was a room title. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Pepe. So, Mojo, if I don't call you the other name,
you can call me whatever you like.
They won't find you, right?
No, they know I'm on here, but you can call me whatever you'd like.
Just like they know I'm on here.
What was the room title? What was the room title? Mojo a la capa.
There you go.
What was the room title?
Well, I'm not going to repeat the room title. All I can say is that it had a.
Did it have the N-word in it?
Nope, it had a person's name in it.
Oh, okay. If you put it,
make it personal.
That was something that would get my account clipped. Is if you put it, not just a real name, but even a username in a title.
That's correct. It was a username.
Yeah, you get your account clipped for that.
Mojo, you're being streamed at the moment. Just so you know.
Hold on. Can I just say this? We have to accept the fact that these rooms get streamed. The app has decided that they want to allow people to do that. This is why they've given them the ability to do it. But I also want to say that the person that is streaming has done some good things recently in streaming some pretty vile content that will now live on the interwebs forever. And so I've actually kind of changed my position. I still don't like the fact that he doesn't appreciate the idea of consent, but now that the terms of service endorse streaming these things, then he can go ahead and do it, and we just have to accept that, this is the way it is. But I actually thank him, because there are some rooms that he has streamed, some content that he's streamed, that actually have people talking about things that are not just illegal, but could get you years and years, but decades of jail time. So I want to just thank him for that. I think we should recognize when people are using things that we find annoying to do good. It's it's positive.
Does this guy so happen to be from Chicago?
Yes, he does.
So there was a guy from Chicago on this app. He would stream me into his rooms, and I actually got people who would come into my rooms, and because they heard him on other platforms. Now, I personally did not care that somebody was streaming my rooms. That other people I can absolutely understand, but like I created like really toxic spaces, and for my own entertainment, and I truly didn't give a shit that it was being streamed. Interesting.
Well, I think the reason why I've always been against it, and I've had the conversation with this individual, is that you have a different type of conversation on this app when replays are not on. Some people, some people, like people in this room today, if they know it's streaming, they don't want to be streamed, so they won't come to the stage at all. Some people won't go to stages where replays are on, and so violating that, that is just weird, because the reality is the best rooms that have ever happened on this app were rooms where the replays were off, because people felt that they could speak more freely. And so when one person violates everybody's,
isn't the
desires,
recording everything?
Gildas, way to miss the point. You can be assured that the app does, but the app's not streaming it, the app's not repurposing it, the app's not doing any of those things. But again, this is the world that we live in now. The rules allow for people to come in anonymously, and the anonymous people can open up their microphone. They could stream this content wherever they choose to.
He's not anonymous, to be fair. We do
say what you mean.
Well, here's the thing. There's nothing we can do to change it, so people need to just learn to live with it. And if you don't like the fact that somebody is streaming, you probably shouldn't talk in any of these rooms, because from what I've been sent links on, it looks like he's recording many of the rooms. So any room that you're going into, he's probably streaming.
Well, like Mojo, when I told you, like maybe a week ago or 2 weeks ago, that I published a book and I was going to tell you in the room, and you were like, no, don't do that, hold off on that, I'll read the book or whatever, and I'll hit you in the back channel. What's the difference, man? Like, they're going to know who I am.
Well, here's the difference. Here's the difference. First of all, you can do whatever you want. My guidance to you was that you use the name Gildas, and the book is under a different name. And if you want that name out there, then go ahead, talk about it. That's your business. I was just, as a friend, suggesting that that's probably a bad idea if you're looking to conceal your identity.
Yeah, Gildas, I would say this. A lot of us, somebody like me, I'm absolutely identifiable just because I don't use a VPN anymore when I come on here. Anything I say, if it crosses legal boundaries, I'm not getting away. Now, when it comes to people,
well, my question,
in particular, I'm going to be.
Is, Pepe, like, if I told you guys my full name, am I doxable at this point? Like, would that mean I would lose my job? After everything you've heard me say, my comments, whatever I've said on this app, am I doxable to the point where they would be like, fire that?
As a black person, I mean, and when I say as a black person, I do think that black people can say more about whites than we're allowed to say about you. However, if we're to, depends on which, if you were to, for example, I think, insult other people of color, or Jews in particular, would you be, especially that last example, a lot more cancelable? Yeah, absolutely.
Wait, Pepe,
I'm not saying you've done any of this.
Pepe, you don't think you could host a room with a bunch of white folks and just talk smack about blacks and not have any repercussions? I think you can do that. This app is ripe with folks.
Oh, no, I do it because I'm anonymous.
He does it all the time. He's done it with me.
Yeah.
I do it, but I'm anonymous. But the thing is, I've been doing this for years. I haven't been doxxed. There's a couple people who do know 3 people who know who I am. And
I don't care, like, whatever Pepe says on the app, it's the app, and it's for the app. And I'm not gonna, like, try to find out who he is to get him canceled at his job.
Exactly.
I don't.
That's you though, and that's you.
And that's just me.
But there's other people that feel differently about that. By the way, there are 9 people in this room that haven't cashed in their red tickets, and I'm trying to determine what to do with these people. I feel like I don't think that you should be able to be on a stage if you have a pink ticket. Well, I could, but here's the weird thing. I could remove people with pink tickets, but I can't remove people that are here anonymous. Isn't that fucking weird?
Doctor will remove
Remove.
Some people
This is
are.
my first time in this space, so.
Well, hold on. May I ask you a question? Hold on. Let me ask you. Black girl, do you enjoy being in the muff?
Oh my.
Well, this is my first day in here, so I gotta get warmed up.
Oh, okay. Do you feel do you get a warm feeling being in the muff?
Well, not with all the people, not with some of the people in here.
It's not moist enough in here, so you just
the guy next to me.
let her glide in slowly and see whether or not it's a proper fit. Just like let her do her thing.
She might need some KY jelly before she joins.
To keep it above, like, let's test it out. Black girl, if I told you my name was Michael J. Wilson and I published a book entitled Let Me Look at You, would you feel compelled to dox me after everything you've heard me say on, in various rooms? Sometimes maybe I don't.
I'm not a doxer.
Well, I'm asking the question to Black girl.
Okay, yeah, no, I don't dox. I think that's immature. So I don't do that. I have been doxed on here before. So
you said
it's
this was
really
your first day. You said this was your first day.
She said in this room.
in this space. Pay attention.
This is her first time in the muff, and I just want to make sure it's a good one.
Is Adams in here? Is Adams in here? Because speaking of doxing, Adams, I don't know if he's in here, but I was in a room the other day and somebody said they're going to be following Adams around to find out where he works at so they can dox him and get him fired.
Man.
So
that has the best troll on here.
I just want to say, Black, the fact that it warms my heart so much, and other things, when women like you become so comfortable in the muff, I really want to welcome you.
Well, I mean, Pepe, let's keep it real. You be saying some crazy shit.
Obviously.
And black people niggers.
Yep. No, you're gonna shut the fuck up for a second. Listen, I know that you feel comfortable dropping that word in other spaces. I'm just gonna say you're not gonna say it in this room. Period.
Even though he's black.
My bad.
No N-words in the muff.
My bad.
Unless you like it.
What I'm getting at is, I appreciate Mojo, correcting me. But what I'm saying is, Pepe will drop the word. He will drop the N-bomb, as we say in the black community. And I don't feel offended by that.
Well, hold on, Gildas. Let me just say this also. Pepe, when he opens his own space, is entitled to do whatever he wants. I would never recommend or suggest or any of these things. Certainly wouldn't try to enforce my sensibilities on this topic to somebody else's space. Pepe can do whatever he wants there. And by the way, I will say, since I've returned, Pepe participating in the rooms that I've been in, whether it's in Healthy Debates or in here, I think that he follows decorum better in these spaces than almost everybody that gets on these stages. Now, I've heard his takes on a lot of things. He and I disagree, but as long as he's participating with the general rules of the road, which I think in this room, I think he's actually one of the more well-behaved people that come into this space.
Yeah, well, let me tell it from the black side of Clubhouse. It's offensive. It's something that they feel is like, how the fuck can he get away with this? Now, in my own personal opinion, I think he should be allowed to let that word rock. And the fact that you're saying, don't say it in here, is like what we're talking about.
No, hold on, Gildas. Here's why I have a problem with it, right? I'm not one of these people with delicate sensibilities, but I do want to create a space where people, whether they're young or old, this is more so than a black and white thing. There's a generational thing where some people are just like, hey, I don't want to be around that kind of content. I want to create a space where people can come in here and go, even if they know that, like, what Pepe's shtick was in his room, they can come in here and go, oh, okay, he's not behaving that way. And it's not just him. There's a lot of people that say a bunch of outlandish shit. By the way, I say outlandish shit. It's not about my sensibility. It's about there are people on this app that would be able to contribute to these conversations that I want to feel comfortable to come in here. That doesn't mean that I think that word. I think in many ways it's refreshing, and I'll call it refreshing, that we have a First Amendment that allows people to say those things for the audience that wants to hear those things. I think it would be worse to be tyrannical and have a government to say that you have no space to do that. I'm just simply saying that in this space, it's not going to be done that way.
But Gildas, I think you there's one thing you don't understand.
Think about it. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
And then let's make sure we create space for timeout after Pepe.
Mojo.
Okay, I would say this.
Always cuts off anyway. So Mojo.
Oh my God, are you just gonna go? Okay.
I don't agree with you, Mojo.
Okay, so you think that we should just let people say whatever they want, Tom?
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Let Pepper come on, please.
So,
like, I get it. I understand that it's freedom of speech, but this is an app. This is not like the United States. This is what Clubhouse wants to be, freedom of speech. And you can curtail speech if it's a private entity. And if they say they don't want to hear the word nigger, they are within their rights. Now,
you're not going to just slide them in, dude. Like,
I think that came just out.
No, listen. He's smart enough to know what he's doing. And here's the point. People can fucking say that I'm violating people's freedom of speech, but those people don't know what free speech is all about. Free speech is that the government cannot impose these restrictions on your speech. You can say these fucking things. If you want to be in your living room and around people that enjoy having that conversation, go fucking right ahead. I would fight for your right to be able to say it. I'm just suggesting that there's another right that is equally important, perhaps more important, and that's freedom of association. And if I don't want to associate with people that speak that way, that's my...
I would just say this, like, okay, so I started on Discord many years ago. Then, well, it was like right when the pandemic started, to be honest. It wasn't that many years ago, but you could look up Pepe versus Vosh, if any of you know who Vosh is. He's a far left-wing, twink.
He's a pedophile.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit. And, a lot of people would say I got bodied by him, and that's fine. Like, I was a guy who just started, and, he's rhetorically a gifted person. That's kind of why he's a popular bread tuber. But when it comes to my experience here on Clubhouse, now, I came here... I do think there is a such thing called luck. Like, why was they so popular so quickly? Like, on this app, a lot of people couldn't really understand it. I mean, the secret ingredient, honestly, was like, it was Mon. I would go into a room that was 100% black, and Mon would be like, well, just come up on stage. And then you had the Roosevelt, you had Herm, you had all of these people that were they had big rooms, and they kind of realized I would troll a lot, and they would basically roll out the red carpet for me. And so I kind of got like a big following on here. And even when it came to the Million Marathon people, I had like some room. It was obnoxiously titled like "The Downfall of America" is like put like fried chicken, watermelon, basketball, black emojis, whatever. And there's like, what is that about? And all of a sudden, I see all of these people flood my room. It's like 500 people in my room. I'm just like, I don't know. I'm a picnicker, and I like picnicking, and we do all of those things at picnics. So, I'm playing a word game, and then they kind of realize I'm a troll, and then I meet just through that room. I end up all of a sudden meeting a whole bunch of people, and it's like I'm the one person. I was utilized, I would say, especially in, let's say Nelson's or Jonathan Biggs' room. People know I have a controversial opinion, and to them, it's something they can capitalize on in terms of outrage. And so, I would say my incendiary talking points, and people would get upset.
No, why is it okay for you to use the N-word? Explain.
Wait, hold on.
Okay, sure.
Hold on. Before you interrupt, Gildas, when a mod tells you specifically what not to do, it's not a good idea to go and do it. And I don't care about the way that you try to slide it in there. I want to say this though, Pepe. I think you're right that there are mods that want that kind of controversy, because what they're over-indexing on is they don't care what the content is as long as the content draws a crowd. And I personally, I don't think there's other rooms that do that. You can open those rooms. I would never campaign to get you thrown off the app for doing the content that you do. And I would never tell Nelson, not to allow you on his stages. I just personally think that for the types of conversations that I want to have, I want to be able to have a space where when we're talking about politics, where we're talking about things that are important to me, like gun rights and taxation and whatnot, what I don't want is intelligent people that are put off by that word, because that word is very divisive, and some people just cringe at the idea of hearing it. They don't want to be around it, and I understand why. And if that is going to cause them to leave, and then we don't get their contributions into these spaces, that's not a good thing. And so again, listen, I am not telling you what to do. The music I listen to, the content that I absorb, the TV shows, the movies, this word gets thrown around quite a bit. I'm a Quentin Tarantino fan.
And I won't say a word. And then Sarah, she goes in on me. And she sits up here and lies too.
This is like upset.
Hold on.
Stop bringing my name.
Hold on.
Seriously.
Hold on.
She's never been here.
What the fuck is happening here? Sarah, listen. This is not fucking Vietnam. There's fucking rules in this room. You can't just interrupt me while I'm speaking.
I'm not dealing with this.
Bye. That's better than you interrupting me. And Black Girl, I know this is your first time in the muff, but there are rules in this room. Jesus Christ.
I'll say this, even amongst, I've talked to so many people that were like part of, especially the alt-right movement, which a lot of them, they honestly see what was at one point their movement as being just like a shit show, unserious, retarded. They don't have nice to say it, but even the people that do, somewhat older beliefs, Richard Spencer, I can go on, generally in Twitter spaces where I talk to them, this crude usage of the N-word, which I've done it so many times on this app. Just because I'm bored, and it's just like, okay, well, I'll just go ahead and trigger this person and whatever. But you can't really have a serious policy debate when it comes to, for example, you use taxation, gun rights, and so forth. When you start to bring race into it, it's that you're intentionally killing the debate. It's not something that it's muddying the waters. You may have some ethnocentric views, but when it comes to things like who should have access to health care, gun rights, what should be, considered free speech, because, there's some people who think that, you shouldn't be allowed to talk about certain folks on, at least that's part of the conversation nationally. I think that you can absolutely kill the argument if I was just to dive in and start talking about Jews and whatever nonsense you see on a lot of the from a lot of far right, especially the younger far right people. These are very naive and stupid people.
Thank you. Hey, Mojo, what about the chatters? I haven't been on any of these apps in a long time. And who did your avatar, Mojo?
ChatGPT did my avatar, and as far as chatter goes, I haven't been on there quite some time. I think that app made a lot of mistakes, and I'm just not interested in it.
Yeah, I kind of told you that, but you've done that use of the N-word on this. Oh, come on, man! You're giving him too much attention. Come on.
No, he's not. No, you're trying to center yourself. He's.
No. Hold on. Why do we want to center a conversation around a word that I just told people that we shouldn't use? That doesn't make a lot of sense.
It's used.
Okay. Then use it elsewhere. If you can't be in this space without saying it, then don't come here.
I think it's smart for you to not allow the word to be used by anybody. But what I think Tamuk, or whatever his name is overlooking is that you have to understand it's offensive, and I mean very, very offensive as I was. The people that followed me that would come into my rooms were majority black. These black people, they were either entertained by it or they agreed with me. And so, as far as me using the N-word, these larger accounts, even on here when I first joined, they could care two shits that I used the N-word. They literally could not give a fuck.
Right, Pepe, you're correct. You're correct. And I think anybody that's been on social audio understands that a lot of the people that run rooms, and this would even describe me at certain periods of time on this app, if we're being completely honest, is that if what you're doing is trying to curate a space where your success criteria is the size of the room, you can throw all the rules out, you can let people speak over each other, and you can let them say whatever the fuck they want to each other, and that will attract a bigger crowd. I'm just saying that in 2025, the kind of conversation that I want to have, the type of people that I want around to have this conversation, I would much rather have a small room and a good conversation with people that are diverse, that have and by the way, when I say diverse, I don't mean diverse backgrounds, I mean diverse opinions. And so what I want is a space where people could come together and have a good conversation. My success criteria was the conversation good? I will again give credit. Matt Cool last night opened a room. I thought the conversation was phenomenal. I thought there was nuance. I thought there was people representing all different sides of the political spectrum having a really good conversation, and it became fairly big. But I think I think the success criteria was that it was a good conversation. It wasn't the size of the.
No, I think you do it right. You don't allow people to use this kind of. You don't use people. Like for myself, if I was to drop the hard ER, which I would do if I felt like it, but I feel like it would just absolutely pollute the conversation. And this room is not like we have actual conversations about shit where we don't have to deal with a lot of this toxic bullshit, and that's fine. I'm not drowning.
Look, I don't know why we need to be able to have a continued conversation about something that's been made. And by the way, the same rule applies within healthy debates. So if you're considering using the word in healthy debates, then think again, or just find another place to be able to go.
Yeah, no, yeah, but I don't use that word in healthy.
Great. Shut up, people.
Yeah, but I don't use that word in healthy debates.
Great. Got it. I wasn't talking directly towards you. Okay, you interrupted me a second time. I chose to be able to drop it down just to try and control myself for half a second. Okay. There is no reason why I can't have a healthy conversation or debate without this word. I don't know why there's a need to be able to just hyperfixate on this Gildas. Why do you feel like it's some sort of...
Well, don't, if you ask him that, if you frame that as a question, then you're inviting a response. I think I agree with where you're going here. Nobody feels passionate about the need to argue about the rule that we shouldn't interrupt each other, because that's not sensational, right? Nobody wants to go against the rule of personal attacks, right? It's that a provocative word was said. There was hey, we're not gonna do that here, and then we want to have this meta conversation. I want to move on from that topic, and I want to have a real conversation.
Yeah, well, you want to move on from the conversation. 2 nights ago, when I'm in the room with someone I called neurodivergent, you hit me and you were saying like, okay, don't do that, Gildas. Don't talk to her that way. Don't call her neurodivergent. Don't call her autistic or whatever the fuck. But you can say the N-word and that's okay, and that's like something that can be passed along through the rooms. Like, come on, man, that is not
obviously
fair.
fascist.
If I can't call her,
He wanted to move on into
Gildas, maybe you don't get the point here. We have a topic for the room, and we're going to talk about the topic of the room.
You can splash that shit, man.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Look, if you're not enjoying this conversation, then fine. You can just hang out in the audience. That's fine. If you want to participate in this conversation, go ahead and participate in this one. What I'm not going to do is fucking open rooms and let people hijack it with what they're trying to talk about when the fucking moderators just said that's not what we're fucking talking about. Like what part of this do you not fucking get? Jesus, this part should be easy. It's fucking weird.
If I may say what my room, what my goal for a room is.
You can, but then I want to immediately after that comment get to the topic of the room, and if we can't get on topic, I'll just go ahead and fucking end the room. Maybe this is just not the night that people want to have a conversation.
No, I want to ease into the topic of the room too. My goal for a room is to get as many black men 18 to 55 on the stage as possible, and then to get as many black women of the same age group and other people into the listening area. And the reason is because this is how we helped to win the election in a couple months ago. And I think that Elon tapped into a very different part of the America First or the electorate in general. And now we have this group of people that Elon helped to construct. Maybe he was like 30% of it, but he had a big part in it for this new group of people that tend to vote Republican, I guess, for now. But it was never like that before. The people that I'm meeting are completely different than anyone that I would have seen in this side of the aisle over the last 25 years been interested in politics. So now we have groups of people that you would expect to hate this side of the aisle that are now part of it, and talk about divergent. There's so many different weird ideologies, and now the Republican Party is kind of struggling to pick one. And I just thought it's interesting.
I have a question. It says joins Elon's American Party, so he's actually put a party together. It's called the American Party.
He's proposing to do this, and so I'm hoping he does. I not because I think that it's going to be massively successful, but I think it'll call a lot of attention to the fact that there's a danger in just giving people two choices. I think giving people more choice is good. I personally think at the national level, what this is really going to do is, if you think about it, he's going to attract the type of people that would typically either join the right-leaning libertarians or the Republican Liberty Caucus, people that are actual fiscal budget hawks, people that are more into the individual rights. I would fall into that camp, and so I think that would give a voice. But ultimately, the way it would play out is you would just see in Republican primaries, you would see choices between a liberty-leaning Republican and these authoritarian-leaning Republicans, and I think that would be the choices that you would have. I think that's a good. I think providing those choices is a good.
So they actually put out, so it's an idea at the moment. They haven't established a platform yet, correct?
That is correct.
Or has they given any idea what that platform might be?
I think the idea is the fact that the inspiration is behind opposition to the big beautiful bill. So if the opposition is on the grounds of government spending, specifically deficit spending, so the idea would be to put fiscal responsibility at the top.
Jared, I agree with your point choices. I'm gonna say this. I think that Elon Musk alone, that much, like, as Donald Trump alone, obviously has a lot of political sway. When they're together, they're a force to be reckoned with. But I really don't see Elon as a political entity going very far. I would like to hear what
Specifically about Elon, you think Elon's going too far?
I have bad service. No, I don't think that Elon. I don't think that Elon has very much political. With Trump, he has quite a bit of political capital, but I think alone he like 100%, let's say, to like 20%.
No, I think this might be we're thinking about this strategically. He doesn't have to create a party that produces a presidential candidate. He doesn't have to produce a candidate that dethrones Trump. That is not what he has to do. All he has to do is put his money behind primary candidates that put pressure on MAGA Republicans, and to just simply say, these are representatives that are committed to be fiscal hawks. And then the way that you would battle that is you would just simply adopt those ideas, and then you would crush it. And then he wins anyways, because if he does this properly, it's going to cause more Republicans to be more fiscally conservative, and then you, to some degree, right? You're going to have to go in that direction, because what is going to represent is that not only are you going to have a challenge in the general election from Democrats, but you're going to have challenges in the primary itself. And so if these Republicans, these establishment Republicans, the MAGA Republicans, the neocon, any of these fucking people that have proved to be big spenders want to, if they find themselves in a district where they could lose out, the margins are already too thin. The splits in the Senate and the House are too thin. If he could cause 2 or 3 MAGA Republicans to lose, that is a huge fucking thing. That is a big fucking deal. And I think that that's something that Trump should consider. I think that that's something that the Republican Party should consider. And I think Elon Musk is 100% correct about it.
I agree with Doc to some extent that, and you as well, as far as strategy, and whether he's going to definitely kind of pull through those that are frustrated on both sides to be able to write a platform that sounds good, that draws a good percentage of the people in the middle. Because I do believe that both parties have only maybe 30 to 35 strongholds, and the rest are finding maybe a few things or one or two things that, you know, that causes you to vote one way or another. But if you can find those, the right platform to write that people can read, and it kind of falls somewhat in the middle, a little bit more to the right, but can drag some frustrated Democrats as well. 30% is all you need. 30% is really all you need to really get traction, I think.
You're not going to get 30. You're not going to get hardly any Democrats. I don't think you're totally wrong in your statement, but I think that you're not even going to get. If you're even looking at Elon Musk's Twitter right now, you are not a Democrat at this point. I think that yes, he could, as Roger said, strategically with all that money, he could make a splash. I was kind of talking about more of the zeitgeist, like could Elon Musk wrangle enough support within the narrative to kind of make a difference? No, I don't think he could. He's just not, he doesn't fulfill that role. Could with his money.
What I don't get is that, like, the level of, like, partisan cuckoldry that happens where, like, it's like, oh, I'm a real Republican, so I'm super MAGA. Like, I don't want to offend anybody, and, you know, whatever. We saw the same thing with the Democrats, but I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, I look at Trump as like a narcissistic piece of shit. He's a vessel that can kind of like maybe get done some of the things that I would like to see get done. But he first of all, he's not a fucking conservative. He's barely been a fucking Republican his whole life. And you know, with his populist movement, he's changed the Republican Party. And it's so weird to like watch like people that were like actual conservatives change into being like 1990s maybe bluegrass Democrats, but still not even that conservative. I mean, it's the people sticking to the party line. I think that is somewhat toxic, and I don't think it's that fruitful.
Yeah, I think the point is this: Elon opposed Harris because of her love for regulations and her desire to increase the deficit, right? Or the advocacy for the policies that she had that would have increased the deficit. And so he gets in. They create Doge so he can identify spending that's out of control. They make cuts. A bunch of people on the left cried about the cuts. And then right after the cuts are made, then it's like, hey, here's this bill that's going to add to the debt. And so I'll just say this. I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat, if you're not trying to balance the budget within the year, then what the fuck good are you? We need some opposition to this, somebody that's going to hold the line. In fact, we don't need a balanced budget. We need to run a surplus to be able to pay down the fucking debt. And the fact that nobody on either side now cares. It used to be an issue for Republicans, and then the debt got so big that they're like, fuck, I don't know how we're going to do this. So then they abandon their principles, and so now they spend just as big and just as irresponsibly as Democrats. And I think that is the point that Elon's trying to make, and that's the point where I think he's going to win over a lot of people. He's not going to win over the majority. He's certainly not going to win over the people that got interested in politics because Trump says weird shit. Like, he's not going to win those people over. Of course not. Those people were watching sports and Howard Stern before fucking Trump got it fucking into politics.
I would say that even those who were conservative, they at least talked the talk. And as far as walking the walk, they didn't really walk far because they were politicians. So, but at least they spoke, campaigned, and really showed effort. And
Conservatives are the biggest pussies ever.
I would agree with you now. You can see that everything they were saying before that we kind of knew was a lie really shows up as a lie because everybody spends money up there. They all spend money.
Conservatives conserve fucking nothing. What have conservatives conserved in the United States? Like nothing.
And that's what I'm saying. They lie and they act like they're walking the walk, and if they take a step, it really isn't walking. And now it's blatant. It always hid. They hid it well, and would convince people. But yeah, everybody spend money. They all spend money. Even when they say they're passing over a surplus, is it really a surplus? Is it really a surplus?
Bill Clinton really operating under a surplus? Does anybody know? Roger?
No, are we now? No.
No, we haven't had a surplus since 2000.
I mean, the debt is so high in comparison. Like, in my mind, I still get pissed off when we spend money on a forever war that costs us $10-20 trillion over a decade or so. I still have that in my mind. I don't want to do that. But I mean, I gotta be honest. Sometimes I just think, like, if the spending is for the actual American citizen, I might not be as hard on it, because I know we're just going to have a war with China anyway to erase all that debt. We're never paying it back.
Well, Doctor, here's the problem: is our politicians think in short term. They think in terms of election cycles. When it comes to the debt, people are going to judge you based on how were you living while this guy was president? How were you living when these people were in Congress or the Senate? Like there isn't like I think that's the primary fault of our country is we don't. It's rather prohibitive to think long term what is best for us. I'm not. Obviously, I don't want.
You could at least balance the budget, though. Like I just thought of that. Like, you could at least balance the budget for that year. That would be.
Yeah, but no, not really, because there's a huge chunk of Americans that are like, oh, you can take these entitlements away. Like, how fucking dare you? And then their life is hell under that administration. And it's gonna cause a lot of problems.
Yeah, well, a couple things. First of all, we're not going to war with China. We should probably pay closer attention to the fact that there's a good chance that Xi is no longer even in power. There's a lot of interesting things coming out of China right now to change the direction that they're going, because their economy is fucked absolutely in the goddamn toilet. And the word coming out of China is that they know that in order for their economy to get back on track, they're going to have to play nicer with the U.S. And so they're already working on a transition that would distance them from the Russians and get them a little closer to us. These are things that will come out. The news cycle's not covering it today, but the journalists that are in China are covering this stuff, and at least the brave ones are. Once it starts hitting mainstream news, though, I think what you're going to see is all that talk about, like, we're going to war with China, it's not going to happen. China's going to sing a different tune, and they're going to become our friend again.
That's actually different than what I heard, Mojo. I heard that when Trump was in office the first time, just like they were easily able to pivot with the soy and get it from Brazil versus us, that they've literally been preparing for this day. Because if you notice, a lot of the other countries are dealing with Trump differently this time. They kind of were very cautious with Biden because Trump did not disappear. He was very prominent in politics, more so than typical previous presidents. So China has actually been doing a lot of quantitative easing, subsidizing, which they always subsidize, but they've actually been trying to which is proving right, build up other economies such as Africa, so that they can eventually create more consumers that will replace American consumers. So I don't think that China's throwing in the towel. I'm always going to bet on China, right? They've literally existed for hundreds and hundreds of years, and we're still pretty much a baby in this, and they plan for the long term. So I would not put China out. Remember the last time we had issues with Iran, they had their ships just kind of circling in the water. So just to kind of prepare and bolster.
So are you aware of the rumors that Xi is on his way out?
Yeah, but even if Xi is on his way out, like that's the thing, the continuity. What they have in continuity versus what we have in continuity, like there's zero comparison. Like there's zero comparison. There's a reason why China has stayed this way forever. I mean, they cook the books. They don't even really reveal to the rest of the world what's going on. So that's what I'm saying. The United States is basically responsible for an international trade war, literally for no reason. In a post-COVID economy, the United States is the one responsible for a lot of political and financial unrest. We are no longer.
That's not consistent. That's not.
What are you talking about? That's not consistent.
No, that's not consistent with an objective worldview of the fact that China's been flooding our market with cheap goods.
For how long?
For a long fucking period of time.
But who's the president that decided to allow American companies to do that in China? You act like it's Chinese manufacturers. It's also American manufacturers.
You said a couple of things that are just like historically inaccurate. Like you talked about China and their consistency with their government. Actually, this is actually relatively new on the global scale. This government, they've only been around for 75 years. The China that existed prior to the Communist Revolution was actually pretty vibrant. Now, what's happened over the last 20 years in terms of them building cities out of nothing and building up their military, they've spent a lot of money, but now their economy is in the fucking doghouse. China's economy is dog shit. They are in very big trouble, and the projections that people have in terms of their population, India is going to continue to gain population because their birth rates are on the rise. China's, on the other hand, in the next 30 years, their population is going to cut in half. So I think that there's a lot of people that are operating on information from 10, 20 years ago around China and not the stuff that's happening right now in China. I think if you would pay closer attention to this, and again, we can come back and talk about this when it happens. I'm gonna be on the record, just like I was that Trump was gonna win in a landslide, and all of the people that disagreed with me there, most of them left the fucking app because they were embarrassed, that didn't want to get the "I fucking told you so." So I'll get an "I told you so" on this one when Xi is out of power and China comes to the table and wants to have better relations with the U.S. Not only am I betting on that, I'm fucking guaranteeing it. This isn't a prediction, it's a...
So, okay. Again, you fall for Western propaganda that the United States is the biggest and the brightest, right? You literally have Jerome Powell, who just said that he would have lowered interest rates if not for the tariffs. So when you want to talk about economy, be careful, Mojo, because you're literally sounding like a typical American who's caping for your country without understanding the immense amount of debt that we are in. So if you want to poo-poo somebody's economy,
is there anybody on this app
are you going to let me speak or what? Okay, you know what? Yeah. Have a good day.
Okay.
You're right.
Yeah, on this topic, yes. Yeah. I mean,
yeah, well, I was about to unload. I mean, I was.
Well, certainly more than he does. Hold on.
I actually met the Chinese president. I've been a million fucking times over there.
Yeah.
If he wants to come up here and talk about Western propaganda, if she works for BlackRock, she don't work for fucking BlackRock. And if they found out she worked there, they'd be like, get the fuck out of here.
She didn't know what the fuck she was talking about. Yes, I'm gonna cape for fucking the U.S. It's the greatest fucking country in the history of mankind.
But
I fucking cape for the U.S. Jesus Christ. But her lack of understanding, look, you gotta remember that she spends time in rooms with people like Jonathan Bing with an IQ of like 65. Like this is not somebody that's been confronted with people that are educated on topics that she likes to speak on. I'm not saying that she's wrong about everything. I'm just saying that when she's wrong, she's so fucking overconfident. When you have low information and high confidence, it really is a disastrous combination. And she is one of the most overconfident, low information people that.
Well, she wants to drop that Black Rock damn. I mean, I was like, no fucking way, man.
Well, the thing that
you got me fired up.
Sorry, buddy. The thing about you just mentioned, right, is this low information voter who thinks that they're a high information voter, and the perfect example is maybe like a Jonathan Bing room or Lisa 420 room, who I happen to love. Lisa, she stands up for free speech as much as she can, with the hordes of evil liberals. But people like her have not been confronted, like you just said, have not been confronted with an intellectual argument to what they say. They sometimes I'll sit in those rooms for an hour and hear them go back and forth and have it revved up, and oh yeah, we're so right, and everyone's agreeing with each other. It's really fucking disturbing. And then somebody like Pepe or me or Mojo goes into that room and has to disabuse them of their retardation. They hate us. I mean, they're screaming. They want to put us in prison or in chains because it's so shocking to the psyche of somebody like that who is not around people that disagree with them that often. It's so shocking to the psyche of people like that they kind of act like animals. And somebody like that has been saying these same things to her friends and people on Clubhouse and elsewhere for years and years and years. And those friends and elsewise have been saying, yeah, you're so right. Wow, look at how smart you are. Look at your knowledge and breadth on the Chinese government and the way that it's working. Like you said, she's fucking 10 years behind in what she's dissertating on in front of this whole room. And it's a really strange thing. I think it's our job to disabuse retarded people like this of their notions, not for them, but for the other people that are listening. That's mine.
Yeah, I agree with what you just said. The interesting part before she jumped in was that I was disagreeing with you when you said that we would go to war with China. I'm taking the under on that. I think China is going to emerge as our friends. And I don't mean friends that we could trust, but at least somebody that is just going to openly say, we don't want the smoke. I think they're going to do that, and we're going to see that probably, I would say over the next 18 to 24 months, you're going to see China take a completely different position on these things because they fucking have to. They might not be as great as America, but they're not fucking retarded.
Just to put it to bed, I actually agree with that statement that you just made. My war statement was simply to describe to people that we're not going on a payment plan with China to pay off the national debt. What we will do if it comes down to that point where they're calling for the money and we're risking a bank run or multiple bank runs, etc. What I'm just saying is that we're not going to do that. America's not going to start a payment plan. They're going to find a reason to get into a war with China or their allies or somebody that could that's connected to this, and have a big war, and that debt will be erased in one way or another. I don't know what will cost more, but that's the way countries, not just the United States, historically have dealt with major debts of an unbelievable proportion. You don't just pay them back with a coupon book. They engage in some type of conflict, war, and they do that as a way to default on their debts, in my opinion.
And if I may say, that has been a statement that we've spoken about in the 80s. Kind of waiting and wondering when that was going to happen, because I agree with you. We said that a long time ago. We were in the military. I was in the Marine Corps, and for years, when a lot of us would sit around and talk sometime, we're like, with the debt at that time, we said, there's two ways to keep the peace between America and China. One, you allow them to buy up property here for cheap, You got to sell out America or go to war. Those are two ways to handle that. That's what we've always said. Now, I think the land portion has probably been happening. We're just not familiar with it or aware of it. I know it did happen around some of our military bases back in the late I think it was about mid 80s or so. We were questioning it. It wasn't with China though at that time. We were wondering why land was bought up by another country, probably because of debt. But I agree with you. Just don't know when.
Hey Gary, did you ever go get your information to help defend your position in the 27th Amendment?
I sure did, and I was waiting for you to ask. We both are right, and I'll let you know why. As you stated, the Article 1, Section 6 have been in place since the Constitution. You're right. And then I said, at one time they were paid by the state, so you would have to go look at the Article of Confederation, because that's what drew the debate.
That predated the Constitution.
Excuse me?
That predated the Constitution.
Yes, and when you go back and look at it, you'll find out that was the debate because they were getting paid by their states, and then they had to figure out how they wanted to get paid, which is why you're right. That was put into the Constitution at that time. But prior to that, they were getting paid by the states. We're both right.
You know what Doctor just said about that money in China just reminded me of that scene from Home Alone. He's like, yeah, how much money do I owe you? Hey, she said 10%, and then he gives him the fucking countdown and shoots him. That's what it really boils down to. I find that true. I think we did some weird shit with France back in the day with the money we owed them, and you know, they end up selling us a badass piece of land later down the line because they end up, you know, pawn it because they were in debt. So, but I do have some concern about their activity in Africa though, and in that, you know, the race towards minerals and stuff like that for the, the electric move with all these EVs and things of that nature and more electronic, you know. More of an electronic economy, you know. So I do think Africa is the next playing ground.
And by playing ground, I'm glad you brought that up, Blake. What they're doing is they're offering these loans that these poor African countries are never going to pay back. It's the Silk Road Initiative.
And what is China getting in return for that debt, that unpaid debt?
You brought up the minerals. You brought up places, stage bases, a regional hegemony, and when it comes to transportation, logistics, and things like that. I mean, the old Silk Road. Darren says hedge cutters, so I don't really know what that means, but it sounds fun. But yeah, to have that transportation, I mean, if anyone knows anything about history, like the Silk Road was about trade from the east to the west, and that's what they're going to try to set up, and they're really doing a lot of detriment to these poor countries. Hey, and don't get me wrong, every Western country's done that. Okay, colonialism, America's also done that, but they're looking at Africa as their way to do it.
Are you talking about the Belt and Road Initiative?
Yeah, the Silk Road, the Belt and Road. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, they want to put as much money as possible and create as much debtors as possible, and Africa's just right for it. You know, they're ready to sign the contract. These people who have nothing good in mind for them, and also Americans. Somebody brought up before Chinese buying up land in the United States. Come to New York City. Fucking 20% of the big buildings and apartments are bought by people who don't even live here and have Chinese national residency and citizenship. So, I mean, what my point is just that when we talk about the deficit, people tend to think about it like their own bank account, and that like they're gonna make, micro payments over the next 80 years in order to pay down that debt. That's not gonna happen. So the best thing that we could do is to stop creating new debt at least, and we gotta figure out what to do with the old debt. But it's not gonna be a payment plan. It's going to be some type of conflict, some type of big land purchase, like someone just mentioned before, might have been Roger. That's the way these things get dealt with historically. They don't start payment plans.
And also, it goes back historically that China and their citizens, and I know someone mentioned earlier, they're talking about Mao, and it went back in the 40s and things. But no, they still have the same culture, right? They will eat shit for their fucking government if it means they'll take it for 100 years up the ass, right? And I know that's a really bad way to say it, okay? But if you've been over there and you understand their politics, secondly, and thirdly, you understand their history, they plan 100 years ahead. It's not every 4 years or 8 years and stuff like we do here in the United States and most Western governments, right? I mean, they will take one for the team, and some quite don't want to do it, but most of them, they have no choice, right? Because that's the type of authoritarian government they have.
They have a number of, several areas in China where these high-rises and these buildings are empty, and they overbuilt. People can't afford to live in the new housing that they built in these new mega cities that went up, and there's a bit of a crisis over there
and
that they're dealing with.
Abby, you're 100%. If you ever fly into the Beijing airport,
yes, many times,
you're gonna fly over all these it's to show off their buildings and stuff. Nobody lives in that.
Yeah, same with areas in Shenzhen and Guangzhou that they're empty.
Yeah, it's just a show off. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah.
There's also a push from our government to not have Chinese businesses involved in sensitive areas in the United States, like in our ports, to try to remove a lot of the Chinese businesses and Chinese interests working. And I know for sure this came out of the Senate. In the ports in Los Angeles and some of our bigger cities for security reasons.
Part of the reason that they're buying up land within the United States. Because now it's not pretty about what you were describing in China of the buildings being built for show and not being able to complete. The craziest part about that is you have a lot of what we would call middle class Chinese nationals. They have to pay half up front for those fake apartments that don't exist, or houses within the building, whatever you want to call them. And then they have to pay half of it up front, and then there's a 10 to 12 year waiting list for them to actually get their domicile. And it's shit. And they have, but now it's all about to come crashing down, and I don't want to hear it. I'm happy it's going to come crashing down. And I think the United States government should do whatever they can to facilitate that, because China is really the only threat to our global chokehold on the reserve currency of the world. And we need to keep that. Obviously, if we lose that reserve currency status, every one of our lives is going to be destroyed, because that's what keeps
But Ricky, I'll tell you a weird thing about them, and you can tell me if you think I'm off on my prediction. With respect to what they're doing around the world and the construction and the building crews and the Chinese involvement in development in nations all over the planet, including, by the way, in Israel, they're redoing the 2 ports, as well as the light rail system were built by Chinese companies and Chinese nationals. I think they're going to be the ones to rebuild Syria, to rebuild Gaza. I mean, that's where the labor forces are coming from, and that's the companies that are coming in. And they're rebuilding and owning ports all over Africa and also in the Middle East. I just think we forget about that element and the influence around the world.
I don't think they're ever going to be rebuilding Gaza, because Trumpy Bear is going to have quite a bit to say about Gaza and rebuilding it into the big, beautiful hotel resort area.
What labor force do you think, like a place like Syria or a place, when you start to bring in labor
I'm thinking about Syria. You could use Indians. Well, that's where this whole fight is. Hold on, let me just say this: the whole entire global fight right now is between who does America sidle up to? Do they sidle up to the Chinese, or do they sidle up to India? They have similar populations. As Roger said before, within the next few years, they're going to have very similar populations, because India's population is on the rise, while China's population is on the decline, and they also have a giant problem within their economy. Like, we need to get with India like Trump tried to do in his first term and make our trade agreements with those fucking 7-Eleven brown people. They're fantastic people. They're always asking, how do you do, sir? How's everything going? You know, they're much better choice than those fucking gooks.
But no, well, man, you know, I think what Abby's saying is like, I mean, China will come in, they will subsidize those workers and engineers. I mean, who's going to build it? Yeah, some other country's going to build it, right? With their people. They'll bring in from Bangladesh, they'll bring in from Southeast Asia. But who's going to create these different things and all the roads and all the devastation that needs to be made to become a new Syria? And I was talking to 2 guys today. They're both doctors. They're going over to Syria this week. And first of all, my first question was like, why don't you guys just stay there and like try to be a health minister, you know, get a diplomatic passport and shit. But it's very stable over there. And who's going to rebuild the infrastructure? I'm not that sure, but China will definitely step in if no one's going to do it. And I do not think that we have it in the political will or the budget, I mean, in the United States to give those dollars. I mean, there's no interest in the political class unless there's something to be made or some kind of money to be made over there. There's no Marshall Plan.
BlackRock is going to. Yeah, BlackRock is going to build those, and they're going to make a ton of money, and they're going to get paid that money out of our defense budget.
But they're going to invest it into the poor people of India and invest it. I mean, that's
no, they're not.
Investment company. BlackRock.
No, they understand exactly what they're doing. There's an open checkbook to our U.S. industrial our military industrial I'm not trying to get all fucking conspiracy. But this is exactly what happened in Iraq and Iran. Are you aware of what happened in Iraq? I'm not Iran, excuse me. Iraq and Afghanistan. Are you aware of what happened in Afghanistan as far as the military contracts to rebuild that country that went out? Are you up to date on that?
Didn't the base that we abandoned go to the Chinese in Afghanistan too?
They did, and before that was after we left. And before we left, we built billions and trillions. We spent trillions of dollars in those 2 countries to rebuild roads to nowhere, roads to a cave. gas stations for places that don't have cars. Like, this is how the absolutely corrupt portions of our government and big business, this is how they make their money. So no one's going to let rebuilding Africa or rebuilding places that you just mentioned go. They're going to bid contracts on it, and then they're probably going to have no bid contracts for building.
Well, Syria is like in the Levant area, and it's not Africa. And then it's completely different than
okay, well, this is just the way it's gone for 35
the
years.
Chinese transportation trade route.
But if you, what I was saying before though, if you look at where China's now laid businesses and also the port issue, and just follow this and stay like attuned to the big port of Perez, I don't know if I'm saying it right, in Greece, and also in Sri Lanka and all over Africa, all over Latin America and Europe, they have taken over these ports. And they have like long-term leases and ownership stakes, or like management contracts in all of these ports, and it's really going to be an issue as to whether that gives them like an economic leverage, or like whether they can affect trade routes, etc. I mean, I think the world's going to maybe, or they're already taking notice to it, but the U.S. for sure has. They're just gobbling up the ports.
That the whole thing about like China stepping into Syria, I'm gonna actually I want to know who's gonna like rebuild all that, because Syria does have an economy that can be rebuilt. I mean, like Gaza, fuck. I mean,
that's a resort town.
Okay. Well, we'll make it into the Cancun Mall and Royaldale, whatever, in Mexico.
No, make it Trump Gaza.
No. It's just,
you think he's kidding when he said that. I guarantee you there will be some. The hands of the United States will be involved in redesigning and rebuilding Gaza after the Israelis leveled it, which I fully agree with, by the way. The Israelis leveling Gaza, but you watch, America will have some hand, or even Trump's own companies will have some hand in rebuilding that and making a nice resort town.
Well, I really know fuck all about Gaza, except for when I asked someone from the State Department. He was I work for the State Department, but he went over there and he traveled these different countries, and I was like, what's the worst like place you've ever been to? So like, absolutely Gaza. And so I cannot imagine the devastation shit that like they've like gotten over there. I mean, who wants to fucking rebuild that place? That place was a shithole in the first place. So I don't need to think about Gaza. I don't want to talk about everything between Israel and Gaza.
It's not shit.
This is not the room. This is not the room for that. It's not the room for that now. But Syria is something that I am interested in talking about geopolitically and what can be done in the Levant, and hopefully China does not get a hold of it when it comes to the rebuilding. And are they going to have Chinese people coming out there? Fuck no, man. But when they snap their engineers and their money and their money men and all that stuff, that's the influential part.
I told you they're already building the port of Ashdod and in Haifa. They're redoing those ports, and they're building the light rail, but it hasn't completely finished in Tel Aviv. I mean, and it's Chinese workers.
In Syria.
No, we're talking about in Israel. I mean, they're in countries, Chinese labor. It's not just Chinese-owned companies, it's labor.
Fucking, that's interesting as hell. Thanks, Patty. I thought I knew everything about geopolitics and everything, but I didn't know that.
I think some new good Chinese restaurants in Tel Aviv as a result.
No shit. I've only seen Israel through binoculars, just like I've only seen Iran through binoculars. I'd like to go there though.
It's a beautiful country.
So what was Missouri saying in the chat? A lot of things that didn't make any sense to me, but if you want to share them on the stage.
Hey everyone, it's Missouri, I'm from Moscow. I don't know what.
I'm sorry.
Like if you have any questions, you can just ask me on the things that I write on the chat.
Oh, I don't have questions. I'm just letting you carry on.
I think he was saying that Europe is. He was basically trashing Europe and saying that the area in the Gulf will develop faster than Europe. Am I reading what you're saying right?
Exactly. Because Europe is going to die. And President Trump is always pushing forward for this. But it seems like none of the European countries care. That's why I think it's a dead place now. Since they blew up the North, how do you call it? The North Pipe that went all over Europe from Russia to Germany. The United States eventually blew it up. They blamed Russians for it.
Wait, hold on. Can you post a link in the chat to your evidence of that?
Sure. You have even videos of Clarkson asking Putin who blew it up. And Putin just says it to his face, you guys, like you blew it up. It was the
No, but I'm asking you for evidence of them blowing it up. Awesome. We're going to find out if he knows what the word evidence means. Mike, what's happening? Missouri here is going to...
His name is Misery.
Misery?
No, it's like it's a family name. Like my ancestors were originally from Georgia. Then, like 50, 60 years ago, all of them just moved to Russia when Stalin was the president of the Soviet Union.
How do you say it not American? Because it totally looks like Missouri.
Missouri.
Oh, so it's like, well, yeah, we gotta stay like that.
Yeah, it's with a double S, I think.
Yeah, do you have that link that you were going to share? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying, Nord Stream pipes, yeah, you got it. Even you have Wikipedia on it, that's really interesting.
Okay, so Wikipedia is what you shared. Let's see. Do you know how Wikipedia gets its information?
Well, I don't even care where it gets this information.
Well, do you know how it's updated?
Yeah, I know, but it's
You do explain to me how it's updated.
Listen, it's something done like 3 years ago, and this thing eventually they wanted to cause more inflation in the Russian currency, more problems, more sanctions by blowing it up, but it ended up happening like the exact opposite because Putin all of a sudden had agreements with Brazil, South Africa, China, North Korea, Iran, India, a lot of more countries.
Yeah. Hold on. Hold on. The link that you provide to the Wikipedia page, it quite literally says that the investigations were closed in February of 2024 without identifying those responsible. Where was your evidence that I asked you to produce that the U.S. was responsible for that?
My evidence is the things that President Putin said.
Wait, your evidence is the words of what President Putin says?
The president of Russia, of course.
Wait. So you believe that his words serve as evidence
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Well, I said, oh look, I just want to make this clear. I said before, when I asked you to produce evidence and you said you would, I don't know if you guys heard me, mumble under my breath.
I have
awesome.
a lot of...
Hold on. Don't interrupt me. Listen. Don't interrupt me. Do you know what the words "don't interrupt me" mean? I don't know how to say it. Fucking. Okay, listen. You're a fucking retard. I asked for evidence. You showed me a Wikipedia page. The Wikipedia page that you show actually says the opposite of what you said. And then when I said, "Where's your evidence?" then you said, "Well, President Putin said." And prior to me asking for the evidence, I actually said to you, we're going to see if this guy knows what the word evidence means. So, anyways, this is what we deal with on fucking Clubhouse. By the way, if the U.S. did blow it up, wouldn't fucking shock me. Wouldn't be a shocker. The point I would make is that you don't have the fucking evidence of who did it. Nobody does. And your own fucking link that you provided suggests exactly that.
There was no espionage or anything in there. I mean, both of those pipes were good. They're good for Russia. They're good for Western Europe. Nobody wants to, I mean, they're closely monitored. No one wants to fuck with those pipes. No one's blowing them up. According to what the other gentleman said.
The other gentleman's from fucking Moscow, and he says that whatever Vladimir Putin says serves as evidence. I don't know how stupid we can get. Look, I'm an American. Hold on. Listen, I'm as American as it fucking gets, and I don't believe what presidents say to us. I think that we know that politicians lie, but this guy wants to come in here and say that whatever Vladimir Putin says is evidence. This guy's a fucking... All right. One down. Who's next?
Roger, do you really think that, I don't know who he said blew up the Nord Stream, but doesn't it make sense that perhaps
He said that the U.S. blew it up.
Wouldn't it make more sense that the Ukrainians blew it up, maybe with some intel from the U.S.? Or no, you don't believe that?
It wouldn't shock me to learn it. Like, this is the thing, right? I don't have evidence of who blew it up, so I don't make claims on who blew it up. Because the truth is that there's no way for me to know. I don't go underwater. We've never really had a thorough investigation. The investigations that were conducted came back with they couldn't conclusively say who was responsible. So the people that are investigating it don't fucking know. How the fuck is somebody that spends their time in Clubhouse supposed to know? And I guarantee that fucking retard from Moscow doesn't know. In fact, he said that his evidence was going to be provided in that link. His evidence disproved his point, and then when he got called out on that, he said that Vladimir Putin said.
He laid it out pretty good. But, and so you're probably correct, and we shouldn't make assumptions. But doesn't it sound outlandish that Russia would blow it up? Like, do you think that makes sense? Or no? Considering it's a huge thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, here's the one thing that we could say is that ever since the war, despite the fact of that pipeline, they've made a fuckload of money selling oil. So I'm not smart enough to understand the geopolitics when it comes to, how a warmongering tyrant can march into another country, have sanctions put against them, and they're fucking rolling in dough. It's crazy. I don't get it. It's over my head.
I think it was India, right? India, they started selling their shit to India. And
they started selling their oil to other places. But I think all Rogers is saying, like, he's not saying you're gonna, we can't put it past the United States, but to just blatantly say it was them is irresponsible. I mean, I guess you can't put it past them.
As a doctor, yeah, no, I think that's the thing. Like, as a doctor who's responsible, like myself, I think maybe it is irresponsible to say that the USA blew it up. But I think it's also irresponsible to say that Russia blew it up. I don't understand any benefit that could have happened from that. And it's like, I'm not a historian and I don't know the facts, quote unquote, as much as some people. But as far as the narrative goes, we have to use some common sense here. Since we don't know, the reports say we don't know, and the all-powerful Wikipedia says we don't know who actually blew it up. Like, okay, I'm not going to die on this hill that Ukraine blew it up, but I'm also not going to say silly things like Russia blew it up either, because it doesn't make any fucking sense. And if nothing else, we have to make sense. We have to see somebody give on who benefits in order to make an assumption like that. And I think we just don't have that with Russia. I don't think there's a benefit to that. So I think it was probably us, but I have no evidence of that, so I'll shut up. Us giving Ukraine the intel, by the way, not us necessarily.
I bet the French did it.
The French are a bunch of pussies. They don't do anything.
Yeah, what am I talking about?
They really are. They got some serious shit, though. Like, the French Navy is pretty badass in comparison, not to us, but to the rest of the little pussies.
Well, the French military was supposed to have all this badass weaponry when fucking they looped around it. Like, it's like they're just pussies. Look, you can have. I don't know if you've ever played like paintball, right? If you give somebody that never played paintball the best gun in the world, and you give somebody that's played paintball for years the worst gun in the world, the person that's played paintball is going to win. For whatever reason, the French are like these guys that have never played paintball. They don't know how to fight.
Yeah, they got.
You know, the last time I played paintball, it was but the pros, they just come in there like running, and all they do is shoot, like automatic, just fucking hitting everything. And as someone that's never played before, you're trying to get positions. These pro guys are like, fuck that, man. We're just gonna go in there and just rain hell on these motherfuckers, right? Dude.
Just a double trigger.
Yeah, whatever it is.
Roger, just because I'm bored and to play devil's advocate, and it is a growing pet peeve of mine on the app. Since you were kind of playing a semantic game, like what's the definition of a word, and then shit in that guy's face, rightfully so because he is a retard. But that he didn't know the meaning of the word evidence. This is getting completely out of control in a way that's a pet peeve of mine now. Testimony counts as evidence, right? Just because people act on Clubhouse like evidence is a fact. Evidence is not a fact. Evidence is something that is relevant to determining facts. And as such, testimony counts as evidence. So if we're going to be semantic about it, whether Putin's testimony is technically evidence, it's just how the jury and the judge weight that.
Well, wouldn't that be considered hearsay, which would be inadmissible?
I think that's a good point, Mike.
And it's leading to the further degeneracy of Clubhouse and the domination of the internet and everyone becoming AI retards who can't think for themselves and believe only in like a priori, as in the dictionary defines it as so, therefore I'm right. Or a smart person is a huge fucking tactic on Clubhouse, and it's probably to the detriment of Congressman.
Hey Mike, I want to Google it, but I see your silhouette, and it seems like I know that movie. I don't know the name of it.
Yeah.
Is that the one? What?
Yeah.
What's it called?
Douglas, right? Michael Douglas, right?
With Michael Douglas?
Yeah, where he flips out because of like some ridiculous
Like he's
road rage
over it.
incident.
He's fucking over it, right?
Yeah, but it's some like minor thing that's a minor thing. It's like
he just goes nuts.
It's still fucking wiles out on everybody.
I have a question. Did someone say testimony was evidence or something like?
Yes.
Easy now. Yeah, Mike said
Putin's testimony is evidence. Is what you're saying?
It could be. None of it.
Okay, you said could be.
Hold on.
Okay.
The clubhouse is not a courtroom. There is no judge, and there is no jury. So the fucking term evidence is kind of irrelevant. And so if your tactic for winning an argument on Clubhouse is what is your evidence, it's kind of a stupid fucking point because no one here has any evidence. We're all just giving testimony.
Evidence can always be challenged or it can be corroborated. But if you have testimony, that testimony is also subject to examination by the other side.
Well, understood. I was just trying to get clarity of, because I didn't hear the whole thing, so I was just trying to figure out.
Mike, I think what you're missing here, Mike, is that one, like, yeah, I guess testimony could be evidence if it's like eyewitness testimony. Well, but it'd be hearsay unless,
What do you mean it would be hearsay? Do you understand what hearsay is?
Well, uncorroborated?
What is hearsay?
I would say something that's uncorroborated.
No. Do you know what the exceptions to hearsay are?
No, I'm not. No, I don't know what hearsay is. But I'm saying, like, if Putin saw the attack,
See, this
testimony,
I find this testimony inadmissible as evidence.
But you're
Fucking
testifying
irrelevant
with someone else. If you're testifying what someone else saw, then that would be hearsay. Now, there's exceptions to hearsay under our federal rules of evidence and state rules of evidence, and there are exceptions. We can go through the exceptions.
No, we don't need to do that. You're gonna work me over on that. I get it. Let's throw out the fact I said hearsay. My point is, when we say, oh, well, Putin said the U.S. did it, and that's testimony enough, it's like, well, wait a second. Like, was Putin underwater and saw the fucking thing explode? And like how, like...
That would be a dying declaration, which would be an exception.
I'd do that. I'd do that one.
Or an excited utterance, which is also an exception to the hearsay rule.
And on
not an excited utterance. Oh my God.
Yeah, Ricky, you tend to have a lot of excited utterances.
Sure.
On top of that, am I coming through? On top of that, Mike.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, fucks. Anyway, on top of that, Putin is supposed to be one of the parties involved in the thing, right? His military is being alleged to have conducted it, right? So he, as the commander of his military, is in a unique position to offer testimony which would be relevant to his fucking defense. Therefore, it would not be hearsay. Putin would have first-hand knowledge of him having fucking ordered it. That's not to say that murderers don't get up on stands and say, Your Honor, I didn't do it. But when a murderer gets up on stand and says, I didn't kill the guy, guess what? That testimony is fucking evident.
Yeah, but what if he gets up there and says, well, yeah, I didn't kill the guy, but I know who did. And now you're like, well, wait a second. Because Putin was just only denying that his place did it. He was saying the U.S. did it.
Well, in that case, it would be hearsay, which could be inadmissible.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
I mean, these things are important. Stupidly enough. It's kind of important. I don't know if you've ever had paper on yourself, court case or criminal trial or even a case in civil court. Like, it's a pretty big deal. These little differences matter.
I was just gonna, I'm still asking for him to give me the definition of a hearsay.
Can you explain it to us? She's not gonna know it.
So would you like to know the definition? Mike?
Yes. I would.
It's a statement that you make out of court it's offered in court as evidence, and it's offered to prove the truth of the matter that's asserted. Do you understand that part?
Go to cross.
It's essentially, it's testimony that repeats what someone else said, rather than the witness personally knows or observed it. But there are all kinds of exceptions to it.
So if Mrs. Responsible had enough of Mr. Responsible, and well, let's suppose Mr. Responsible turned up then, and a theory of the case developed.
Well, that escalated.
Really? Mrs. Responsible had him killed by hiring him, and then I was called as a witness, and I said Mrs. Responsible told me 6 months ago that she was going to hire him.
Is Mrs. Responsible dead now?
No, it's Mr. Responsible is the one who's dead. She's being charged.
I'm missing. I'm not dead. I'm missing.
Okay, he's missing. Whatever. But like,
are you on the stand saying this?
Me getting on the stand and saying 6 months before Ricky's body turned up, Mrs. Responsible said to me, "I'm going to hire a hitman to kill Ricky." That would potentially be hearsay.
But if she says it to you, because first of all, she's saying something that's describing an event or a condition that, right at that time, and her way of perceiving it, that could be an exception to the hearsay. If it's like I said before, an excited utterance, like I'm just, wildly excited utterance, or a reaction to a startling event, like, oh my God, a doctor responsible just offed himself or did something, then that statement from that declarant was under such a stress of the excitement that it can be offered into evidence. If she's dying at the time when she says it, it can be construed as a dying declaration, and then it could be offered into evidence. Or if she says something to you like, I just killed him, or I just tried to kill him, it's a statement against her own interest, and it can be offered into evidence. And I'm doing my best to remember the shit from the bar exam, but those are some of the main exceptions.
And obviously, if my testimony, Abby, I think you agree with this, right? Yeah. Obviously, if my testimony was 6 months ago, perfectly calm, apropos of nothing, she contacted me and asked me to assassinate Dr. Responsible, and I declined, right? And I thought nothing of it. I thought it was a joke at the time. But in light of recent events, I think it's relevant to the case. That would not be hearsay, right?
No, because it's a conversation that, well, it could be, if she's not available to then testify whether in fact she had that conversation with you.
What are we doing? What are we doing right now?
I don't know. I mean, I'm just responding to someone using the term hearsay.
All right.
I do have a question.
Mike, more important question, Mike. Mike, more important question. How would you assassinate Dr. Responsible?
Yeah, how would you do it?
Yeah, what would your plan be?
I would have him.
You torture him?
No. I'd make it a workplace accident.
Torture. He's a teddy bear.
I'd make it look like a workplace accident. I'd have him fall into like a CNC machine that's like laser cutting cabinets or something.
Hey, can I say one thing? Hey, listen, y'all. Free Lil Durk, man.
Why? Why do you want to free Lil Durk?
He my favorite rapper, man.
That's the only reason.
Yeah, man. He ain't done nothing wrong, man. He the voice for real.
Who's he talking about?
Lil Durk.
Little what? Could you say that really slowly? I'm struggling.
Little Durk.
I said Lil Durk. You guys are putting T's in it. It's not little. It's Lil Durk. Free that man.
We want to be responsible, like politically responsible, to put the little, write that shit in. You know what I'm saying, son, Donnie?
Hey,
we gotta hold this man now.
Hold on, no. I didn't know who this individual was, but I just looking up his legal challenges, and he's got a major trial, charged with murder for hire, incarcerated in LA, bail denied, prosecutors decided not to seek the death penalty, trial slated for October of 2025. So he's getting a trial, a jury of his peers. What's wrong?
Yeah, but he's that dude's favorite rapper, Roger.
That's just the man trying to put things on the fucking down.
But he ain't doing murder for hire.
What's he saying?
Yeah.
It's just because he's black. I ain't gonna lie.
What's he saying? Could you tell me what he sings?
He does like, he's a rapper, he raps.
So what's he saying?
Give us a couple bars.
You're throwing him off with that sing thing, Abby. But it ain't no singing, it's
Is it
rapping.
rapping, singing?
Nah, I don't call it singing, though. That's thing.
Does it rhyme?
Trap music.
Wait, shall I rap for y'all?
Is it drill music?
Yeah, hold on. If everybody mutes up, maybe we'll get a couple bars from this.
I ain't no kid, though, that's the thing. I'm 20 years old.
Yeah, that's a kid, bro.
Okay, son.
I ain't no kid, my nigga. I ain't no kid. So you were born in holy shit. So you were born in 2000 what? 5? I was born in 2004. I'm turning 21 in 2. Oh my god. I was born in high school.
Could you repeat or rap or sing what this guy does?
I bet. Let me sing one song. Give me a sec.
Okay.
If I tell you I love you, I mean it. Why do y'all kill? I seen it. Off like this, still can't believe it. Shit turned me to a demon. Police text me, ain't seen her. Back to back head like a rewind. Anti-royal scheme. I'm trying to promote team. If I tell you I love you, I mean it. Why they got killed? I seen it. Off like this, still can't believe it. Shit turned me to a demon. Police text me, ain't seen her. Back to back head like a rewind. Anti-royal scheme. I'm trying to promote team. They tell you the truth. Most of these rappers, they fool. I don't really fuck with you, let me tell you the truth. One of the drove my homie, at then nigga ain't even shoot. Steady acting gangster, they ain't even who. Set up by bitches, they ain't even. I don't tell a soul, I be keeping mute.
Okay, hold on.
A little bit of singing there.
Well, let me just ask, is there an English version to this?
I was going to do the same joke. Roger, I muted him and was going to try that.
What you mean, is there an English version? It started off strong. I mean, it started off real strong.
What we mean is, have you ever heard of a syllable? Do you know what a syllable is? Does he have any songs that have syllable?
Nah, he raps like real fast, like Eminem type shit.
That was a strange answer to that question.
I think based on your performance, I'd say he's guilty.
Damn, my bitch, they trying to turn me down.
He didn't. It doesn't seem like.
Niggas be too white till them niggas be go to war. I ain't even know about that.
Wait, so you want him to be freed? Are you saying he's innocent, or you just want him to be freed because you like him? Like, what are you?
Nah, he innocent.
Okay, so you looked up in this, like, you think he's literally he's being. So you're saying there's an innocent man on trial for murder?
Yeah, I know. He innocent for real.
Could you imagine this is retarded? Could you imagine?
Me?
Yeah, I could.
I could.
No, not anybody.
So when you say he innocent, is that similar to you believe he is innocent?
No, I know he innocent. That's the thing.
What does the term he innocent mean?
Like he ain't doing nothing wrong.
He ain't do nothing wrong?
He doesn't know what a double negative is.
Hey, did you go to a California school?
Nah, I'm from Chicago, Illinois, man.
That was our next guest.
So much the better.
So much better.
Public school?
Yeah, man.
What grade did you finish? What grade did you finish?
I just finished high school, man.
You did?
Yeah.
Did you go to college?
Yeah, I go to college. I went to college.
Oh, you went to college for how long? Because you're 20.
I went to college for 2 years. I hopped out. I ain't gonna lie.
Why'd you hop out?
Why did I hop out?
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. College, it ain't my thing, you know.
It wasn't my thing either. I'm not going to judge you on that. But you know what else is not your thing is English.
Bro, what you mean, man?
Well,
I mean the English. I mean the English language, the language that was gifted to Americans from the British, is not your specialty.
Yeah, like for instance, like when you said he ain't do nothing wrong, that would imply that he did do something wrong.
Nah, he ain't doing nothing wrong.
Yeah,
That's
right,
he
right.
did not do anything wrong.
Okay.
Bro, I ain't gonna hold you, bro. My English is way better than yours.
So you're saying he didn't do nothing that was wrong?
He didn't do nothing that was wrong. That man is innocent.
So if he didn't do nothing, that means that he did something. So if he didn't do nothing, then he did something.
No, he didn't do nothing wrong.
Man, my head hurts, man. God dang. I came on stage to stop the pain.
You just got a fucking follow from me, bro. That was fucking amazing.
Who, me?
Yeah. I think
look,
I don't president. You could lead the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I don't know who you are, but you have real influencer potential.
What would I be without you, man?
Are you on TikTok?
Nah, I don't post on TikTok.
What do you do for work?
Are you on ketamine?
What do I do for work?
Yeah.
Wait, you ain't put nothing on TikTok?
Nah.
I know. What does he do for work?
What do I do for work? Nah, we ain't got.
He's a rapper.
That. We ain't got to talk about that.
He's a mumble rapper.
So I actually like talking to people in their 20s like this. Like, I actually enjoy this because, look, man, you're about to, like, dude, the next, like, 10 years of your life is going to be fucking pretty cool if you keep your head on straight.
No, the fucking ain't. This guy's fucked.
No, bro.
What are you talking about?
Like, you know what I'd get to go to my 20s?
This guy. I just got my car towed because it broke down. And I realized the guy operating the tow truck, really nice guy. He did a good job, crack-up job. But he honestly had an IQ of about 87, which was just apparent from just a few words. You know, like.
No, Mike, that's fair, bro.
That's where this dude is at.
No, that's fair, Mike. It's fair.
Actually,
Like, is he more retarded than me? Like,
well, hold on. Listen.
He can't even drink yet.
He's got some growth opportunities, though. I would imagine when this guy spends his first stay in prison, he's going to learn the game of pinochle, and that's learning. I think pinochle is a great way to pass time, and I have a feeling that will be the high water mark of his.
Hey, can I say one thing to y'all?
That too is a little dirt.
I got my own house at 20 years old. I got 2 cars at 20 years old. And y'all talking about money? Fuck is y'all talking about? What is y'all talking about?
Well, then why do you not want to tell us what you do for a living?
Yeah, do you do that without a job or something? What's going on?
What? No. I got a job.
You retired at 20?
No. I got a job.
What job do you have?
I'm an electrician, man.
There we go. See, this is what I was going to get at with them. There we go.
This guy have fucking electrician.
No, hold on, listen, to be an electrician, you're gonna have to fucking read a book. There's no way you can be an electrician. What I would believe is that you go to a job site where there are electricians and you suck dick for beer money. That's more like,
or collect copper scrap. Collecting copper scrap is probably more his.
Nah, you haters, right?
You can reel them in with that rap of yours, and then bang.
Listen, I'm not even gonna come to you guys, yeah? I am an electrician, okay?
How'd you get to be an electrician?
Hold on, is he having a British accent slip out all of a sudden?
Yeah, I love doing British accents.
What the fuck is going on?
Alright, what do we do?
But like, listen, yeah. I studied to become an electrician. Yeah.
Do I dare ask who you voted for?
Me, I voted for Donald Trump.
Okay, one down.
Fuck Biden. Fuck that.
So you got that right.
But listen.
Do you think Biden was in the race against Trump?
Nah, listen. Let me ask a question to all of you guys right here. Okay, I can guarantee you guys I have more money than all of you guys put together right now.
Well, hold on.
Firstly,
Hold on.
Okay.
I'd like the other accent.
Wait, hold on.
Is it like
hold on.
gamble?
No, hold on. I just want to ask this question. So he's 20 years old, and he says that he's an electrician and he makes more money than everyone. Now, here's the problem: is that if you started your apprenticeship at 18, which would have been the youngest that you could have done that, you would still wait until you're 22, maybe 24 to become a journeyman. So as an apprentice electrician, you're not making a whole lot of money at all. So I think
That's where you're wrong.
Oh, no, actually, what I'm telling you is how that trade works. So if you've been in it for 2 years, which is the maximum you could have been in it, then you're still an apprentice. How much money do you make as an apprentice electrician?
Wait, can we go back to saying that he did not vote for Biden, but he doesn't even live in our country?
No, hold on.
I live in Chicago.
Fuck you.
I live in Chicago.
Hold on. I want to go back to the economics of this. How much are you claiming that you make per year?
I do day trading as well, man. Day trading.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Hold on. What's your favorite stock that you're looking at tomorrow?
Gold.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
I trade gold.
So you're a
What's he
retard.
trading at? What's gold at today?
Gold is at for one kilogram gold is like $2,000.
Can I just say, first of all, as a gold bug, nobody day trades gold. If they do, they're retards. Gold is a good store of value. It's a long-term hedge against inflation. So if you are, as a day trader, trading gold, then not only are you stupid, but you're financially illiterate.
Yeah, you gotta dude. Like we understand. We get the game you're playing. We're cool with that bullshit.
Yeah, what's wrong with the title sense?
You're not good at it though. Like you're obviously not an electrician. That's why I asked you the thing. How did you become an electrician? The first thing you would have said is apprenticeship. It's the very first thing you would have said.
I get it now.
What certification you have?
Yeah, Nathan, I was going to get to that too. I was going to get to the certifications, but we could have weeded that out.
You gotta have certifications.
I understand. It's because I'm black. I understand now.
You sound like you're from India.
You sound like you're from Somalia. Like you're definitely not.
We're not helping the black cause. That's nigga.
I'm black. Company putting us into this crap, bro, because your lack of knowledge and you lying.
Can someone ping Gildas?
That's complete bullshit, bro.
Can someone ping Gildas? I think we finally got somebody that's equally yoked for a debate.
Oh, I thought you
Yes,
said
I think we should also measure his head. If he is Somalian, that famine baby needs to be measured and counted and put into a separate group.
Fair point.
How funny.
I thought you wanted to get Gildas in here to see who was dumber.
Mike, shut your bitch ass up.
Ooh. So what kind of cars do you own?
Why you wanna know? You see, you sound like you 54 years old, man.
Ouch.
Go look after your kids, nigga.
Do you just take public transportation then?
And as for Mojo, Mr. Smartass, unmute your mic, man. Talk, nigga. Mojo. Nah, these niggas bogus, I ain't gonna lie. You niggas goofy, I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, see, you have nothing like, okay, this is, we could let you talk for 20 minutes and you would have nothing of substance to say. The very first thing, the most important thing on your mind was to come here and say Lil Durk should be freed because he's your favorite rapper. And now you're saying he's innocent, that he ain't done nothing wrong, which it has just a whole bunch of stuff going on with that. And then you lie to us about being an electrician. Then you say you day trade gold, which is
I am an electrician.
Gold is that you're like gold.
I am an electrician.
Nothing you said makes any sense. You provided nothing, and at this point, you don't even. And the saddest part about it is you don't even realize how you're the whip and stick of the room, and it's really kind of crazy. I don't know if you play poker, but if you ever play poker, you know you can't figure out who the mark is. You're the mark. And so I play
chess, twin. I play chess. You're chess.
Oh, chess.
All right, hold on. Here's a question for you. Which does black or white go first?
White. Now what? Say something.
Why don't we play chess? I want you to
say something.
I want you
to try to ask me a question. Nigga, say something now.
I'm gonna say something. Why don't you PTR your online chess rating?
But I don't play chess like that. I just play for fun. Nigga.
What are we talking about? So you play chess? What? Okay. Yeah, I know how to play chess.
Hey, listen. I got a question for Mojo. Mr. Smartass. I got a question for you.
Yes, you're China or America?
Mojo. Yo.
Hello? China or America?
China for life.
Fuck China. Fuck China. Anyways,
get him, King.
Trump 2028. I don't know who the hell just said China.
Oh, King, you're gonna love this kid. He's 20 years old, though, King.
The nearest Chinatown. Keep talking. We gonna ship you to the nearest Chinatown, and then your ass will be back in China.
Nigga, shut your
King.
28. Get him, King.
You playing with him.
28.
Hey Mojo, name five countries in Europe.
This is
You said 5 countries in Europe? Belgium, Australia, the UK, Ireland, and fucking Germany, nigga. What else?
Not you, nigga. I'm talking Mojo.
Mojo's on the phone. We're getting you now. We're taking you on right now.
5 countries in Europe? That's your fucking thing? Seriously, bro? Tell us your last 5 probation officers.
My last 5 what?
Yes, someone ping and Gildas.
I'm actually a little upset by this, dude, because I had high hopes. I was like, yo, we get a 20-year-old. Some dude's on here, we can talk to a 20-year-old. And, like, because we're all, I don't know about anyone else in here. I'm 40. I'm sure there's people that are right around my age here. And you're 20. You're just coming into life. You're getting out into the market and stuff. You're about to go do your thing. And you're, like, acting like this. It's crazy. Like, it's nuts.
Chicago, that's the problem.
Nigga, you crazy, man. Nigga, you crazy. Go take care of your kids, man.
Dude, my kids are asleep in their fucking bedrooms right now, bro.
This guy.
Go sleep, that
nigga.
Take care of my children.
This guy is a first generation Muslim Pakistani who grew up in England and is being a fucking troll on the internet and pretending.
Oh, he's a Muslim? We gotta deport all y'all. Y'all gotta go.
Hey, it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy to use.
Listen.
I can smell him from here. He's fucking Pakistan.
All of y'all gotta go back to your Indian
One at a time. One at a time.
Everybody gotta be deported. Everybody.
One at a time. King. One at a time.
Hey, yo, it's pretty easy that
But you're ganging up on my...
All of you, inshallah, fala, walla, la, 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 all y'all gotta go back.
I'm just sticking up for my fellow
You
road.
can stick it in the desert. All you gotta go back, period.
Nigga, go back to eating your fufu, nigga. Fucking black ass nigga.
That's easy for you to say, isn't it? Easy for you to say, isn't it?
Fucking black ass talking about deportation and shit, nigga. You
Yeah, your prophet is dead in the dirt. Anyways, like I was saying, everybody from the Indian Sand Village
bitch
gotta
ass
go
nigga. You
back.
been whitewashed, man. Bitch ass nigga. Talking about deportation and shit.
You know what I look forward to? What's his name? You know what I look forward to, mister? You know that idiot in New York that thinks he's gonna do whatever the hell he wants? I look forward to Trump deporting him and all the Utah heads crying about it. It's gonna be funny when it happens. It's gonna be dead funny when it happens.
Jerome.
And as soon as y'all start doing all that inshallah falala on the streets, they're gonna round up ICE and round up all you niggas. Y'all going back, and you know it.
Jerome. Nigga talking about deportation. Nigga, you black yourself, man.
That's the third time you said that. What does that mean? He's talking about deportation, but he's black.
He's telling you you didn't know towel heads, they're all racist. That's the funny thing. I don't get why people like to defend these backwards 7th century cosplaying folks like him.
Are you saying that because he's black?
They're cosplaying the racism from their prophet. It's literally in their hadiths.
But are you trying to say that because he's black, he's not allowed to have an opinion on deportation, like because he's black, he just can't talk about it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but once you see my mate play chess like he does, you know, there's no way he's gonna get kicked out, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Are you Muslim?
He's a chess
He's a faggot.
Who the fuck cares?
I do. Are you Muslim? Mister.
I seen this man castle the king faster than your mother makes a tuna sandwich.
Oh, was he put that on his fucking resume?
Why did you not answer it?
What you say, Sarah?
I said, are you Muslim?
Yeah, I'm proud.
You are Muslim.
Yeah,
Where are you from?
I'm from Chicago.
Well, your background, like your parents,
My
You said you from Chicago? I'm from Chicago, born and raised. Where you at right now?
Nigga, you ain't from no Chicago.
I'm from Chicago. I'm on Randolph right now. Where you at?
I'm from downtown, nigga.
You're not from I'm from downtown. Where you at?
Hold on before
Where you from? Where you
hold on before you brothers start set tripping. Let's just chill out a little bit. Mister, I got a question for you. You with me?
What's your question, man?
How old was Muhammad's wife when he first had sex with her?
Nigga, you want to get into politics, nigga?
That wasn't politics.
What are you talking about?
Not like religion type shit.
Can you not say?
I thought you couldn't get.
Can you not say the N-word in here, please?
And once he keeps spitting that hadith, all you're gonna be 6 foot deep. You know what I mean?
She was six when they made the marriage. Now it would be consummated.
Hey, back to you, Sarah. My pops, he Nigerian, and my mom, she Jamaican.
So, Mister.
Oh, so now we're talking about sports?
Hold on.
She's Rasta, your mom?
Yeah, your father's not Nigerian.
Hold on, everyone, everyone shut the fuck up. How about that? Is that polite enough for you guys? Mister, how old was Muhammad when he first had sex with his wife?
I am not finna talk about that.
It's a ripe old age of 6, mate. Ripe old age, man. Got a big dong at 6, right?
That's what happens when you talk to people that never been punched in the face. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just need to get stuck. You know.
Wait, I legit want to know, Mister. Were you born in Chicago, or did you get let in by immigration or something like that?
Born and raised, man.
Do you know the hospital you were born in?
No fucking shit, Sherlock.
I don't believe you. I think you came from whatever desert country you're from.
Well, you know he's not gonna ask you
For
to
sure,
do
for
that.
sure. Nigga tweak out, God.
You doing tequila right now, right?
Hey, what part of Chicago you from there?
I already said I'm from Uptown.
Uptown, well, what street, nigga?
4640 North Sheridan.
I say no more. I bet.
Bro, that's where I grew up. You want just hit me in the back channel.
What you say?
Hit me in the back channel.
For sure.
Alright.
These old heads think they some.
You're from Chicago. What is the Cubs song? Can you sing it to me? You've been singing all night. Sing me the Cubs song.
He's not from here, Abby.
The only thing I'll sing to you is King Von, Lil Durk.
Yeah, he's not from here. Go Cubs, go. Go Cubs, go. He's not from here.
King,
I'm not from here. I'm not from here.
King, he should be able to pay the food place, right?
Mister, let me ask you a question.
He should be able to name a famous food place.
Hold on. We're gonna ask him right now. So, Mister, what goes on a hot dog in Chicago?
That's a good one.
More importantly, what doesn't?
If you're asking me, I put ketchup.
You're definitely not from Chicago.
Where do you go at midnight to get that?
I moved him down. We played with him enough. When he said we put ketchup on a hot dog in Chicago, that might have been the dumbest thing he said the whole time.
I was hoping for the Wiener or at the Bevix or Wiener Circle. I mean, one of the.
Yeah, there's some things you can't just look past, and that's one of them.
That's definitely movable material right there. You can't do that.
Where's Gildas when we need him?
The correct answer is chili and shredded cheddar cheese.
Did you do the Cubs song?
Oh, no, Skyline all the way.
King
Cincinnati.
Kimberly
Go Cubs, go. Go Cubs, go. Hey, Chicago, what do you say? The Cubs gonna win today. How don't you know that? And you say you're from Chicago.
Well, what if he's
nonsense?
King, do you, and I'm not casting any aspersions, just an honest question, do you consider Illinois to be part of the Midwest?
I do.
Now, the reason I asked is because from what I understand, in order to be from the Midwest, just like, if you're from Chicago, you should know the Cubs song.
Yes,
if you're really from the Midwest, you should be able to sing the Menards theme song.
Say big money.
He's got it. Okay, you have just proved it.
Okay, cool.
Illinois and therefore Chicago.
I don't even know the Illinois. I know like all. Yeah, I remember when Gold Blacks was still out here, like all that stuff. So, Midwest of Chicago all the way. Now, the funny thing is, we were trying to have a serious conversation earlier about who's been responsible for importing folks like the individual that was just up here. Like, a lot of people are confused how over the last 20 to 30 years, we've essentially imported all of these people from areas of the world that are clearly diametrically opposed to our cultural values in this country. So many people are confused, like who's been in charge of immigration? That is an honest question that I have never seen truly answered. Who has been responsible for choosing what cultures and communities get to come here and call themselves American? Why have we never had an honest, open, transparent conversation about that? Because there should be no reason a person like that individual in New York is able to run in this country based off of all of his metrics. Like, I honestly think, like, I'm confused, and so many are confused about why it is that our country looks the way it does in terms of immigration. And it's unfortunate.
I agree completely, King. And not to cut you off, but I wanted to ask Abby in the same vein. Abby, How about this for determining if someone's from Vegas? They have to sing the theme to the Glenn Lerner commercials. The heavy hitter is the way to go.
That would be a good one. Or they know the words to Viva Las Vegas.
No. Oh shit.
No, or how about the Nevada song?
I don't know. There's a Nevada
There's
song.
a Nevada song. My heart's in Nevada. I don't even know it, but there is a Nevada song. I mean, I'm from Philly. If anyone doesn't know the Eagles song, like, they're just not. And it would be, what you just asked him about a hot dog, it would be like asking someone, how do you order a cheesesteak? And they don't know how to do it.
I just ordered one of those yesterday here in Chicago.
Yeah, but we have a weird way of ordering them in Philly, a very specific way. It's just like, same thing as like how you eat your hot dog. How you order the cheesesteak is very specific.
Oh, here's a good one. Abby, what is the best, worst, most notorious, best, worst dive bar?
It's called Dino's.
No, that's very close. Double Down. Don't you think Double Down is...
No, I was going to say...
But Dino's is definitely on the list.
Dino's is on the list. I mean, there's some that have closed, like Mad Dogs.
Dino's getting people drunk since 1972.
Can everybody please ping Gildas?
I did try. But don't you think every city kind of has that test, right? Like if someone's really from there.
TV commercials from Vegas? I mean, Henderson as well, but do you remember? If I can finance him, and I will, I can finance you. Do you remember that fucking... And then there was that in Henderson, of course.
Hello.
Did he say
Oh, no, he said, oh, hello. He was rudely interrupting as Mike and Abby were talking.
Sorry for that, mate. I got a question for all of you.
He's got an alt account. Holy shit, it's the same guy.
It's the same guy.
Is everyone here from
Yeah, King, are you a West African Nigerian living in London?
Absolutely not. I'm an American.
No, the other king. I know who you are.
Okay.
It's the same guy back under a different account. The one that was saying from Chi-Town.
What?
I mean, I was going to ask him earlier if he had an English accent, because there was like an underlying British accent.
Yeah, that's what I was confused. He said he's from Chicago. I was like, wait,
I was surprised he didn't say, hey, bruv. Okay, bruv.
You didn't sound anything like
not Solomon, but the other king. Are you a Muslim or a Christian or a Jew? Or...
Me, I'm a Muslim.
Oh, okay, cool.
How do you like living in the West?
What do you say, buddy?
How do you like living in the Western world as opposed to
one of the hidden sand villages?
Yeah, one of the pedophile countries, the shithole country.
Hold on. He's an Indian.
We were all thinking it.
No, he's West African.
I am not no Paki. I am not no Paki.
Are you a Paki?
I'm not a Pakistani.
No, he's West African. You can hear it.
I don't know.
It's the English Ghanaian or like Nigerian, like okay, bro.
Hey, King, I got a question for you, bro. When you say you want everyone deported back to their country,
yes.
Was your parents born in the U.S. Yes or no?
No. Both my parents are legal immigrants here.
Okay, but like back to the.
Did you hear the word legal?
So both of them are from Nigeria. They came here legally. They went through the entire process. And I was born here in Chicago. I'm an American citizen, and a proud American at that.
As far as I'm concerned, your parents are American citizens.
4K,
And
real quick, I was
an American. I'm an American through and through.
I was gonna ask 4K. Hey, Solomon.
All of the things that make America America, the Bill of Rights, all of our Constitution, I believe in those principles. I believe in everything of it, and I'm a Protestant Christian.
How do your parents feel about illegal immigration, King? Hold on, K1.
They feel just like me.
Me, I'm born in London. Just so you know.
Oh, I think we're gonna say, guys, we gotta say 4K and Solomon because they're both named King. King Solomon from Chicago.
My thing, 4K, is you need to be deported from London too. All of you who refuse to adopt the cultural principles where you're from, you need to go back to whatever shithole country allowed you to come in. That's the problem with Europe today.
But where
That
am I
is
gonna
Europe's
go? I was
problem,
born
and
in
that is
London.
America's problem.
Where am I gonna go? I was born in London.
Yeah, but 4K, where's your parents
Well,
from?
if you're born in London, that's different. I don't know. But do you believe in the UK law? Do you believe in what it means to be an Englishman, I guess?
Yes, 100% mate.
Are you Christian?
I am not a Christian.
Then you need to be deported.
What?
Because if you were an Englishman, you heard what I said. If you were an Englishman, you would be a Christ follower.
Alhamdulillah,
You can do all of that.
I'm not a Christian. I was born in America. Just to keep it real with you, I think you're reaching a little bit.
Hey, listen, we can't.
Solomon, if we're doing that, can we kick out all the anti-Semites?
Wait, hold on.
Okay, cool.
Everyone mute up. Everyone mute up.
Can I say one thing?
Everyone mute up. That includes you, you fucking retard with ketchup on your goddamn hot dog. Moving you down. You don't have discipline. King Solomon, so you talk about upholding these traditions. If you would deport people based on their religion, then you don't believe in the First Amendment.
Yes, I do. I just believe in the First Amendment as the founders believed in it. I don't believe in whatever subversive nonsense that modern leftists and others try to imply they believed.
No, hold on. Show me a source that says that any of the founders thought that people of a particular religion should be deported. Please show me a source.
Yeah, Mojo, let's be honest.
Please show me a source for that. No, I'm asking for a source.
We can talk about it.
So you don't have a source.
It's very simple.
You don't have a source.
So our founding fathers were all Protestants.
No, they weren't.
Except
no, they weren't. There was a couple of idiots.
Yes, they were.
There was a couple of idiots. No.
We had over
Listen,
200, sir.
You're a
We had
fucking
over
idiot.
200 founding fathers. Most of them,
You're a fucking
90%
idiot.
of them.
You're
90% of our founding
That's not all of
fathers.
them. That's not all of them.
90% of our founding
not
fathers.
all of them. Okay, so I'm glad you walked it back. But hold on. Can you go recite?
So do you want me to answer your question?
I want you to recite the
You
First
asked me a
Amendment.
question. Do you want me to answer?
I want you to recite the First Amendment.
Do you want me to?
I just asked you to recite the First Amendment.
Do you want me to answer the question?
I asked you to recite the First Amendment. You don't know the First Amendment. Okay, you don't know the First Amendment.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so he doesn't know the First Amendment. Don't bring his fucking clown ass up.
Wasn't his mom Jewish?
Yeah, I've talked to him before, and yeah, he thinks that.
These guys are fucking retards. I bet you that's somebody on this stage is friends with that fucking
Not me, but I do know of him. He is annoying.
Yeah, he doesn't understand the Constitution. He clearly doesn't understand the Constitution.
Yeah, I think what's worse is that I've actually pointed to quotes from the Founding Fathers, and he just completely still insists that they were somehow still Christian, that the United States was still Christian.
Hold on. He says this is how you win arguments, goofball. No, listen, I don't want to argue with you because you're intellectually dishonest. It wouldn't be any fun. I asked you a simple question and your retard ass couldn't fucking answer it. And pretty much the people from Chicago were batting zero.
But Roger, what about the idea that there were certain of the, original 13 colonies that had kind of theocratic rules about, established state religions within the state and things like that, mandatory religious observances?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I had to grab food from the door.
So what about the fact that, or what I think is the fact that certain states in the beginning days of the United States had kind of what we would consider laws. They had state religions, they had mandatory state observance of religions, etc.
Well, deism wasn't that Thomas Jefferson's religion?
Okay, I guess he fucking asked you. You know what? I'll just go on mute, and then when everybody else...
Stop it. Go ahead, Roger. I'm sorry, baby. Go ahead.
No, go right ahead. You
Stop.
He thinks Mojo is a Muslim.
Who thinks I'm a Muslim?
Solomon.
Solomon's a fucking retard. These people from Chicago are not the smartest.
I mean, he is a black Hebrew Israelite, and he hates Jews with a passion.
He is not a Hebrew Israelite.
Wait, hold on. If he's a black Hebrew Israelite, I'll bring him back up.
100%.
He's
That might
not
be fun.
100%.
And I've known him for 3 years. I know what I'm talking
I
about.
don't know better
You see how everybody treats you like a big baby? You see how everybody treats you like a big baby?
You're not going to talk over me. Look, you're from Chicago. You're going to have to learn your place in this world. So I'm going to ask you a question. Are you a black Hebrew Israelite?
No, I'm not. I told you I'm a Protestant.
Are you a Hebrew Israelite?
I just told you I'm a Protestant Christian.
You
At the end of the day,
faggot.
Mojo, the fact that this guy, I think it was Mike brought up to you that the states in America, the founding states, 13 of them, not all of them, but they had religious tests to even be considered part of government. We can bring up the state constitutions.
King.
What's up, man?
What do you think of George Washington?
Hey, hold on.
I think George Washington was an honorable man.
Before we continue, I just want to make this clear. I'm going to check who's friends with this guy, and I'm going to judge all of you. If anybody's fucking following this fucking clown from Chicago, well, then you're
unfortunately, I follow him, and he got me kicked out of Chillism.
This is how, Mojo, you're in high school? This is how you operate?
Yes, this is how I operate.
You look like a clown.
Yeah, this is how I operate.
You look like a fucking...
Yeah, this is how I operate, because you made a claim that 100% of the founders were Christian. Matter of fact, you said that they were Protestant, which you lied about. You then walked it back when I just gave fucking a little bit of pushback, and then you got up in your feelings because you're a pussy-ass bitch from Chicago. You probably put ketchup on your fucking hot dog, too. You don't understand the Constitution. I asked you to read the First Amendment. You couldn't fucking read it to me because you probably can't fucking read. We can...
Well, can I go back to George Washington?
Sure, and if this guy is your friend, I just lost a lot of respect for you.
Okay. Is he in the audience? This guy?
Yeah, he is.
So, can we all agree that George Washington was considered one of our founding fathers?
Yep.
Does everyone agree to that?
Absolutely.
Okay. So George Washington wrote a very famous letter. You can see the original of it if you go to Rhode Island, if any of you have ever been to Rhode Island. And he wrote the letter to what was called the Hebrew congregation in Newport, Rhode Island. And in George Washington's letter, just read one sentence in it, where he says, "May the children of the stock of Abraham who dwell in this land continue to merit and enjoy the goodwill of the other inhabitants, while everyone shall sit in safety under his own time and vine and fig tree, and there shall be none to make him afraid. May the Father of all mercies scatter light and not darkness in our paths, and make us all in our several vocations useful here in his own due time, and may he be everlastingly happy." That was just one sentence in the letter written by George Washington to the Jewish congregation in Rhode Island. And that was written in August 18th, 1790.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But I mean, that's a letter written from a politician to, I don't know.
Right, to try to get votes?
I'm not saying that he was just trying to get votes. I mean, who the fuck knows? But, you know, the point that I brought up to Roger still remains, like, you know, Massachusetts, for example, had, and I mean, I don't think anyone with any sense would argue that the modern conception of separation between church and state, like that the founding fathers would recognize this as what they understood to be. That's it.
Well, I think we're getting lost from the original point. You know, this whole thing was, I mean, religion has never ever been the basis of deportation.
Well, not from this country, but.
That's what I'm saying. So when the whole thing
But
dropped, like, oh, you're not a Christian, you should be deported. It's like, well,
I would welcome all of you, and I'm going to highly suggest, that you take a trip to the city of Philadelphia and visit the Museum of the American Revolution. And in there you will see part of the exhibit, an exhibit on the original religions that were here at the time of the founding of the country.
Hold on, but now we're just saying not true shit, okay? So
not true shit? You think so? You think this museum is a fraud?
Listen, what I was referring to the idea that no one has ever been to visit their religion. In Massachusetts, dissenters, i.e. people who aren't of the state faith, faced prosecution, including fines and exile.
When it was already part of the Union, after the country was founded?
Yeah,
and our Constitution existed?
This sort of thing did not fully end until, what does it say? It's 1830s.
So if they didn't abide by the state religion of Massachusetts, they'd be kicked out of the country, or they'd have to go to another state?
They would be kicked out of the state.
So not deported. So not deported from the country.
Well, we had a very different conception of what a state and a country was back then.
Well, we already had a union then. We already had a constitution. So were they deported out of the country, which was the point? No.
Yeah, because I think the whole thing.
Thomas Jefferson considered states to be countries.
Wait, didn't Roger warn against us yesterday, Mike? Arguing something when you're just reading ChatGPT?
I wasn't reading ChatGPT. I was reading from the.
Oh no, it's talking about Mike.
I was
not you, Abby. Not you, Abby. Mike.
All I was saying is, if you take a trip to the Museum of the History of the American Revolution, you will see an exhibit showing the different religions that existed at the time of the Revolution and the time of the founding of the nation. And there are relics. There are relics of Catholicism. There's candlesticks for Shabbat from Jews. There's Muslim coins. These religions existed here during the founding of the nation.
So Mike, what are you arguing here? Are you arguing that you had to be Christian in order to be a part of this country when this whole thing started?
Well, this is evolved. I mean, we're having a retarded conversation. So
Duh.
It's Clubhouse, right?
Yeah. So anyway, about those Cubs.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I've always asked is something that I was talking about last night, is that if the founding fathers wanted the United States to be founded as a Christian nation, why is it that the Constitution never mentions God?
Freedom of religion.
Exactly.
So, Mike, were you just being a troll when you liked his comment that people that aren't Christian should be?
I was enjoying his smoke for that.
Got it.
So it's interesting because the Speaker of the House, I heard him speak, it's a year and a half ago, and his whole speech was all about how everything in our Declaration, our Constitution, and the founding of the nation is about faith and God. So he would argue the opposite of what you just said.
And I was gonna say, this is one of the main issues I have with the Republican Party. There are a lot of people who reflect it, which is fundamentally, it does not align with our Constitution.
Wait, say that again?
See, but this is the thing. This is the narrow point that I was pointing out, Sarah, and I'm not making my own personal opinion. So you just said it fundamentally does not agree with our Constitution. That is a very, I agree with you that is the modern understanding of our Constitution. That was not the understanding of our Constitution.
Okay, great. So give me a source that has an interpretation of the Constitution that would suggest that you don't have the right to freely practice your religion.
I don't have a search for it.
I didn't think you would.
And Mike, I understand you want to say that's a modern definition, but I live in today, right? As someone who lives in the modern day of America and today, that's like one of my main concerns. I'm a Republican, but this is one of my not one of, this is my biggest concern with the party, is that I feel like they think America belongs to Christians only.
I don't think so. I don't know if I agree with that.
Some people do believe like that, Mike. This other Mike, just right now, he kind of agreed with it. King wanted to deport non-Christians. I mean, you're saying you don't agree with it, but right now,
Yeah, but Sarah, there's stupid people in every party.
I understand, but we have more of this in Republican Party, and a lot of people don't talk about it. Trust me, there's a good, probably
Just smoke and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors.
She wasn't actually saying anything, sir. Go ahead.
Actually, I was just saying it's more like smoke and mirrors, like...
Yeah, I forgot what I was saying, because you interrupted.
In terms of Christianity, like, I mean, this administration, it's not necessarily about the religion, I don't think.
I agree with the fake. We should have some type of test for voting.
And what kind of test would that be?
Like an aptitude test or...
I think the one that people take to gain citizenship is a test that most American high schoolers would fail, and I think that could be a good litmus test.
Yeah.
Or just speaking English, or just just the basics.
So are we talking about how US is better than China?
Count the ways.
Is there a way in which China is better than the U.S.?
Yes, many ways.
Yeah, sure. There are many things. There are.
All right, hold on. Give me your top. Yeah, give me your top three.
Infrastructure.
Technology. Yeah. Okay. You go on. I will speak.
You're the liberals like seeping out of y'all's border right now. Go ahead. What do you just go?
I was just waiting for somebody to say.
Okay, so it's more into technology. They are far ahead of US in terms of technology. And I think so the people over there, they really, I can say they respect their leader. Like they cannot say anything against, like even if a foreign person goes to China and yeah, they will die. Yeah, exactly. That's the fear they have created. But the third and the most important thing is that the people are loyal to the country. They will never do anything to go against China. I think so. That's like a little bit like I can
Yeah, but
say,
hold on, Nick, slow down. Saying that they'll never go against China is basically saying that you think that it would have been virtuous if slaves never fought against their slave masters. So what you're calling a virtue, I would call a very huge problem.
It's not, I can say it's like a slave leader or something. They respect their leader, because if you see like decades ago, centuries ago, China was nothing. China was not even somewhere to the US economy, or it was not advancing as well.
Wait, hold on, Nick.
Yeah.
So do you think that China was, it was a proper thing to be loyal to Mao when he was...
No, it's not a proper thing, but they always remind their citizens like what they were like a decade ago, like nobody...
Okay, slow down. Listen, with that accent, there's no way you're going to get away with talking fast, because I will only catch one out of like every 5 words. So you're gonna have to slow.
Okay, I will slow down. And I'm so sorry over here.
No, you don't apologize. Let's just slow it down. Because I want to understand what you're saying. But first of all, let me ask you: do you support the policies of Mao?
The policy of Mao?
Yeah.
No, I don't support his policy.
Okay,
Mojo, I think you should expound on that. I think he thinks that Mao is currently in charge. I don't think he knows.
No, he doesn't think that.
Is that right? Who's in charge of China today?
If I can say, in charge of China, it's still the president.
Which his name is?
Xing. Yeah.
You just Googled it.
There's actually some question about that as well. So.
Xi Jinping.
If you see the policy of
how many Chinese nationals last year illegally came across the border into the U.S.? Do you know?
Well, to be honest, I am not talking about the illegal immigrants trying to enter a country.
But you just said they're so loyal and they love their nation. So why are they leaving and trying to cross the Rio Grande?
Every time they get here, they denounce where they came from.
Nick, for clarification, are you from Andhra Pradesh or Hyderabad?
Sorry?
Are you from Andhra Pradesh or Hyderabad?
No, I'm not from there.
What part?
I am from Mumbai.
Oh, okay. Just everybody take into consideration it's a 76.2 median IQ in India. Good.
If we are talking about like how a particular nation is better than other nation, then geographically we need to also see that what is happening, like why that particular economy is going ahead and why are they advancing. It's not about that the people over there, they are slaves or something. Equally, there are many YouTubers who are going to China, they are talking to people over there. And why the people are supporting that particular nation, everything comes down to people. If they want to support the person, they will support the person. If they want to go against the person, they can go against the person. That's how democracy is.
Does he forget Chairman Mao and the 60 million or no?
Like, if I have to say, I have never seen any businessman or a big entrepreneur or billionaire talking shit about their own president.
In China? He's in China.
I don't. That's a jab. I don't. That's a jab. I have never seen Alibaba founder talking anything about the.
He was locked away in a hotel for months because they said that he had too much power. They put him in jail in his own hotel for like multiple months. What are you talking about?
So do you want your president to, do I
want my president to take Jeff Bezos and put him in a prison for multiple months because he's too powerful?
Your president is, he's like, I can say he's like, if I have to put it into words,
gangster?
He's not even a gangster. I cannot say that he's a gangster, but he's representing you guys on a very international.
Mojo, come on, you don't even like Trump, but come on.
No, it's not even liking a person. It's not about that. I am speaking about.
What are you saying?
But I am saying.
Say what you want to say.
I don't even know.
Are you saying he's a bad president?
People will go against me and they will just say that all of a sudden
they are already against you.
Hold on. Let him make his point, guys.
Everyone mute up. Everyone find the mute button. Whoever doesn't find the mute button in the next 3 seconds, I'll just move to the fucking audience. So that means you, Nick, the mute fucking button. That's in the lower fucking right. Mute button. The mute button. Retard. There you go. There we go. Listen, if you find yourself speaking at the same time that somebody else is speaking, just shut up. Just shut up. We can only speak one at a
Nick, what are you saying about President Trump? What are you trying to say?
Can I say something, man? I have something.
Go ahead, buddy. Yeah, go ahead.
I know, Mojo, we lived in the rooms, not rooms, yes, rooms, a long time ago, and I've been around with him. It was Biden and presidency once we had a conversation, but it was Trump now, you know, and man, a lot of things changed, man. A lot of things have changed, and I'm from Sweden.
Most things for the better, right?
Absolutely, most things for the better. 100. That's the thing, you know. We had always these kind of conversations, is who this, and we were like trying to be very formal about. I'm not trying to be. I'm not a. Nothing direct or indirect, but what I like now is people coming out and actually asking questions, you know. Before it was, they're so afraid, you know, to, you know, put people in their position. Now it's like, all right, you got something to say, man, say it. Absolutely say it, you know. And that's what I love, man. Now, this is what real Americans are about, man, you know.
That's how it should be. You agree, right?
Absolutely, you know, real men, you know, talking and saying what they want to say and what they want to feel. You like it or you don't. It's up to you, but they're gonna damn say it, and we can have a conversation about that. That's cool. And man, there's nothing but love and respect, man.
That's why I didn't get the China thing, because like Nick mentioned, he's like, well, the people there, they're always loyal to their government or whatever.
It's always the same, man. China, Palestine, Israel, same thing, man. You know, you guys been fucking in wars for a long time, man. You know, your kids, kids, man. Come on, man. You guys need to fucking relax. You have done enough.
You're 180 on me here.
Absolutely.
I don't understand what you're saying.
All right, let me tell you. All right, you know, what I'm trying to say is, what is your best interest? Is it your family? Your home?
If I can get a clarification, Hussein's a guy who claims to be a Muslim, but also drinks alcohol and smokes weed. So he's probably an inebriated.
That a boy.
Wait, hold on. I don't care if he drinks. I don't care if he smokes. I don't even care what religion is. But what I will ask, because hold on. I'm gonna ask you a question.
You know what I mean?
How old was Muhammad's wife when he first fucked her?
5 years. Maybe 5 years.
Wait, is that true?
Is that really? That's disgusting.
No, she was 9. Hold on, stop. She was 9 when he first fucked her. She was 6 when he first married her. Who's saying, am I correct?
Yes, I'm with you. Look, you know, I always, you know what I'm trying to say, yeah.
No, let me ask you this.
You exactly answered.
Yeah, but I want to ask you a follow-up. I want to ask a follow-up question. Why would a group of people, and there's billions that believe this happy horse shit, why would they follow a so-called prophet that was a pedophile?
Because he brainwashed. Hey, man, you know, let me tell you one thing. What you're trying to say is you have something in your head that you wanna put out. Yeah.
No, I've already said what I wanted to say.
I get it. Because what I wanted to say, you jumped straight away. I never talked about that. Why did this conversation come up?
Oh, I was putting in context that you might be inebriated, so they might have to talk to you differently.
It's just an ongoing curiosity of ours, so we're just trying to get.
It's not that, man. It is absolutely not that.
Well, yeah, Hussein, I can promise you it's not personal. Everyone that gets on this...
It's never personal,
No,
man.
hold on. Yeah, hold on. Listen, I just want to clarify this. It is definitely not personal because... Right. So if anybody else identifies as Muslim, I always ask them that question.
Why did this come up, though?
Well,
I never asked no question about that.
Well, no, hold on. Listen. I just am very. If you shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up, you'll get what my point is.
I know what your point is, man.
No, you don't. No, you don't. I want to spit it out. It's not personal. I'm not personally attacking you. What I'm attacking is a worldview that billions of people have bought into, where the centerpiece of this is a pedophile that in their own documents suggests that he married a 6-year-old and fucked her when she was 9, and I'm just wondering how people defend that.
Hey, man. Your people are not angels as well, man.
Who's saying I would?
They're still fucking kids till this day.
Wait, for clarification, who is Rogers?
Don't play the moral police on me, man. To be honest, you guys are not the moral police, man. You're not the best though guys in this world.
We're not pedophiles.
I'm just saying. No, I'm not saying that. Go check the Hollywood and check TMZ. You will realize who people are. Now.
Wait, are those people prophets? Are those people prophets in a religion?
They don't.
Just go check it out.
You certainly don't
say nothing.
We don't say peace be upon you.
Look, I never said nothing, but I'm telling you, go check. And you're never gonna hear me say nothing.
Dude, quoting TMZ as a source is not reputable.
Yeah.
They're fucking they're gossip.
None of those people are prophets. None of those people are prophets in a religion like Muhammad was.
Right. But Hussein, I want to tell you this, Hussein, honestly, I swear to God, I want to say this honestly. It's literally not.
Do you believe in God?
Hold on. Do I believe in God?
Yes. You swear, and you say, I swear. What is your swear? What is it you swear to?
Oh, when I said I swear to God, it's a personal, it's a figure of speech.
Yes, but
don't worry. Don't get
like what do you swear to?
Don't get caught up with that. Look, I just told you what God did.
You said that, not me.
Yeah, I get it.
What is it you swear to?
All right, figure of speech. Forget I said it.
What do you swear to?
Bro, figure of speech.
What do you swear to? I'm telling you that.
I've never had a follow-up question.
I'm asking you a question. Please answer me that. You swear to God, you said.
I'm telling the truth right now.
What is your swear?
That I'm telling the truth to you.
No, on what? Yes.
Well, I'm about to tell you.
What is it? No, what is your swear?
I'm about to tell you. You want to sit down? Ready?
Whatever one swears is irrelevant, dude.
All right, ready? This is a general curiosity of ours. It's not like it was
ours. Who's ours?
Bro, come on, man. You're not. I can't take you seriously if you're gonna do it.
All right, then go ahead. I know exactly. Go ahead.
I appreciate it. So it's literally a general curiosity of ours. We find it a little weird when we talk to a Muslim, and then Bo's asked that question to a lot of people. But I always found crazy was this. I always found this crazy.
Yes.
Every time that question's been asked, it's never been like directly answered, and they'll always try to deflect. And then we'll say, well, they were 9 years old, and you're like, well, look, we know what you're talking about. If you knew exactly what we were talking about, why when the question was asked, you were like, yeah, she was 9. Like why? Like you yourself.
How old was Aisha when Muhammad had sex with her?
He knows the answer.
That's the question. Hussein, the question is, how old was Muhammad when he penetrated Aisha?
No, not Muhammad. How old was Aisha?
Yeah. How old was Aisha? How old was Aisha when Muhammad penetrated?
It's all your life based on that.
No, we're just asking.
See what I'm saying? Why can't you just say 9?
Times are different.
9. Just say it. Say like she was 9.
Times are different.
Islam people are pedophiles.
He said wait. He said times that were different then.
Absolutely times are different. I'm not gonna answer that because I wasn't in that time.
Times were not different. A 9-year-old always looked like a 9-year-old.
Wait, let me ask you a question. Is Muhammad a perfect example for all Muslims?
Are you really asking me that question now?
Yeah. Is Muhammad a perfect example for all Muslims? And is the Quran eternal and never changing?
Is Mary cuckolded by God? Why did Mary
I'll tell you
why
one
was she
thing.
an adulterer? Why was she an adulterer with God? Why did God have sex with Mary?
Do you know how stupid that question is?
Why did
He did. He's the Immaculate Conception,
fucking
untouched by
retard. Okay, so Hussein, is Muhammad a perfect example for all Muslims?
Hey, hold on. Who knocked Max Millian down?
Not me.
All right, hold on. For those of you, no, actually, don't even answer. Whoever did it, just chill out. I think that it's only fair that if I get to ask the question of the self-identified Muslims on the stage about the sexual proclivities of the Prophet Muhammad, I think that it's fair that we allow for somebody like Maximilian to ask a question about things that are in other biblical texts. I think we should have a little bit more patience with that.
Oh yeah, I was actually lining up to answer that because there's no evidence in Scripture that God had sex with Mary. He just caused her to be pregnant. So Hussein, is Muhammad the perfect example for all Muslims? Yes, sir.
Muhammad is our
Just yes or no, sir.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Is the Quran eternal and never changing? Yes or no?
The Quran is
it's for all time, right?
Absolutely it is.
Okay, cool. So there you go. You can't say, oh, it was a different time. It's a perfect example. Muhammad is a perfect example of a 54-year-old man who had penetrated a 9-year-old little girl.
Yeah, you walk
and
right
it's an
into
example
that.
for all Muslims.
Let's say you met a guy who said, you met a guy.
You can say whatever you want to say, and you try to manipulate your words, and it's fine. I just want to. I just want to get to the end. I just want to get to the end of it.
Well,
let's say someone moved in next door to you that was married to a 9-year-old and was having sex with a 9-year-old. Would you be friends with that guy?
Absolutely not.
So, but you worship Muhammad?
But the time is different, man. If you know time is different.
Yeah, so
those times, you don't know the age. People don't have no age.
The age difference is no age.
Who says 12 years old?
He's referring to the lifespan being shorter.
No one
knows.
knows.
The lifespan being shorter
they want
back
to say
then.
they're 12 years old.
No one
knows.
the equivalent.
It is unknown at that time. At that time, it was different. Now, if he did that, I agree with you. I'm against him. But what the fuck?
Don't a lot of Muslims
what the fuck
take child brides?
Now you guys do now here, man. I'm gonna ask you not about before. I'll ask you about now.
Hussein, isn't it
what
practice?
do you do now, man?
Isn't it practice?
You're not angels, man. You're not angels.
Oh yeah, it's in practice in
You're not
Pakistan.
It's in practice.
You're not angels. To be honest, to be really honest, man.
Mute up for a second. Hussein, isn't it in practice now? Taking child brides in some Muslim nations.
Do you think this is Islam?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why?
For the Quran tells us so.
Okay. It wasn't your plan to modernize those countries. What happened?
Wait, why are you obfuscating? Why are you changing the subject?
What happened? Was it your plan to make them a better society?
Why are you changing the subject from your?
No, I'm not changing. I'm in the exact subject.
Making it
you asked me that question, I'm replying to that.
Let's walk down the
man. Come on, man. Hey, let's not be. Let's not joke with each other, man.
The United States follows probably what's being
United States
law, and we follow what the age of majority is, and it's in most Western countries. It's an age of majority. In all the states in the United States, there's an age of majority. So
you asked the question, I'm answering.
Taking a 9-year-old bride would not be something in most Western nations.
Well, and if it was a different time, Christianity.
But you guys said if we neutralize those countries.
What do you mean
it's gonna be
what word are you
nuclear. I mean nuclear.
We do what?
You denuclear those countries. Iraq.
What countries?
Iraq.
Iraq? When did Iraq get nuclear weapons?
Did you say that?
Iraq get nuclear weapons?
Abby, he's trying to
man, how old are you?
WMDs in Iraq is his point.
How old are you?
How old am I? Older than you.
Alright. But wasn't that the issue? Before
what the
that
issue?
Iraq had nuclear weapons.
They had a nuclear. They had an intention.
And what happened?
Israel
you
took
bombed
out
them.
their.
You bombed them. Killed a lot of people. They came to Europe.
Hussein's sweetheart.
And Europe
took
don't
out
want them.
Their potential nuclear.
Europe don't want them. So what?
Europe doesn't want whom?
You started the problem, and
who started what problem?
Come on, girl.
Come on, girl. Who
what are
started
you?
What problem?
Do you know what you're talking about?
No. Do you know what you're talking about?
I know exactly what I'm talking about.
So what are you talking about?
Let's go back to history. Yeah. 2000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about it?
How old are you?
He's just happy we're
You never ask a woman. So if
how old are you?
If
96.
you knew what's appropriate, you never ask a woman her age. By the way.
Right.
All right. So now I'll be. So that's Is it
hey, what about Elvis Presley? Elvis Presley had sex.
Come on, man. You motherfucker.
I'm old enough to know. I know.
Elvis Presley had sex.
Come on, man. With your bullshit.
He was 14 years old.
Come on, man. With your bullshit. Do you really want to talk, or you just want to hang around and people clap? People clap for you, man.
Hussein, what happened in 2000? Why don't you tell me?
I'll tell you exactly what happened.
What happened?
What happened with Iraq? Who fucking... It was a government there. Yes? Americans went there for a war with British. For a war that has no reason. Young kids died from both sides. Americans and British kids died.
Yeah, that's fair to say.
And they realized
nobody
there have been no nuclear weapons, nothing.
Hussein, you're not going to find a single person on here that's going to agree with going to Taiwan.
I don't care.
Okay, hold on,
that's
buddy.
the truth.
Hey, calm down, lady.
The truth is truth, man.
Calm down, lady. What I'm saying is that...
Lady, who was a lady?
Would you agree that once Saddam was taken out, that the people of Iraq...
I respect the
soldiers. You remember how Saddam died? You remember how Saddam died?
I respect soldiers.
You didn't kill Saddam. You didn't kill Saddam. The people of Iraq fucking hung his ass.
I don't respect government.
Don't talk over people.
Yeah, hold on.
Someone, Hussein, you're gonna not talk over someone's answering you.
All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Can we get back to the question? Because the title of the room is "What Does Islam Teach?" I think it's a very important question. We all have our inquiry.
People understand Islam wrong, man.
Well, I don't know why you interrupted me. You're gonna have to stay on mute while I'm speaking, and then when I'm done speaking, then you can speak. So I'm gonna ask you a question, Hussein. When the Prophet Muhammad took a bride at the age of 6, fucks her while she was 9, and then people hold this character up as the prophet, the holiest, the best example of that God has to offer us. I want to just ask you this simple question, Hussein. Why do people follow the Prophet Muhammad, the pedophile?
When you yourself, you would...
Let me tell you one thing, man. First of all, man, you are a fucking dirty... you're a scumbag once you say that. Because you know what you're saying. I know that. You want a reaction.
Bro, your prophet sexually assaulted.
You're a dirty person, you know. You're very you are a disgusting guy.
What a surprise. The Muslims are manifesting.
No, you are a very dirty person to say that.
No, hold on. Talk about Muhammad like that.
Wait, hold on.
You are a dirty man.
Hold on.
To say that.
No, hold on.
You want that reaction. I know that.
Listen, Hussein.
No, you want that.
You said
you said. You acknowledge.
What I said, man. Tell me what I said.
You acknowledge the age. You acknowledge the age of his wife when he had sex with her. You acknowledge that. You said that she was 9. So if you're acknowledging that he had sex with her. Wait.
I said times are different.
You want me to get the replay? You want me to get the replay?
Okay, who's saying yes or no? Is it true that he had sex with a 9-year-old?
Is it true?
Man, you guys are really. Are you guys like so obsessed with us that much that you want to prove us that bad?
Hold on.
Man, we're good.
Hold on.
We're good.
Yeah, well, hold on. No, hold on. You're not gonna speak while I speak. Okay, got it.
For you guys to be so obsessed with us like this, man.
Hold on. You're welcome to stay on the stage, but you cannot speak while others are speaking. I'll give you an opportunity to speak. I thought it was a fair question. I mean, look, I haven't even read this book. I was told by people on this app, this is where I learned it. People on this app said that the Prophet Muhammad's married a girl at 6, and I thought, no way, that's crazy. There's no way that happened. Like, I thought, no, that's fiction. I defended it. I just said, there's no way. There's billions of people that like this guy. There's no way. And then they said, oh, and even worse, he fucked her when she was 9. And I'm like, no, I can't hear this. This has got to be untrue. Then I started asking people that practiced the religion, and they said, no, Mojo, this is true. This is what he did. And so now I'm just like, okay, well, why do you guys think he's so cool then?
Right, and the question's always been, why would you want to follow a guy who's done that? When you yourself said you wouldn't even want to be friends with a guy who's done that, but yet you want to worship him. And I find this crazy. And by the way, did y'all hear he said, well, it's just a different time? Look, man, Christianity predates Islam. And there is no mention of shit like that in fucking Christianity. So what are we talking about right now, bro? It's insane. And the part I find most... Oh, sorry, Necro, I'll let you go real quick. 1 more sentence. What I find most insane is I've heard Mojo ask this question now probably 4 times to people. And every single time, they won't just be like, why? What's so hard to be like, yeah, that's fucked up. Muhammad should have done that. Like, come on. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Mike Allen, I was gonna say exactly what Mike Allen said. You know, like when people say, well, in that time it was different, it's like, wait, how it was different? Because Judaism, Christianity, they were all before Islam. You know, neither one of those religions, there are stories of them, you know, having 10 different wives at like 6 years old, 10 years old, having sex with them. Prostitution wasn't legal in their religions. You know, like in Islam, prostitution is legal. You just have to say a sentence that would make it legal for you to sleep with someone, and you always have to pay whoever you sleep with. So you can actually marry someone for 10 minutes, you can marry them for 1 hour, you can marry them for 6 hours, you can do it for overnight, you can do it for a week. I mean, this is prostitution. You know, it's like, it just like everybody says, like, how do you justify such behavior? I don't even know if this is a real prophet. I just feel like some sick old you know, pedophile men, they were sitting together and they're like, let's come up with something new. And then here it is. This is what they came up with, because how can this even be real?
I mean, what I find worse is that the fact that you're appealing to cultural relativism. Well, I mean, when did Islam ever respect other cultures? I mean, when Muhammad did not respect the culture of the Arabs who worship other gods, I mean, he had them killed. You know, he had Jews tortured because, you know, they did not give them secrets. So when has Islam ever been consistent with moral relativism?
Also Allah turned the Jews into pigs and apes and lizards.
So you got 9 years old. We're talking about a 4th grader.
Okay, that's right. Well, I posted at the top of the moon for everybody to have a look at, author by the name of John Esposito. He is considered one of the preeminent scholars on political Islam. It reads above, Esposito, Political Islam Beyond the Green Menace. It's not very long, but if anybody's interested, it's up there.
Marshall, do you know what the punishment is for trying to change one letter of the Quran or the Hadith?
since it's probably not there.
It's death. It's death.
Well,
Do you know
they
what the
take away your
punishment is to
8-year-old
leave
life.
Islam? Do you know what's the punishment to leave Islam?
Oh yeah, Sahih al-Bukhari, Volume 4, Book 52, Hadith 260. Ali says to kill them. He says, "Do not murder." Or I'm sorry. It was Ibn Abbas. Ibn Abbas says to the messenger, "Go tell Ali, do not give them the punishment that Allah gives them in Jahannam, which is the hellfire, but kill them."
If you leave Islam, any Muslim that kills you, their way to heaven is guaranteed. Like, it's not just like, oh, kill them, but it's like, go find them and kill them, literally. So this is why I'm not leaving Islam. This is why I'm officially gonna stay Muslim till my last breath. So if anybody have any questions about Islam, I'm here to help you guys.
Is there any punishment that doesn't involve death?
But yeah, Sarah, the punishment is death if you leave us.
I know.
I mean, isn't being a Muslim death?
Well, no, not really.
Oh, man, I
They'll
shouldn't have
rape
said
you,
that.
torture you, beat you. But if you don't rebel, they'll let you live though.
Well, and it's actually worse than death. When you're a Muslim, you're worshiping Satan, and you're guaranteed the hellfire.
All right, hold on. I have a question too, and any of the Muslims can answer this one. This one's a little like probably won't offend you as much as you guys get really offended when we mention his sexual proclivity. But let's talk about the talking ant, shall we? King Solomon overhears an ant warning its colony to avoid being crushed. Can somebody that's read the Quran please explain to me what King Solomon overheard, and do you really believe that he overheard an ant talking to its colony?
It's not about the ant talking to the colony.
Go ahead, Wade Fun.
My bad, Anna, go ahead.
No, go.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, I want to talk about the pedophile case.
What I was trying to say is it was never about the ants. It's about, see, people understand. I can tell you something and someone understands it some other way.
Oh, well, thanks for clearing
I'm
that
a Muslim.
up.
Look, man. I'm a Muslim, and I mean, I'm not trying to fucking bomb you guys or kill anyone here, So, and I'm a So
that's really big.
We're good, yeah.
I just want to hear about that.
What I'm trying to say is I always had a good heart for animals, and it's not that from his side, but it is that we always have a heart for animals. Animals can talk to you, even though you don't listen. A lot of people don't listen. They don't understand, and what that means is you gotta understand between the lines. Look, I'm Muslim, and I'm not. I don't take the word for word. I don't take word for word, but I know what my feelings are. Religion. I take religion as you take your religion yourself. I'm a very humble person.
Well, just saying, I find it weird that you said, I'm a Muslim, but I'm not going to bomb you guys. Like, the fact that you even have to say that is weird.
Hey, shut up. I don't want to talk to you. What I'm trying to say is, people are much more mature than being, stuck in normal life. And
when has Islam ever shown that?
And animals are you're talking about. I'll answer your question.
Well, I have a question for you, Hussein. Did you say you're Syrian? Did you say you're Syrian?
No, I'm not Syrian.
Sweden.
Where are you from?
Sweden.
Oh, Sweden.
No, I'm from Sweden.
Where were you born? In Sweden?
No, I'm born in. I'm Eritrean. And I'm half Yemeni. I'm a Yemenite.
So you're Yemen and Eritrean.
Yes.
You're Yemenite. What's Malawi?
My mom's side
you say what's
are Yemenites.
What's Malawi?
Malawi.
Malawi. What's Malawi?
what you say? What's Malawa? I don't know what Malawa is.
You don't know what Malawa is, but you said you're Yemenite.
What's Tell me, what's Malawa?
It's one of the most famous foods.
Where are you
Yemen.
from? Where are you from?
I know
Poland?
what Malawa is. It's
Are you
Yemen.
Polish?
It's
Are you
Yemenite
Polish?
food. It looks like a pancake. Feels
You're
like
Polish
a
or
pancake.
you're
Hot right
but
now.
it's fried.
I'm a Yemenite.
Yeah,
Yemeni
it's
hot.
like the most popular food in Yemen.
And
You said you're Yemenite.
and I have all my tree that shows that.
Yeah,
So I know where I'm from.
but you don't know what the most
And that's
common food is in Yemen.
Why is he lying?
How do you feel
I
about
don't know. I was trying to figure that one
Man,
out.
I think he's getting
if you said I'm lying, go
Wait,
check
hold
me
on.
out.
We can't have
Go check
everybody.
me out.
I don't need to check you out. I
We
just
can't
asked
have
you.
everybody
It's like the
speaking at the
cup
same
song,
time. We
right?
can't have
Go check me
everybody
out.
speaking at
I'm
the
a-
same time. We can't have everybody
Hey,
speaking
listen,
at the
listen,
same
listen.
time.
Hey,
No,
listen,
no,
listen.
you shut the fuck up. Hey, we can't have everybody speaking at the same time. I want to ask another question. It's the same question I asked before, but I'm going to ask it. So I'm not asking another question. I'm going to repeat a question, and I would like for somebody that studied the Quran to explain this to me. What did they mean when they said that King Solomon overheard an ant talking to its colony? I just want to understand what you mean by this.
Like, is it literal, or are they talking about, like, allegory? Don't everybody talk at once.
I never knew that about the ant.
Me either. Islam in its early days is actually very interesting historically. In particular, the contracts they used to argue over prior Byzantine territory, which is, very interesting.
Yeah,
My bad. Go ahead, Marshall. My bad. Sorry.
No, you're okay. I was just going to say it's interesting to study. I think the way extremist movements use Islam now, the best author is the one I pinned. He's considered a preeminent scholar on political Islam. I think it's a very concisely written essay, so it's good for people to reference.
What you got, Okonkwo? What you got?
Yeah, so I just wanted to ask.
Hold on,
You asked a question. I want to answer that.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Who said?
Yeah, go ahead if you want to answer it, man.
Mojo, you asked a question when you said he talks to the animals, and to be honest with you, we all talk to animals. That's why we have all of us say I can understand an animal. I can talk with him. You can talk with an animal if you really know how to.
So you can talk to animals?
Absolutely. No, look. Right now you're acting funny now. You know.
Hold on, guys. Listen. I'm not going to listen if you don't first let me interject here. So, you said that he talked to the animals, but that's not even what the Quran said, which is making me question whether you've read it. It actually says that he overheard the ant talking. And so my question is, if you heard somebody tell you that they overheard an ant talking to its colony, what would you think of that person?
I'll tell you one thing. I honestly, to be honest with you, that time is that time, and
that was your defense of pedophilia.
Listen. Can I talk? You gave me a question and I want to answer it. Let's be honest now. In this time, man, we are these telephone guys. We don't listen to no one. If you tell me this guy's gonna say something, no, he gotta prove it. What I'm trying to say is that kind of love you have for animals, and a lot of people understand animals. And listen to me, I'm not trying to say he talked to the ant, or I have no idea. Honestly, I have no idea about that. But what I know is all of us have pets, and you have a feeling, with them. You can understand them, whatever pet it is. And we try to that was a different time and different situation, and I believe it's. Look. I wasn't there. I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know, and I will never say that that's right or wrong because I'm a liar. But what I'm trying to say, excuse me.
Do you hear yourself?
I absolutely hear myself.
Look, these people, they were either high as fuck, so they would hear like ants talking to them, or they were schizophrenic, or they were just fucking lying.
Oh, that was some
Different times.
stories.
So you're telling me back in the day, ants and human, they spoke the same language so they could hear what the ants were saying to their like colony? Are you serious?
Oh, what is Santa?
Seems like a waste of power.
Scriptures the Bible in the chat. And it's in the
You know, that's a very good question. You know, and I don't have an answer for that. To be honest with you.
Dude, see, why can't you just say that a bunch of times?
I don't have an answer for that. You know, I don't have an answer for that.
Fair enough.
Because honestly, I think the way
But what I have an answer for is,
and they were obsessed with children and with multiple women, I just feel like they were party animals too. So I honestly think they were high. I don't think they were schizophrenic. I think they were just taking shrooms. You know, like they were high as a sky. Like I don't know. That's how I think.
Oh, a bunch of fucking wackos. Okonkwo's been waiting to get in. Can we let Okonkwo go?
But you know, Sarah.
Try, buddy, I swear.
Let me.
Hold on, Hassan, because like, seriously, like, you spent a lot of time talking, you wasted like so much time. Could you please let somebody else do this?
Let me just be the devil advocate now. Yes, it might be.
No, Hussein, the request was for us to let somebody else speak. Look, we're never going to be able to get through this if you keep doing this. We'll bring you back up, but let's get some other voices going on about this. We could talk. Here's the topics that are on the table. We're talking about the Prophet Muhammad marrying a 6-year-old girl, fucking her when she was 9, and when you ask people about it, they're just like, yeah, you know, back then they did things a little different, and that's their answer to that. And then when you ask them about, you know, the claim that King Solomon overheard an ant talking to a colony, they've got an interesting take on that too. There's a lot. By the way, we haven't even scratched the surface on some of the weirdest shit, but we're getting to it. We're going to get to it. And here's the important thing to think about: these conversations are not being had anywhere else. And you know why? Because people are afraid to ask these questions, because in certain parts of the world they will try to take your head off. But here in Clubhouse, we're brave enough to talk about these things. Go ahead.
Can I add another question, since you're brave to ask them? Could you ask them all about the whole virgin thing, the 72 virgins?
Sure. So can I go, if you guys let me? So first of all, if you want to talk about ridiculousness of religious stories, all religious stories are ridiculous. Jewish stories, Christian stories. Santa, is Santa real? So these are stories.
Not in the Bible.
St. Nicholas was
St. Nicholas was a real person, absolutely.
So
wait,
yeah,
just be specific.
Come down from chimney and
Hold on, wait, fan. Please be specific. Don't act like this. Like there is a specific question Mojo asked, and you said you want to answer, but
yeah.
Judaism and Christianity. So let's talk
sorry,
about the 72 virgins. If you don't know it, there are plenty of people.
No, I know that.
Okay, then go straight to that. Thank you.
So then, rule number 1. 2, about Muhammad time. So Saudi Arabia was a dry land, and they used to, if they had a baby, which was a girl, they would just bury her because she didn't have any value financially. She couldn't go fight. She couldn't make money, so they would bury the kid. So what Muhammad did was gave value to these girls, said that, hey, if you raise them, you can sell them. And that was a miracle.
What a nice guy.
Huh?
What a nice guy.
Yeah, I mean, how else you can convince people not to kill their daughters? And then Islam was a new religion, nobody was converting, so they had the rule for multiple wives to spread fast. 72 virgins, these are like promises you give to the kids to behave. Like right now, if I my son to do something good, I would say, if you do this, I will give you game time, or something like that.
What's wrong with candy? Why do you have to promise them virgins?
Yeah, it's attractive. Virgins are attractive. You can like tell American if you behave good, you virgins. Like if I attended, like, and if you want to go to those, Jews have stories of marrying a 3-year-old girl. So at least Muhammad.
Show me where. Show me where.
Yeah, Torah has stories about how to marry a 3-year-old girl.
Show me. Give me the link.
Yeah, sure. So if you want to reject that, that's a different thing. So when you go to 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 years ago, like there are stories about how to behave, like for example in Bible, how to hit a slave if they don't listen to you.
Wait, show me where it says in the Torah that you can marry a 3-year-old.
What's the rule about marrying a? Let me find it on ChatGPT.
Okay.
And then please read it in Hebrew to us.
Come on, I was in a room and Rabbi Gallup was explaining it. Like Gallup, I don't think, there was like a normal and Gallup was defending this story. So there is some value to this story.
So going back to the virgins.
Yes, the virgins and honey.
Do you believe that there will be 72 virgins if you blow yourself up?
No, I mean, it's not about blowing yourself up. Blowing yourself up is something Muslims learn from Jews, for your information. Jews were the one. Yeah, they were the one who blew themselves up to get independent from England.
When did they blow themselves up?
To get
Judaism, it's written that you should blow yourself up.
Muslims learn it from Jews. This is how Jews got
No, they didn't. They learned it from a group known as the Tamil Tigers, who pioneered car bombings plus the IRA. They did not pick it up from us in any way, shape, or form. I don't know where the fuck he got that.
It's like the third thing he said that's crazy.
Just the third?
Just going, right? But, yeah, the PLO and all the airplane bombings and the hijackings. They learned that from us too.
Hey, I got a question for Wei-Fan. Wei-Fan, when you said... Wait, hold on. I have a question. When you said that 72 virgins are attractive, what did you mean by that?
I mean, they wanted, like, for example, there are two stories, 72 virgins and honey, rivers of honey. So these were attractive things for people to convince them to do good, like wash their hand and exercise, which is basically wuzu and pray. So they have to wash their hand and face 5 times a day and exercise 5 times a day. They said if you do these things, good thing will happen to you. You will have river of honey and 72 virgins.
Wait, but you're saying that virginity is what is attractive?
Obviously, to some men, it's attractive. Yeah.
It's just weird. Wait, okay.
Yeah, hold on. I got a question for you, Wei-Fan. So when you think about a virgin, it's a woman that's never had sex, and you want 72 of them. In your personal opinion, what do you think would be better? One woman that knows how to have sex, or 72 women that have no idea how to have sex?
That also know how to have sex. For me, an old woman who knows how to have sex is way better.
No, you rather have like 72 prostitutes.
No, they're not prostitutes, they're virgins. Get it? And you have to go back in time. Those times, women, like for example, the virginity is not about attractiveness. There was no DNA test. So those men wanted to know that the baby that they are having is their own baby. So when you marry a virgin, at least you know that the baby that you will have is your own baby. That was the only scientific way to prove, to see the blood. like the science was not very advanced, and there are a lot of Islamic rules, especially when it comes to legalizing prostitution, which for its time is very advanced. Like, if a woman has sex, she cannot have sex with another man for 3 months. Basically, Islam has a lot of rules to know who is the father of a boy or a baby, basically.
Wait,
So,
man, I didn't
yes.
mean prostitution for women was legal. I meant prostitution for men was legal. So they can marry a woman for like one night, 1 hour, but then if they do that, that woman has to make sure they don't sleep with someone for 45 days. I get all of that. I know all of that. But we're talking about men. We already know women have no right in Islam. We already know women are worth half of men. We already know women
I
is
just
not by men. We know all of that. Okay, so when I said prostitution is legal in Islam, I meant, of course, everything in benefit of men. Look, they can have 4 legal wives and they can have as many temporary wives as they want. You can marry people for 1 week, for 6 weeks, 6 months, as much as you want, 6 hours, 6 minutes. Like, if you know how long it takes you to take a nut, you can like literally say 12 minutes, 13 seconds, like, okay, I'll pay you $25 for that, and then that's what it
But
is.
Sarah, you're preaching to the choir. That's the thing. Like they don't see anything wrong with this stuff. So they hear, they're like, yeah, goddamn right we can.
Like, yeah, virgins are attractive.
Fuck yeah. Layfan, I don't know what's wrong. Okonkwo, you've been waiting patiently, buddy. Can we let Okonkwo get it? I hope you remember what you were gonna say.
Yeah, real quick. I'd like to reference what I posted in the chat from Sahih Muslim section, volume 2, section 3371. And like I like one of the Muslims to read it and do advocate for what Muhammad did in this passage.
I think that was for you, baby.
We're gonna scroll a bit, but pretty much, if you go to this passage, what Muhammad and his gang did was, when they were engaging in warfare, like they literally gang rape prisoners of war, and then like one of his friends was asking him like if he can pull out, and like Muhammad's like, it doesn't matter, like there's gonna be resurrection day, which doesn't make sense to me, but I just want to see how the Muslims would.
He waits this long to get his question out, and then his question is met with silence.
I didn't understand the question. Did you say that if they...
Yeah, my question is, how do you react to this passage as a Muslim? So pretty much in Sahih Muslim section, volume 2, section 33, I think it's 3327, if you scroll up, the story is pretty much that Muhammad and his companions pretty much were engaging in warfare, and then like they were raping prisoners of war who were women, and then like some of his friends were asking Muhammad if they can pull out, and like Muhammad was pretty much like, it doesn't matter, like there's gonna be a resurrection day. So I was asking like Muslims, like, do you defend that or do you condemn that passage? Like how do we?
They need to answer that. I like to know that too. But I heard it gangbang something, so it's like one-on-one. But it is true that in war, when Muslims they jihad and war and whatever reason they're in war, all the slaves, so you can rape them. Yes, and that was the rule that with boys they would check their armpit to see if they have hair grown or not. If there was hair, they would keep them as slaves to work and whatever they wanted to do, like send them to war and stuff. And then if they were younger, they would pretty much take them for raping, because they loved boys too. That's another thing with Islam. They love. Well, I don't know if it's legal. Wayfan, is it legal to be with male with male? I don't think it is legal, but I know they all love that.
I don't think it's legal.
I don't think it's legal, no. But there are stories of them. There are so many stories of them, and they will say take them as slaves. But with the woman, so what they pretty much said was, you kill the men or make them work, and then you take the women as slaves, and they be your sex slaves or workers, whatever.
I mean, this historically has been a policy in the world. Like, when you attack somewhere, kill all the men, rape all the women. That's why, like, when you hear, like, race theory, it looks very funny. What do you mean, like, racism? Like, we are all brothers and sisters.
Can I respond to that, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so Islam is supposed to be the message of Allah revealed to Muhammad. Like, it's a final truth and it's supposed to be the final word. So how come your morality and systems mirror that of the heathens who don't even believe in Islam? Aren't you supposed to be on a higher moral ground?
So what Islam brings on is the rule of law, which none other religion brought it on. So the idea of the constitution, a book, and that there is nobody in the future can change that book. Basically, the constitution, this idea is Islamic idea. It's not founding father ideas, and with that, they created the biggest empires that the world had ever seen. And the science that we are enjoying right now is right out of this constitution. Yes, this constitution has a lot of weird things in it, but this is the idea of the Islam. That Muhammad said, okay, this is the book, this is the law, and nobody in future, a human shape, can change it. This is foundation of constitutional societies. So now you're coming back and saying like, oh, okay, this is immoral constitution based on 21st century values. You are not seeing the big picture. Before that, no other human society put a book above humans. And Islam is the first one which does that.
Number one, that's not true. Jews have revered the Torah as God's divine law way before Islam came about in the Hijaz. But secondly, that didn't even address my question. You made a what about them saying other civilizations did it too. So you just talked about how your claim that Islam promoted the rule of law, but I'm asking, how come in Islam your ethics prescribe gang rape and prisoners of war as female captives, and you want to compare that to other people? I'm asking you, isn't Islam supposed to be different from the world? Aren't you supposed to have the final truth of Allah revealed that triumphs over all other laws? So how come your ethics are just as the same as people who did these in the...
So Islam has 4 sources of ethics. One of them is constitution, Quran. The other is changing over time. So in Islam, God is alive, and its ethics are changing through the brains and the scholars. So the ethics that you see right now, they may change. Like, for example, I can claim 200 years from now, there will be no borders. We don't have illegal immigrants. Everybody has the vote to write. Right now, it looks very ridiculous if I make that claim that these people which are coming from south of United States borders, they have right to vote. It looks very ridiculous.
That's not ethics,
like
laws.
Wait, Finn, are you
But it's
not
a very
ashamed
moral
of yourself? Hold on.
Ethics is
Right
a
now,
very moral
today,
thing.
wait, Finn, right now, today, there are, you're from Iran, I'm from Iran, and we're like, Iran is one of the very modern countries when it comes to these Islamic countries. Even under IRGC, we both know that we're ahead of all those Arab countries in the region, Islamic countries in the region. Even today, in 2025, they practice stuff that is disgusting. It is disgusting. Like, I don't understand how you defending this.
I agree with you, it's disgusting.
Then why do you justify it? Why do you justify it by saying 200 years from now the border is going to look this or that?
Because the value changed. The value
Wait, man, has the value changed to the point that a man is not supposed to beat a woman and broke her bones? Because it's still not a crime for a husband to break his wife's bones in most of the Islamic countries. Domestic violence, there's no crime for it. It is in Iran. It is in Iran, but there's many Arabic countries that a husband beating his wife is not a crime. It doesn't matter what happened. Just 2 days ago, just 2 days ago, I read in Iran, a man killed his wife because she was talking to another man. What's gonna happen to the husband that killed her? Nothing.
Well,
Where does that law come from? Islam, Quran. Nowhere in the world you can go just kill your wife because she's having adultery, which we don't even know if in this case she did or not.
Adultery in Islam needs witnesses, 4 witnesses, which is always impossible to prove. That's why none of these cases go to court.
How convenient.
Why would it go to court? So that's why none of these cases go to court. Islam is completely against. These are cultural issues. Tribal societies, to keep their blood pure, they have these issues when it comes to sex with the strangers out of tribe. Indians have this. Caste system is this. Islam is completely against these things. If you have to prove these things, you need
This is in Iran's law, Wayfan. If you see your wife with another man, or if you catch your wife in the act of cheating, which being on phone it is, if you kill her and him, it's okay because the blood took you in front of your eye. Wayfan, okay, I'm gonna get you, not tonight, but I'm gonna get you the number, what's it called, the court thing for it. Don't say that. This is absolutely the law.
I know, the law needs 4 witnesses, 4 eyewitnesses, 4 witnesses.
That's if you want to sit down and plan, but if you hear or you catch your wife with someone and you just get super hasty and kill them, you don't need witnesses. It's halal. You can do it. Halal. It's done. Yes.
If you go to court, you will lose the court. In order for court, there are 4 witnesses. Adultery needs 4 eyewitnesses. They have to come forward there.
So, okay, bring a link what it's for.
Does the woman need 4 witnesses?
Adultery.
It's not adultery for men, Mike.
No, I'm saying if the woman commits adultery, does she need 4 witnesses to prove her guilt? Or are they just like, no, you did it?
You cannot just by saying he did or she did it like...
Mike Allen, it's not, men can sleep with as many people, women, as they want in Islam. There is no adultery for men. It's everything.
No, I get it. He's saying like a man will not be convicted of adultery or whatever unless there's 4 witnesses.
They need
It's the same for women. Like if a woman commits adultery, do they have to provide 4 witnesses to prove adultery on her?
A woman, even like, let's say I'm a witness, my testimony is not worth as much of a man in the court. You need 2 women to witness to be equal to 1 man in the court of law. I am not kidding you, Mike Allen. This is getting practiced today in many countries.
And the woman gets half of the heritage.
What I find crazy is this. The part I find crazy is this, is that even you said it, Wayfan, I'm not making this up, buddy, this is you talking. You're like, the values were different, and the values are ever evolving, which is cool. But what's wild to me is why would you be attracted to something, anything, whether it be a religion or anything? Why would you be attracted, in this case it's Islam, why would you be attracted to something that didn't have your values when it initially got started? Like, what attracts you to something like that? You're like, yeah, well now Islam's cool, but back then they were a bunch of fucking weirdos. But don't worry, that was just a while ago. But you yourself just said the values were different back then. And they were fucking wild. Like, it's wild. It's crazy. And by the way, your comparisons to Christianity, you mentioned Santa, which is a horrible one. And then you mentioned that Jewish people can marry a 3-year-old, which you still haven't provided. But, like, I'll even help you in that argument. Like, there's some weird shit, like the burning bush. Like, yeah, it's fucking, that sounds weird. But it was God appearing as a burning bush, whatever. Or the angel wrestling, whoever it was, I forget the guy's name, but the angel wrestling for fucking a whole day and shit. Jacob, I was gonna say Jacob, I didn't want to get it wrong. That sounds crazy, right? Like, hearing about that, it's like, wow, that's fucking weird. But nothing like overhearing, like, eavesdropping on an aunt's conversation, or fucking a 9-year-old, or like crazy shit like that. Like, you will not find that stuff. And I find it crazy that you're attracted to something that you yourself are not okay with the values of it. Does that make sense?
I mean, it's an identity thing, Mike. So like all these cultures, all these identities have some shit in their back. White identities have some like KKK slavery in their baggage. Jews have Christian. It's an identity thing. Yes, can I live without that identity? It's possible, but it's a very lonely life. All of us need to identify with something, and that just help us to be part of something, which is a satisfaction. I'm part. Like if I die, somebody will take care of my kids. Somebody from this identity will take care of my kids. So it's a bigger thing. It's not about Islam. I mean, it's everybody wants an identity, and for me, why not Islam? I mean, which other ideology out there is better than Islam?
Hold on.
That's an easy answer. Go
Hold
ahead.
on. I can offer up a few. So your question was, what ideology is better than Islam? Okay, I would argue that no ideology, having no ideology, would be better. I would also argue that Scientology is better than Islam. I would argue that Mormonism is better than Islam. I would argue that I would argue that even things such
veganism.
Oh well, I wouldn't go that far, Mike. Come on, we got to draw the line somewhere. Capitalism is certainly better than Islam. The only thing that might be as bad as Islam is communism. Maybe fuck. I'm trying to think. Is there any? If you had to have a Mount Rushmore of bad ideas, you have to have Islam, communism. Help me round this out.
One ply toilet paper.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Well, but what other ideologies belong on the Mount Rushmore of bad ideology?
I mean, Simon or Roger, it comes down to personal thing. When people pick ideology, there are so many personal aspects to that. And just attacking somebody for their identity.
No, but wait, Fed. I think the part that you're missing, and this is the part that people in the civilized world are getting hung up on, is that when you have like 1 billion people that are like saying that, hey, we're going to follow this prophet Muhammad that married a 6-year-old and fucked her when she was 9, and you guys think that that's the best example of what a righteous person is. If you believe that that's a great example of a righteous person, then I certainly think that the civilized world is correct in saying that you're fucking crazy.
I mean, again, you are going to absolute. Everything in real world is relative. I just explained for you that during those times, they would kill the girls when they were born. And this was the only way to give those girls value, financial value, to save their lives. So sooner you could marry them, the parents were more convinced to keep them.
Wait,
So
how come they didn't kill those girls 1,000 years before when they were Christianity? I'm trying to understand. Where did all these culture of killing, raping, women are worthless? Where did this all come from? If it didn't come from Islam, because look, wait, man, I've read a lot of history books, and I actually have a minor degree in history of religions, actually. And I was just very interested in learning about this, and this is what I want to tell you. Like from what I gathered, the information I gathered from reading myself, I don't believe it was the time that was people were doing this, and then Islam came and tried to fix it. I believe it was Islam that did this to people and took the worth of women away, and then they started killing girls and then getting them married at 6 years old or 9 years old. You know why they were killing their daughters? Do you know why they were like, if the baby born was killed, you know, their books, it says the reason they were doing it was because they were tired of their daughters being raped and killed by 6 or 10 years old. So this was their way, just getting rid of them so they don't have to deal with that later on.
Oh, the shake weight, Mojo? I think the shake weight would be on that Mount Rushmore.
So hold on, we got a room title, folks, and I want to discuss this seriously. What is worse, Islam, communism, Satanism, or veganism?
So that's a tough one there.
So this is the thing that you have to, Saudi Arabia is a desert, it's a dry land. There isn't much food, there isn't much water, and there are tribes who fight for limited resources. So this is completely different from like, I don't know, India, which there are a lot of resources to survive. So yes, those times, if you had a baby which was a girl, that was a liability issue, and Islam solved it. Now you don't like Islam, you can make whatever you want to believe, but that's not what the history is.
So Waif, and why do they still practice it if it's different times today?
What do they practice? They are not
child marriage.
Children, 75 girls every single day in Iran alone, 75 girls under the age of 15 are married to old men. We're not talking about a 15-year-old and a 20-year-old. We're talking about 60 plus years old, 75 a day. That's like 20,000 girls or something like that a year. This is still being practiced.
So again, it comes back to value system changing over time. And Middle East, there are areas which are old. They haven't been updated. They don't know. Their value is old. Like, yes, it's wrong. And every Muslim in the United States knows it's wrong. But what can you do? They're living in old time. If you right now go to North Korea, they're living like in 100 years ago. Their value, they haven't been updated. So over time, their value system will get updated.
So why do you choose to follow Islam? Why not a better religion that is updated?
What religion is updated?
Judaism.
I mean, their Islam can be updated. It's the matter of that area is poor and they're...
No, it's the eternal word of God. Isn't the Quran the final word of God?
Quran is the final word of God, yes.
Yeah, we went over this earlier. It's absolute and never changing, I thought, right?
No, there are 3 other mechanisms for word of God.
Can we invite Dr. Z to the stage, Mojo? He's saying the worst.
I've invited him, and he's welcome to his opinion. Dr. Z, if you want to come up here, we'll make some room.
Worse is Islamophobia.
Well, hold on. I will say this. I don't understand why somebody would practice a religion where their prophet fucks 9-year-olds. That being said, I can't tell people what to believe, what not to believe. I could just say that for me, for my moral system, my code, I just personally, I would be turned off by a religion that suggests that the greatest, holiest person was fucking 9-year-olds. That turns me off.
Yeah, and then they just pop up like, oh, that's silly Muhammad. Yeah, he's a great person.
But I mean, as a woman who was lashed, I don't know if you guys know this, some of you do, some of you don't. 22 years ago, I was lashed in Iran 33 times. They lashed me for not having my hair covered properly inside of a private property. So the word Islamophobia, when I hear that, it just makes my skin crawl, you know, because phobia is an irrational fear. That's a fear of something that's not scary. Like, I am scared. I have phobia of spiders. Spiders are not going to eat me. They're not going to lash me. They're not going to rape me. They're not going to murder me. That's a phobia. But a religion that actually traumatize you, that beats you, that rapes you, that murders you, tortures you, and there are...
That talks to ants.
Well, that part, you know what? If you take good mushrooms, you probably can talk to ants too. That's not going to hurt people. But a religion that's actually terrifying and it's killing people, and to this day it's killing and killing and killing, that is terrifying. Do not call that phobia. Forget about that Islamophobic word. That word needs to be like thrown in the trash.
They can have it. Look, I think it's perfectly reasonable that if we could stand up here with our free speech and say that we think that a religion that centers itself around a prophet that fucks 9-year-olds, that they could then have the freedom of speech to say, oh, you're mean. Like, because that's what they're really saying, right?
No, actually, you guys are not aware of the common practices that happened 1400 years ago. And this practice of young marriages was just not prevalent in Arabic Peninsula. It was prevalent across the world. So your modern eye may not accept it as a common practice, but it was a very common practice, and people who were against Muhammad ﷺ, they were against him after so many things, but this never raised an eyebrow that there's young marriages, that's like young marriages happening. This never raised an eyebrow in their culture. So you
Dr. Z?
living in hold on, I'm not finished yet. You living in 2025 are saying something that was a very common practice in their era, where not even his enemies raised an eyebrow on it, even though they raised an eyebrow around everything under the sun, including a lot of stuff on Muhammad, but this was never a problem. So you cannot comment on something that you're not aware of, that was a common culture practice, and you come and tell me, oh, how did that happen? Well, how come you're not addressing this prevalency that happened as a common practice in other cultures?
Okay.
So that tells me you guys are extremely unaware.
Other cultures still defending it.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
Yeah, hold up, Dr. Z.
Either educate yourself or then come and have a topic to discuss.
Yeah, well, hold on. I want to have dialogue with you. So, I hear what you're saying. You're saying that back then there was multiple cultures that thought having sex with 9-year-old girls was okay. Marrying 6-year-old girls was okay. That's your argument, that multiple cultures did that, and by singling out Islam for holding up this Prophet Muhammad that did this, the difference here, Dr. Z, the difference here is it's the only culture that in 2025 still defends the Prophet Muhammad, and let me ask you this, Dr. Z. Do you condemn the practice of having sex with children? Do you condemn?
Of course, it's not considered appropriate. I would be extremely...
Would you call having sex with a 9-year-old haram?
No, I'm not the one that can make anything haram, but as of today's standards...
It's definitely not halal.
Absolutely, by today's standards, it's not an acceptable practice. But it was an acceptable practice back then. That's all I'm trying to tell you.
Do you have children?
So there's... listen, I don't want to discuss my private life here. Listen to me. One more thing I want to tell you. The things that happened 50 years ago, that raised eyebrows 50 years ago, are common practices now. Prostitution is legalized in many states in the U.S., right? So things that happened 50 years ago are common now, which are legal. So things change. Cultures evolve. So don't comment and say, oh, back then, 1400 years ago, this culture was, oh my God. Of course it was oh my God. Because even 50 years ago, hold on, even 50 years ago, things were oh my God.
Sarah,
50 years ago, things were oh my God, but you're not oh my God now. You understand my point?
I do, but hold on. Okay.
Okay, then change. Then you don't have a point anymore. Sorry.
No, I still have a point. I understand what you're saying. What I'm gonna say is that I disagree that we can't look back and use our common sense and say, what would a 6-year-old girl in that era be like? And what we can do is we can look at 6-year-old girls now, 9-year-old girls now, and go, wow, the human brain doesn't even form till you're 24, 25 years old. And so for the prophet, again, this isn't just some ordinary dude on the street, right? This is the prophet. This is a fucking prophet. And this is the holiness. This is the one that does it the right way, right? He's the one that we're all striving to be like. He's the model. He's the guy we should all be like. You're telling me 1,400 years ago he didn't look at a 6-year-old girl and go, she a little too...
Mojo, first of all, I'm not even going to debate with you about this in terms of what I believe, because in my understanding, what I have researched on the Prophet's life, it appears to be, to me, in the historical research, that the wife was Aisha, Raziallahu ta'ala anha, she wasn't even 6 or 9 years old. She was at least 16 or 17 years old.
That's only what Shia say.
And no, there's a lot of Sunni Muslims that say that too. And the reason why I say that is because when you put 2 and 2 together, when they migrated from Mecca to Medina, Aisha's older sister was 10 years older than her, and at that time she was 26. So if the older sister at the time of immigration from Mecca to Medina was 26, Aisha has to be 10 years younger, and that makes her 17, 16. You do the math. And then after the immigration, after the migration from Mecca to Medina, that's when the marriage happened. So historically she was older, but unfortunately the age of Aisha is a controversy, and it's documented all over the place with different numbers. So we don't know. But what I'm saying is, it was still a common practice to marry young back then. It was a very common practice. And none of the people who were enemies of the Prophet, they raised an eyebrow over this. This was a very prevalent practice. And as far as your point, whether he's a prophet, he has to be the epitome of perfection, I agree with you. And he was. But he still lived in a culture where they wore, toes. He lived in a desert. He was an Arabic.
Sunni, Shia,
that listen to me. My personal belief system
has
I'm just trying
to figure out your madhab.
Why?
I mean,
it's kind of important. Is that even the point of argument right now?
Yeah, if you're Sunni and you have to accept the Sunnah of Islam, then you have to accept the Hadith.
Yeah, but
especially Ibn Abbas and Sahih Muslim, and then you would have to accept the writings of Aisha saying that she was playing with baby dolls when the 2 women came and took her away, and she had no idea what was going on, and she was brought to Muhammad's room, and then Muhammad mounted her when she was 9 years old. In her own words, when she was playing with dolls with her friends.
Listen to me.
Everyone was doing it though.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Shia, Ibn or Quran only, then you can exclude all these things and say, well, Aisha was a hoary and we hate her and she's the worst of all creation.
No. I would never say that. That's what the Shia say, and they're incorrect.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, but I'm very impressed by your historical history about Islam. I'm impressed.
So what's your madhab?
That's none of the. That's
really
not the point.
Relevant to the conversation.
Because I tell you why. I
mean, it would be like somebody saying, well, I'm a Christian. Well, and then we find out that you're a Mormon or Jehovah's Witness, and be like, well, how are we supposed to talk to you?
Okay, but I'm just telling you that in Quran, when we talk about marriage, we talk about it as a contract.
Yeah, but
right?
you have to accept like 65:4 in the Quran about the iddah, about the ones who are free. If you accept tafsir of Ibn Abbas, I don't take that ayah as you don't accept the iddah, the book of divorce.
I don't accept the interpretation of that ayah.
No, it's not an interpretation.
Are you okay, you want me to go all over the place?
No, but 65:4 clearly.
Why are you changing the goalposts?
Okay, doctor. 65:4 says that you can have sex with a prepubescent little girl.
No, it doesn't. That's not what it says. That's someone's understanding of the ayah that you're telling me.
It says for the ones who have not menstruated, for the ones it does 3 months.
There are older women that don't menstruate too. When you get
no. Okay, but it's 65.
There are younger women that cannot menstruate.
Exactly,
there has to be a child.
Dr. Z, that's what it says in the ayah.
Too.
It says for the women who are menopausal, it's 3 months for the menstrual cycle. For the ones who are pregnant, they have to wait until after they give birth. And the ones who have not menstruated yet, their IDDA is given 3 months. So these are the prepubescent little girls who never had menstruation. Because it says, and for all others, there is no IDDA. There is no waiting period.
You're giving me a standard interpretation. I don't agree with that.
You reject tafsir from the Sahaba, seriously? And scholars of Islam, seriously? So you're not a Sunni Muslim, okay?
I am a Sunni Muslim.
No, you can't be a Sunni Muslim. Under Sharia, you would be punished for
Can
that.
someone explain to me what the difference is? What is Sunni? Can you explain it?
Sunnis, the majority Muslims. So Shia
dependency from Ali.
Yeah. So that's Shias. So the Shias would be Iran, Afghanistan, or Iran, Iraq, and Azerbaijan.
No, she's asking the
majority countries. They reject all the hadiths. The majority of the hadiths and tafsirs from the Sunnis, and the Sunnis reject majority of the writings and interpretations from the Shia. And they have like their own. Honestly, if you want to put it in like people would say like Protestants and Catholics, but it's not even that. It's Christians and Jehovah's Witnesses.
Okay, but
thank you for that clarification.
My position has nothing to do with the argument being discussed. So stop concentrating your attention on.
No, you're saying even if Aisha was 18, as the Shia say, or they say in feminism, even with that, with 65-4 alone. You would have accept that you could have sex with a prepubescent
woman. That is your incorrect understanding of sex.
No, it's literally the writing.
Christians or Jews trying to tell Muslims what their religion is. It's really, really weird. You
Marshall,
practitioner of religion.
Marshall, you seriously gonna try me right now on this subject?
Am I trying you on it? No.
No.
Well, I don't particularly want to have the argument, but I think listening to this person who is a practicer of the faith gives you an important.
Oh no, she's already left. She's already left Sunni Islam, but she doesn't.
No, I have not, bro.
If they are Sahih Hadiths, you must accept them.
No.
If you want to say they're Daif or something, that's fine.
That is, but if they contradict the concept in the Quran, then you don't accept them, period.
Not if they're from the Sahabas, you don't. They're co-equal.
Guys, no one knows
contradicting Quran, then we take Quran over the Sahih Hadith.
All right.
So don't teach me my own religion.
You don't even know who married. You don't even know who Adam's wife is on the basis of the Quran alone.
Okay.
So
there's so much wrong with your Quran. I mean, it's terrible.
That's not the topic that we're discussing.
Thank you.
All right, hold on, guys. Hold on. I want to ask Nassim a question. Nassim's been spamming the chat. Nassim, what did you mean when you said "eat shit, you Zionist scums"? What did you mean by that? Nazim, can you explain? Oh, the cat's got your tongue? Okay, got it.
So, go back to the conversation once Nazim grows a pair. Dr. Z, I guess what we're talking about, and I think we should all be able to call a spade here, right? I guess I kind of understand what you're saying, right? Like in the 60s and 70s, the doctors would smoke cigarettes during surgery. Yeah, we figured out that's kind of fucking dumb. They used to prescribe a heroin. I get it. We got more understanding of it. I get it. But we're not talking about shit like that. We all are adults here. When you cut someone back in the day, in these times of Muhammad, and you cut them with a blade, they would bleed, yes? So if you cut someone today, they would bleed, yes? So this kind of stuff is absolute. Brain function is absolute. A 9-year-old is a 4th grader. We all know what 4th graders are like, and we all know about sex. So when an adult has sex with a 4th fucking grader, I don't care what time you're living in. That's wrong. And listen, I'll land here. Hold on, before you answer, I'll land right here.
Women weren't allowed to go to school back then.
You wouldn't take diet advice from someone who's 500 pounds. You wouldn't take life advice from someone who's like a homeless person. You wouldn't take economic advice from someone who's broke and lost all their money. So why would you follow someone's values that clearly has a fucked up value system?
Because that value system was extremely common practice in their culture. He's still operating from a culture that he lives in. He still wears a thobe. He's still living in a desert. They're all nomadic Arabs. They live in a demographic that is not relevant to us right now in terms of demographics and their cultural practices. How are you even comparing? It's not even apples to apples. It's not even apples to, like, you're comparing apples to oranges, right?
I have a question, though.
It's unfair comparison.
The roots is very similar.
Well, hold on. Didn't the prophet have like a direct connect to speak to God? Like, again, I am a novice when it comes to anything that has to do with religion. The only thing that I've ever read was the Christian Bible. I've read that several times, usually just to be able to argue with people that knocked on my door, but that's the only book that I'm really familiar with. So all of this stuff is very, very new to me. I'm just curious, if we're going to build a religion around this person that had a direct relationship to God, how would we then say that God, despite the era that we're living in, because God's supposed to be the same, right? God's like this omnipresent, whatever, all the omnis, you guys can, figure out what those are. Like, how is it that the prophet that has this direct connection to God couldn't figure out that fucking a 9-year-old is not a good idea?
Well, King Solomon had close to 500-600 wives, concubines.
He spoke to ants too.
Hold on. He was a prophet. Jews basically give a lot of reverence. In today's definition, he would be a womanizer, having 600-700 wives. Wouldn't he be? Wouldn't you call him a womanizer if a man is sleeping with 600-700 wives? Like, come on. But it was a common cultural practice back then, wasn't it? That's the only kind of explanation that you would put to it.
You're simplifying a lot of wrong things, Doctor. I'm really bad for you.
I am not
justifying for you.
I'm giving you perspective of something that
you're giving me perspective of my religion that I was born and raised into. You're giving me perspective of what? Do you even hear yourself?
I hear myself just right. I'm just saying.
You sound like that slave. You know those slave stories where they were saying they were telling some slaves you're free and they didn't know what to do. They didn't want to be free. You sound like those slaves right now. You literally said, no, I do agree. It's bad to marry a 9-year-old, but I can't say it's a sin because it's not in Islam. Like, that's what you sound like.
Doctor, you could just say Allahu Akbar.
In Islam, no.
Just say Allahu Akbar.
In Islam,
only Allah knows.
In Quran, you need to have a sound mind in order to get into a nikah contract, because marriage is a contract. That's how Islam, Quran defines contractual marriage, which is you get into, with a spouse by a contract. It's a verbal, written, whatever you may want to call it. It's a contract. So you have to have sound mind in order to get into marriage institution. What are the responsibilities?
Let me try.
What are the can I finish my point? What are the financial obligations of getting into a marriage? What are the contractual obligations? What are the responsibility of a man and a woman? You need to have a sound perspective of this, right? So this is what nowhere in the Quran it says, okay, enter upon marriage with a child. I'm sorry, that's not what Quran says, right? And people who argue that this really, really happened, I'm giving you a historical context of she being at least 16, 17 years old.
What do the majority of Sunni scholars say?
Yeah, majority Sunni, not all scholars say this,
what did like 90% of Sunni scholars say? What did she?
Go by the documentation of her age.
That she was 6 and he penetrated and mounted her when she was 9.
I disagree.
Wait, you disagree with me, or do you disagree with the 90% of
I disagree because it is also a fact that her age is a controversial topic, and it's not.
Muhammad died when she was 18 after Khaybar 5 years later. We have all the evidence.
No, That's not what Dabri records. That's
Yes,
not
it is. It is.
That's not what
Sahih Bukhari 44:28 narrated Aisha.
Okay,
In his
Sahih
ailment
Bukhari
which
is
he
not a
died,
historian.
Muhammad used to say, "Oh, Aisha,
Sahih
I
Bukhari
still
is
feel the
not
pain
a
caused by the food I ate in
historian.
Khaybar." And 5 years later, he died. She was 13 then in Khaybar.
Okay, well, Sahih Bukhari was not a historian. Okay, so remember.
Okay, so you don't accept Bukhari now?
I do accept.
You don't accept a Sahih Hadith, a truncated narration.
Listen, is Bukhari infallible? Are you telling me Bukhari is an infallible?
If you're a Muslim and you don't accept Sahih Bukhari, then there's something wrong. Bukhari and Sahih Muslim are like your two strongest hadiths.
Yeah, they're scholars of hadith. They're not infallible beings. One,
okay,
and
did they write down all the stories of Aisha? This is narrated Aisha, the mother of all Muslims.
They're not.
So you're rejecting her word.
They're not historians. Listen to me. And they're not infallible beings.
Seeing how they wrote down, how Bukhari wrote down the words.
You have another argument, or
Bukhari, hold on. Bukhari wrote down the exact words of Aisha. Aisha said she was 13 at the time of Khaybar. That was 5 years before Muhammad's death.
Like I said,
which makes her 18 when he died.
Not a historian. I can give you historical context of what other historians actually who gauge the era.
I'm just saying you'd be a kafir against all.
Sure, thank you very much, and I'd be okay with that. That's not a problem.
Doctor, you have Stockholm syndrome. You are a doctor.
Yeah.
No. She is a doctor. She knows this. Like seriously, I would recommend you go study a little bit about it. You already are a doctor, and this condition can actually happen a lot with Muslim women. To sit there and justify it, I just cannot even believe it. You don't even know how to justify it, and you're justifying it. I am.
I have a question.
Very sad. Okay, tell me. Educated woman to see an educated woman trying to defend, what they're doing by just bringing 2000, whatever many years ago, and talk about in that time that, but in this time it's different.
I'm giving you
right
facts,
now,
sister.
what are they doing? You're a doctor, right? You're a doctor, right?
Yes,
in Afghanistan, women cannot go to school past 5th grade. You don't think that's because of Islam?
Wait, doctor, let me ask you a question. Do you think it was okay for Muhammad to kidnap Maria the Copt?
She was gifted to him.
After he threatened to kill her entire family.
Hold on, no, don't make things up. She was gifted to him by an Egyptian king. So.
After he threatened to kill everybody, yes.
No.
Real quick, Dr.
He said that she was so beautiful.
Okay, if you threaten, it doesn't work like that.
Dr. Z, I think Yoav has a question for you. Go ahead, Yoav.
But I'm just amazed that people have zero understanding of the historical perspective, and they're coming and arguing about.
I have a question about nowadays, Dr. Z. Do you think it's okay that a woman is worth half than a man?
A what? I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Can you repeat your question?
Do you believe a woman is worth half as a man?
It's not that. Do you believe? Yes, woman being worth half of the men, inheriting half, the diya being half, if a woman is killed, all that stuff. Are you okay with that? In 2025, we're not talking about Muhammad time. I don't know why people like to go back and give you excuse to say that's the old days. What about today? You're okay with that?
Women being half. So, all right. Are you ready for the response?
Yeah, total or per pound?
Are you ready for the response?
Go ahead.
If I get a few seconds to respond this. See, a woman is taken care of in Islam, right? So a husband is supposed to financially provide for her. While she's with her father is responsible for providing for her, right? If she's with her brother is financially responsible for providing for her. So a woman is well taken care of, supposedly. That's how it should be in Islam. Now, if there's the man, however, has to take care of his siblings, has to take care of his children, offspring, has to take care of his parents, so he has more financial obligation and responsibility, if you look at it. So with that regard, the inheritance is given more to the man because he's financially responsible to take care of the family, his own family, his parents, his sisters sometimes if they're not married and the father isn't alive,
and so on and so forth. So there are more financial obligations on a man.
Can I stop you?
Today's world, where do you
Can I
get that
stop you
from?
for a
My
moment?
mother is not taking care of me, and I'm not married. What are you talking about?
That
What are you talking about?
shouldn't be the case, though. He
What
should
do
be
you
taking
know?
care of you.
Like, what are you talking about?
Sister,
Listen, you
if he's not doing
example
his
of today,
if he's not doing
his example goes back to back then when women were getting married at 9 years of old, you know, and that's exactly the point of what I'm trying to make here, which is who muted me?
I muted everyone. I just want to see if we can bring the decibel level down a little bit. Look, everyone's got some very strong opinions on this. I don't think that it's going to help if we yell at each other. I don't mind talking about controversial things. I don't mind calling out that it was very, very surprising to me to learn that this prophet that's held in such high regard by so many people, that he married a 6-year-old and had sex with her when she was 9. I get that you know, there's a lot of different ways of waving that away. You know, we talk about, you know, oh, well, everybody was doing it. I'm just wondering why, if everybody was murdering people, wouldn't God choose somebody to come down and do things the right way? Wouldn't God say, hey, we want you to rise above and be different than the way that everybody else is doing things? I would just think, and again, maybe this is my naivety because I don't practice any of these religions, but I would think that if there is a God that wants to be involved in our lives and is going to pick somebody to lead the world to God, I would think that that person would operate with a better sense of responsibility and a better sense of humanity, and probably wouldn't have sex with Biden.
So Roger, you're saying he would probably say something like, you know, love your neighbor, love even your enemy, and pray for your enemies, like something like that, probably.
Or at least come down and like spray Muhammad with a water bottle.
Oh, well, hold on. I don't want to turn this into a joke. Here, this is the thing. I think a lot of people because when I first heard this, I legitimately thought it was somebody that was just being bigoted towards Muslims and that they were making it up. I literally thought somebody was making it up to slur them. And then when I got into a conversation with people that practice the faith, and I go, is there any truth to that? They go, well, you got to understand. I was like, whoa, this is different. I've never been exposed to it. Look, I'm an old guy, and it became new information. I'm still processing this. My 2025 sensibilities tells me that even 1400 years ago, should have fucking better known better. That's kind of how I think about it. But you know, but here's the mesmerizing part of this is that there's over 1 billion people that believe this. That this is the guy that we're going to hold up and say, yeah, be more like him. And I just want to call a timeout and just say, wait a minute, before 1 billion more people say, yeah, we should follow him, can we at least examine the record and then again ask the question, did this guy really fuck a 9-year-old? Because if he did, maybe we should rethink who we're fucking.
I'd die for it.
Can I respond to
The doctor's going to respond.
Can I please respond?
And everyone stay on mute with the doctor response, because again, this conversation is only productive if we let everybody with their own perspectives speak. Do you understand where I'm coming from, Doctor?
I do, and I want to say I'm a new person in this room, and I appreciate time to actually address this. And I'm not saying you don't have a fair point in terms of what you're telling me now, right? I would raise an eyebrow. I would be like, oh my God, what's going on here? By today's standards, yes, but by like I told you back then, this was a common practice. And your point about, well, he's a prophet, he should know better. Well, then I tell you that laws are made, but minds have to be changed and evolved, right? So the laws are just a signature on a piece of paper, and the law is enforced. That's not the most that's not the most impactful way of making or bringing about a change. A change comes with changing minds and evolving your thought processes. So by and I mean to say this because things do change, and the change was brought about by 23 years of his life. But the cultural practice takes time to kind of change. Now, for example, I don't know if it's the most relevant example, but look at gay marriages, and I'm going to get a lot of hate for this, but gay marriages were only allowed in 2015. Before those, they were looked down upon, or they were not even allowed, or let alone two men being together or two women being together, but now they can get married, right? So the point is, things that were not part of our culture become part of our culture, or things that were part of our culture do not become part of our culture. It takes time to make those changes.
Sure. But I wanted to just ask two questions.
Yes, please.
Because I hear what you're saying. There's definitely, it takes time to, and you brought up an interesting thing about homosexuality. The Christian Bible that I read, which I'm not a Christian, by the way, but I read it. Leviticus 18:22 says, that if a man lay with a man the way he lay with a woman, it's detestable, saith the Lord, right? So there is definitely things in all of these scriptures that are saying that, hey, these practices should not happen. So here's the interesting thing. You said that look, gay marriage is now allowed. Maybe it just takes time for these things to evolve. But I want to just draw a couple of distinctions. Christianity was telling you that it was immoral for a man to be with a man. It appears as if the Quran was saying that not only is it permissible, but the Prophet himself, who has a direct connect to God, is okay to sleep with 9-year-olds, and so here's the thing. There's a big difference between consenting adults doing what they want to do. Now, a Christian would tell me, oh, hey, would make a similar argument. Oh, hey, you're making some newfangled argument. You gotta, the Bible says this. I just want to know, do you think that two consenting adults committing a homosexual act is similar in any way to a 9-year-old that legally can't consent to sex? And I know you're going to probably say, well, back then maybe they could have, but when you think of those two issues, do you see a difference between two adults consenting to sex and a situation where a young girl was kidnapped and given to a man, and then he had his way with her? Do you see any difference?
Like I said, how you describe it was not the case, though. If this was, and it was, a common practice back then, right? It wasn't a matter of kidnapping and so on and so forth. This was a common practice. But if you ask my personal belief, I don't believe that the Prophet did this. And the reason why I say that is because Quran is extremely explicit about marriage contract, the responsibilities that comes with it, the education that Quran gave about the marriage and the spouse, like they're covering for each other. They have to approach each other with respect and with understanding. So if there's respect and understanding, that's when there is a marriage. Then when there's no respect and understanding, there is no marriage. So these are the foundations of marriage in Quran, and then you're telling me that this was done by the Prophet, who was also termed as Rahmatul Alameen, the mercy for all kind, all men, all women. I personally cannot reconcile this. The only way I can reconcile this is, okay, maybe I would give this
because this was a common practice and no eyebrows were raised back then, right? But if you ask my personal opinion, I disagree that she was 9 or 6 or whatever the ages are documented in different books. I disagree because it is against the principles of a spousal contract within Islam or within Quran. And people who practice it up till now, I don't know if they know the true understandings of the Quran, because then how do you justify contractual obligations with a 9-year-old? How do you justify financial responsibility that person is, that person is allowed with? Like, all of those comes with understanding and respect and consent and intelligence and age and experience. And then one last thing I want to say. Muhammad married an older woman. He married, and she was Khadija. She was maybe a few years older than him. And he was with her in his youth from 25 years old till he was 53 years old or 52 years old.
Yeah, so he's an adulterer too.
So that's when Khadija passed away, right? That's when his first wife passed away. His entire youth, he was with one woman, and then he remarried later on in his life, right? But most of his married life, he was with one woman. So I take him as a
I take him right. He's a real mensch.
Okay, fine, whatever. I don't want to go on a rant, but I hope you guys get my point.
Just to put this in context, Majo, her position that she takes as a Sunni Muslim would be the equivalent of Christians sitting up here and saying that Jesus was probably gay, and that he was like a hippie and like free-spirited and like just would let everybody like have gangbang orgies, and he had a wife and a bunch of kids and stuff. This is the equivalent of what her position.
And so I realized this, but I actually looked this up, so bear with me. They said what I looked up was the minimum age of marriage between 500 AD and 1000 AD, because they roughly come out in the 600s. But the marriage, like Muhammad's supposed to have received his revelations in 585, I think. No. Yes, 585. Anyway. Based on the available data, it's difficult to provide a single definition for the minimum age of marriage in Arabia. Here are some relevant points, though. Pre-Islamic Arabia, while marriage contracts might be made for a girl before puberty, consummation typically waited until she reached puberty. One source mentions that in pre-Islamic times, the age of 12 was significant for girls potentially related to marriage. In the early Islamic period after 600 AD, Islam does not explicitly state a minimum age for marriage. Instead, it focuses on the individual's attainment of puberty and sufficient maturity to understand the marital obligations and responsibilities. Betrothal of minors was permitted, with the guardian arranging the marriage and the girl potentially having the, quote, option of puberty. The next piece is consummation could occur when the girl was considered, quote, ready for intercourse, close quote, which could precede the, quote, option of purity, close quote. Some traditional sources indicate that marriage to young girls occurred with consummation around the age of 9. However, it is important to note the historical context is crucial when interpreting these historical practices. The medieval period extended to the latter. Within the Islamic jurisprudence, the minimum age was linked to purity, which was often considered to be around the age of 12, with marriage possible after menstruation. However, Muslim jurists also agreed that it is recommended to marry when old enough to understand a marriage contract. In summary, while precise minimum legal age for marriage rate between 500 and 1000 AD is not definitively established, especially in the earliest period and practices involved, marriages could be contracted early, particularly in pre-Islamic times. Consummation was often tied to the girl reaching puberty. Within the advent of Islam, the emphasis shifted from reaching puberty and mental maturity to understand the implications of marriage. Later interpretations within Islamic law often linked marriageable age to puberty, potentially around 12-year-old girls. It's essential to consider the diversity of practices and legal forms, frameworks across the different regions and time periods in this era.
Islam's fucking
Marshall, do you know why it went from puberty to the understanding? Because the Sur 65 I-4 that talks about the women that you can divorce.
He'd be a felon or a registered sex offender, right?
The prepubescent little girls that the men married, consummated the marriage, and had sex with these women who were prepubescent, that they had to wait 3 menstrual cycles to make sure they weren't pregnant before they could divorce them. Also, there's a thing called thigh in Sunni Islam, where you can thigh the young girl. You can also, if you try to put your penis inside of her, as long as it doesn't tear her from her vagina to her rectum, then there's no punishment for it. You should go after the chubby ones because they're more able to take it as well.
See, they got brains on them.
Okay, wait, what is thigh now?
You push the girl's legs together and you stick your thing in there, kind of like titty fuck.
Wait, hold on. Are you saying that there is like a
cheat code?
You're telling me that they advise sleeping with bigger girls because
the chubby ones can take it, yeah, it says.
Is that what it translates into?
Yep.
Okay, guys, just be quiet.
Watch. She'll say yeah.
Just be
Or
quiet.
she'll say she doesn't accept that.
The guy was giving you a good perspective, and now you start your own nonsense here. Like, it's not intelligent.
Armenian Jew is like this. Don't take him serious.
Thigh might be up there with one of the worst ideas.
Not even Armenian.
So I'm giving something to the top of the room. It comes out of what's known as ishtihad.net. And it's a writing by a dude named, it's editorialized. It's called Studies in Islamic Law and Society. It's a long thing. The part that we've been arguing about, it's called Minor Marriage in Early Islamic Law by Carolyn G. Ball. Right. It's at the top of the room, so if anybody's interested in clicking it, they can. It's a 273-page document, so it's not going to be a quick read, but it should inform the historical perspective quite well.
And Dr. Marshall,
Dr. Odie, come on.
Yes, Marshall.
Information in the background.
This Aisha, which is 9 years old, is daughter of Abu Bakr, which is the next caliph after Muhammad. In those times, marriages was much more political oriented than like sexual.
Way fun. I have a question. When Abu Bakr wanted to marry Fatima, what did Muhammad when she was 16?
I don't know what.
He told him that she was too young. She was 16.
Ali. Shit. No, the point is that, like Muhammad, Roger, this is for you and Marshall because the rest are joke. Muhammad was the biggest politician of his time. And he really united Saudi Arabia into something, a civilization that humankind had not seen before. And he did it just by
the holds of the Quraysh tribe in Mecca.
Oh, Roger, you want to hear the origin story of how Muhammad met Jibreel? He was in a
before you do that, can I say one thing here? What do you guys like? I would ask Dr. Z and Wei Fin this question. Let's just see what you say here. Would you agree that like slavery in the Americas was wrong and that those people were assholes for doing it? Would you guys agree with that? I'm assuming you say yes there.
What's your question?
But guess what?
Can you?
Would you agree that people in North America that had slaves was wrong? And that those people that were slaveholders were assholes? Yeah, but slavery was legal then, so wouldn't it be just okay?
Well,
is that like the argument y'all are making? You know how insane that fucking sounds?
I mean, Mike, those people, why do we have peer judge, like jury? If you don't know that you are doing something wrong, you are not doing something wrong. That's the whole idea of a jury system. Which part of it doesn't make sense to you?
Wait, hold on. Wait, Fat. What you just said is completely incorrect. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. You're still held accountable to the law regardless of whether you were ignorant.
So I looked up something else, and sent something else from ChatGPT, so take it for what it's worth. It references the Jewish faith.
and it gives citations. In the Pentateuch, I think it's how it's said. The Torah itself does not have a minimum age in explicit terms. Instead, marriage is described in terms of puberty or maturity. The assumption is that the woman is of childbearing age. For example,
after the age of blooming.
Yeah, Deuteronomy 22:13 through 21 speaks of a man marrying a Nahara Betula, a young woman, a virgin, who is expected to be sexually mature enough to consummate the marriage. Similarly, Ezekiel chapter 16, verses 7 and 8, prophetic but often cited, describes the readiness for marriage in terms of physical development. Quote, "Your breasts were formed and your hair had grown, yet you were naked and bare. Then I passed by you and looked upon you, and beheld your time was the time of love," end quote. In the Talmud and Halakha, it reads, the Talmud, explicit minimum age, a girl under 3 years. What in the world?
No, it's talking about the misunderstanding about Rebecca. Rebecca is supposedly, the way people understand it, they misinterpret it and say that she's 3 years old, but she's carrying 35-pound jugs of water to go and fill for the animals. And then she's sitting there having a conversation with her mother about marrying Isaac. So she's either 3 years old, or there was 2 kings who have the same name, and there was 2 kings that had the same name, and that shows that she's not actually 3 years old. Is all.
She could have been trans.
Yeah, she was carrying 35-pound water jugs.
Okay, so we can come and attack you on this too, right?
Oh yeah, I mean you can make the argument about Rebecca being 3 years old.
Don't do that. We would
No, you
to the
because
perspective.
Aisha's playing with dolls.
Let's.
Sorry, I apologize, Marshall. Yes.
No, don't apologize. It's your turn to speak, Doctor. Let's hear from you, and then I have a couple.
I was just being nasty by saying, well, we could come back and say, hey, how is this not raising an eyebrow? But you were coming with copes and stuff. But it's a cultural paradigm, and we have to look at that practice based on what was practiced back then, which our modern eye and our sensibility would not accept in today's time, and that's the reality. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, but hold on. But Mike had brought up the point that if you were to go into Clubhouse, into a room full of, let's say, 100 people that are American descendants of what is it? American descendants.
That's a chattel slavery.
Yeah. Okay. So if you were to find those that are ancestors of the transatlantic slave trade, and if you were to make the claim that, like, well, if you were to make the argument, well, you have to understand, at that time the world was practicing slavery. If you were to make that justification that in that time that's just what the norms were, and because of that you can't apply today's standards to that, what do you think somebody might say to you in a room like?
I am not giving my personal opinion. I am not saying that slavery is okay, but if you ask me about, are you trying to compare? You're wanting me to compare, say, slavery back then?
No. What I'm suggesting is that for those of us that can look at a 9-year-old girl and go, wow, violating a 9-year-old girl is terrible, and we believe objectively that you could apply that standard at any time, and then your defense seems to be like, well, back in those days, it was a tradition, and so you have to look at it from a different lens, because at that time there were people that were doing it. And I would argue that there are things that we've done throughout human history that are vile, and I don't think there's anything wrong in 2025 looking back to all of the practices, whether it's slavery, whether it's genocide, whether it's rape, whether it's just subjecting people to some degree of less liberty than others, and then certainly pedophilia. I think that you can look back and go, wow, if only they knew how bad that was. And then, but in 2025, you have over 1 billion people globally that are holding up a person that practices vile behavior, and you're saying that this is the perfect person. That's the problem that I have with it, because nobody would say that the slave trader was the perfect person. And so that's the issue that I'm having.
We certainly wouldn't worship his ideals or read books from him or think that he's like someone that you guys worship.
Well, Doctor, I have a question about Surah 4, ayat 24. Do not commit adultery except for those whom your right hand possesses. Are you familiar with this?
Yes, I'm familiar with
So
this.
you're familiar
Not
how that...
adultery. It doesn't say adultery.
It says, do not commit adultery except for those whom your right hand possesses. 424.
Okay, let me...
Also forbidden are married women, except female captives in your possession.
Yes, so, okay, so let me just say something. Islam basically realistically understands the difference between economic hierarchies, you know, that happened back then, and Islam understands like how the world should look like.
Real quick question just before you go into that pseudo explanation. Do you believe that the Quran is eternal and for all time?
I just don't like how you throw 100 questions.
I'm just asking for because you're wanting to move off to this like progression of Islam and this changing of your.
Rich, let her speak. Rich, let her speak. Doctor, hold on. I'm gonna let you speak. Sorry, but I think Rich had a couple of follow-up questions. So let's do a little bit of back and forth, because honestly, I think this is good for the people that are listening to hear the different perspectives, so then they can form their own opinions based on what they're hearing. I think this is a good.
Okay, I appreciate you, Mojo, and I sincerely understand where you're coming from. But I don't appreciate this person. I don't know his name, but he's throwing 100 questions, just changing the goalposts. I start thinking and accumulating my ideas to process what he's saying, and then start answering, and then all of in a millisecond another question is raised. Like, how am I going to even be able to respond to everything that is, you know? I don't understand this tactic. So let's resolve one thing at a time, and then we can move forward with the next contention.
Okay, so all I was simply asking is do not commit adultery except for those whom your right hand possesses. And all others are permissible as long as you pay the dowry. So it's saying do not commit adultery except for when you invade into a neighboring town and you capture them with your right hand, you can have sex with them. Because this was the question that was asked. It says these women that we captured in this battle, in this neighboring city that we were battling in, we know their husbands. One of the guys said their husbands are alive. We know them, and we know that they're still married to these women. So this would be considered adultery, correct? And Muhammad said, no. Allah says, do not commit adultery except for those whom your right hand possesses. And then I asked you that question, and you go into this, Islam should progress and change, and this was, 1,400 years ago.
You didn't even listen to what my response was. Plus, you were giving me a reference of hadiths again, and I'm asking you to pay attention to the ayah. First of all, I disagree with your English translation of the ayah. That's not what the translation says. But even if you have a misconception about adultery acceptable, first of all, adultery is not acceptable, right? But what was the concept of mulk al-yamin, or the concubines, or the war bounty, or the slaves that came from collateral from war? You have to understand there was a perspective and a dynamic behind that, and that's what I was going to explain. But I would say a sentence and you will butt in again. It's just pointless to even respond to your argument.
Okay, so the reason that I asked, is the Quran eternal? And can it be changed? Which the answer is yes, it is eternal, and no, it cannot be changed. And the
Do you have ADHD? Do you have ADHD?
Punishment for trying to change the Quran and any word inside of it is the
I think
punishment is death.
you have ADHD. So, I'm sorry to diagnose you right now, but I think you are.
I know that it's been frustrating for you, and I although I don't agree with your beliefs, I do have a lot of respect for the fact that you have stood stood here and you have taken a lot of heat tonight and you're continuing to explain. And I just want to say I do appreciate that. So there are people in here who are listening, and honestly, it's these. I didn't know any of these things. I really didn't know any of it. Thank you for taking this on.
So, Doctor, my reason for asking.
Please respond to this beautiful.
I know, but you rudely interrupted when I was trying to explain why I was asking this question. You don't like it that I'm trying to pin you down.
Can we keep it a little cordial here?
Yes, I'm trying to keep it cordial until you rudely interrupted and interjected and said your diagnoses of my attention deficit hyper disorder and my Asperger's syndrome, my high functioning autism, and my 141 IQ. So I mean, if you want to go through it, yeah, we could go through it. So
can I just respond?
Real quick, Doctor, before you rudely interrupted.
I apologize.
I was trying to expound on it and explain why. Because you're trying to change the Quran and saying, oh, well, that was permissible at that time. It's not permissible at this time. But it is permissible at this time because it's for all time. It's eternal. It's never changing. And it's just as much applicable in 2025 than it was during the time of Prophet Muhammad.
What was meant by except for the ones your right hand possesses?
And that's what I wanted to explain.
Do not commit adultery except for those whom your right hand possesses. What does it mean by and all others are permissible.
What does that mean?
As long as you pay the dowry to make them your wives. So he's making an exclusion for committing adultery as long as you capture them during a time of war.
So one of the things which is so offensive to our modern minds right now is the idea of this female enslavement and the sexual exploitation, right? So I completely get your repulsiveness about this and I understand where it's coming from, but just think about it. Like you have this army of men that are 15,000 men that have lost, that last they saw their family or their women or wives was 6 to 8 months ago. Okay, think about a war zone, right? And the wars are like significantly long, so much so that they're like months long. And then these men enter a city and every single man in that city's died in the battle, right? And you have these 10,000 women now in that city by themselves, and what do you think is going to happen? Let's take
So Alan, to respond to what you're saying, the Hadith specifically says that the men of the women were still alive and that they were still married and they felt guilty because some of the men had already had sex with them, and then the other Hadith says that they were wanting to have sex with them, but they knew that their husbands were still alive. So they're saying, hey, are we allowed to bang these women? Because we took them. They're ours. They're our captives. Are we allowed to have sex with them? But their husbands are alive. Wouldn't that be adultery? And Muhammad's saying, no. It's totally fine. You took them with your right hand. They're your sex slave.
Can I say one thing what I found crazy?
You do not have to marry them.
Dr. Z, you laid out that stuff, and you laid it out pretty good. You're like, imagine this war. Imagine all the men died. Imagine there's 10,000 women. Imagine all this. Dr. Z, can you for a second imagine that poor little 9-year-old Aisha? Take a second to imagine that, because that moment in history happened. That 9-year-old girl was raped and sexually assaulted by your prophet.
She was swinging. She was swinging on a swing and playing with dolls.
Can we have a conversation? Or are you guys going to keep from it the same point?
Religion in history? Is there any other religion, whether it be Christianity, Judaism? I don't know much about Buddhism or Hinduism or any of that. Is there any other religion where the people have to jump through hoops to try to justify the actions of their people they worship?
I am just giving you a perspective. If you're ready to listen to this, then great. If not, then fair. I am just trying to say that you can issue all the prohibitions and everything illegal and it's wrong and it's problematic, but imagine you are looking with the history with a perspective. There was a problem of war. Men were killed. There were women, and now how do you deal with it? Do you just kill them? Do you?
No, let's rape them.
No, you rape them, huh? Do you kill them and then you like how it's happening in Palestine? No, but imagine if there's a land like that, there is going to be massive amounts of rape. There is going to be prostitution.
And your God condones it.
Can I finish my point without being interrupted? Please. I am saying there's going to be horrific things that will happen. And this is the nature of war. This is the nature of men. It is the discrepancies and the disparities that have happened in the world when you get the power and you get the economic access in the world. With war, or when you defeat your opponent, there is a collateral and there is damage. But the reality of the world, you know, what Quran is telling you, that instead of issuing like an impractical ruling and prohibition, blanket prohibition, Quran deals with the reality, and it's telling you there is going to be regulations, there's going to be a need to lessen this impact. So over the period of time, how was this impact lessened? Slavery was abolished. This female enslavement issue was regulated, where you can't just go and do whatever you want with them. You have to have a regulation. Men were supposed to get married to these women with dowry. There was literal regulation with this practice, and that's what Quran is enforcing. You see what I'm saying? Like, just have a little understanding of what actually happened, instead of just thinking with your modern eyes and saying, oh my God, this really happened. Well, yeah, this happens because it was a reality. People were dying. There was war. Women were left behind. There was a problem of men. And then how do you deal with orphans and women? Well, let's regulate the process and slowly abolish this over the period of time.
Yeah, that's
and that's exactly what happened with slavery as well.
That's not actually what happened in Saudi Arabia. So Saudi Arabia in 1962, the British and other allied nations actually forced Saudi Arabia's hand to stop slavery. So they didn't do it on their own. The British actually stepped in and mandated to the Saudis that they had to cut it out or else. And they said, okay. And in 1962, they abolished slavery. It wasn't on their own accord. They were forced to do it.
And you mentioned Palestine, so in October 7th, Palestinians came to Israel and raped women and mutilated them. Is that permissible in the Quran?
Yes, 424.
It's not, listen to me. Just, yes, it's permissible in the Quran. Yes, it's just, everything is bad is permissible in the Quran. Yes, okay, fine. Okay, fine. You win, we lose. Everything immoral is permissible in the Quran, and then we see a lot of immorality that is present in the Western culture, and that is present in Palestine as of right now, right? People are getting wiped out, genocide is happening, women and children are being murdered. How come you don't passionately speak about that? How come it's just 1400? The tradition that,
because there's nobody here to pick on that's sticking up for that. That's why.
Well, in the Western was on a religion. We're talking about a religion.
You still haven't, Dr. Z, you still haven't told me how you justified the raping and mutilating of Jewish women and children.
Yeah, go read Quran 424.
They are Amalek. Torah has said you have to kill those kids.
So, I mean, if Mojo, if you really want to get to somebody that's going to tell you the truth about Islam, you should talk to Wayfan.
Wait, Wayfan.
Hold on. I don't know how we went to Gaza. Can you come back to fucking Islam and stop or continue trying to defend Muhammad and molesting and raping a 9-year-old?
Don't try enough fucking Islam. Let's fucking... Hold on, guys. Guys. No, you guys are yelling at each other. Hold on. I just need somebody is there anybody here that's like a theologian, some sort of biblical scholar? Can someone fact check me here? Did Jesus do anything with children?
No.
All right, just check it.
Is there anything Jesus loves the little children? My Bible tells me so.
Was Jesus a political leader?
No, Jesus was the anointed Son of God. He was the Messiah, the Mashiach. He was the Son of God, the one who died and rose again the third day to atone for your sin.
Okay, guys, if you're gonna troll, then I don't.
No, that was 100% legit.
Yeah, wait, hold on. I think that. Wait, hold on. No, Wayfan, hold on. Look, we don't have to disrespect each other. Like, this is a chance for everybody to come together to learn new things. Again, fascinated by some of this stuff. I never knew that Solomon spoke to ants and learned about the ant colony.
That's crazy. I'm someone that's experimented with drugs in my day. I'm not making a joke here. I'm being serious. I've experimented with drugs, and I've never had an experience where I spoke to ants or thought that I could hear ants speaking to the colony. I've never experienced that, right? And so what I'm saying is that I'm fascinated by all this stuff in a genuine sense, trying to learn. Is this allegory? Is there a lesson I'm supposed to learn? And what exactly were the ants telling Solomon? And what did Solomon do with that information? This is fascinating shit. Stuff that I never knew. I would guess most of you didn't know this stuff.
Oh,
that would be my guess.
Mojo, did you know the black stone, the Kaaba, has a big silver vagina on the corner of it? And in the end times, that black stone's going to have a mouth and it's going to recite the Quran.
So this is more funny than, for example, Jesus died and then come back and he was a gay. Did he even get married?
He was a gay.
This is more funny.
Wait, Fawn, do you really want to have this conversation where Muhammad's mounted, laying naked on top of his dead aunt, and then he's caught, and then he says, "What are you doing laying on top of her naked?" And he says, "I'm absolving her of her sins." Or do you want to talk? Wait, Fan, do you want to talk about Muhammad and the 8 jinn who rode him in the desert?
How Moses was giving handjob to the Egyptians.
Wait, Fan, do you remember the Al-Zut men who rode Muhammad in the desert and broke his back?
I mean, dude, if you want to attack identity, it's very easy to attack.
No, remember, Muhammad had his companion, and he told his companion to sit here, and drew a circle around the companion. And then Muhammad went, Sarah, Muhammad went a stone's throw away, and then it says the Al-Zut men, who are these tall, dark-skinned men with giant penises who never weaken, came out and rode Muhammad all night. And Muhammad, the Al-Zut came over and tried to attack Muhammad's companion, and Muhammad's companion sat down in the sand to protect his butt. And then after they went back and raped Muhammad again, they eventually left in the morning, and when Muhammad comes over, he crawls over to his companion and lays his head in his lap, the Al-Zut men.
The never weakening part is terrible.
Yeah, the never weakening penises with giant dicks.
Ugh.
They're big, super tall, dark-skinned idiot.
I feel so bad. Oh my god, you killed me.
They call it the night train.
If that makes you happy, I'm very bad with what you said. I got really hurt.
I mean, you can explain it away and say that they were actually jinn, they were demons,
what are you gaining?
and they were just mentally torturing him by riding him, it says.
Holy. What you gain with somebody which is holy to one day?
What do you mean? 1.8 billion Muslims that are confused following Satan?
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. This has been a fascinating conversation. But I didn't hear Wei Fan say, I think Dr. Z made some comments about her interpretation of this stuff. So, Wei Fan, would you agree that that the Quran expresses very specifically that the Prophet Muhammad married a 6-year-old girl? Would you deny or acknowledge that fact?
To be very honest, I haven't read it.
Liar.
Most of them No,
wait.
I only know one girl.
Wait, hold on. You belong to a religion that you haven't read?
Yeah, I only know 2 verses. One of them is mandated for prayer, the other one is a short verse. So
have you ever heard of this, Wei Fan? Have you ever heard of what we're talking about?
I heard that.
Wait, oh shit, I should go figure out if this is true or not.
Wei Fan, are you a Uyghur or are you Uzbek or something? Are you from Uzbek?
Wait, hold on. We can't fire 1,000 questions at him. Let's get to the most important ones. So, Wei Fan, how did you become a Muslim by only reading 2 scriptures?
It was the virgin thing, wasn't it?
No, I was born Muslim.
Guys, he's Iranian. when he's Iran, he was born in a
He's a
Muslim
Shia
family.
anyways.
Yeah, he's a Shia, and then so his type, they were just born in the religion.
Can I just say this though? If you haven't read the hold on, listen, and this goes for fucking Jews and Christians and Scientologists. If you haven't read this shit, stand the fuck down. You can't fucking defend a religion that you haven't read. This makes no fucking sense.
Why not?
Jesus Christ! Now I think you're just a troll.
Mojo, do you want to know what the Sunni Islam actually says? It says that every person on earth is a Muslim at birth. And that's why they call them reverts. They're not converts, they're reverts. They're reverting back to Islam. And then when a person becomes a Muslim, they're a revert. So you're just waiting to find out if you're going to become a Muslim or not.
What I was going to say
well, hold on. Let me just say, after some of the stuff that I'm learning from the Muslims that are on this app, the ones that have been, look, if it wasn't for Muslims talking about their faith, I wouldn't know that this was a thing. So I appreciate those of you that have educated me that in your religion you believe in a prophet that married a 6-year-old and had sex with her when she was not. Because if I hadn't have heard that, I probably would have went through my life thinking oh, it's just another religion. But now, after knowing that, now I'm thinking, no, this is something different than a religion.
When did you learn it?
Here on Clubhouse.
When did you?
I would say probably within the last 12 months.
I just learned it tonight for the first time.
Roger, I was just like you when I first came on this app.
Well, can I say this, though? It's not that I had never heard it. I actually heard it a lot. I heard people say it, but the people that would say it were the same kind of people that would, sit there that, the Bible says it, I believe it, therefore it is. Just don't, it was like these Christian fundamentalists that were just anti-Islam, and I didn't get it because I thought, man, there's some wacky shit in your book too, so don't come at me crazy because I've read your book, so I could go a little more toe-to-toe with a Christian with some of their wacky shit, right? And again, there's some wacky shit in all these books. The difference is I legitimately thought that
they were just tropes.
I thought Christians were making this up to just make Muslims look bad. That's what I believed for fucking my entire life till about a year ago when I heard people in a room talking about Islam and somebody brought it up as a slur and then the conversation got going and then I was like, holy shit, they're not denying it. This really this is what it says. And then, you get women and I think everybody should appreciate that Dr. Z came in here, took all the fucking arrows and just continued to talk. You can disagree with her, you can think that what she said was vile, whatever. But the fact that she had a conversation with us, we should be thankful for that. Because I guarantee, like Hillary said, she didn't know until tonight. I guarantee that Hillary's not the only person that came into this room. Again, I learned this a year ago maybe, and now people are hearing this. I think that we should normalize that this is a conversation, that anytime Islam comes up and we're in a company of people that, that may need to learn what's going on, I think this is a pretty core piece to pull out, not to make people hate people that practice this faith, but to at least understand that that's what it says, so then they can make their own decisions on how they feel about it.
Well, Roger, one thing I was going to mention is when I first got introduced to all this stuff, I had Muslim friends that used to talk to me about, oh, you should become Muslim, and I was like, nah, I'm good. And then I came onto Clubhouse and I started watching YouTube videos, and these big, huge sheikhs, these big teachers, scholars would come on here and say, yes, it's okay to have sex with a prepubescent little girl, and the Quran says it. And I would be like, wait, this isn't shit. like you said, you always heard growing up, all the Arabs fuck donkeys and shit. Well, Al-Tabari says that you can have sex with a donkey and still be clean to go make hajj, to make pilgrimage. Like, this is in their shit. It's not shit that just people are making up. It's 100% legit, and it's 1,000,000 times worse than you could ever imagine. It's worse than anything you've ever heard from, like, your redneck buddies saying, those motherfuckers over there fuck goats and shit. Like, yeah, they do.
But I was gonna tell you, Mojo, we got the type like Wei fan, who they're just born into the religion. They literally don't know anything. Like, I can say things to Wei fan that he's gonna say, no, that's not true. And they don't even know. They haven't read the book. They don't know the hadith. They don't know the history. And then there are type of people like me who were born in super religious families. Before the age, I don't know, I think I was like 14 or 15, I had the entire Quran memorized in fucking Arabic. Like, what's the point of memorizing a book in a language that you don't even speak, like you don't even understand? And then reading all these books and then like following all these things, and there's like, and that's why when I come strong, when I say fuck Islam, ban Quran, people are like, oh, you're too harsh. No. If you are born in a family like I was, if you are born in a real Muslim family, you're going to experience a lot of child abuse. This religion is abused. They abuse children, they abuse women, they abuse men. It's a nasty religion. I am sorry.
What about your fucking society?
Which society?
Which society, yeah.
Your Iranian society, your American society.
I'm Iranian. I think you're Iranian. Your name is Farsi.
No, I'm not Iran. I'm Iraqi. No, I'm not
You're
Iranian.
Iraqi. Okay, I'm Iranian, American, so I'm from both countries. You cannot compare it, Kurdistan. You hate America, I'm guessing. That's why you're coming off like that. You cannot compare it. You can't compare it. Look, I grew up in Iran. I am American. I was born here, but we moved to Iran when I was 9, 10 years old, and then I moved back here. So I've seen both countries. What is wrong with America? Tell me what's wrong with it. We had a white man earlier in this room trying to defend Islam, which he's my friend, but I was cussing him out in the chat. I don't know what you think America is to you, but Americans actually defend you.
Well, he's an Iraqi. He might have a claim.
Yeah, but let's do this. No, hold on, Sarah. Why don't we all...
What is it you mean by American society, sir?
Yeah, hold up. Why don't we just all mute up? And this guy's been on the stage for about an hour now. He hasn't spoken until now. He's wrote some weird shit in the chat, but let's let him voice his opinion, and then after we've heard what he has to say, then go ahead.
Real quick, how do we refer to you? Because we can't read that. So, like, what do we call you? Like, I'm being honest. Like, how do I refer to you?
Kurdistan. Court.
He's flushing the toilet. Hold on.
So, guys, she said that this religion, is abuse. Abusing children. I said that look at your society, the American society. I'm not, I don't hate American people, but it's true that look at their children. They're abused before the age of 14, maybe under 14. So this is a religion. This is not about religion,
But there are penalties for abusing children that are under 14. Like that's
how? Let him explain. How are the children being abused?
I don't know. Look at. I never been to America, but.
Oh, you should come, really. Oh my God!
Let him talk, please.
Okay, actually my English is not good, just to explain it, but when I watch YouTube, when I read things, when I listen to, American movies, anything, all I know that the children, not always in America, in Europe as well, the children are abused before the age of 14,
Give us
10, 9.
Wait, hold on. Listen, Sarah, hold on. What he's saying, Sarah, this is not. Everyone meet up. What he's saying is honest. There is examples of abuse throughout America and Europe and the rest of the world. But my question to you is, and what was your name again? How do I say your name?
Muhammad. Yeah.
Oh, can I call you Che?
No, I do.
Okay, I'll just call you Che. Okay, so
my name is Muhammad. You respect my name, yeah?
Yeah, maybe piss me off.
Now, hold on. Now you're asking a little too much. So here's the point, right? Yes, there's a lot of fucked up things all around the world. However, the thing that you're ignoring is that you're defending a religion and a practice that says that men should be able to fuck 9-year-old girls. The difference is in America when this happens, because here's a good point. It happens in America. There are a lot of fucking sick people. The difference is that it's forbidden in all of civilized society. In fact, we have laws that say if you do that, you are going to go to prison. Now, let me ask you this. Do you think that the Prophet Muhammad, after fucking a 9-year-old girl, should have gone to prison?
And even our prisoners don't like it.
Well, Mojo, in his defense, he's probably Shia, so he might not accept the hadith.
No, I'm not Shia. I'm Sunni.
Oh, good.
Mojo, we're actually talking about something, we back in history, there are some researchers, I will try to bring it here in English, about the marriage of the Prophet Muhammad with Aisha when she was only 9. She was good. She was good to get married. She was good to.
Wait, do you think that was a choice?
There was no
Why not?
Oh, so he wasn't there. He was good to go. Fuck him like the European American people with no reason. Just like there was nothing like you say, go to prison.
Okay.
It was.
Hold on. I heard what you said. So you said that because it happened back in the day, and you think the Prophet Muhammad's so good.
He never fucked a child, for no reason, just for an evil thoughts.
Wait, hold on. Did he, yes or no, put his penis inside the vagina of a 9-year-old girl?
4th grader.
All right, but she was good in that time, she was.
Oh, dude,
She had no problem with that,
She had. Wait, you say she had no problem with
me. Just listen to me. My mom, got married only when she was 13. She was, she got no problem with that because back in years, the weather, the conditions, the maturity of those people, in those Arabic countries, even right now in Iraq, in the north of Iraq, because of the hot weather, the girls who are aged like 10, maybe 11, they're ready to get married.
Fuck,
Wait, it's gotta be a translation thing. I cannot possibly be. Are you sure you mean weather?
Hillary. No. Let's allow him to finish, but and please finish. But I would like for you to answer, and I'm genuinely curious about this. In the pecking order of what Muslim men are attracted to, in terms of adult women, prepubescent teens, or let's say goats. Like what is the pecking order in which your attraction tends?
I don't really understand. Can you just...
yeah. So if you had to say, like, if you had a lineup, right? If you walked into a place and there was an adult woman standing in front of you, and there was a child of 9 years old, 10 years old. You mentioned 10. So let's say a 10-year-old, a 25-year-old or a full adult goat? How would you rank them in terms of prioritizing which one you'd want to fuck for?
Especially the one. I think that the other one. The other one. Yeah.
What? What did you say?
Oh, the one who's bigger. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said the little one.
No, not the little one. No, the bigger one. Like.
I mean, I was gonna
If
say
the
they
breast
probably
has
have to.
grown, let me tell you guys what he's trying to say. If the girl's breast is grown, you know, like if they're 9 years old and they have boobs and they.
Sarah, I can get through this without your help. Listen, I want to just know if you had to rank them in order: a woman, I hope you know what that is, or a child, or a goat. Like rank them from most desirable being number 1, least desirable being number 3. Rank those.
I don't know. I don't have any idea.
Is it too hard for you to choose between a goat, an adult woman, and a 10-year-old girl?
I mean, I would pick like the adult and then the goat because you could really fuck, like, you know what I mean? Like, it would literally fuck up that child's life for the rest of their life, and I don't know if I could ever live with myself.
And it would break her, Eric, and it would break her womb, like Aisha, where she was never able to have children.
That's like,
but here,
that's like the
in the middle.
Yeah, and it's called rape line abuse.
You hardly find children that are abused. You know.
Yeah,
here.
even the worst members of our society still have a problem with pedophiles. If a pedophile goes to prison, the prisoners will beat the shit out of him. Even the worst members of our society don't accept it.
Mohammed, one thing I was going to say is your God, the difference is your God condones it. Your God says it's okay. Your God says Allahu Alam, yeah.
I mean, I was gonna say that, like, you know, in respect to the 9-year-old girl, it's just like, it's, you know, pregnancy and health, yeah, obviously that's a, you know, but also, like, I don't understand how anybody could be attracted to somebody of that age. There's so many variables on top of that, like, you're literally fucking over that person's entire life, which is, you know, I couldn't even imagine, you know.
Well, you're not a Muslim, Eric, that's why.
Well, and Eric, we're not only saying that, we're not saying how could someone even be attracted to that. That's horrible also. But we're also asking, how can people follow a person like that? How can 1-point-something billion people?
That's the perfect example for all Muslims.
Well, I'm Jewish, and I know that there was this interesting documentary about this, like, Jewish cult. It was called Lev Tahor. I'm not sure if anybody's ever heard of them before. But yeah, it seemed like they were doing, like, you know, similar things in terms of, like, you know, with 12-year-olds and stuff. But, you know, 12-year-olds getting married and you know, just like things that are like unfathomable.
Well, this is actually an interesting point, Eric. How does that make you feel? Like, what do you say about that?
It makes me feel like, yeah, I just want to puke, and I just feel horrible.
Like, you would never be like, oh, well, that's just kind of how it was back in the day.
Right, and like Muhammad, didn't he off himself too? So like he.
Oh no, he died from poison.
He off.
After the battle in Khaybar.
He offed himself.
No, he got off himself. No. Actually, a Jewish woman named, a Jewish woman actually, Zainab, was actually the woman who poisoned him. And she said, because on the basis of the Tanakh, that a prophet, poison will not befall a prophet, that she put the poison into the shoulder of the goat to see if he was actually a prophet. And then his 2 companions dropped dead in front of him. And then he realized it, so he spat it out, and then it cut off his aorta. And he survived for like 5 years in like agonizing pain, complaining to Aisha every day. And the Quran itself actually says in Surah 69, ayah 44 and 46, that Allah says, if I were to find one false word in my prophet, I would seize him by his right hand and cut off his aorta. And then Sahih Bukhari 44:28 narrated Aisha says that Muhammad befell poison and died from it after Khaybar.
How do you know so much about Islam?
Studying it.
What drew you to study it?
The reason I study is, like I said before, I thought, like Mojo, that all this was just a bunch of American tropes that people put on Muslims, and I figured, yeah, Aisha was probably 9 years old, yeah, that was probably the worst of it, but then I got into it, and I was like, oh my god, this is 1,000 times worse, and then I actually seen, like, people listening to this horse shit, and actually, like, taking their shahadas and being duped into this bullshit, and then we would bring them in the other room and show them all the Quranic and Hadith, Quranic verses and the Hadiths about how disgusting it is, and they're like, oh my god, I can't believe I fucking did this. Like, God Logic, the guy Avery, was one of these people who was coming to Islam, and it started, like, studying it, and was like, what the fuck did I just get into? Like, I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid, you know, I'm not gonna die and go on. And now he's one of the biggest YouTubers against Islam, Christian.
You're doing the Lord's work.
Yeah, amen.
So what is the draw to Islam?
Even if I was an atheist,
as a man who is born, I guess, Christian or born in America, whatever, what is the draw to Islam? To all of that?
So there's an old parable in Islam that says that there's a man who's an alcoholic, and these two guys come to him, and they're like, oh, this is a religion of peace, and this is the true faith, and you should become a Muslim. And he's like, yeah, but I'm an alcoholic. I can't become a Muslim because it's not permissible. It's haram to drink, you know? And they're like, no, it's totally fine, bro. Like, you can keep drinking. Don't worry about it. And as soon as he takes his shahada, they're like, oh, by the way, you got to quit drinking. And he's like, but I don't want to quit drinking. They're like, oh, yeah, under Sharia, we can kill you. So then he's freaking the fuck out. He's like, what am I supposed to do here? And that's usually what happens. It's like, this is a religion of peace, and, you know, oh, look at this. Jesus didn't know the time, the day, or the hour, and he never really died. And they try to, like, show him all the shit to make it seem like Christianity's fake and Judaism's, you know, fake, and it's all corrupted and all this kind of stuff. And then they bring them into the fold, and they usually go one of two ways. They figure out that it's, you know, disgusting and filthy, and hopefully they leave. Or what most people from the West do is they read it objectively, and they don't have, like, all this narrative placed in their mind, like this Iraqi guy that doesn't really know shit, or the Dr. Z who doesn't know anything, and they'll read it objectively, and they're like, oh shit, we should be killing the disbelievers, and I should go out and marry a bunch of wives, and I should make a bunch of Muslims, and we should build a caliphate, we should kill all these fucking piece of shits. And that's why they get on airplanes that fly over to Syria and fight for ISIS, for Daesh. So, yeah, we got to tell them the truth. We got to tell them that, you know, the majority of women who are in Jahannam in hell are women, are the majority of people in hell are women, because it says that they're deficient in mind and they have half brains.
So, Rich, let me ask you this.
Yeah,
if you had to answer the question, like, what's more dangerous, communism or Islam?
Islam.
It would just, yeah.
If I had Thanos' gauntlet right now, and I know what I know right now, I would snap my fucking fingers, and there would be no more Muslims on Earth. If I had a time machine, I would go get baby Hitler and tell him he's killing the wrong people. I'd be like, it's the Muslims, kill them fuckers.
What do you think of
Satan's army did.
What do you think of this new unholy alliance between communists and Islam?
Oh, I mean, I'm a Christian, so I wholeheartedly believe that if you read if you read who the Al-Mahdi is, the guy who's going to show up and he's going to be like the savior of the world for the Muslims and shit, he matches 100% with the Antichrist. And Muhammad, when he's in the cave and he's suicidal, wanting to kill himself because his little boyfriend fucking died, and when he's in there in the cave, this demon comes up and starts choking him and starts demanding that he read. He's illiterate. And then he runs out of the cave screaming and crying and blubbering and shit. And he runs to his wife, Khadijah. And Khadijah's sitting there, and she's like, what is wrong? And she's like, there's a demon in there. There's this spirit, this Jinn trying to attack me. And she's like, do you still see him? And he's like, yes. And then she sits on his left knee, and she's like, do you still see him now? And he's like, yes. She sits on his right knee. She says, do you still see him? He says, yes. Then she starts lifting up her dress and starts showing her pussy, her farja. And she says, do you still see him now? And he says, no, he's gone. And she says, when I showed my farj, he was so modest that he didn't want to see it, so he had to leave. So he must be Jibreel. So she's the one who told him that it was an angel.
Okay.
He was being choked by a demon.
So let me ask you this.
Do you think that there's reason to believe that just like some of the other religions of the world that are, I don't know, becoming less popular, do you think that maybe with some of the Muslim countries that seem to be turning more moderate, maybe even I dare say more Western, do you think it's possible that we could see Islam fall out of favor in the next, I don't know?
No, I mean, when they survey people in London, it's like 85% of people think that honor killing is okay, or 85% believe that Sharia law should be the law of the land, and up to 50% of Muslims in London believe in honor killing. Like, if your daughter goes out and like has premarital sex, or she dishonors your family and becomes a Christian or something, it should be permissible for you to go and take a knife and cut her head off.
I'm talking about like big trends though. Like, I mean, like, okay, you're talking about people that have gone to London, and maybe there's some political rivalries, and they're breaking into a country that doesn't like them, and and there's conflict, and then there's those that are simping for them, and those that are bigoted towards them. I can imagine that almost behaving like pretty extreme. I just look at places like like Saudi Arabia and like Abu Dhabi, and I think that doesn't that represent hope that things are changing?
Does the inherent misogynist outweigh the empathetic in this world?
Oh my gosh, I love misogyny.
So what I'm gonna do, hold on,
I'd like Rich to answer my question.
So what I was going to do is I was going to pass the torch to Odie, because I think he can contextualize it better than I can. If Odie doesn't mind.
I don't mind.
Oh, we'll head Sani.
I agree with you to actually talk about Safia, another scandal. But just to state what the major problem is. Like, for example, yeah, you're right, Saudi Arabia is trying to move forward. But they even stated those Muslims in the Middle East say the biggest problem are the Muslims in the Western world, because they overcompensate for being in the Western world. So they are actually more radicalized than the Muslims in the Middle East and the other areas. So that's a bigger issue that and unfortunately a lot of the people in the Western world, the whole Islam is a peaceful religion, and kumbaya and all this stuff. It's like they're just not waking up to the situation. It's like there was a mistake that I'm not from Nigeria, but I'm pretty familiar with Nigeria. If you follow the trend of Nigeria in the 90s, what they did was Nigeria is a lot like America. It's made up of a lot of states. My God, there's one Nigerians. And what we did was that most of the northern part of Nigeria is predominantly Muslim. The southern part is mostly Christian or non-religious, right? So what happened was the Northerners wanted to have their Sharia law, and the people in the south were like, hey, well, if they want to have their Sharia law, that's all fine and then let them have their Sharia law. Let them do whatever they want to do in their states. But as soon as they did that, it attracted trend in Nigeria. In the 90s, they were not having the problems they were having. Then when you get into the 2000s, then all of a sudden you hear of the church bombings, the Boko Haram, and all those things that were going on in Nigeria. And Nigeria is like a great case study of what happens when you try to be, what's the word, ecumenical with Islam. Instead of actually stepping your ground and stating that we are not a religious state, we are a secular state, and we're not going to have your Islam because we don't allow Christianity. I'm a Christian, but I wouldn't allow Christianity. I don't believe that you have to have theocracy, right? But give them an inch, they'll go the mile. So those are some of the things that you want to watch the tape. But real quickly, Safia was so another scandal was she was a Jewish young girl. Well, she she was 15 to 17 years old, newly married. And what happened was Muhammad and the Golden Hosts attacked her village. Then, apparently, he married her after she saw the decapitated body of the newlywed husband and all of the family. And she willingly married him. She willingly married him. Now you have got different takes pertaining to when he actually had relations with her. There's a take that he had relations with her, sexual relations with her. The very moment that she saw the dead bodies of her family, not only her husband, also her family. But the latter of some of them will say that, oh, those dead things after. But what woman in her right mind will be willing to marry somebody who decapitated her husband? Apparently, she's one of the greatest women in Islam. But she was forced into marriage, but that's another huge scandal. She was just 17 years old. But nonetheless, that's also, and she was a Jewish woman, you know, and he did that to her. So besides Aisha, there's just a lot of other sexual scandals that you get out of Quran, you know, not of that Islam.
Damn. Okay. But to Sarah, you don't think United Arab Emirates or Saudi is more moderate?
They are better than what they were, but they're nowhere close to be westernized.
No, hold on. But here's the thing, right? I'm talking about trends, right? And it takes a long time to, like, I mean,
no, it doesn't change.
If a religion's been around for 1,000 years, in order for it to you know, to maybe modernize to some extent, it's going to take a long time. I would just say that in my lifetime, there's evidence. The fact that Saudi Arabia fucking allows fucking pro wrestlers to come over there, like, are you fucking kidding me?
Mojo,
Like,
did you see Dr. Z? She's like educated woman, right? She condoned it. She said,
are you gonna speak to what I said though? Like,
that's where I'm exactly going.
Okay.
She's a very, very modernized Muslim woman. She's educated. She says she condemns the fact that, you know, like 9 years old shouldn't be marrying, but she couldn't say it's haram, which means even though I don't accept it, it's acceptable by my God. Meaning they will never let go of those things. And we come back to what Rich said, which is 50% of the Muslims in London, even though they're westernized, they believe they should have the right to kill their daughters.
You're doing that thing where, like, you know, we're talking about something and then you're just going off in a different direction. Like,
I'm just applying the information, like using
well, hold on. I'll just say this. If you're going to make the argument that it's not trending in the right direction in United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, then I would make the argument that you're not paying attention. Because a blind man can fucking see that it's trending in a better fucking direction.
I lived in that side of the world for 15 years, and I lived there, you know, the years that you're young and you can tell. And I visit 14 out of the 18 countries there. I've been to Saudi. I lived in Dubai for 3 years. Mojo, I lived.
And so are you going to make the argument, are you going to make the foolish argument that you don't believe that it's more moderate today than it was 30 years?
It's not as far as Islam though. It's not as far as Islamic laws. No. They just in Saudi, a woman couldn't have a driver license till 4 years ago.
Honestly, Sarah, I think now you're being just as disingenuous as some of the people that were on the stage.
No, I think you don't have enough information, and that's
hold on. With all due respect, when it comes to reading news around the world, look, I'm not gonna fucking say that I fucking study it more than everybody on this stage, but certainly more than 99% of the people on this fucking app. What I spend my entire day doing is looking at the fucking news around the world. And what I can tell you is that nobody disagrees with what I just said, that over the last 30 years, that both UAE and Saudi Arabia have become far more modern.
Sarah,
Let me finish, Rick.
Sarah,
Let me finish. The white men in the West, which I don't understand why they try to cover up. You don't see the real news, just the same way that you said that till a year ago you didn't even know about Muhammad and how serious this is. I promise you, you don't even know how terrible a lot of these Islamic laws are.
No, but Sarah, you're not paying attention to what I'm saying.
I'm paying attention to what you said. It's modernized.
Listen to what I'm saying, because you're going to make a fucking fool out of yourself if you keep going down this route. There's nobody on any side of these arguments that would agree with you and disagree with me that in the last 30 years, those two countries in particular have become more moderate. There's nobody that disagrees with that. There's nobody. The Muslims complain about it, and there's people that don't like Islam that are praising the change. You're making an argument about something that you don't fucking understand. Respect them.
But it's not, well, Hunter, it's not just that. It's all over the world. People are becoming more, quote unquote, spiritual and less religious. And that's a world movement right now.
But they're still very religious. They still, if you beat your wife in Saudi or in UAE, both countries, it's not a fucking crime. And you're trying to tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about, and you do.
Sarah,
you know
you're not listening to what I'm saying. You don't know. You don't have listening skills. If you listen to what
I say yes, then they're two different things.
Sarah, has there been a progression of 1%? Just say 1% in the right direction.
Enough to be like,
okay, that's all Mojo was asking. That's all Mojo was making the point, is that there has been progression. I agree it's not enough, but
clean up and say, okay, Islamic.
Here's the biggest concern. Sarah, I allowed for you to go. Okay. Here's the biggest issue.
Here's a Christian white man against
Sarah, you would agree with what I'm about to say. I guarantee you will agree with what I'm about to say. Muslims are going all over the entire world. They're leaving their shithole countries. They're going all over the freaking world, and they're having 8 kids all over the place in Canada, the United States, and their goal is to outpopulate or have majority control in these countries like the United Kingdom, where they make up like 30% of the population in London. And they're having 8 kids. So it may not be a huge issue for us, but my kids and my grandkids are definitely going to have to fucking deal with this shit. When every fucking city in the United States is run by a fucking Sunni Muslim fucking mayor and a governor, and when half of the fucking government is made up of Sunni Muslims, they are not going to treat the Christians and the gays and the atheists and the fucking deists very well. I can assure you that. It's not going to be our problem, but it's going to be our kids and our grandkids' fucking problem.
And that's, Rich, exactly why I cannot fall into that question of Mojo, because it's completely misleading. Yes, Saudi is a lot nicer than it was 10 years ago. Women can drive now. Yes, in UAE, women have a little bit more rights, and Islam is less as bad. But I cannot say, oh no, they're going in the right direction, because they're not. You cannot fix Islam. There's nothing fixable about that religion.
Yeah,
that's not the argument.
Hold on, Sarah. You're just every time you open your mouth, you prove that your listening skills are fucking atrocious. I never fucking said that it's a fucking utopia in any of these places. I never said it's okay. It's never said it's a place that I'd fucking want to live. I never said anything flattering about it. All I've simply said is that in the last 30 years, those two countries in particular have become more moderate. By the way, Sarah, you are a living testament. Now, I don't know why Marcus is putting his fucking thumb down. Like, what I just said is not denied by anybody on fucking planet Earth that fucking reads. But Sarah, you're a living testament to the fact that things are becoming more moderate. You're a woman who's left Islam. I want to repeat that. You're a woman that's left Islam. So the fact that you could be outspoken on an app talking to people, Muslims included, the fact that you could be in a room with Muslims talking about fuck Islam, that alone shows that things have become much more moderate.
Mojo, one thing I was going to mention in Sunni Islam, not specifically in Sharia or Shia Islam, but in Sunni Islam, the rule is that you keep quiet and you stay to yourself, and you don't make any, you don't sow any like distrust or hatred or war against the disbelievers until they outnumber us. So that's what I was saying. Once they start to get the majority of shit, they can build a caliphate here in the United States. It's going to be going around and cutting everybody's heads off.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with this religion being the motherlode of all bad ideas.
Oh yeah.
I agree with that. But if you can't,
and I hate
hold on. If you can't look at Saudi Arabia and the UAE and see a glimmer of hope, I'm not saying that you could look at them and say, oh my God, it's fucking Disneyland over there. Although fucking Disneyland will probably be built in both of those countries at some point, the way things are headed. I'm just suggesting that in the last 30 years, those are massive changes. Massive changes.
If I were a betting man, Mojo, I would put $1 million, if I had $1 million laying around, to say that MBS Mohammed bin Salman does not believe in Islam. I would say he's progressive, secular. He doesn't give a shit about all that. He just wants to rule his kingdom. I think he's a young guy that just doesn't buy into the bullshit.
I just want to say something.
Wait, hold on. Sarah gave a thumbs up to that, but what you just said, Rich, proved my point. But I don't know. This is a listening skills thing with Sarah.
Hey, Kareem, are you Sunni or Shia?
Neither. But I just want to.
Good job. Are you Muslim or not?
It doesn't matter for me.
Well, it does matter.
No, I don't have any religion.
Oh, okay, cool. So you're an atheist. You reject
No, I'm not an atheist. Atheism is just kind of a religion to me also.
Are you agnostic?
Neither. I'm just Kareem.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, Kareem. Just because I know Muslims like make taqiyya. Do you reject Muhammad as a prophet?
I don't think about it anymore.
No. Just straight up. Like, just answer the question, please.
Oh, yeah. He rejects a normal man.
Yeah, he's not a prophet. Okay, cool.
Just I want to compare the history of Westerners with the history of Easterners and what's happening right now. Like, the story is totally different because you had very different things like world wars in Europe and also revolution, industrial revolutions, and feminism. And the church have fucked like Europe for like centuries. So kind of you have learned from the lesson that you take about like what happened when the religion take like rule the countries. So the Western world have just learned from the lesson, but the Islamic world it will take some time. But I guess it will be open, maybe after a couple of years, maybe after a couple of hundreds, I don't know. But it will be open because like we learning the languages of each other nowadays and we learn from each other. And kind of people doesn't care about religion anymore, not that much. Illiterate people does kind of be enclosed and doesn't know anything about the outer world, so it's normal to be kind of like enclosed and like say that the other people are kind of we should kill them and all this stuff. But I'm talking about the people who are kind of been to the schools and they are learners. So it's gonna be open, but it will take time and it will be in another different way. But the problem with Islam that we waiting for something to happen. Like the Islamic religion, they wait for kind of something like Messiah or something like someone who will gonna be change all the world. That's one of the problems. Yeah, call it Mahdi, call it like the science of ending of the world, whatever. But that's one of the problems. But otherwise, you will not find a lot of problems. But the most like people who have this problem are Iranians. Iranians are waiting for Mahdi like ferociously. So they are the most people who are kind of. It's hard to be like Westerners, but Sunnis are more open about this.
Oh, Lucis Tickles. I got a real quick question. Are you a Jew?
You asking me?
No, the guy next to you. The guy next to you is named Lucis Tickles.
It's logisticals.
Oh, logisticals. Okay, haha, that makes sense. Are you a Jew?
No.
Oh, you had pigs and apes in your
I think he's anti-Israel now.
Well, no. The reason I was so maybe he's a Muslim, but logisticals. Are you Muslim?
No, I'm not a Muslim.
Oh, okay. I was wondering
But
what
he's
you were referencing.
anti-Israel, correct?
Do you love Israel logistics?
No.
Oh, okay. So that was the reference to the pigs and apes. I got it.
I wouldn't put.
My name used to be Abraham.
Oh, okay. Because Muhammad said that Allah turned the Jews into pigs and apes. That's what I was at.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But to be honest with you guys, like, not just Islam, which have a lot of problems, and it's what's also like Judaism and Christianity have a lot of problems, and they overcome it in West, like, over the centuries, of course. At the beginning, it was very close and very kind of, like, they also was, like, the Crusades, for instance. He had the same thing also, but over the centuries, after the church have fucked up, the West is kind of, you learn from the lesson and you kick them off. So that's how you overcome the issue of the religion. But we didn't have such a thing.
Can I ask a question real quick? And I know this is not a safe place. I know it's being recorded, probably broadcast on YouTube right now. But it's a question I've wanted to know literally since, I don't know, the 90s. But why do Muslims hate Americans so much? Like, what in the religion of, what is it that says it's okay to kill innocents or others without even knowing their religion, their background?
I got the answer. Fight those who disbelieve in Allah and create mischief. Lay in wait and besiege and kill them and find them where they are. And if they pay the jizya or they pay zakat, they make. I'm sorry.
He said jizz.
They pay jizya. It's a tax. If they do their shahada, they pay zakat. Then let them go on their way because the law is merciful.
Yeah, it's kind of like I guess
Surah 5 ayat 29.
Towers when you don't know who all's in that building. You don't know if you're, killing Muslims or you're killing who. I'm just curious, like, what in the religion makes that justifiable?
I think it's the idea. It's the idea of America. The idea.
Hillary, look at the thing posted above. It's by Explicit Blue, Beyond the Green Menace, and it'll do explaining of the question you just had.
Thanks, Marshall. Appreciate you, babe.
And read 529 in the Quran, 530.
What does it say? I don't have a Quran handy.
Just type it on Google Quran, Surah 9, Ayah 5, and
They fight Americans because Americans do not submit to the Quran. Within their theology and morality, the foundations of why they are nice to anyone involves a delineation between Muslims and non-Muslims and separate treatment for Muslims and non-Muslims. Their hatred of America comes from their failure to submit to Islam, yet their ability to dominate them economically. They're embarrassed.
Thank you for the clarification.
And then failure to pay jizya.
Yeah, jizya. It's a real funny word, haha. Surah 9, Ayah 29. Fight those who do not believe in Allah in the last days, nor comply with Allah and His Messenger, have forbidden, nor embrace the religion of truth from among those who were given the scripture until they pay tax willingly, submitting fully humbled.
So all of the people in the Twin Towers were very simply labeled as either non-believers who were worthy of death, of the glorious holy war against the non-believers, or they were actual believers that died in the glorious name of their God. Yeah. So within their morality, the very justification they have to be nice to anyone involves a justification to be cruel to non-Muslims.
Yeah, kill anybody who disbelieves in Allah or creates mischief. Creating mischief against Allah can just simply disbelieving in Allah or saying anything against them. So by me saying that Allah is Satan or that you shouldn't be a Muslim, that's creating disbelief and mischief, and I should be killed for it.
And can I address Kareem was talking about the fact that, and like understanding what's being optimistic, but the trajectory of the Islamic world has been backwards. The trajectory of the Western world has been forward. Because the glory years of the Islamic world was in tri-80s, but we're seeing a decline in societies. Like, and the ones that are actually able to move forward are usually the secular nations, like Turkey, which is more secular, like Egypt, which is more secular. But when we see them taking an Islamic direction, it goes backward. But the glory years are way back then for Islam. You know,
I wouldn't say it's exactly backwards. I don't think Islam really had any glory days. I think that they mostly swarmed in and populated failed states. Iran, the Byzantine Empire. No, they're more a natural consequence of a central empire falling into disuse.
Raped and murdered.
Of course, the wild natives will come in, take over the reins of state, and maintain a similar kind of imperial control because people have become accustomed to whatever roadways or trade paths have developed over the course of the empire. You know, they're just like maintaining dead states. That's their heyday. Their golden age was right when the old states died. And why else wouldn't it have gotten worse since then? They never built those states. They just took them.
Yeah, you guys, the major, the largest religious group in Egypt was prior to Islam coming to Egypt?
Coptics.
Christians. Yep. They went and raped and pillaged their way through the entire country and forced people. They're like, oh, they were so sweet to them, but they made them pay jizya. Oh, what's the limit on jizya? Oh, there is no limit. Oh, so you can charge somebody 100% tax? Yeah, but we didn't do that. Oh, historically, it's just 30 to 80% is what you guys typically charge what they call third-class citizens, which are called dhimmis.
Well, I don't have I don't disagree with this, but the thing that happened that Muslims.
Wait, hold on. I do want to hear this, but can I just? I was zoning out there for a second. Did you just say that they charge a 30 to 80% tax?
Historically, what they've charged to what they call dhimmis, third-class citizens, the jizya tax for disbelievers, non-Muslims, is between 30 and 80% historically. It has been.
Bro, if you thought I was fucking against this shit before, you got me in the feels with that one. Taxes?
Well, there's no limit. So if the Muslims, if the Muslims build a caliphate in the United States today, they could be like, oh, Roger, now you have to pay 100% tax. You make $100,000, you give us 100,000. Or your second option is you can convert, then you can pay zakat, which is like a couple percent of your earnings. Or your third option is you could die.
Yeah, well, you know what? They could go fuck themselves. That shit ever comes about, I'll declare my own fucking jihad.
You see why they're freaking out about New York, Mayor?
Did y'all notice Rich's
You
Muslim?
see why I don't like to hear that somebody says, oh, see how they're not.
Oh, Sada, why are you doing this? Come on. You already conceded, Sarah, that they have made progress, even if it's just
But that's just the progress.
1%.
Listen,
that's all Roger asked you. Roger said, has there been any progression? You said it's not enough, and he said that was all the
very
punishment.
nicely. No, that had nothing to do with Islam. The entire world has problems.
That's why Rogers. Listen, Sarah. That's why Roger said.
With Islam.
Sarah, this is why Roger said it may take 1,000 years. If they made 1% in the last 30 years, maybe it takes 3,000 years.
By the time you reach there, they've already.
I agree with you.
They kill you for being Christian. They kill you for leaving Islam. They'll kill Mojo for being so loud. They'll kill Ro for being.
Yeah, we know.
Jewish.
Right,
Dr. Adams for being black. Mike, why would they kill you? Are you Jewish or Christian?
No one disagrees with you, I don't think. I think, like what Mo was saying is the equivalent question in America would be like, do you think that race relations in America have gotten better over the years? And it's like, you're like, well, yeah, but not enough. It's like, well, yeah, we get that. It still needs work.
Not moving.
But it hasn't
That
gotten
was my
better.
point. Yeah.
That's all he was saying. It was just like, has it gotten better?
And she's saying that whatever
At 2 a.m. Mojo. We need, somebody needs to ask Mojo.
They have
I want to
progressed.
know who's calling him at 2 a.m.
Well, that's a little personal, don't you think?
He's a drug dealer.
Somebody was going to say something before.
That's the whole reason I want to know who's calling him at 2 a.m.
He just got a good hookup.
I know somebody was going to say something before,
Isaac, Jizya.
Oh, Isaac. You gotta... Do you want to jump in there, bud?
Sorry, he thought it was funny where I said Jizya.
It's a funny word. While he's getting his thoughts together, I think so. Oh, go ahead.
Roger.
Oh,
damn.
Sorry.
He's having a fight with somebody.
What were we? We said somebody said Jizya.
Yeah, Jizya. I said.
It was funny.
Very.
I think someone earlier mentioned the Crusades and stuff like that that's happened in other religions and shit like that.
Oh yeah. Real quick, Mike. You should always respond to them when they ask that dumbass question, what about the Crusades? And then you should say, okay, well, can you show me in the scripture, in the New Testament, which would have been the people who did these actions, could you show me on the basis of the New Testament where God condoned and permitted it? And they'll go, well, it doesn't matter. People did things in the name of God. And it's like, yeah, but our point we're trying to make is I can show you in the Quran, in the Quran alone, where it's permissible to go in and rape and murder and kill a bunch of people. And do exactly what the Crusaders said.
Well, if you're Catholic, you believe in dogmatic law, which, just saying.
No, I'm just saying, you can't go to the New Testament and be like, this is where Jesus
right.
says,
You're absolutely right.
go and, lay in wage and besiege and cut the heads off the ones who don't convert. And, yeah, you can't show that.
But
so the whole thing we're going after is where does our God condone things and where does their God condone things? And if our God condones it, okay, then we shouldn't be, pissed off. We should talk about it. But our God doesn't show that. Their God definitely does.
Right, and not only that, what I was going to say is that even the Crusades, we're not like, well, yeah, but it was different.
Yeah, here's the thing, if Jesus was standing there while they were holding up a sword saying, convert or die, Jew, Jesus would be like, what are you doing? He would be losing his shit. He would be, beating the hell out of him with, a strap of leather and, bringing down a legion of armies, the angels.
Nowadays,
yeah, Jesus never permitted any of this stuff that they did.
Right.
They can't say, oh, well, look what a Catholic priest molest a little boy. Okay, well, show me in the Bible where the Bible says that it's permissible to do that. I can show you in the Quran where it's okay.
And
I can show you in your Quran where it's.
You know what's funny about that is that the second that Catholic shit came out about the touching little boys, look at how many people left Catholicism. Everyone, we found out about that, we were gone from Catholicism. We weren't like, well,
That's a fact, because I grew up Catholic, and that is an absolute fact. I'm a recovering Catholic.
Hell, we talk shit about some of our popes.
Yeah, but the problem is leaving the worship and following of God because what a church or a group of individuals did shouldn't be your justification or reasoning. If you're like, well, I just don't believe in
versus religion.
Yeah, if I don't believe in the Sky Daddy Spaghetti Monster or something like that, that's a good point. You say that.
So out of curiosity, what happens if you leave Islam? If you leave the Catholic Church,
hold on. I got the answer. Sahih al-Bukhari, Volume 4, Book 52, Hadith 260, narrated Ali Krima. And Krima says that a messenger came to Ibn Abbas, and he came to Ibn Abbas and he said, Ibn Abbas, Ali is in a neighboring town, and he's burning people alive who left Islam, left their faith, their belief. And he says, go and tell Ali, do not give the punishment that Allah gives in Jahannam, which is the hellfire. He says, because that is Allah's punishment. He says, but if I were there, I would do as Muhammad commanded, and I would kill them.
So Hillary, it's embedded into the law. You know, it is in Quran that you kill them.
Yep.
Right? It's in Quran not only that you leave Islam, but in general, like even if you're Christian, if they come to you and they say, hey Hillary, this is Muhammad, this is your
Vincent,
prophet.
I have not gone far enough.
Stop it. If they come to you, this is in Quran. When they come to you and they say, hey Hillary, this is Muhammad, this is Islam, we want you to convert. And if you say no, they can kill you. They are supposed to kill you. But that's when they have the power.
Well, convert, pay the jizya or die.
That's when they have the power. And then we have, you know, with the Sharia law in Islamic countries, like for example in Iran, if you're Muslim and you leave Islam, whether you're atheist or you convert to another religion, they basically just kill you. If they figure out, they'll kill you. And then there was a guy who converted to Christianity some years back, more than a few years, I would say maybe even 10 years, but then he was like promoting Christianity and he was doing it privately. And then when they figured that out, they hung the guy in public. So this is one story that I know. He was very
go ahead, Karim.
God bless America and our freedom of religion. Jesus Christ.
Karim wanted to pose this question.
Well, I want to give you notice of something that happens nowadays in our world. If you know about Latin language have died, and the people have left it since maybe a couple of in the last century.
Latin language is not dead, because people still speak it today.
It's not used.
It's a less spoken language. That's the.
But what is that to do? Okay. Can you explain how is that related to Islam and communism?
Let me continue.
No. Talk about the topic, please. Topic. Stick with it.
Well, are you gonna say that the 1.8 billion Muslims are decreasing or something?
Goddamn, guys, I've just been listening, but let Kareem say his thing. Just don't guess what he's gonna
say. Yes.
Well, that will happen also in the Arabic world, because after some of time, the people will leave the Fusha or the standard version of the Arabic, which is kind of was the same thing in Latin. It will happen again, because it's kind of the normal thing. And after a while, the people will not understand each other like in Arabic world, and they will be different. And after a while, maybe a while is meaning centuries and maybe millennia, the Islamic religion will disappear. So kind of that happened and will happen again. I remember the Ecclesiastes book. It says in one of I remember it in Hebrew, but it says kind of what is happening, it will happen again, and nothing new under the sun.
Ezekielatians.
Yeah, we cannot wait for million years or centuries. It has to be soon, Karim. It has to be soon.
It's Ecclesiastes.
Thank you, sir.
Any further argument, maybe it will disappear in century or million. Forget it. We want it soon. Because in 30, 40 years, the number of population will be dominated by Muslims.
Hold on,
Big Zed, is Dave Kaifanger?
Are you Muslim? Hold on, Karim, are you Muslim?
No, he would not agree. He would not.
No, I don't have any religion. I'm just.
Your name is Islamic, so are you Muslim?
Yeah.
Are you born in a Muslim family?
It's Muslim.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you know him, Dave, or you just talking for him?
Based on all his discussion, he's anti.
No. But Dave, we got a lot of these Muslims. They play these different games. They come in from different angles.
Exactly.
They come in from different angles. He was earlier talking shit about all religions and how Judaism and Christianity have their own perks and this and that. That's why I'm wondering.
Yeah.
And he has Islamic name, and he has like a new member. You know,
It's an Arabic,
that's
not
why.
Islamic.
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering why he would say that.
He cannot be categorized. By not being categorized, he can always continue his narrative.
Well, the thing is, that any kind of an idea that it just collect people on one idea, that people after some of time, after it's being like a couple of people in it, like maybe thousands or millions in this religion or in this idea or in this cult, they will start to fight any other cult or any other idea that against them or are different from them. It's not just about Islam or Christianity or Judaism. It's about any kind of cult or religion or idea or political view or culture stream or anything like this. That happens in any. It's kind of forming one stream of energy, and this energy fighting the other energy. So it's not just about Islam.
Everything you say means nothing. Okay. Basically, we are running out of time. Europe will become Islam, and UK will be the Islam nation with atomic bomb. That we are running out of time.
Well, let's just jump right on over there and go save them. I mean, come on, dude. Really?
Yeah, if you think Europe will become Islam, you're kind of late on that. It already is Islam.
No. Europe won't become Islam. Europe defined itself by pushing away Islam. The Crusades, which
I
you
say
may
just
like
deport them
criticize
all,
for
though.
what happened morally, was happened because, in large part, the Muslims invaded the Iberian Peninsula. The radicalization of Europe becoming more religiously radical was part of their war effort to push off Muslim hordes from the Iberian Peninsula. The best justification being the conquest of the Holy Land, which is why they also did that, but got distracted and just beat up anyone that they found along the way, because at that point they were an unruly mob of an army. So I'm saying Europe knows very clearly that it is not Muslim. It defined itself with Charlemagne centuries ago, when it made very clearly its declaration that it was not Muslim. The Muslims may come in and live there now, but Europe will not be stable for a Muslim ideology. It'll push it off from whatever nationalist movement Europe pops out.
Civil war, which is going on now in Ireland. Ireland now has civil war, and UK, they are all talking about civil war.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is what's going to happen, right? And the reason why civil war, the government is weak and controlled by political correctness. And you know Aziz, everybody know Aziz. And once Aziz brought someone from UK who are much more intelligent, disclosed exactly the strategy to tame UK government into submission. And I was shocked. And there's a strategy, and the same strategy will work in US as well. So the question is, Iran regime already issued fatwa against Trump. So the question is, how is it going to happen? Because ICE already detained 100 over Iranian people suspected to be sleeper cell. The question is, with fatwa, that means that issue expand to 15% of the 6 million people in Muslim in US. So you have to talk about this far more important than child molest, all this child marriage. That is happening right now, July 2025. The issue has been given 30th of June. How are you going to protect your president?
They should just,
Sorry,
honestly,
let me
Ayatollah should just be killed.
Pepe, let me say one thing before you go. Guys, I just noticed majority of people in the room right now, they're having a red ticket. Please join the house. This is a new house. That's why you guys are not members. But if you don't join the house, you can't see when there's another room. Sorry, Pepe, go on.
I was just gonna say, I mean, Ayatollah should just be killed. I mean, I know Trump is. I'm not like a big interventionist, but he's a. The country fucking sucks. Or at least, I mean, the IRGC sucks.
Yeah, but for the same reason, for the same reason that the Chinese fought on the side of North Korea wasn't only just because they were fighting for communism. It was also because they didn't want tens of millions of North Koreans flooding into their country. The same reason that we don't go in and take out Khomeini is that we don't want to disrupt the entire country, cause a civil war, allow for somebody else to come in and take over power, which may be just as bad, if not worse, and then also younger. I mean, Khomeini's like 80 years old or some shit like that. He's knocking on death's door. Even if his son takes over, maybe his son's a little more moderate and progressive. We don't know. But the reality is they don't want 90 million people pumping out of that country into all the surrounding countries, not being able to speak the same language, having different culture, different religion, and just overloading their countries and shit. So, I mean, nobody wants that type of civil war.
So still no solution how to protect your president.
We have to see.
We should send them all to Singapore. We should send them all to Singapore. Send them like Boogie's Junction, and we could just load them up there. If they could just put them all in fucking housing.
No, step by step. Look, this is what's going to happen. I mean, you're talking about child, but the main thing is how are you going to protect the president? These are the steps, okay? So, estimate 15% of Muslim are jihadists, 85% are peaceful, okay? So, in terms of the world population, 2 billion are Muslim, 300 million are jihadists, and if there are 6 million in US, 15%. That is already quite a lot of numbers.
I mean, Dave, there's a solution to it. We can turn the entire Middle East, absent Israel, into a mirror factory.
Is that going to protect Trump?
Nuking the entire Middle East? Yeah, no, protect them.
Yeah, who's going to? Even Trump will not agree with this, right? So let's go step by step.
I wish he would.
Let's go step by step again. So 1 million Muslim potentially jihadists living in US. So what is the population of Muslim in New York? Close to 1,750,000, right? That's why you have a problem with the new candidate, right? So again, how does it work then? So what about the other 85% of Muslim in US? So the 15% will ask the 85%, are you going to agree with the fatwa issued by the IRGC regime? Are you going to agree? Right? So they will go after the peaceful Muslim and force them, you have to take side. If you don't take side, we eliminate you, right? So they have to increase from 15% to higher percentage by going after the Muslim, right? So therefore, the peaceful Muslim in US has to speak up. But when they speak up, just like Sarah, they will be threatened on a daily basis.
Yeah, but Sarah's not a peaceful Muslim. She's not a Muslim.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Anybody?
No, it does matter. It does matter.
Anybody who speaks the truth will be targeted.
Yeah, but Muslims don't speak the truth. That's the problem. You're missing that.
I'm saying non-Muslim.
Oh, so like atheists, agnostics, or people who become Christian.
Anyone in clubhouse non-Muslim, immediately you will be followed. That means like people will add you, and every time you come online, they come and follow you, and they want to monitor.
So hold on, what are you trying to say that if you speak up against Israel's, you know what I'm saying?
Oh no, we were talking about how we should talk over these fucking piece of shits like Russ.
Why are you interrupting me when I'm trying to ask a question?
What was your question? Go ahead.
When we are
No, Dave. Let Russ ask the question. Go ahead, Russ. Go ahead, puppy. Talk. You gonna talk?
He has been removed. So normally when you speak the truth, Muslim will quickly come on stage and interrupt whatever possible way. This is a typical strategy, right? So you all who are speaking the truth, whether you are Muslim, not Muslim, you are Muslim, even the worst, you will be tagged, you will be followed, It happened in all social media. This is how the 2 billion Muslim tracking the rest of the non-Muslims.
Excuse me. I want to say something. So, there is like a big box in the center of Mecca. So, we would like to unbox it.
Nailed it. Remember, hey, do you remember how edifying it was when Nick was talking earlier?
Yeah, crushing it.
Bro, I learned so much. Go ahead, Nick. Nick's from Mumbai. Go ahead, Nick.
Remove that guy though.
It was me. I was waiting for him to speak. That's why I wanted him to talk. And like, as soon as he started talking, I was gonna mute him.
I don't think any of us did. Maybe he just left.
Nah, I don't know.
Oh, like,
That's why I wanted him to talk. I was like, go ahead, talk.
Was
So
he
I had my finger hovering for the mute button.
He was explaining about Islam, so I just told him that there is a big box in the center of Mecca. We need to unbox it. Just need to
Nick, I really don't hear you.
Oh, he said there's a big box in the middle of Mecca, and we should unbox it. He was being sarcastic. You know, the Kaaba.
Of course I do.
The big black stone with the vagina on the side of it. It's
Been
gonna
there
grow
though.
out the top.
I visited that place.
Wait, did you get to see the big silver vagina on the side of it?
No, I didn't go.
Oh, dude, there's a big giant
I
vagina.
didn't go on the praise.
And people go up and kiss it and touch it and stuff. It's hysterical. Including the women. I'm like, doesn't that make them lesbians?
Die there every day.
For anybody that's not familiar, type in the black stone in Mecca and type in silver vagina. It comes up. It's right on the corner.
Well, actually, it's a fallen star. And
yeah.
Kind of.
Did you see? I told you Karim is Muslim.
We all knew he was a Muslim. That's why I was wanting to see if he would make taqiyya earlier when I said that, do you believe that Muhammad's a prophet or not?
Well, hold on a second. So,
making lying.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus, let Pep have some talk. Go, Pep.
So, Kareem, what were you were saying something about Latin in the Bible, and
I was saying like what happened in Latin is will also the stereotype is what happened in the Arabic English also. And
Jesus Christ collapsed. Can I listen to him? Stop the narrating.
No, you can't.
Go ahead, Kareem.
I was saying what happened in Latin. It's a stereotype that happened in any language or any nation. The language will start with K, and the modern standard Arabic, which is Fusha as we call it, or the language that we can understand each other by it, as not like Arabic speaker in all of the it will start to disappear. And after it disappears, the people will be different and we will not understand each other language. And after a while, the religion will be decay and people will not understand the religion. And it will be totally different.
Kareem, you're talking century. You're talking century. Yes, right? Arabic language, right, is probably more than 1,400 years. Latin is also very old, but Latin is not used so much, but Arabic are still very popular.
Yeah, but
so
Dave, you're missing the point. What he's saying is that somehow Arabic, Quranic Arabic and Saudi Arabic and Egyptian Arabic, it'll all differentiate so far that they won't understand each other. But let me ask you a question, Cuddy. Why did Latin fall away? Because of the fall of the fucking Roman Empire. What the? It's not even a dead language. There's like 10,000 people that speak it globally. It's not a dead language. A dead language means that no one speaks it.
Okay, but Latin is something that was spoken by, for example, even the Vatican. They were doing Latin masses up until a few decades ago. So
it's still alive.
Just like Arabic in the Quran. So.
Yeah, so
what I'm saying.
What you're saying, Cuddy.
I want to hear what Kareem's ultimate point was.
Islam would have to fall for Arabic.
I know, just let him say it.
Your voice, man.
What I'm saying is, I don't say Latin is dead. I know a little bit of Latin. But the thing, it will happen also in the Arabic. So that's my point. And no, I don't have an religion, by the way. So don't put words on my mouth.
But I think we're missing the point. Latin didn't really go. I mean, all of our words are Latin origins. Like, if you look up the word, any English word, really, it's always like, well, it has a Latin origin.
Yeah, I
mean,
can give you
that
an
whole
example.
E thing, like, you know how they put
Yeah, but Mike, that's the point he's making about the Latin Romance-based languages, that they separated and they went off into Spanish and they went off into Portuguese and they went off into Italian and they went off into all these different languages, and they can't even understand each other.
Yeah, but
it was only because of the fall of the Roman Empire. So what you're saying is that Islam has to fall for Arabic to disappear.
Can we listen to Karen for real?
Yeah, I know. Goddamn, dude.
So as I remember, the Latin language have just like gone in the previous century. Like Einstein, his research was in Latin, so Latin was alive for a couple of centuries until the last centuries, until the last century. So what I'm saying, the modern standard Arabic, if it's full, all of the things that you see in like in religion and all these stuff will fall also, and we will be different religions, different kind of also languages. For instance, Egyptians doesn't understand Moroccans nowadays, if you don't know this.
I'm not sure of the relevance here.
I'm going to debate on this. First, in the 15th century, right, the Latin role in Bible is being replaced when Martin Luther translated that, so that Latin is no longer the only language to disseminate Bible, and therefore the role of Latin in Bible world, even Bible is the most printed work in the world, but it has been in multiple languages, and Latin played a less important role. Arabic continue to play as important role in the past as well as in 2025, because every time if you debate with someone who are Muslim, do you understand Arab? So Arab will continue to play a very important role. Period. That's the argument.
Yeah, what the fuck are we talking about?
What he's saying is when Islam dies, then Arabic will go away and everybody won't understand each other.
I've never thought of a language being tied to a religion. I don't understand this.
I can answer that. So there was seven.
It was the Quran, and so I mean
it wasn't original.
So even Persians can they can say phrases, for example, in Arabic because of what's in the Quran. So, but
I guess like Hebrew, Pepe. They're talking like Hebrew and then like all this kind of stuff.
So Alan, I can answer. So there was during the time of Uthman, there were 7 different dialects or languages that the Qurans were written in, and Uthman destroyed all the 7 Qurans and had one written in Arabic, and then he decreed that all Qurans have to be in Arabic, and if you want to practice Islam, you have to practice it in Quranic Arabic. So the ideal that somebody in Eritrea or Ethiopia is speaking Amharic or something, reading the Quran is actually wrong. The only Quran you're supposed to read is in Arabic.
Wasn't Judaism like that? Like they had to learn it in Hebrew?
No, I mean you could learn in English.
No, like when you do your bar mitzvah and shit, you gotta go.
Oh yeah, that's bar mitzvah.
You cannot pray in any language other than Arabic. Like you can have like a regular casual prayers, but if you're doing the mandatory prayers, which you have mandatory prayers 5 times a day in Islam, it has to be in Arabic.
Guys, I'm not arguing this. What does the relevance of the fall of Islam have to do with the language of Arabic?
Well, because Kareem keeps on getting cut off, and so he like literally never got to his fucking. That's why I've been like Kalatz keeps on saying like, I can answer, but like I want to hear Kareem make his fucking point.
No, it's just my point was if the Arabic language will kind of go into decay, the religion also will go to decay, and the Arabic language sooner or later will go to decay. That was my point.
Okay.
That's why
he didn't say anything controversial.
No, Pepe, that's why I said what he said was fucking stupid. What he's saying is that Arabic is going to separate into different languages where they won't be able to understand each other, and then Islam will fall apart or break off into a dozen different fucking religions. But the entirety of the fucking language is tied to the religion. If they're going to be Muslims, they have to speak fucking Arabic. They have to do recitation, reciting in Arabic. So whatever he's saying is stupid. Like, if the Muslims came out tomorrow and said, oh, you can do your prayers in Amharic, then maybe you could make that point and say, oh, there will be some Amharic fucking Islam that'll sprout out of it. But it's not going to. It all goes back to Quranic Arabic.
And not just that, though. The Arab countries, their language is Arabic. They're Christians speaking Arabic.
Yeah.
They're Jewish speaking Arabic. I mean, yes, Islam is all in Arabic, but Arabic is also a language to many countries. That includes.
It's literally called Quranic Arabic.
So basically, it's a common strategy, right? If you speak the truth, a Muslim will come up and interrupt the truth. And also, they work like the Star Trek walk, right? They have a hive. Every time they come up with a crazy idea. They want to test if this idea can cause confusion. If it causes confusion, they will go back and say, let's work on this idea. Because these idiots, Westerners, they are easily fooled by some confused new terminology and crazy idea, right? So it's always like that.
Well, yeah, you're 100% right, Dave, because we got off the subject of talking about how Muhammad is a fucking pedophile.
That's how you bring it back around.
Like, for instance, if Muhammad is a pedophile or kind of whatever, if he...
Do you agree that he's a pedophile, that he has sex with a 9-year-old?
I read that Muhammad was a lunatic.
No, hold on, cutting, real quick question. Do you believe, because you said you're not a Muslim, okay? So if you're not a Muslim, then would you agree that a 54-year-old man penetrating a 9-year-old little girl would be definitionally a pedophile?
Well, we don't have such a thing as underage.
No, I'm just saying, okay. Okay. Morally, would you say a 54-year-old man?
I don't know whether you can hear me or what.
Oh, go ahead, Rob.
That might have been the worst answer yet.
I am.
Guys, Roland.
Can we just try? Hey, guys, thanks. Just briefly, can we just try and have a flow of conversation? So, like, there are people who really haven't had a chance to be able to get a word in either way. So I'm not going to point any fingers, but you can just maybe moderate the amount of time you're spending on the mic and chat around that. I think would be a really good idea. Thanks.
Oh, okay, thanks, Roland. I'll definitely finish up what I'm asking, and then I'll step away from the mic. Cutting, real quick question. Would you say, as a person who's not a practicing Muslim, that a 54-year-old man having sex with a 9-year-old little girl, I'm not even saying Prophet Muhammad, a 54-year-old man penetrating a 9-year-old little girl, would you say that that's pedophilic?
Well, very easily. To me, there is no such a thing as pedophilism because
He already answered this. Yes.
For me, I have just a cousin. She married maybe 16 or 17 years old since a couple of months. So it's a very normal thing to happen that you're married from like
a 9-year-old.
Let him
I'm
talk.
not talking 6.
For fuck's sake, let him finish.
I'm just trying to get a straight answer. A 9-year-old. We're not saying 16, 17-year-old.
If this is a 9-year-old.
And then
This 9 years.
Okay, Cuddy, if I told you I had a cousin and my cousin was 54 years old and he had sex with a 9-year-old, would you say that is bad or good? That it's a...
Well, at this 9 years old, the girl are kind of mature enough and mature physically and mentally, and she won't. Well, that's not
Sarah, he's a Muslim. Go ahead, guess.
Yo, I would hit him so hard right now.
I told you the minute.
Oh, if he was standing in front of me and he genuinely meant that, I would bash his fucking skull in with a baseball bat.
Could you imagine saying that? He answered that 3 times in a row.
I live in Texas. We would bury you in the fucking... We would bury you in the desert. I'm just saying, Cuddy, we would bury you in the desert.
That's crazy.
I just heard right.
Yeah, he's a shot of that, yeah.
Wait, hold on. What the fuck should I say?
Oh, Kareem said it was okay to have sex with a 9-year-old.
Oh, dude, please tell me you just heard those last
Did you miss it, Mojo? I honestly...
That was the...
Roger, I was thinking to myself, oh my god, why is Roger not here?
What happened? What happened?
He explained it the best. Kareem, can you explain what your thoughts are? Can you just repeat what you said, please?
I said, Kareem, he was supporting you, and you mocked him up.
No,
So
we're asking Kareem to repeat what he said about the 9-year-old and being mature mentally, physically.
I'll go ahead and help Kareem out with this. He was asked it 3 times. His first answer was, there's no such thing as young enough. His second answer, when he was asked again, he goes, there's no thing as pedophilia is not a
Why
thing.
can't we let him do
And then his
himself?
third
Let him answer.
Go ahead, Kareem.
Kareem, do you want me to ask you the same question?
Jesus Christ, can Kareem just answer? God damn, somebody is just listening. This is so annoying, dude. Just let people fucking talk. Let Kareem speak for
Are you
himself.
still mad that I defended the Jews yesterday, Pepe? Shit.
No,
hold on.
people keep interrupting.
Hold on, I agree with Pepe, but there is another problem, which is Kareem's had his name called 5 times and he hasn't unmuted. Kareem, are you still with us?
So that's what I was going to say. He's pausing. That's why I offered up the answer.
Okay, so the Reader's Digest version is he unapologetically supports pedophilia.
Yeah, he said there's no such thing as pedophilia. He said his cousin married a 16-year-old. I said, no, we're not talking about a 16, 17-year-old. I said a 9-year-old. And he said, well, I don't believe in pedophilia in my country. And then I said, okay, removing Muhammad, I said, if I told you I had a cousin and my cousin's 54 years old and is fucking a 9-year-old, would you say it's okay? And he said yes.
He literally said we don't believe in young enough.
Yep.
No, I think he meant if she is mature enough.
Yeah, he said if she's mature enough.
Hold on. No, Dave.
He's correct.
Yeah. Okay. It looks like Kareem has left. Kareem has left the building. Unfortunate. I wish I would have heard. It's fascinating, right? That this thing that I thought was just a trope to try to make a religion that has over 1 billion members globally look bad, that come to find out this is an actual belief.
Seems like a criminal organization now.
Well, at this point, like, I used to tell people, like, when they were, like, saying, like, fuck the Muslims, I would say, hey, chill out, man. We should practice some religious tolerance, because, like, that seems like a pretty American thing. But the more I'm hearing about this, it's like, it's really like, it's not even a criminal syndicate. It's almost like an evil cult. Shut the fuck up while I speak. Why would you interrupt me? Why would you interrupt me? I think the fact that they have no problem fucking children, like, this crosses a line. This is not a religion. This is not a religion at all. This is a group of very disturbed individuals. And then this whole thing about, like, you know, they're afraid to leave or whatever. Dude, like, what? Like, so if you lived in a fucking neighborhood of brutal rapists, that you're just gonna become a brutal rapist because, you're afraid to stand up against it? Like, I'm gonna tell you right now, dude, if you live in a fucking Muslim country and you don't start tomorrow, and I mean tomorrow, sharpening the fucking, you know, the sword or the knife or whatever it needs to be, and saying, hey, look, you know, this is time, you know, we're gonna end this thing. So, Iranians, hold on 1 second. Iranians, I want to speak to you. You guys should start, you know, kicking the IRGC out. And look, if the religion you belong to tells you that the most holy person fucks children and that it's okay to do so, you've got a fucked up religion, dude. You've got a fucked up religion, and now that we're putting the spotlight on it, you got to do something about it. And if you feel unsafe in your country, you can't fight back, you're too big of a pussy to fight back, then fucking move. Fucking move. Just fucking get a plane ticket, get a train ticket, whatever you got to do, ride the goat out of town, whatever it takes, fucking get out of this cult that you're in. And then you might say, oh, well, no, but my family's in it and I love my family. You know what? If your family supports pedophilia, fuck them. Fuck them. You gotta leave. Like, if you stay in it a day longer, a minute longer, you're supporting pedophilia, and that's fucking gross.
Before we move on, I want to say this. Hold on. I gotta say this. I'll be real quick, I swear to you. That question, Mojo has asked this question, I think now 6 times in the last 2 days. So every time a Muslim comes up, he's like, hey, just real quick. He doesn't try to catch many things. Like, I've heard, he even lays out, he's like, I've heard this recently, and I don't know. I'm just trying to ask this question. He asked it completely genuine to like 6 people, and not a single one of them. Because again, I was like, yo, this shit can't be real. Like, what's going on here? Not a single one of them was like, yeah, that's fucking crazy, right? They were all like, well, different time. They all had different shit. They were like, yeah, no, it's just how it is. And then the last person we just asked, what did he say? He's not even a practicing Muslim. The dude we just asked was born in a Muslim country, I guess, but he says he's not like a practicing Muslim. He was the worst answer of all of them. Like, they believe this shit. Like, this is ingrained in them.
Yeah, and then there was some that tried with the moral equivalence of like, yeah, hey, there's wacky shit in all the religions, and I agree that there's wacky shit, but like, if you tried to draw like even an equivalence with like, let's say the Catholic Church, right? I agree that the fucking Vatican covered up some fucked up shit. But if you ask a rank and file Catholic, is there any Catholics on the stage? Anybody?
Me.
Okay, oh, cool. Pepe, if I were to ask you about, like, do you think it's okay for priests to fuck kids, you would probably say, no, that's fucked up, right?
Yeah, no, they should. And I think that the scandal where they moved the priests to overseas was horrible, and they should have faced justice.
And this is the point, right? And I hope that if any of the the people that are trapped in their death cult of Islam are listening to this, that the Catholic Church had some fucked up shit going on, and the members of the church can acknowledge that, like, no, that's fucked up shit. You don't do that. You should protect children. You should love children. You shouldn't fucking abuse children. You shouldn't be a fucking pedophile.
Some people left Catholicism because of it. Like, we left the religion because of it. Like, what the fuck?
Has anybody been following the UK grooming scandal?
Explain to Mojo the grooming gang.
Because that shit's just starting to hit the fan, and it's government officials, police, social workers, everybody that colluded to give access, and through mosques, so funneling government money through mosques.
Hey, why don't we just start selling T-shirts that says Muhammad was a pedophile? Like, do you think we could, like, turn this into a business?
You're gonna get people getting stabbed in the streets. You can't.
You can't even draw Muhammad. I mean, like, call their prophet.
You think this is like, you always think I'm exaggerating, Mojo, but do you see how loud I am? I don't have the balls to wear a shirt saying Muhammad was a pedophile.
Do you guys remember the shit in France where the cartoonist was wanting to draw a picture of Muhammad, and then they went in and what is it, Hebdo, or whatever, Hebdo? Charlie Hebdo, yeah, where they went in and killed everybody. Well, Garland, Texas actually put on a contest.
Draw Muhammad contest.
Yeah, and then the 2 Muslims showed up and they got out of the car and they got shot. So I mean, you could do it, but you can't just run around wearing T-shirts. They'll cut your head off in the middle of the street for doing it.
The first step is to prevent Islamic phobia to be used again in any Western nation, because that is the way how they prevent you to learn the truth.
Dave, look what I wrote in the chat. Right when at the same time, I said first thing is to get rid of the word Islamophobic. Second thing is instead of being like this, what is it called? Like this white culture of apologizing for everything.
Oh, look who's back! Look who's back! Hey, Kareem, are you available to chat?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, can you turn up your volume so we can hear you? Yeah, I can hear you. I heard that you had, let's just say, a very interesting take that you think that adult...
Something as pedophilism or something like pedophile.
So you, Karim, your volume is very low.
Yeah, hold on. I got this here.
What about right now?
It's fine. We can hear you. It sucks, but we can hear you. But I mean, look, we'll probably be glad that you can't speak too loud. But so you don't believe in pedophilia? Do you? So you believe it's okay for adult men to sleep with 9-year-old children?
Well, if she wants it, and I said if she is mature enough physically and mentally, if she wants it, go ahead, it's no problem. But if you are the father or you are the brother of her, and you say, you see it's not good for her, maybe you know better, and maybe you can.
Yeah. Well, hold on. No, hold on. I don't need 1,000 people. I don't need 1,000 people crashing out on the fucking stage. Okay, got it. Don't do that. I'm having a conversation with Kareem. Everybody, it's just. So Kareem.
Yeah, that was me right there.
Oh no, I moved somebody that was being ridiculous. So Kareem, have you ever seen a 9-year-old child?
Well, let me end this conversation. I was in a relationship with someone who was older than me, someone who was in his 30s when I was 17 years old. This considered pedophilism?
How old were you?
17 years old, and she was in her 30s.
She was in her 30s, yeah.
Yeah.
That is still pedophilia.
So I was in such a relationship.
Okay, so yeah, okay, got it. So, but you would also draw a distinction, an important distinction between 17 and 9, right?
For sure.
Creator.
So
I don't encourage it. I mean, for sure.
Kareem, let me just ask you this.
I think the point that you want to make is that Muhammad is an evil. I don't care if he is an evil or crazy or whatever. I don't have any religion.
Well, hold on. Let me make my point clear. I don't give 2 fucks about Muhammad. He's a guy that, a billion people look up to, that think he's the perfect person that earned God's favor, and it's news to me that he fucks children. And so what I'm more concerned about, because mute yourself.
She wasn't.
Mute yourself. We've had other people come on here just to confirm that she was 6 when they got married, and she was 9 when he had sex with her. But even if you wanted to give a couple years to her, whatever, it's a fucking child. But I don't give a fuck about him, because thankfully he's dead, right? Thankfully. But what I am concerned about is there's people like you that seem to think that there's nothing wrong with this. You don't live in the United States, do you?
Well, I would like to immigrate to the United States one day.
Oh my God. No. Well, no. Hopefully, bring these stupid ass fucking ideas, because we have laws that'll put. No, Kareem. We have laws that if you in the United States, if you were to do what these evil fucking people do and fuck a child, we would throw you in jail. And then once you go to jail, the people that murder people, right? They get thrown into prison for murder.
they even have enough sense to know that pedophilia is so bad that what they would do is they would strip you down and they would do to you what Muhammad did to his little child wife. And so what goes around comes around, fuck around, find out. I am now convinced that Islam is a death cult, and I think that the Prophet Muhammad is a pedophile, and that any of you that stay in this religion knowing that fact, that you guys are, I would put you up on, I would think RICO statute in the U.S. should be used against anyone that practices Islam, because you're part of a criminal syndicate, essentially. And so I'm now advocating for RICO charges for anybody that practices Islam.
Oh, Roger, I told him straight up, I got a 7-year-old daughter, and if he was standing in front of me at that exact moment, and he genuinely said that and meant it, I'm just saying, I would take a baseball bat to the back of his fucking head.
Don't let me get my...
He would end up dead in the desert.
Yeah, like, something bad is happening to you, bro. Like, if you come here, dude, don't let me get my hands. I swear to God, Kareem, this is nuts, Kareem. And you yourself, Kareem, you're not even a fucking Muslim. We asked you, because, dude, we asked you, he's like, hey, are you a Muslim? And you're like, no. He's like, okay, well, I still want to ask you a question. You're not even a Muslim and you fucking back to shit. This is crazy.
Mike, these Muslims, you'll have guys that'll come in and tell you they're hardcore atheists, and they'll be like, oh, the spaghetti monster, sky daddy, blah, 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 this, that, and the third. And the second you're like, fuck Muhammad, or Muhammad's a pedophile, they just start crashing out and threaten to kill you. And I'm like, wait a minute, I thought you were atheist.
Yeah,
You don't
Mike,
even believe in this shit.
in Islam, you have the right to not tell you're Muslim.
Takia,
Basically allow you to lie.
That's fair.
Yeah, so the religion tells you if it's going to make, like, literally, even if you want to confuse your enemy, which is non-Muslims, right now we're the enemy because we're criticizing Islam, so they can say any lie they want.
Okay, no, I mean, I understand what you were saying, Sarah, because we asked him, and he was like, you said he was born into Islam, which I understood, but when Rich asked him, he like literally asked him, are you Muslim? He's like, no. And you still are like, I mean, dude, when you said we don't have a thing of pedophilia, so obviously there can't be pedophilia, and then you go, there's no such thing as young enough, that's fucking nuts, bro.
Well, Mike, he wouldn't even concede. He wouldn't even concede that Muhammad was a pedophile when I asked him.
Not a single one of them have. None of them.
All right, can we?
Sorry.
All right. No, this is pretty gross. Malik, mute your fucking mic. Mute your goddamn mic. This is fucking weird. The whole thing is weird. Is there anything else that we should expose on this? Because I thought the talking to ants was pretty fucking weird.
See, the problem is I don't even know where to start.
Hold on, Mixed-Ed, are you here? Mixed-Ed here? No?
Yeah, what's up?
I got a question. King Solomon, is there anything in your stuff that you studied that said that King Solomon was listening to ants talking about the colony?
Yes.
In your teachings, they teach the same thing about King Solomon?
Yeah, I don't think it's explicit in the verses, but there's like a general consensus that Solomon was like the wisest king ever amongst the rabbis. And Midrash is like, in general, like a biggering of all claims. Like anyone that's a bad person in the verses is a completely evil, wicked, unforgivable person in the Midrash. And if he's a good person, he's like a total saint in the Midrash. In the case of King Solomon, who was wise and did a lot of expansion of territory and like had a peaceful reign, one of the Midrashim is that he was able to communicate with all of the animals.
Communicate with all the animals. Like I could see like let's say a zookeeper, has a way with animals and can get them to maybe respond in ways that people that don't work with animals might not be able to. But that seems maybe, I don't know, different to me than saying he literally listened to ants talking to their colony. Like I mean, to me that sounds like a delusion.